Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 301 Breakthrough to the Ninth Layer of the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm. In the next ancient hour, Guan enhanced the primordial chaos supreme holy skill to the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, and yet, 20 million years of lifespan only advanced him by one level, luckily reaching the peak of perfection. At the same time, he awakened the divine skill, unlimited avatars. Every element of the 5 elements spiritual energy could turn into an avatar. This divine skill's combat power wasn't particularly outstanding as it manifested in quantity, since the 5 elements spiritual energy existed everywhere. He continued to advance. The all things form and energy art was elevated to the chaotic myriad forms freedom technique and then further to the Dao Void mysterious divine thought skill. Similarly costing 20 million years of lifespan, no new divine skills were awakened, but the technique itself was a divine skill. The Dao Void mysterious divine thought skill, once mastered, would not be restricted by rules. With a mere thought, he could suppress cultivation level, breath, appearance, and everything else, making them unperceivable to others. With this technique, there was no need for Guan to use transformation techniques. Of course, what he valued most was its marvelous effect in hiding cultivation level and breath. In the reincarnation evolution, Chu Lu died quickly exactly because he lacked this technique. Of course, trusting Cheng Jialan also played a part. After Guan passed on the Dao Void mysterious divine thought skill, another ancient hour had passed. Next was the promotion of the boundless heaven constricting sword to the eternal boundless divine sword. The limitless freedom step was finally elevated to the stepping path of ages step, a technique that allowed time reversal within a specific range of each footstep, transforming all things from death to life, from life to null. Of course, this stepping technique couldn't aid in achieving immortality since it had limitations and was primarily used for combat. The 9 extremes yin-yang body was finally advanced to the Dao of transcending void body. Guan also enhanced the soul-capturing skill, promoting it to the great imprisoned soul immortal technique, consuming 5 million years of lifespan. The previous 3 ultimate skills and divine skills each consumed 20 million years of lifespan, totaling 65 million years of lifespan. Adding the physique and cultivation technique, Guan had already spent 105 million years of lifespan. The consumption from the lifespan barrier was also a significant figure. Even without breaking through, he felt invincible at this moment. But he needed to be cautious. He must break through. Guan reopened the attribute panel, focusing his gaze on the cultivation level column. At this moment, the entire ocean was experiencing a violent storm, with endless towering waves, as the divine sense of a carefree primordial immortal frantically scanned the area. Guan didn't mind since the area was mostly inhabited by lost souls and wild ghosts who wandered the mortal world, suffering from the rejection of the heaven and earth rules. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to invest 5 million years of his lifespan. It was uncertain whether the early investment of 100 million years of lifespan could erase the gap in the difficulty of cultivation between the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma and higher realms. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 30,000 years, forcefully attempting to assault the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm with the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, starting the tribulation crossing. You didn't endure the 6 realms destiny ultimate void tribulation, failing the tribulation. 30,000 years for one tribulation crossing. Guan was thrilled, knowing that previously, when he attempted to reach the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, it took 60,000 years for one chance to cross the tribulation. However, even more surprising events occurred. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 300,000 years. You endured the 6 realms destiny ultimate void tribulation with the forceful use of the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, and succeeded in the tribulation crossing, advancing your cultivation level to the first layer of the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 500,000 years, advancing your cultivation level to the second layer of the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm. 10 successful crossings, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I'm really fucking strong. Guan was ecstatic, but as he looked further, his smile gradually faded. The time required for each level in the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm kept increasing. You practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 4 million years, advancing your cultivation level to the 8th layer of the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm. You practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 4.7 million years, advancing your cultivation level to the 9th layer of the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm. You practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 5 million years, forcefully assailing the divine thought true immortal realm with the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, starting the tribulation crossing. You didn't endure the heavenly Dao 49 mysterious void tribulation, failing the tribulation. That's good. Reaching the 9th layer of the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm in 5 million years was an unexpectedly pleasant surprise. But what's after was shocking, an attempt of tribulation every 300,000 years. If following the old pattern, failing 100 times would mean 30 million years of lifespan? Failing 200 times would mean 60 million years of lifespan. That's ridiculously exaggerated. Is the divine thought true immortal that mighty? It's a big leap. Guan didn't question it much, given he hadn't even heard of the Dao Void mysterious immortal, let alone the higher divine thought true immortal. Once again, nature's spiritual energy surged towards him, the entire ocean's spiritual energy abruptly sank, and its range rapidly expanded. Damn! This commotion is a bit excessive. Guan was secretly alarmed, feeling he might once again bring about a calamity to the mortal world. The vast amounts of spiritual energy required to transition from the 9th layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma to the 9th layer of the Dao Void mysterious immortal far exceeded Guan's imagination. However, he could judge the resources of the great heavenly spirit land through this disturbance. If his breakthrough affected the entire great heavenly spirit land, it would indicate that the Dao Void mysterious realm cultivators in the great heavenly spirit land were few and far between. While feeling the transformation within himself, Guan observed the surroundings. The range of spiritual energy extraction grew larger, and in less than 30 minutes, it exceeded the size of the area the great cold demon sect planned to annihilate and was still rapidly increasing. Time swiftly passed. An hour later, Guan forcefully achieved the Dao Void mysterious immortal. Regardless of the realm, the evolutionary cultivation would always compress the breakthrough into 1 hour. The mysteries of the Dao Void mysterious immortal flooded into his mind. A Dao Void mysterious immortal could transcend universal rules and travel through the Great Thousand World. The so-called Great Thousand World consists of countless realms like the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, and only reaching this level would one touch the barriers of the universe. Of course, not all universes can be easily traversed, as there are also differences in strength among them. The power of a mysterious immortal is even greater, capable of transforming all things into living beings. Reaching this level means starting to condense one's own Dao. The so-called Dao is the condensation of the overall path of immortal cultivation, manifesting as will, capable of condensing a Dao form and using it to battle and suppress everything. Guan was immersed in the transformation brought by the Dao Void mysterious immortal, unable to extricate himself. Only when his cultivation level broke through to the 2nd layer of the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm did his consciousness awaken. He looked up, the universe no longer looked so distant to him. His gaze and divine sense reached perfect unity, allowing him even to peer into the ends of the universe. He saw the silent destruction domain described by Baizia, a place of utter darkness emitting a terrifying aura that made it difficult for him to infiltrate lightly. For he sensed auras within that made him wary, not just one, but several. Time continued to move forward. Guan began to detect the approach of various cultivators' aura. Looking up, he saw a massive number of cultivators flying out of the Holy Land where the Holy Court was located, quickly approaching, the numbers even surpassing those of the Great Cold Demon Sect. His breakthrough had indeed alarmed the Holy Court. It must be said, compared to the Holy Court, the Great Cold Demon Sect was utterly incomparable. The cultivators who flew out were of loose immortal realm at the lowest, numbering over 5 million and still increasing. More than 5 million loose immortals, what an exaggeration! He even sensed the aura of divine immortals of wondrous dharma and carefree primordial immortals, with more than 10 divine immortals of wondrous dharma among them. The cultivators of the Holy Court dispersed to protect various continents and islands. The ocean stirred up world-shocking waves, the speed of the sinking spiritual energy causing many continents to shatter. Seeing the Holy Court coming out to protect the common people, Guan breathed a sigh of relief, holding the Holy Court in much higher regard. He didn't want his breakthrough to result in the extinction of countless beings. It seems the support of the great cold demon sect by the Holy Court was only the will of that Holy King. If the Holy Court became his enemy in the future, regardless of the animosity, simply for today's actions of the Holy Court, he wouldn't thoroughly exterminate them. Of course, it would be even better if he could establish friendly relations with the Holy Court. Cultivation doesn't have to be all about fighting and killing. The benefits derived from slaughtering the great cold demon sect were indeed massive, but it also attracted much wariness. Look now, the battle just ended, and divine immortals of wondrous dharma have shown up, a realm previously unheard of. If he became too arrogant and a more terrifying existence than the divine thought true immortal appeared and slapped him to death with one palm, what could he do? The experience of Chu Lu was a lesson. Of course, more of Chu Lu's death was due to trusting the wrong person. Guan couldn't help but curse at him, how dare you marry into the family of someone you killed? Although initially, Chu Lu was the victim, he should have stayed away from Cheng Jialan. With the Holy Court taking action, Guan felt even more at ease. He began to focus on enjoying the transformation of the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal. Reaching the 9th layer of the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal realm, what could the Holy King behind the Great Cold Demon Sect do to him? If that Holy King was also a Dao Void Mysterious Immortal, then Guan would fight with all his might to achieve another breakthrough. Chapter 302 Absolutely not intoxicating. Under the cloak of night, the vast ocean was riddled with shadows of great cultivators flitting by, and many sea monsters leaped out of the water, making the night all the more terrifying. The isolated island where Guan was situated was surrounded by terrifying waves, which could engulf it at any moment. Yet, he was still waiting for the breakthrough to conclude. The amount of spiritual energy needed for each minor realm within the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal realm far exceeded that for breakthroughs in previous major realms. Guan had been observing the outside world, for he wanted to know the impact of this breakthrough on the great heavenly spirit land. By now, the range of the descending spiritual energy had become enormously exaggerated. However, in comparison to the entire great heavenly spirit land, it was still not sufficient to shake the whole. The great heavenly spirit land was far too vast. Even though Guan could now see beyond the heavens, he could not overlook the vastness within the great heavenly spirit land. As time elapsed, more and more great cultivators arrived to protect the oceans from all corners, and even sects that Guan previously dared not spy upon sent out great cultivators. Even the dynasty populated entirely by heavenly spirit life forms had sent people out. Guan suddenly discovered an interesting point: the immortal spirit dynasty and the Holy Court were situated on opposite sides of the great heavenly spirit land, as distant from each other as possible, giving a clear demarcation. He would have to find an opportunity to learn about the immortal spirit dynasty from Baizia next time. Guan saw that apart from this stretch of the ocean, the continents and islands in other seas were all protected by great cultivators, even floating in the air near the continent where the supreme sect was located, holding back the waves. The Holy Court's efficiency was truly formidable. It could offer swift protection to the common people within a short period of time, truly worthy of its name. It is worth mentioning that the carefree primordial immortal of this ocean region had been the target of a manhunt. He was besieged by several other carefree primordial immortals and had already fled to outer heaven. Guan couldn't help but mourn him silently. My sin, my sin. Although the other party became involved because of him, Guan had no choice, he had to break through. Going anywhere would attract attention, going to outer heaven would attract at least those at the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, which would be far too dangerous. However, considering the current commotion, Guan's next breakthrough would have to take place outside of heaven. Although outer heaven was dangerous, Dao Void Mysterious Immortal was not weak. Guan had already seen the words Divine Thought True Immortal and had a vast lifespan. He couldn't feel at ease without reaching the 9th layer of Divine Thought True Immortal. He would have to control his next breakthrough a bit more. Reaching the 9th layer, he would have to restrain himself and not prematurely peer into the name of the next realm, lest his heart itch with curiosity. Guan thought silently to himself. The anomalies above the ocean had not affected outer heaven. The moon set and the sun rose. When morning arrived, the turmoil of spiritual energy over the ocean gradually returned to calm. Guan had finally reached the 9th level of Dao Void Mysterious Immortal. He slowly opened his eyes, and the golden patterns on his forehead shone with an illusory vertical golden eye. The pupil of the primordial divine eye was gradually turning black, then deep grey, making this vertical eye all the more terrifying and oppressive. With a thought, Guan caused the primordial divine eye to disappear. He slowly stood up. Without taking a step, his figure vanished on the spot from the island. Almost instantaneously, he arrived within the Nianzhou cave of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, and Tian Bai were all immersed in cultivation. The cave was quiet, save for the sound of dripping water, exuding a profound serenity. Guan clapped his hands, and the 3 demons awoke. They quickly came out of the house and upon seeing Guan, were overjoyed and rushed to meet him. "Master, what exactly happened outside these past 2 days?" "Yes indeed, such a terrifying aura came through." "Master, are you all right?" The 3 demons chattered excitedly, their questions buzzing with enthusiasm. Guan felt a pang of guilt. He should have visited sooner, instead, he had let them worry for so long. "Come on, let's go to the outer world cave," Guan called out, then took the 3 demons away with him. Along the way, the 3 demons talked incessantly, and Guan did not hide anything from them, recounting the calamities they encountered outside. Divine exotic resentful ghosts, divine exotic ghost kings, the great cold demon sect, the heavenly fire catastrophe, and more. All of these stories made them tremble with fear. But hearing from Guan that the calamity had passed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They began to wonder who had resolved the calamity. Guan said even he wasn't sure. When they arrived at the outer world cave, Guan raised his hand. Countless storage bags, storage rings, and storage dharma artifacts flew out of his sleeves and piled up on the open ground. The 3 demons were stunned. Tian Yaoer couldn't help but ask, "Why are there so many?" Guan didn't answer. After piling the collected storage dharma artifacts into a mountain, he swept over them with his divine sense, dispelling all restrictions. In an instant, he obliterated anything that might be harmful. "I entrust these to you. On ordinary days, refrain from touching them to avoid attracting powerful beings," Guan warned them. In truth, no matter how much they handled them, they wouldn't attract other cultivators. He was only worried they might accidentally harm themselves. The 3 demons nodded blankly, still not fully grasping the situation. Guan didn't explain further and disappeared on the spot. Tian Bai came to her senses and tentatively asked, "Could the mysterious great power who saved us from the calamity be our master?" Tian Yaoer had a strange expression. Long suspecting that Guan downplayed his own strength when he said he was no match for the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother, she became even more certain now. She just didn't understand why Guan would hide his true cultivation level. Elsewhere, Guan returned to the Supreme Sect. The continent where the Supreme Sect resided had not been affected by the disturbances of the previous night, though the winds between the heavens and the earth were a bit stronger. He first returned to the 8 scenic caves to inform Zhang Qiang that the Great Cold Demon Sect had been eradicated. Zhang Qiang was shocked and immediately left. Guan didn't follow her, instead, he used the teleportation array in the valley to return to the Third Medicine Valley. Even after 2 days had passed, the atmosphere in the valley was still lively. Most people were discussing the great cold demon sect. Stealing the 5 elements and 9-finger divine lord resumed their chess game, occasionally shouting, drawing laughter from the surrounding disciples. The servant disciples, who were laboring, were also spirited, and even the white spirit rat under the mystic pure tree was unusually awake, lying at an Xian's feet, enjoying her petting. Everything seemed so harmonious, bringing a smile to Guan's face. He had taken the risk to intervene so that he could see such a scene every day. Guan walked towards his own loft, his divine sense turned towards outer heaven. His next breakthrough had to take place in outer heaven. He wondered if it was because of last night's anomaly, but there were many great cultivators patrolling above the great heavenly spirit land. Although their cultivation levels were not as high as his, he still didn't want to appear at this critical juncture. He would wait for those great cultivators to disperse before he went to outer heaven for the breakthrough. With his remaining lifespan, breaking through to divine thought true immortal should not be difficult. Thinking of this, Guan's mood became even more pleasant. He hummed a tune as he ascended to his loft, where the blood prison great saint, lying in wait, watched his master, deep in thought. After Guan entered and closed the door, blood prison great saint finally thought, the master seems to have become stronger again. How high is his realm? On the day the great cold demon sect attacked, the colossal figure that stood taller than heaven and earth fell into the eyes of blood prison great saint, and he immediately knew that it was his master. He felt more than ever that ending up in Guan's hands was an incredible stroke of fate. Others couldn't get such a chance even if they wanted it. Thinking this, he wore a proud smile. Considering the millennium term, it now seemed like nothing in comparison. When the millennium came, he would choose to stay and continue to serve Guan, whether as an ox or a horse. He had already set his sights on the position of the head disciple of the Third Medicine Valley. Considering an Xian's talent, he was sure she would be buried by then, so who could compete with him? As for Yang Jian, he would definitely want to venture out. The boy also had such ambition. At the same time, inside the loft, Guan sat in a chair and lay down in the position he found most comfortable. Looking at his remaining lifespan of over 600 million years, the corners of his mouth just couldn't help but turn up. He must not become complacent. He would have to continue cultivating medicinal herbs in the future. Deovoid mysterious immortal was not his final destination, nor would divine thought true immortal be. He had to keep growing stronger. Right now, he was indeed powerful, but there were still things in the world he could not see through, and thus needed to keep cultivating diligently. For the next few days, Guan began moving between the various medicine valleys, returning to his usual life. During this time, Sage Xian Miao of the North Sea Mountain inquired about his opinion of Sword Venerable Fudeo. Guan casually praised him without elaborating much. 5 days later, Guan noticed a group of cultivators with strong cultivation levels sneaking into the continent, investigating the public opinion about Sword Venerable Fudeo. These cultivators were all from the Holy Court. It was not just this continent, cultivators from the Holy Court were also investigating the Great Cold Demon Sect and the surrounding seas. Guan did not intervene. The Holy Court beginning to investigate the Great Cold Demon Sect suggested that the matter had alarmed the upper echelons of the Holy Court, and the Holy King could no longer act unilaterally. After harvesting all the mature medicinal herbs in the various medicine valleys, Guan began to relax and rest. He found 9-finger Divine Lord and played a game of chess, winning 3 rounds in a row. Stealing the 5 elements became interested and wanted to play as well. Starting from Guan's first move, an hour later, Guan stood up, holding the 7 stars mirror as a fan, strutting off in a superior manner. Stealing the 5 elements sat stunned on the stone stool, gazing at the chessboard, utterly lost in thought. The surrounding disciples were thrilled, all praising Guan. Stealing the 5 elements had always been winning, quite arrogantly at that. Seeing their master defeat him, how could the disciples not be exhilarated? Nine-Finger Divine Lord was amused. It turned out it wasn't that he was inadequate, rather, Guan truly possessed extraordinary comprehension in the ways of chess. Guan left amid the cheers of the disciples, his face wearing a smug smile. Play against me? You'll need another 100 million years of practice. Guan admitted that those at the 9th layer of heaven and earth flying immortal realm were powerful, just 27 small realms below him. Returning to the loft, Guan sat down and opened his attribute panel. He felt regret over the previous lifespan samsara and wished to start another game. After all, there were still plenty of holy court great cultivators patrolling outside heaven, so there was no rush to break through. Just one game, and definitely not getting carried away. You consume 10 million years of lifespan to initiate one reincarnation evolution. Connecting with Tao rules. Searching for reincarnation worlds. You can choose one of the following worlds. 1. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. 2. 9 Extreme Great Heaven and Earth. 3. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Guan hesitated for a moment before deciding he would still choose the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Where one falls, there one shall rise. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. This time, he would not repeat the same mistakes. You have chosen to reincarnate into the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Considering that the Tao rules of this world cannot conceal your talent, you shall retain your ability to seize lifespan, but you will not be able to unlock stage-wise functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you are born into a noble household within the Baikin domain's great Xia holy dynasty, blessed by your parents with the name Xiao Shengtian. At the age of 5, while you are fast asleep, you fall victim to poisoning by a concubine of your father's third wife. Before you lose consciousness, you glimpse her figure. Fortunately, your mother discovers you in time, allowing for your rescue. Once your strength returns, your grandfather gathers the family in the Great Hall. Faced with your grandfather's query, will you choose to expose that you were poisoned by the third wife's concubine? Chapter 303, Chapter 303 Fighting Will, Guan's Hostility. Seeing the prompt of reincarnation evolution, Guan hesitated. If it had been earlier, he would have definitely chosen to expose the crimes of the third concubine to seek justice for himself, but Chu Lu's short life had left him with a psychological shadow. Although lifespan samsara was just an evolution and would not harm his original self, he was toying with 10 million years of lifespan. Moreover, the prompt was brief, and he couldn't analyze the specifics of the situation or understand the background of the third concubine. What if exposing her would bring about a deadly disaster? Forget it, he should endure it for now. Although it was aggrieving, it wasn't something he personally experienced. You choose to reveal you were poisoned by the third concubine, a turmoil in the Xiao Kingdom's mansion thus resolved. At the age of 8, you began to practice swordsmanship, and accidentally cut a spirit grass during the process, claiming 8 years of lifespan and marking a turning point in your life of immortal cultivation. At 12, thanks to lifespan evolution, your cultivation level broke through to the nascent soul realm. At 17, the great Ming dynasty was besieged by 3 dynasties, the lands shattered, and you followed the Xiao family's southward migration, continuously encountering attacks and fierce battles, and your lifespan grew quickly. At 18, during the escape, you encountered 2 severely injured cultivators, one male and one female, each begging you to save them and kill the other, plunging you into hesitation. You choose to save the male or the female, to kill the male or the female. Neither save nor kill. Guan made his choice without hesitation. You didn't make a move, you watched the 2 die, and after their death, you took their storage bags. Seeing this line of prompt, Guan almost cursed loudly. Why so impulsive? The following years were filled with various escapes and battles. Until at 27, an elder of the great Taixuan Sect from the Mahayana realm suspected you of slaughtering his descendants since you possessed their descendants' storage bag. You vehemently denied it, yet he still tried to kill you, and finally, both of you were heavily injured, and you got separated from your family. Fighting a Mahayan realm cultivator at the age of 27, Xiao Shengtian indeed had some substance. It seems his path was quite wild. Guan lamented in his heart. He could only see a general description and didn't know how many enemies Xiao Shengtian had killed during this process. At 30, you entered the Looking Sect to focus on cultivation. At 45, the Xiao family was slaughtered. Deeply grieving upon learning this, you began to investigate who the enemy was. At 50, after 5 years of investigation, you found that the power that slaughtered the Xiao family was the Li family from the East Profound Domain. You left the Looking Sect alone to rush to the East Profound Domain. Seeing the words East Profound Domain, Guan secretly felt that something was amiss. Why, out of nowhere, was his family destroyed again? Speaking of which, Guan in this life also had no relatives, living alone in the Ji family mansion. Could this be fate? At 60, you stormed the secret realm assessment of the East Profound Saint Mansion, swept through the geniuses of East Profound Domain, and became renowned throughout the world. At 70, you cultivated the heavenly gang holy body in the East Profound Saint Mansion. The mansion master favored you greatly, wishing to betroth his youngest daughter to you, whether you accept. Do not accept. You refused the mansion master's goodwill. He then took you as a disciple, and you received great cultivation resources from the East Profound Saint Mansion. Guan smiled when he saw this. That's more like it. The following life was filled with various cultivations. Xiao Shengtian continually enhanced his physique, cultivation technique, and divine skills. His choices were limited, focusing on only one method of each type. Years swiftly passed. At 137, you participated in the holy competitions of the 5 domains. With an overwhelmingly dominant appearance, you claimed the title of the strongest prodigy of the era, and the name of the heavenly gang holy body spread across the great heaven and earth. At 138, you encountered a cultivator from the Li family during an externship. Due to a deep-seated hatred, you erupted into conflict with the Li family, encountering a mysterious carefree primordial immortal who intervened and nearly killed you. Fortunately, a cultivator named Hanging Pot saved you when you were severely injured. At 139, before your injuries fully healed, the Li family attacked again, vowing to annihilate you. Hanging Pot consumed his true yuan, using a great divine power to shift you and his children into a space-time rift. The 3 of you fell into the Dark Continent. At 140, Hanging Pot's son couldn't withstand the invasion of dark powers, ultimately perishing, his soul turning into a dark undead and disappearing, and you took his sister to search for him. At 142, the 2 of you failed to escape the Dark Continent. Hanging Pot's daughter also turned into a dark undead. You, enraged, began slaughtering the dark undead of the Dark Continent. At 143, you encountered the Black Profound Emperor from the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm, who extinguished your soul. Reincarnation ends. What? Damn Black Profound Emperor again! How did he reach the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm this time? Guan's eyes widened, his anger uncontainable. If the Black Profound Emperor had the ability to anticipate lifespan, he would have already sensed the intense hostility from Guan. This guy had been squatting on him for 2 lifetimes, how could he bear it? Guan immediately vanished inside the room and teleported to the ocean floor of another world, then he activated the lifespan barrier. A surge of vast memories rushed into his mind. An hour later, Guan opened his eyes, his face showing complex emotions. Xiao Shengtian's life was more splendid than Chu Lu's, advancing triumphantly, enjoying life fiercely with gratitude and resentment, possessing the fame of the strongest talent of the contemporary era, and he also encountered many beautiful women. Regrettably, he still died. In his memories, Guan learned about the horrors of the Dark Continent, which was even larger than the entire great heavenly spirit land, impossible to fly to the outer heaven, the world dim and vast, as if never able to escape, and a mysterious power called Dark Force devouring him. If not for the sufficiently powerful heavenly gang holy body, Xiao Shengtian might not have lasted until the day he met the Black Profound Emperor. It must be said, the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Black Profound Emperor was truly terrifying. Guan not only possessed memories but could also deeply experience the feelings of the time. When the Black Profound Emperor killed him, he seemed to deliberately preserve his flesh. The thought of his body being used by the Black Profound Emperor really irked Guan. He also did not know where the Dark Continent was, whether the timing could match up, and if they met, if the opponent's cultivation was not as good as his, he must make the Black Profound Emperor truly feel despair. The second reincarnation evolution ended at only 143 years old, which was quite annoying. However, the gain was greater than last time, although the Heavenly Gang Holy Body was not as good as his primordial ultimate body, he could pass it on to his disciples in the future. The real gain was Xiao Shengtian's will. Xiao Shengtian cultivated a kind of fighting will, the more severe the injury, the stronger the burst of strength, capable of sweeping all opponents of the same realm, and even had a chance to counter-kill higher realm opponents. Of course, for Guan, the main use of the fighting will was manifested in crossing the tribulation. With this will, would his evolutionary practice in crossing the tribulation be easier? Guan felt deeply and pondered whether he in the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm was stronger than the Black Profound Emperor. With his whole body's ultimate skills, he really wanted to try challenging the Black Profound Emperor. He then disappeared from the seabed, returning to the attic of the Third Medicine Valley. Although merging memories caused some disturbance, it wasn't as significant as his previous breakthrough. Guan sat on a chair, suddenly feeling like trying again. He couldn't pick the Dark Continent next time, there was no need to stubbornly confront the Black Profound Emperor. Forget it. Bad luck. In the reincarnation evolution, Guan could only make significant choices, he couldn't control how his evolving self specifically acted, meaning, reincarnation evolution was unknown. Since it was unknown, it needed to be mystical. Moreover, Guan still needed to break through, he couldn't get overexcited and delay his breakthrough. Guan took out the Green Hero Travelogue and flipped through a few pages, completely shifting his thoughts. This book is truly incredible. Even if Xian Tianyi died now, with this book, in Guan's heart, he was a saint. The news of the Great Cold Demon Sect being wiped out by Sword Venerable Fuedao spread wildly for a long time, making Sword Venerable Fuedao's fame spread even wider. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed, and time came to the end of the year. Winter snow covered the vast heaven and earth. Guan was writing a book in the attic, recording all the deist sorcery and ultimate skills practiced by Chu Lu and Xiao Shengtian in his lifetime into a secret book, not wishing to immediately disseminate it but just writing for fun. If it could prove useful later, he could directly bring it out. He suddenly sensed something, raised an eyebrow, then put down his pen and vanished inside the room. Far away on the ocean, Baizia lay on a large gourd, the gourd soaring among the clouds, his legs crossed, looking very stylish. He sensed an aura and immediately opened his eyes, leaping up. Then, he saw a figure swiftly approaching, his face breaking into a surprised smile. It was Meng Lang, whom he wanted to see. Guan quickly flew in front of Baizia and greeted with a fist and palm salute, "Deist friend Bai, didn't expect to meet you here." Baizia frankly stated his purpose, then greeted him back, smiling, "Deist friend Meng, long time no see, are you well? Have you been affected by the Great Cold Demon Sect?" He had already flown into the area endangered by the Great Cold Demon Sect, of course, this was just the peripheral region, so Guan dared to meet him. "No, I wasn't here at the time, I only came back after hearing that the Great Cold Demon Sect was extinguished." Guan shook his head. "Doing well?" "Quite good, just broke through to the 9th layer of the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm." Baizia invited Guan onto the gourd, and he unceremoniously joined. The two began discussing the Great Cold Demon Sect and Sword Venerable Fuedao. Nov. L.B//JNN. Baizia was shocked by this matter, he didn't expect such a big event to occur within the great heavenly spirit land. Although the great cold demon sect wasn't comparable to mortal world peak, it wouldn't be far off. To wipe out the great cold demon sect with one's own power, its deist level was unimaginable. There were still survivors from the great cold demon sect, but they were like scattered monkeys after a tree falls, many enemies kicking them while down. Baizia was very curious about Sword Venerable Feudeo, asking Guan when this person had emerged. Guan then said he was in seclusion before, also unsure when Sword Venerable Feudeo appeared. The two talked for a long time, and the conversation was mostly Guan asking questions and Baizia patiently answering. An hour later, Guan suddenly asked, "Deist friend Bai, have you ever heard of the Dark Continent?" Baizia frowned, surprised. He asked, "The Dark Continent? Never heard of it. Is it powerful? Where is it?" Hearing this, Guan could only say, "I'm not clear either, just heard a senior mention this name, so I was curious." Afterward, he bid farewell to Baizia. Baizia hurriedly said, "Mortal World Peak will soon hold a 10,000-year summit, you must come," officially taking over as Peak Master. Guan nodded, then flew toward the direction away from the Supreme Sect. As he flew far away, Baizia muttered, "Dark Continent, why does it feel like I've heard it somewhere?" Chapter 304 Breakthrough to the Divine Thought True Immortal Realm 9 Layers. After bidding farewell to Baizia, Guan took a detour, only then returning to the Third Medicine Valley. He finished writing the current secret book, then went downstairs to join the disciples in shoveling snow. During the process of shoveling snow, his thoughts were constantly in outer heaven. When would those wandering cultivators of the Holy Court disperse? They couldn't stop Guan. He was just worried that the noise from his breakthrough would be too loud and attract them near the lifespan barrier. What if someone intruded? Guan didn't want to make unnecessary enemies with the Holy Court, nor did he want anyone to discover his true cultivation level. He could only wait. As winter passed and spring arrived, the years went by. The news of Sword Venerable Feudeo's world-saving feats spread widely across this region of the mortal world, earning more and more praises, and his fame spread throughout the great heaven and earth. Relative to the tumultuous seas, the continent quickly calmed down since they had heard of Sword Venerable Feudeo's feats not for the first time. However, a change in the dynamics occurred in the human race's world. The forces that had fled returned but could no longer maintain their former dominance, while those who stayed behind gained more support and developed rapidly. The other continent on the Nine Nether Road was even more dangerous. The sects and families of the Taixuan dynasty couldn't secure a footing there, and the fleeing forces returned in disgrace within a few years. Zhang Qiang also returned to the Hua sect, beginning to develop the sect peacefully. Guan's days returned to being leisurely. Before he knew it, 10 years had passed. The wandering cultivators of the Holy Court outside heaven finally dispersed, and Guan was waiting for this day. He immediately set off, leaving quietly. In just one step, he reached the depths of the universe, flying towards a location he had chosen long ago. It was a gigantic meteorite, even larger than the continent where the Supreme Sect was located. Guan landed on the meteorite. Looking around, the great heavenly spirit land seemed very distant. Reckoned for a heaven and earth flying immortal, it would also be impossible to spy with the naked eye. Turning around, the universe's depths behind him were extremely dark. From here to the silent destruction domain was closer than to the great heavenly spirit land. This was also intentional on his part, to make the Holy Court think that the anomalies were caused by a heavenly demon. He sat down on the spot, activating the lifespan barrier. He then pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 220/639,660,342. Physique, primordial ultimate body. Cultivation level, divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm 9th layer. This lifespan was truly a delight to behold. He had to be more careful about this breakthrough. The last time he crossed the lifespan barrier he had consumed tens of millions of years of lifespan, a figure that could not be ignored. Guan took a deep breath, deciding to directly aim for a breakthrough in cultivation level. Tribulation every 300,000 years, still quite frightening. 1 billion, get on board. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 300,000 years. With the great accomplishment of the infinitive creation Dharma, you forcefully struck at the divine thought true immortal realm, began facing the tribulation. You failed to endure 49 heavenly Dao mysterious void tribulations, and the tribulation failed. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 600,000 years. With the great accomplishment of the infinitive creation Dharma, you forcefully struck at the divine thought true immortal realm, began facing the tribulation. You failed to endure 49 heavenly Dao mysterious void tribulations, and the tribulation failed. Guan remained expressionless, already used to failure. No matter, he still had 5 billion years, he didn't believe they could drain him completely. However, something terrible happened. When his tribulation failures exceeded 100 times, his expression became grave. When his tribulation failures exceeded 200 times, his expression became ugly. When 1 billion years were all used up, he was on the verge of a breakdown. What was this heavenly Dao 49 mysterious void tribulation? Was it this absurd? Once Guan successfully broke through, he must investigate the origin of this heavenly tribulation. Even within the same realm, heavenly tribulations are not fixed. Taking mortal world peak, for instance, their recorded types of heavenly tribulations exceeded 10,000. The rule summarized by the immortal cultivation world is that the more powerful you are within the same realm, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation. However, those cultivators, despite an increased difficulty in their tribulation, could rely on formations, Dharma treasures, and sect teachings for support. Guan could only rely on himself, owning no Dharma treasures. After a full aspect promotion, he himself was terrifyingly strong. How could such a him fail more than 300 times? Guan gritted his teeth, choosing to commit 30 million years of lifespan. From 1 billion to 30 million, it wasn't that he was frightened, he just felt he was close to succeeding and didn't want to waste lifespan. However, all failed again. Guan's eyes began to redden, he couldn't believe it. Another 30 million years. Dare to consume 500 million years. When Guan's thoughts settled, he still failed. Another 30 million years. Failed. 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 Just as Guan was preparing to continue investing, the prompt finally changed its length. He succeeded. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 2,330,000,000 years, with the great accomplishment of the infinitive creation Dharma you forcefully struck at the divine thought true immortal realm, began facing the tribulation, and you endured the 49 heavenly Dao mysterious void tribulations. Tribulation succeeded, and your cultivation level broke through to the first layer of divine thought true immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 260 million years, your cultivation level rose to the second layer of divine thought true immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 300 million years, your cultivation level was enhanced n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. 4 million years to not break through a minor realm? Is divine thought true immortal that exaggerated? Feeling spiritual energy flowing into his body, Guan hurriedly continued to invest lifespan. Third layer. Fourth layer. He must reach the 9th layer to feel at ease. Eventually, he spent another 54 million years of lifespan and finally reached the 9th layer of divine thought true immortal realm. The mighty spiritual energy surged into his body, its scale far surpassing that when breaking through the Dao void mysterious immortal realm. Not only that, he found himself also absorbing the universal laws pervading the cosmos. He immediately closed his eyes to meticulously experience it. As he closed his eyes, the universal laws became clear, those laws falling and then vanishing into thin air, finally appearing imperceptibly inside the lifespan barrier. Soon, Guan noticed a divine sense sweeping over from the silent destruction domain. It was the carefree primordial immortal. As time passed, the noise from the breakthrough grew louder, attracting more and more divine senses, with the lowest being at the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. After 30 minutes, Guan sensed the divine sense of a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Fortunately, those guys didn't dare show themselves yet, only daring to hide and use divine sense to spy. About half an ancient hour passed. Guan suddenly sensed something, subconsciously opened his eyes, and then his eyes widened. He saw a pair of eyes appearing in the cosmic darkness, ordinary human race eyes, just like immortals, except the gaze was very detached. These eyes were large, with the stars and continents of the universe completely tiny like dust before them. Guan felt as though he was being watched by the other, which made him feel uneasy. Could the lifespan barrier have been seen through? After a while, the pupils of those eyes finally shifted away. Guan breathed a sigh of relief, daring to play such a dirty trick? Thinking I would be scared to jump out and beg for mercy? Unbearable. Just then, he finally succeeded in his breakthrough, and a stream of memories began flowing into his mind, all about divine thought true immortal. Divine thought true immortal, divine sense transformed into divine thought, with immensely powerful thoughts that could kill enemies or cast spells through thought alone. True immortal, then, is a true immortal. His flesh and spirit underwent another transformation, and once completed, he would be an immortal conforming to the heavenly creation, not one just enhanced through cultivation. Guan's consciousness immersed in the legacy memories, he saw many images. He could peer into the past lives of any beings that had a karmic connection with him, a very peculiar feeling. However, he couldn't see Ji Xiaohu's past life, he could only start from where Ji Xiaohu was born in this life. The most surprising thing for him was that he could even peek into the lives of beings with karmic ties established with Chu Lu and Xiao Shengtian. If so, doesn't this prove that reincarnation evolution could really turn into reality? This led Guan into endless conjecture. He was immersed in the karmic images, unable to extricate himself, not feeling the slightest discomfort but rather a kind of indescribable ease. Peering into karma, his mind was filled with countless images, yet it felt as exhilarating as chi absorption cultivation, making him even more invigorated. By the time Guan successfully broke through to the divine thought true immortal realm, he was still in those images. Cultivation continued to break through. From the first layer to the second layer. From the second layer to the third layer. Gradually, powerful beings began passing by this area, sweeping over the meteorite where he was located. Chapter 305 Absolute Order. After Guan reached the 9th layer of the divine thought true immortal realm, the spiritual energy and rules within the universe that had been violently disturbed returned to tranquility. Looking around, powerful figures were darting in all directions, while the pair of eyes that had been spying on the universe had already disappeared. Guan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze indifferent. Having seen so many lives, his deist heart had been elevated, and in the unknown reaches, he had even touched upon a Dao that belonged to himself. The Dao is long and profound, necessitating accumulation over lengthy eons. Currently, Guan possessed only cultivation level, wishing to strengthen his Dao, he needed to traverse real time in reality. Of course, this did not mean Guan was weaker compared to others at the same realm. The Dao was merely the direction for his future cultivation. 9 heavens of immortal path, divine thought true immortal was already the 8th heaven. Chi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divinity transformation, void crossing, unification, mystic heart, Mahayana, nirvana, loose immortal, wandering immortal, heaven and earth flying immortal, carefree primordial immortal, divine immortal of wondrous dharma, Dao void mysterious immortal, divine thought true immortal. Unknowingly, Guan had transcended so many major realms. He was only 220 years old now, his future achievements were limitless. What realm lies above the 9 heavens? Guan fell into endless reverie, uncaring about the figures moving in various directions. Let alone other divine thought true immortals, currently no Deo void mysterious immortal had appeared, likely hidden in the shadows. Considering the mysterious giant eye he had encountered before, he now recalled and still could not see through the opponent's cultivation level. Guan looked at the consumption of the lifespan barrier and frowned. This breakthrough alone had consumed over 50 million years of lifespan. Now he had only 340 million years left. This breakthrough exhausting nearly 300 million years made it hard to imagine how many years the next breakthrough would require. Nevertheless, the cultivation of the 9th layer of divine thought true immortal realm was enough for him to protect himself. Guan stood up, thinking of the scene inside the 3rd Medicine Valley Pavilion. Just as the thought arose, he returned indoors. This was the prowess of a divine thought true immortal. Thinking of a place, moving at will, he had already achieved the ability to be omnipresent to an initial extent. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. The whole heaven and earth appeared different to Guan, he saw more rules, and the universe became clearer. He once again spied on the great heavenly spirit land, his divine sense far surpassing his previous divine perception, allowing him to penetrate the formations and restrictions of those great powers without being noticed. This great heaven and earth indeed harbored divine immortals of wondrous dharma, though few in number, all were in seclusion, detached from worldly affairs. Guan's gaze turned to the immortal spirit dynasty, which was located on a continent much larger than the one beneath his feet, with newborns starting at the nirvana realm. There, too, were divine immortals of wondrous dharma, even Deo void mysterious immortals as well as places too profound to probe. In his eyes, the standard for being unprovable was silence. His divine thought could forcefully intrude, but it would surely disturb the beings inside. This immortal spirit dynasty is strong. If it weren't for the Holy Court, it would not be difficult for this dynasty to unify the great heavenly spirit land. However, they seemed not to desire hegemony but were isolated from the world. Guan saw no immortals coming in and out. He then turned his divine thoughts towards the Holy Court at the other end of heaven and earth. The baseline of the Holy Court was not as high as that of the immortal spirit dynasty, but the number of beings in the Holy Court was extremely large, incomparable to the immortal spirit dynasty, and the number of beings at the same realm was also greater than that of the immortal spirit dynasty. If the immortal spirit dynasty was taking an elite route, the Holy Court was developing in all aspects, and it held absolute control over the great heavenly spirit land. There were also places in the Holy Court that Guan would not offend lightly, but after roughly spying around, Guan felt that the Holy Court was still stronger than the immortal spirit dynasty. During his observation, Guan saw the carefree primordial immortals moving in and out of the great heavenly spirit land in ways that beings could not perceive. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, after reaching the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, he had not acted recklessly, otherwise, when the carefree primordial immortal arrived in front of him, he would not even have been aware. After reaching the divine thought true immortal realm, Guan was better able to sense the foundation of the great heavenly spirit land, and of course, he also had his own confidence, not so fearful of the Holy Court. Guan vaguely saw the chi fortune of the Holy Court forming an invisible passage, leading deep into the universe, entering the annihilation zone. His gaze involuntarily turned towards the annihilation zone. The universe was vast and boundless, and the annihilation zone was not just in one direction but surrounded the cosmic region where the great heavenly spirit land was located, although the great heavenly spirit land was closer to one side. Thus, the beings of the great heavenly spirit land who flew out mistook that the silent destruction domain was only in one direction. Even for a heaven and earth flying immortal, flying to the annihilation zone from another direction would take many years, enough to see how vast the universe is. Guan retracted his divine thoughts, filled with emotion. This world was different from what he had anticipated. Due to the influence of past life culture, he felt that if there was the immortal path, there would be order, with immortals governing all things under heaven and reincarnation constraining yin-yang. Yet, in reality, there was none. There were realms of immortal path but no immortals governing the heavenly Dao. There were reincarnation and yin-yang, yet no order like that of the underworld. Now, having observed the universe, Guan had only one feeling. It was chaos. There was no absolute order. Guan thought that there might be an even vaster world on the other end of the universe, with the silent destruction domain impeding the steps of the beings of the great heavenly spirit land, especially since he had learned through reincarnation evolution about the existence of other great lands. Speaking of the dark great land alone, he felt that the dark great land was stronger and larger than the great heavenly spirit land. This was normal. Baizia had mentioned that the current great heavenly spirit land was just a fragment. How vast the true great heavenly spirit land was hard to imagine. Guan couldn't help but think of his juniors, his disciples. His pride faded along. Though a divine thought true immortal was indeed powerful, he had not yet reached a stage where he could command reincarnation, at least he could not make those around him immortal. He was planning to visit Yelan after some time to see if he could help extend her ultimate lifespan. Guan raised his hand, tapping the desktop with a finger. This action was transmitting mana. He was enhancing the mana within the heaven-cutting axe while also strengthening the word's righteous path on the heavenly repair platform. Since the prestige of Sword Venerable Feudeo had already been established, he would just have to maintain it. At the end of summer, the weather was gradually cooling. In the woods, Guan was guiding Yang Jian in his cultivation. Yang Jian wielded a trident and blade, his attacks swift and powerful, yet unable to harm Guan, who with just 2 fingers could block all his attacks. This trident and blade were forged by order of Li Suandao and had already been given to Yang Jian, but typically, inside Medicine Valley, Yang Jian would not bring out this divine weapon. The making of this divine weapon was similar to that of the heaven-cutting axe, weighing 1,000,000 jin, and it contained special restrictions inside that enhanced its strike force. Yang Jian grew more and more astonished in battle. He had gone all out, not to threaten his master, but under his master's suppression, even the force he swung could not damage the woods. At first glance, he seemed like a martial artist who was just faster and more forceful in his movements. Blood Prison Great Saint lay on the side watching. He was not surprised, feeling that it should be so. What he cared about was Yang Jian's state. This young man's aura was getting stronger, and he could not imagine what posture Yang Jian would have once he reached the Mahayana realm. Yang Jian leaped up, slashing down furiously. Guan raised his right hand, pinning the blade between his fingers, preventing it from pressing downward, which made Yang Jian tremble. "All right, let's stop for today." Guan spoke, his tone calm, thereafter setting Yang Jian down. Yang Jian sheathed his blade and hurriedly bowed, his heart uneasy, unsure if he had satisfied his master. His actual cultivation had reached the 7th layer of divinity transformation realm. Other than his own efforts, he received many elixirs from Guan. As for cultivation speed, it quite satisfied Guan. "Let's go back, a major figure is visiting today." Guan revealed a smile, softly speaking. Yang Jian couldn't help but be curious. What major figure? They walked towards the outside of the woods. Along the way, Blood Prison Great Saint started to evaluate Yang Jian's battle, imparting practical fighting experience, and Yang Jian, knowing his true cultivation, listened very attentively. An ancient hour later, Guan was playing chess with stealing the 5 elements, watched by 9-finger Divine Lord Shenzhenzi and a crowd of cultivators. Stealing the 5 elements was frowning deeply, hesitating to make a move. Just then, a sonorous voice echoed through Supreme Sect, reverberating across the continent. "Holy Minister decrees, Sword Venerable Feudeo's merit in saving beings is notable, and he may enter the Holy Court to receive the Chi Fortune Fruit position." Upon these words, everyone in Medicine Valley looked up, and Guan also pretended to look. After a brief silence, uproars broke out in Medicine Valley. "The Holy Court! A reward for Sword Venerable Feudeo! What's the matter? What power is this Holy Court? What is Chi Fortune Fruit position? It sounds quite powerful." Who is this holy minister, daring to recruit sword venerable Feudeo? Too arrogant. Most disciples felt dissatisfied with the holy court after hearing this, feeling that the holy court did not respect sword venerable Feudeo. At least from these words, it seemed the holy court considered itself stronger than sword venerable Feudeo. Guan could not help but shake his head in amusement. Recruit me? But this plot point somewhat resembles Journey to the West. Luckily, it's not recruiting me to be horse's fortune. A disciple couldn't help but inquire about the background of the holy court from Nine-Finger Divine Lord, who did not conceal anything and began to introduce the holy court. Hearing that the holy court was the overlord of the entire world, the disciples' dissatisfaction quickly dissipated. Immediately after, they started to worry about sword venerable Feudeo leaving. Without sword venerable Feudeo, what would they do in case of another crisis in the future? Meanwhile, Guan sensed that the heaven and earth flying immortal who had transmitted the message had already stepped onto the heavenly repair platform. He immediately stood up to go watch the excitement. Inside the outer gate city, the crowd was buzzing. People on the heavenly repair platform were discussing the holy court, many also believing that the holy court was undervaluing sword venerable Feudeo. A man in white walked among the crowd, his pace not quick, his long sleeves fluttering, his appearance handsome, holding a folding fan in his hand. He wore a smile on his face, his heart scornful. A group of mortals dares to question the holy court. The man in white was not angry, he would not bother with mortals over this, and since this was sword venerable Feudeo's territory, it would not be good to offend sword venerable Feudeo. A great power capable of eradicating the great cold demon sect was not someone he could provoke. After delivering the holy minister's message, he did not care whether sword venerable Feudeo agreed or not, he now wanted to try out that heaven-cutting axe. Before coming to Supreme Sect, he had heard about the legend of the heaven-cutting axe while traveling in the Taixuan dynasty. Chapter 306 I am sword venerable Feudeo. The man in white walked for a while, slowly arriving in front of the heaven-cutting axe. Zhou Yujian saw his extraordinary bearing and couldn't help but scrutinize him with curiosity. The man in white asked with a smile, I am Liu Xianyi, may I try my hand at the heaven-cutting axe? The creatures of this continent are too weak, naturally, it would be impossible for them to receive the inheritance of sword venerable Feudeo. If he could achieve that, it would also be a fortuitous opportunity for him. Leaving aside his identity, for him as a heaven and earth flying immortal, great cold demon sect is certainly an immovable behemoth that he could easily sweep away. The man in white speculated that sword venerable Feudeo might possess abilities comparable to a holy king. Go ahead, but you can only pull once per day, said Zhou Yujian, neither haughty nor humble. Over the years, he had seen too many great cultivators, and the pride in his heart had also been growing. In his eyes, the honor of sword venerable Feudeo was even higher than the prosperity of the Supreme Sect. The man in white nodded and turned his gaze to the heaven-cutting axe. At the same time, Guan stood among the crowd, watching the man in white from afar and sending out a lifespan detection. Liu Xianyi, 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal realm 67980/50000/8900000. An extreme lifespan of 890,000 years. It was unknown what realm he could reach in his lifetime. Guan suspected that a certain realm might once again bring a transformation of extreme lifespan, but since his breakthroughs did not increase his lifespan, he was not clear about which realm would bring about such a transformation. Furthermore, in his view, the previous great realms all had the feeling of being reborn from the ashes. Under Guan's watchful gaze, Liu Xianyi grasped the handle of the heaven-cutting axe and his expression changed slightly. The gaze of more and more onlookers fell upon them. Anyone looking at Liu Xianyi would think that he came from an extraordinary background. Liu Xianyi began to exert force, and for a moment, the heavenly repair platform trembled slightly, but the heaven-cutting axe did not budge an inch. Zhou Yujian's look changed when he saw Liu Xianyi shake the heavenly repair platform. It indicated that Liu Xianyi's cultivation level was extremely profound, it was too normal to not be able to lift the heaven-cutting axe. After all, Sword Venerable Feudeo was unmatched in the world. At least, in Zhou Yujian's heart, Sword Venerable Feudeo was invincible. Wait a minute. This guy's voice is very similar to the one who shouted just now. It's not just similar, it's the exact same voice, just quieter, and the oppressive feeling is also restrained. Having realized this, Zhou Yujian's gaze towards Liu Xianyi was filled with hostility. How dare this scoundrel try to poach the Sword Venerable? Outrageous! The commotion caused by Liu Xianyi attracted the attention of everyone on the heavenly repair platform, but he didn't pull for too long. After a few breaths, he released his hand. He let out a long sigh, stepped back, and said with a smile, "Sword Venerable Feudeo is indeed as reputed, I am impressed." After that, he raised his hand in salute to the heaven-cutting axe, then turned and left. The cultivators along the way made way for him, afraid of offending him just from the commotion earlier. They felt they were not in a position to provoke him. Guan stood among the crowd and also gazed at Liu Xianyi. Soon, Liu Xianyi disappeared from the platform, prompting discussion among the cultivators there. Guan then headed down the platform. Since he was here, he might as well take a stroll, otherwise, stealing the 5 elements and 9-finger Divine Lord would suspect why he specifically came to watch Liu Xianyi. Of course, the most important reason was that Guan did not want to play go with stealing the 5 elements. These guys were playing slower and slower games. Guan certainly understood their malicious intentions. Indeed, at this moment, stealing the 5 elements was still claiming the last game was a draw. Although the others didn't believe it, stealing the 5 elements was dead set on it, and no one else wanted to pursue the matter further, as the cultivation levels were quite deterring. Guan paid a visit to the elixir hall, where almost everyone recognized him, except for the disciples who had just started this year. His income from Medicine Valley was one of the highest in the entire Supreme Sect, not to mention he was also a core formation realm cultivator. Even having reached the divine thought true immortal realm, Guan still liked to chat with others. As for the invitation from the Holy Court, he didn't want to pay it any mind. Going to the Holy Court was likely to cause trouble, and he certainly didn't want any of that. What if, in the process, he ended up making enemies with the Holy Court? Although Guan had wiped out the Ephemera Sect, the 7 Stars Spirit Realm, and the Great Cold Demon Sect, he was inherently kind-hearted and peace-loving. Well, if it's possible to avoid making enemies, then it's better not to. Not until dusk did Guan return to his valley, and by then, stealing the 5 elements had long since disappeared. In the days that followed, Guan noticed that Liu Xianyi had no intention of leaving the Supreme Sect. Guan couldn't help praying, hoping the man wouldn't enter his Medicine Valley. The 3rd Medicine Valley had already hidden too many monsters and devils it couldn't house any more. Summer passed, and autumn arrived. In the 3rd Medicine Valley, under an old tree, Guan held the 7 Stars mirror, using it like a fan, relaxing blissfully. Sitting opposite him, Liu Xianyi's complexion was ugly, his hand holding the ghost stones unable to make a move for a long time. Stealing the 5 elements and 9-finger Divine Lord sat aside, both revealing sincere smiles. A being in the 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal realm and still less than 70,000 years old was definitely a top-notch genius of the current era. Even stealing the 5 elements, who was also in the 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal realm, felt a dangerous aura from Liu Xianyi. After learning to play Go, Liu Xianyi was able to beat stealing the 5 elements on the same day. After losing the position of the 2nd best Go player in the world, stealing the 5 elements had always been displeased with Liu Xianyi. Today, he finally got to see Liu Xianyi get put in his place. Suddenly, Liu Xianyi raised his eyes to look at Guan and asked in a deep voice, "Impossible. Who exactly are you?" While Go is indeed exquisite, he felt that the reason the other party could win was because they anticipated his next move. This suggests what? That the opponent's deductive abilities were stronger than his own. His talent and comprehension might not be considered top-notch in the Holy Court, but he still believed he was a genius. He refused to believe that Gu An's comprehension exceeded his own. There's only one possibility. This person is hiding their true cultivation level. After hearing this, Gu An said with a proud smile, I'll tell you, I am Sword Venerable Feudeo, do you believe that? Kid, you can't even recognize the immortal path supreme treasures in my hand and on my head, yet you aim to see through my cultivation level? On hearing Gu An's words, Lu Xianyi suddenly stood up, and quickly bowed with clasped hands towards Gu An. Stealing the 5 elements, 9-finger Divine Lord, and those around them, were taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Lu Xianyi looked up, confused. What was so funny about that? Weren't these people afraid of offending Sword Venerable Feudeo? Nov. L. B //JNN. 9-finger Divine Lord could not help but laugh and say, young brother, you can inquire around if you wish. This lad is only in his 200s, how could he possibly be Sword Venerable Feudeo? Sword Venerable Feudeo became famous over 100 years ago. On hearing this, Lu Xianyi looked at Gu An in disbelief. Now he naturally didn't believe that Gu An was Sword Venerable Feudeo. What can be accomplished in 200 years? With talent like his, he could at most cultivate to the mystic heart realm. What is a realm before nirvana worth? No different from ants. Even if they said Sword Venerable Feudeo was 200 years old, he wouldn't believe it. Sword Venerable Feudeo must definitely be an existence that transcends the carefree primordial immortal. You. Lu Xianyi stared at Gu An, quite angry. Gu An stood up and said, someone is looking for me, you guys continue playing. Having said that, he slipped away. Lu Xianyi watched his retreating figure, unable to let go for a long time. Luckily, this guy didn't harbor enmity toward Gu An, otherwise, he would have been extinguished this evening. Stealing the 5 elements immediately took the seat that Gu An had vacated and said, let's continue, I think I have figured out your game. Lu Xianyi took a deep breath and could only sit down. He knew that Gu An, being the Valley Master, couldn't escape, and he refused to believe that he couldn't beat a mere mortal in a game. Gu An was not using an excuse, someone was indeed looking for him. He waited at the base of his own attic. After a while, a figure flew into the valley. It was Xian Tianyi. Big brother, long time no see. Gu An exclaimed with joy. Xian Tianyi was as spirited as ever. He patted Gu An on the shoulder and observed him closely, praising, you learned to dress up, you have a bit of my aura. But your cultivation hasn't increased, you're disgracing me. Lu Xianyi, who was playing Go downstairs, heard this and immediately dismissed his doubts. Someone who could greet a junior cultivator of the Mahayana realm as a brother, could that be some profound master? It seems this lad's invention of Go really is based on unique insights. Gu An took Xian Tianyi upstairs to catch up. Once inside, Xian Tianyi began to recount his experiences over the years. He too had dealt with divine exotic resentful ghosts and had a wealth of experiences. Gu An listened intently, sometimes shocked, which pleased Xian Tianyi. He liked chatting with this younger brother, so invigorating. Xian Tianyi mentioned Liya and Anhao, especially Anhao, whose tone was filled with envy. He truly understood what an unmatched genius was. Compared to Anhao, his own talent seemed mediocre. And he had also learned that Anhao's master was Sword Venerable Feudeo. What? His master is, no wonder, no wonder. Gu An marveled. The attic was protected by Xian Tianyi's restrictions, so they didn't worry about the disciples overhearing. As for the likes of stealing the 5 elements, even if they did hear, what of it? If they dared to plot against Anhao, Gu An wouldn't consider their friendship over Go. After Great Cold Demon Sect withdrew, the sea became chaotic since quite a number of forces had escaped previously, freeing up a lot of maritime and land resources, and the Star Sea congregations are also vying with others over them, Xian Tianyi reflected. Although many years had passed, bringing up that event still excited him. Sword Venerable Fuedao truly gave the Supreme Sect glory. While Xian Tianyi's heart lay with the Supreme Sect, he belonged to the Star Sea congregations. The two thus chatted passionately. Meanwhile, after beating stealing the 5 elements, Lu Xianyi stood up and left, ignoring stealing the 5 elements' requests for another match. He wandered around the valley, and his attention was captured by Shenzhenzi. The Bitter Sea Buddha Sect Hui. Lu Xianyi seemed to have an idea, but he quickly shifted his gaze, with no intention of approaching Shenzhenzi. He observed everyone in the valley. This medicine valley was too peculiar, the inhabitants were either terrifyingly weak or concealed immortals, with an enormous disparity. Suddenly, his gaze was again drawn to one person, and this time, his eyes latched on. Following his line of sight, it was Yang Jian who was weeding. Due to the vast gulf in their cultivation, Yang Jian, who had his back to Lu Xianyi, did not detect anything unusual. Until a voice came from behind him. "What is your name?" Yang Jian subconsciously stood up and turned around. He had seen Lu Xianyi from a distance before and knew that the other party had an important status and was not a simple cultivator. "My name is Yang Jian. May I know what matter brings you here, senior?" Yang Jian bowed with clasped hands, striking a balance between respect and not coming across as obsequious. "Yang Jian." Lu Xianyi mused, recalling having heard this name before. It was mentioned by 2 Supreme Sect disciples in conversation, with one claiming that true Lord Erlang, Yang Jian, was more formidable than the great sage equaling heaven. The two even quarreled about it in the end. Chapter 307 Chapter 307 Millennium Summit. Yang Jian knew from Lu Xianyi's expression that he had heard of Journey to the West but hadn't read it, plus his demeanor suggested he most likely came from overseas. He immediately took out a book from his pocket and handed it to Lu Xianyi. "This is my favorite book, the most extraordinary book ever, a gift for you, my elder." Upon hearing this, Lu Xianyi quickly reached out to accept it, even bowing gratefully, which made Yang Jian feel vigilant. What's going on? Did this fellow realize he was concealing his cultivation level? Seeing the change in Yang Jian's eyes, Lu Xianyi spoke, "Thanks, I'll go read this book now since I have nothing else to do." With that, he turned and left. Yang Jian watched him walk away, thought for a moment, and continued weeding. It wasn't until the evening that Xian Tianyi finally left. Guan looked at the book on the table, his face full of anticipation. The latest Green Hero Travelogue. Xian Tianyi truly was a saint in his eyes, despite the chaos in recent years, that youngster still managed to write a book. You should know the Green Hero Travelogue is adapted from real experiences and focuses on romantic plots, implying that these years Xian Tianyi had incurred more romantic debts. Guan took a deep breath and then picked up the Green Hero Travelogue with both hands. The moon outside the window was full, and the valley was filled with the continuous sound of insects, making the atmosphere more enjoyable for reading. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. It wasn't just him reading in the valley, Lu Xianyi was also in his guest room reading. Lu Xianyi held Journey to the West in one hand, his brow furrowed, and his other hand was calculating something. 7 days later, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to Tianya Valley to pick medicinal herbs. Only Luohun, Lv Xian, and 3 monkey demons were there. Yi Liuyun, Ji Ruolei, and Li Lingtian hadn't returned. Above the clouds, Lu Xianyi looked down at Tianya Valley, his brow tightly knit. Listening to the exchange between Guan and Luohun, he finally let down his guard. This youngster providing the Supreme Sect with grass and serving the dynasty as a laborer, with hardly a grand background, was exactly why he was so humble. Lu Xianyi turned and left, planning to visit the Supreme Sect. He had heard that investiture of the gods could be linked with Journey to the West, and he wanted to see what investiture of the gods was about. As Guan continued weeding, the corner of his mouth curled upward. Beside him, Luohun continued asking, what have you considered? Read new chapters at Empire. Let's not, I really don't want to leave the Supreme Sect. Thank the Emperor and the Crown Prince for their kindness on my behalf, but I won't be going to the Imperial City, Guan replied. Luo Hun smiled and said, the Crown Prince always talks about defeating Yang Jian, he's been cultivating hard these years. He even received pointers from a great cultivator from the ocean. You better prepare Yang Jian. Guan nodded, sure, old Luo, you've aged. Aged? Why would you say that? You've become more and more long-winded, you used to talk less when you borrowed the Green Hero Travelogue. You dare mention that, without a new volume of Green Hero Travelogue, the supreme secret records you asked me to find still haven't appeared. Read more of the Journey to the West and cultivate your mind. Guan kept tweeting while bantering with Luo Hun. Days continued to pass. Autumn left, and winter arrived, snow began to fly. One day, while reading in the 8 scenic caves, Guan suddenly sensed something and immediately took out a green jade, the mortal jade of the mortal world peak, a symbol of a peak master and also a magic artifact. He sent his divine thought into it and soon learned that the Millennium Peak meeting was about to start. He thought for a moment, stood up, and disappeared from the spot. The mortal jade had a directional guide inside, but Guan didn't need it, he had already found the location of Mortal World Peak. Mortal World Peak was very distant from the Supreme Sect, situated over an ocean covered in thick fog. There were no islands or continents, only towering peaks rising straight from the ocean floor into the clouds. Guan appeared at the edge of Mortal World Peak and then proceeded forward through the clouds. It wasn't long before he saw the figures of cultivators, more and more of them all heading in the same direction. Guan didn't speed up, flying at a leisurely pace, enjoying the scenery along the way. He was considering, now as a peak master, whether to plant medicinal herbs on his own peak. Arriving at Mortal World Peak, he couldn't rely entirely on picking his own herbs, as that would be too suspicious. After all, here, he was a heaven and earth flying immortal. Deist friend, please wait. A voice came from behind, and Guan stopped and turned to look. He saw 2 cultivators approaching on swords, a man and a woman, both at the Nirvana realm. Guan performed a lifespan detection. The man was named Su Ruohei and the woman Su Xi. Their ultimate lifespans were not outstanding, but also not mediocre. The 2 approached Guan, and Su Ruohei took the initiative to raise his hand in greeting. I am Su Ruohei, this is my sister, Su Xi. May I ask for your honored name, deist friend? Guan returned the greeting, I am Meng Lang. May I know what brings the 2 of you here? Su Ruohei smiled, deist friend, are you also here to pay respects at Mortal World Peak? We are siblings too, why don't we keep each other company? Although he couldn't see through Guan's cultivation level, Guan didn't appear dangerous to him and he observed Guan flying leisurely, looking around as if it were his first visit. Su Xi, examining Guan, quickly averted her gaze when Guan looked at her, her earlobes turning slightly red. Interesting, embarrassed after living over 8,000 years? Guan thought to himself and then nodded. Su Ruohei became even more enthusiastic, and the 3 chatted as they flew. Guan asked them about their understanding of Mortal World Peak, reassuring Su Ruohei that it was indeed Guan's first visit. Su Xi didn't talk much, mostly Su Ruohei spoke, with her occasionally interjecting. Through them, Guan gained a clearer understanding of Mortal World Peak. At the same time, he thought about the siblings he had met towards the end of Xiao Shengtian's life, recalling their adventures, which made him feel somewhat regretful and endearing Su Ruohei and Su Xi to him. An hour later, the 3 passed through dense fog, and their eyes were drawn to a gigantic peak ahead, an incredibly majestic peak even larger than any they had encountered along the way. Its diameter at the base was at least 1,000 miles, shooting straight into the sky, its top invisible. The surface of this mountain was densely wooded, full of vitality, and cultivators from all directions were flying toward this mountain. Upon arriving here, the surroundings became noisy, with roars of demon pets and mounts in the distance. Suruohei looked up, feeling moved, truly worthy of Mortal World Peak, one of the oldest schools in the world. I've wanted to join Mortal World Peak since I was young, I wonder if I'll pass smoothly. Guan laughed, with your cultivation level, you should be fine, no need to worry. Suruohei laughed bitterly, Brother Meng, you don't understand, the requirements of Mortal World Peak for aptitude. Ha ha ha, deist friend Meng, you finally arrived. A hearty laugh interrupted Suruohei. Guan knew without looking up that it was Bai Zia who had come, he had intentionally leaked a hint of heaven and earth flying immortal aura earlier. Suruohei and Su Xi might not have noticed, but Bai Zia, who had been waiting for him, picked it up quickly. Bai Zia descended from the sky, grabbing Guan's hand, eager to move on. If you hadn't come, your position as Peak Master would have been taken. Bai Zia huffed. Guan quickly said, I'd like to bring them along. Bai Zia glanced at Suruohei and Su Xi, nodding slightly. Suruohei and Su Xi were stunned. Peak Master's position? Had they heard right? Chapter 308 Chapter 308 Unable to contact. Guan saw that Suruohei and his sibling were still in a daze, so he immediately rolled up his sleeves, took them into his palm, and followed Bai Zia to fly upwards. That scene caused Bai Zia to raise an eyebrow and laugh, Deist friend Meng, you have impressive divine skills. In the eyes of Suruohei and his sibling, it was not that they had become smaller, but Guan and Suruohei had become gigantic, a visual impact so shocking that it left the siblings speechless and wide-eyed. Listening to Guan and Bai Zia chatting and laughing, Su Xi came back to her senses and looked at Suruohei, asking carefully, Brother, just now the senior mentioned Meng Dao, is he a Peak Master? She naturally knew what being a Peak Master meant. In Mortal World Peak, a Peak Master wielded immense power and symbolized the status of a strong individual, someone of legendary status. Turbulent waves rose in Suruohei's heart as he tried to maintain his composure, slightly nodding his head without making a sound. He carefully recalled the previous interactions and realized he hadn't offended the other party, who had even comforted him about successfully entering Mortal World Peak. A light shone in Suruohei's eyes, his heart beginning to race with excitement, his hands clenched into fists inside his sleeves. At the same time, Bai Zia began to explain the situation of the Millennium Summit. Although it was called the Millennium Summit, it was not actually fixed at an interval of 10,000 years. It had been 20,000 years since the last summit, and Bai Zia, having returned rarely, discussed holding it with the other Peak Masters. The opening of the Millennium Summit would not only recruit new disciples but also invite other friendly forces. Before the opening of the Millennium Summit, Bai Zia would take Guan to choose an unclaimed divine peak. Mortal World Peak had many peaks, divided by rank from low to high, Sea Peak, Immortal Peak, Divine Peak, and Main Peak, the latter being the highest level with only one. There were 25 divine peaks, and the hard standard for a master of a divine peak was the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Guan was curious, how could there be a shortage of divine peak masters? Bai Zia replied that many heaven and earth flying immortals wanted to adventure beyond the outer heaven, so they would make room if they wanted to leave. After hearing this, Guan didn't react too strongly, making Bai Zia sigh in relief. It looked like he had successfully bluffed Guan. He had made outer heaven seem so dangerous because he wanted Guan to stay in the great heavenly spirit land. Besides, someone like Guan, who had no powerful backing and could cultivate to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm in solitude, was undoubtedly an unimaginable talent. Even without going to outer heaven, he could still advance. The two kept flying upwards until the azure sky vanished, replaced by the dazzling starry sky. Suruohei and Su Xi, standing in the palm of Guan's hand, looked up, immersed in the vastness of the universe. Guan followed Bai Zia into a grand hall, placing Suruohei and Su Xi on the ground, asking them to follow behind him. The grand hall was spacious, with giant, majestic statues lined up on both sides, and the ceiling was engraved with various grand scenes. Su Ruohe and Su Xi proceeded cautiously, not daring to make a sound, staying close behind Guan. Moving forward, Guan saw 25 bluish-purple crystal columns, with the power of rules surging within, containing countless restrictions. It seemed that mortal world peak might be hiding a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Even a carefree primordial immortal would find it difficult to construct such crystal columns. Baizia stopped walking and pointed to 2 adjacent crystal columns. These 2 divine peaks are open for choice, known as Chengtian Peak and Dingtian Peak. He began to introduce Chengtian Peak and Dingtian Peak. Experience exclusive tales on Empire. Chengtian Peak had over 1 million disciples, and its height was moderate since it had a long history, so the disciples' cultivation levels were generally strong. The height of Dingtian Peak was second among the divine peaks. Because it had experienced internal strife, there was a gap in the disciples' cultivation, with most of them below the level of loose immortals, and resources were also scarce, with many areas left idle. Currently, the number of disciples on Dingtian Peak was just over 200,000. Guan immediately spoke up, "Then Dingtian Peak it shall be, I will see to its improvement and contribute to mortal world peak." Upon hearing this, Baizia looked at Guan with newfound respect. Afterward, Baizia asked Guan to bring out the mortal jade and place it on the crystal column. Having done all this, they proceeded to other palaces for a tedious process to unlock Guan's rights on Dingtian Peak. Su Ruohe and Su Xi also registered in the process, becoming disciples of Dingtian Peak. An hour later, Baizia took Guan and the siblings to Dingtian Peak, then left. He didn't support Guan's position, jokingly, "Did a heaven and earth flying immortal even need someone to stand up for them? Who would dare to stir up trouble? That would be courting death." In mortal world peak, disciples were not allowed to defile the peak master. Su Ruohe and Su Xi looked with excitement at the majestic Dingtian Peak. Guan looked at them and asked with a smile, "From now on, how should you address me?" Su Ruohe quickly bowed and offered his respects. "This disciple, Su Ruohe, greets master." Su Xi recovered her senses and followed suit, greeting him as master. Guan smiled, then revealed the aura of the heaven and earth flying immortal, enveloping Dingtian Peak. Only at this moment did Su Ruohe and his sibling truly feel the strength of Guan. The 3 flew to the summit. Shortly after, 9 wandering immortals came to greet them. Guan, without a second word, displayed his mortal jade. The 9 wandering immortals showed delight and paid their respects, referring to Guan as master respectfully. Guan threw a lifespan detection at them. Their lifespans were healthy, able to work for him for many years. The eldest disciple of Dingtian Peak was named Zhu Xinglan, possessing the 9th layer of the wandering immortal realm cultivation, seemingly only a step away from the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, but it was an insurmountable gap for most wandering immortals. Guan dismissed the other disciples and had Zhu Xinglan accompany him alone, while he already had someone arrange the Su siblings. Zhu Xinglan was refined in appearance, looking to be in his 40s, dressed in a green robe, with a black and white beard, his demeanor calm and imposing as he stroked his beard. Guan asked him to give him a tour around Dingtian Peak. Before long, 2 hours had passed. After settling into his new residence, Guan prepared to leave. Before departing, he gave Zhu Xinglan a large amount of crystal stones to buy medicinal herbs to cultivate on Dingtian Peak, making Zhu Xinglan extremely excited, feeling the arrival of a magnificent peak master. Returning to Third Medicine Valley, Guan transformed from the high and mighty peak master of mortal world peak to an ordinary valley master of Supreme Sect. In the evening, Guan found stealing the 5 elements and 9-finger divine lord, who were still playing chess, truly a waste of time. Guan curiously asked, "Where did Shenzhenzi go?" 9-finger divine lord casually responded, "I heard he went to the Millennium Summit of Mortal World Peak. He just left not long ago." Mortal World Peak. MHM, an ancient Qi fortune sect. Don't bother poking your nose into it. You won't encounter it in this lifetime, it's a sect much more powerful than the Great Cold Demon Sect. Nine-Finger Divine Lord casually replied, prompting Guan to stare at him, then he turned and walked away. Stealing the 5 elements then said with a smile, that's not necessarily true, if he could invent this game, I think he might encounter great opportunities in the future. Who knows? You're so powerful, yet I haven't seen you help him. Nine-Finger Divine Lord replied, and although he had grown familiar with Guan, he had no intention of changing Guan's destiny. With Guan's talent, even if he was taken to a great sect, it might not be for the best. At least here, Guan could live effortlessly, live happily. Guan, hearing their conversation, thought to himself with a hint of amusement. If I revealed my realm, you might have never even heard of it. Guan hummed and went to chat with Ji Xiaoyu. With some time left before the Millennium Summit, Guan was in no rush to head there. Days later, Guan came to Immortal Seeking Island and made his final deal with the Island Master. Henceforth, Immortal Seeking Island would belong to him. Due to the calamity brought by the Great Cold Demon Sect, the forces behind the Island Master had already withdrawn, not willing to look back, and could only sell it off to gain as much as possible. Before leaving, the Island Master said to Guan, you had better have your backing force send a wandering immortal here, otherwise, you won't be able to keep order. Guan nodded with a smile. Nov. L. B //JNN. After the Island Master and his people had left, Guan turned to Hu Xiaojian and said with a smile, from now on, Immortal Seeking Island is mine, and I won't treat you unfairly. Hu Xiaojian immediately knelt down, banging his head on the ground in excitement. Afterward, Guan summoned the elders of Sea Protection Mansion, briefly instructed them, and upon hearing that Guan would arrange for a wandering immortal to come later, all the elders' expressions became respectful, no longer daring to underestimate him. Guan wasn't just boasting, there were wandering immortals on Dingtian Peak, and he could easily arrange for one. After all, he was using the identity of Meng Lang on Immortal Seeking Island. Time flew swiftly by. Until the Spring Festival had passed, the Millennium Summit of Mortal World Peak was finally about to begin. Above the sea of clouds, Holy Mother of Western Spirit stood on a lotus throne, moving swiftly, with Lu Lingjun standing beside her, and a small snake lying on her shoulder, the White Spirit Demon Emperor who had ascended with her. Lu Lingjun's beautiful eyes widened as she saw the peaks through the clouds, feeling as though she was witnessing the immortal realm of mortals. The White Spirit Demon Emperor flicked its tongue curiously and asked, how does Mortal World Peak compare to the Great Cold Demon Sect in terms of strength? Upon hearing this, Lu Lingjun couldn't help but look toward Holy Mother of Western Spirit, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. She could not forget the sight of the Great Cold Demon Sect surrounding the continent. At that time, it felt like the Great Cold Demon Sect was invincible. In terms of historical heritage, Mortal World Peak is stronger, and Mortal World Peak also has considerable power within the Holy Court. Even we, the Bitter Sea Buddha sect, cannot compare, Holy Mother of Western Spirit replied, her face calm. Lu Lingjun and the White Spirit Demon Emperor could feel the might of Mortal World Peak even more. Holy Mother of Western Spirit continued speaking of Mortal World Peak's past. While listening, Lu Lingjun gazed into the distance, her anticipation for the upcoming Millennium Summit growing. Passing through layers of clouds, they observed the peaks along the way, their eyes never resting. Gradually, more figures of cultivators appeared in their view, all invited monks or demons from great sects, each with extraordinary presence. Neither Lu Lingjun nor the White Spirit Demon Emperor had reached the Mahayana realm, yet the cultivators and demons they encountered along the way were much stronger than them, causing an instinctive feeling of nervousness and discomfort. But they were ascenders, certainly not cowards. Ambition grew within them. One day, they too would arrive invited, rather than relying on others. Lu Lingjun couldn't help but think of Guan. The young man who had written the Immortal God book, if he could see this spectacle, would certainly be inspired even more. Too bad, with Guan's talent and temperament, he probably would never reach such a place in his lifetime. Chapter 309 The Invincible Heavenly Demon Great Emperor. At the summit of Mortal World Peak, in a courtyard at the mountain's top, Guan gathered with a group of heaven and earth flying immortals. Everyone present was either a peak master or main peak elder of Mortal World Peak. The courtyard was simple and not very expansive, filled with various flowers and trees, and the faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. Guan was exchanging pleasantries with everyone. No matter how high one's realm might be, social interaction is inevitable. Guan did not resist it. After all, he intended to stay at Mortal World Peak for the long term. This place was destined to become an important source of lifespan for him. Overall, the atmosphere was harmonious, with no apparent scheming or rivalry in sight. The master of the main peak, just as Guan had guessed, was none other than a carefree primordial immortal, and not of a low realm at that. Eternal Deist Lord, carefree primordial immortal level 6267907800000/1500000. A maximum lifespan of 1,500,000 years. Exceeding Shenzhen's 999,999 years suggested reaching the carefree primordial immortal realm heralded a transformation in the limit of one's lifespan. With just level 6 of carefree immortal achieving 780,000 years of lifespan, the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma must certainly surpass 1 million years, and the higher deovoid mysterious immortals would have lifespans of several million years, or even more. Guan was unable to even estimate how long the divine thought true immortals had lived. They were ancient beings to him. Compared with them, Guan was like an infant. After rotating through interactions with each person, Guan became a listener. The Millennial Peak meeting would host a banquet to exchange insights with the higher echelons of various sects and also conduct peak combat competitions. The first aim was to promote healthy internal competition, and the second was to demonstrate Mortal World Peak's strength to the world. As for recruiting disciples, that was just a side matter. With Mortal World Peak's current foundations, they hardly cared about the number of new disciples. After a while, the high-level meeting of Mortal World Peak adjourned, and Guan flew off alone toward Dingtian Peak. He spread his divine thought and already caught sight of Liu Lingjun and Shenzhenzi. Shenzhenzi was not a concern, for with his 9th layer wandering immortal realm cultivation, he was treated well wherever he went. However, Liu Lingjun, who was only at the mystic heart realm, couldn't enjoy the same treatment. Without the Holy Mother of Western Spirit accompanying her, Liu Lingjun had to stay inside her temporary residence. She was living atop a mountain peak with a broad view. Many cultivators and demons who passed by cast surprised glances at her, which made the color of her cheeks unpleasant. Guan glanced at the situation briefly before taking his gaze back, not taking much interest in it. Upon returning to Dingtian Peak, Guan wandered around leisurely as no disciples recognized him along the way. There were many winding mountain paths on Dingtian Peak. Along the way, he saw courtyards of disciples, some growing flowers and plants, some with empty yards, and others raising demon beasts and insects, providing an entertaining stroll for him. Dingtian Peak had several mountain cities, akin to the fortresses of the Supreme Sect, where nearly anything one wished for could be purchased, except that these cities weren't as crowded as those of the Supreme Sect. As Guan passed by a mountain city, a voice reached him, its tone filled with surprise. "Master!" Guan turned his head to see Su Xi approaching briskly. Upon seeing Guan, her ears reddened and she shyly lowered her head, reminding Guan of an Xin. But an Xin was not shy, she was gentle. Guan smiled and asked, "Where's your brother? Why are you here alone?" Su Xi, still keeping her head down and holding her sleeves, softly answered, "He went to Debating Peak. He wants to see if he can meet any acquaintances or clansmen." Debating Peak was specially prepared for receiving Mortal World Peak's guests, and the current Millennial Peak meeting had brought the quiet Debating Peak to life. Guan, seeing her in this state, smiled broader. He then took out a secret book and handed it to Su Xi, saying, "Meeting is destiny, consider this spell book a welcome gift. You may pass it on to Su Ruohei as well." Su Xi looked up, instinctively stepping back and waved her hand, saying, "If not for Master, we might not have been able to join Mortal World Peak. How can we accept another spell book? We will train diligently and earn spell books with our efforts." Guan gave her a stern look and said, "Then what kind of master am I? Take it." Su Xi had no choice but to accept. Seeing her at a loss, Guan then chuckled and said, "If you feel bad, how about doing me a favor? Have you been busy lately?" Su Xi quickly shook her head, replying, not busy at all. Go to Debating Peak, to the dwelling of the Bitter Sea Buddha sect. Look for a person named Lu Lingjun. Keep her company wherever she wants to go these days. If she asks, just say it's arranged by your master. Do not reveal my name. If she has any requests that you can fulfill, help her out. Your master won't let you suffer for it," Guan instructed, then raised his hand to project the image of Lu Lingjun into Su Xi's mind. Su Xi hesitated for a moment before accepting the task. With a wave from Guan, she bowed respectfully and took her leave. Watching Su Xi leave, Guan smiled to himself. Arranging this was partly to help Lu Lingjun broaden her horizons, and also to train Su Xi a bit. This had been a spur-of-the-moment decision for him. Guan continued his descent down the mountain, enjoying the scenery along the way. In the courtyard, Lu Lingjun sat in front of a stone table, idly flipping through a book. Beside her, the White Spirit Demon Emperor lay sprawled across the table. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. A figure descended from the sky, and Lu Lingjun instinctively looked up, then rose to her feet. "Lu Lingjun?" Su Xi asked. Lu Lingjun subconsciously nodded, feeling somewhat uneasy. Su Xi was wearing the daist robe of Mortal World Peak, her face beautiful, her posture dignified, and exuding an aura of immortality. In her presence, Lu Lingjun couldn't help but feel intimidated. The difference between them was like that between immortals and mortals. Although Su Xi was shy in front of Guan, she was at ease facing Lu Lingjun. Precisely because of this serenity, the aura of Nirvana realm manifested, overwhelming Lu Lingjun of the mystic realm with pressure. Lu Lingjun's mind raced, wondering if she had offended someone. "My master sent me to you. Do you have any places you'd like to go? I can accompany you. If you have any needs, you can ask me." Until the end of the Millennial Peak meeting, Su Xi continued. She was puzzled inwardly about why her master would take care of such a minor cultivator. She then thought, weren't she and her brother similar to this girl in her master's eyes? Perhaps this girl had also met her master on the road and caught his eye. "May I ask who is the master of Senior?" Lu Lingjun asked cautiously. Su Xi responded, "My master is the Peak Master of Dingtian Peak." The Peak Master of Dingtian Peak. As an ascender, Lu Lingjun couldn't keep her composure at this revelation, and the White Spirit Demon Emperor's eyes widened as well. Having been told by the Holy Mother of Western Spirit that the Peak Masters of Mortal World Peak were extraordinary beings, especially those of Divine Peaks, of which Dingtian Peak was one, Lu Lingjun couldn't fathom how such an exalted being would know of her. For a moment, Lu Lingjun felt nervous and unsettled. At dusk, Guan returned to Third Medicine Valley. Ji Xiao came to greet him, curiously asking, "Where have you been these past 2 days?" Guan replied, "A daist friend of mine is hosting a banquet, and I have to attend as a guest." Ji Xiao nodded, then said, "I had another dream while cultivating today. Shall we talk about it? I don't want to get involved with your great karma." Guan thought helplessly, but he immediately said aloud, "Of course, no problem." They both ascended to the upper floor. After Ji Xiao set up restrictions, only then did she sit down at the desk, frowning slightly as she said, I dreamed that I was in a dimly lit space surrounded by stars, some of them immensely vast. I was surrounded by many demons and fighting. Outer heaven? Having never been to outer heaven, the mortal spirits of this world couldn't imagine what it looked like, so Ji Xiao could only describe it as a dimly lit space. Listening attentively, Guan quickly determined that Ji Xiao's dream involved heavenly demons. Had she been to the silent destruction domain in a past life? He wasn't surprised, he had known for a long time that Ji Xiao was no ordinary person. What puzzled him was not only that Ji Xiao's previous lifetimes had battled with the heavenly demon army, but she also mentioned a terrifying being. This being commanded the heavenly demons. He said that no matter how many times I reincarnate, he would be waiting for me to challenge him. Ji Xiao took a deep breath and said, the memory of the fierce battles in her dreams causing her to grip the teacup in her hands tightly. After a moment of thought, Guan comforted her, don't worry, you won't be able to challenge him for many years, maybe not even in this lifetime. Anyway, I can't imagine how to slash a star so large with a single sword stroke. Although his words were a bit harsh, they indeed comforted Ji Xiao. Just then, a voice came. That is the heavenly demon emperor, who once single-handedly suppressed the great heavenly spirit land. The voice of stealing the 5 elements. As he spoke, he appeared out of nowhere inside the room. Ji Xiao frowned but did not speak out. The identity of Reincarnation Path Emperor was revealed to them by stealing the 5 elements, so Guan did not stop him from entering. Suppressed the great heavenly spirit land? How strong must that be? Guan cautiously asked. With a grave expression, stealing the 5 elements replied, very strong, unimaginably so. Even the Reincarnation Path Emperor once mentioned to me that her destiny was to challenge the heavenly demon emperor, but she soon reincarnated, and her fate entered the cycle of reincarnation. Guan pressed on, you mean the heavenly demon emperor won't attack our realm actively? Correct, the establishment of the holy court has kept the heavenly demons' ravages at bay. As long as the Dao level of Shengtian remains intact, there's no way for the heavenly demon emperor to reach us. The being behind me has also been to the land of the heavenly demons and was cursed as a result. It's a place of utter horror, beyond my comprehension. However, seeing her growth rate in this life, it will be hard to encounter heavenly demons without 30,000 years, said stealing the 5 elements, casting a glance at Ji Xiao. Guan did not speak further, but adopted a shocked expression. It was entirely normal for a mortal to be shocked upon hearing of the existence of heavenly demons, or so stealing the 5 elements thought Guan should seem. After hearing this, Ji Xiao returned to calm. Stealing the 5 elements continued to describe the might of the heavenly demons. A good while later, he left. The room fell silent. Guan sighed and said, he said that not even the sword Venerable Fudao could defeat the heavenly demon emperor. This is a good thing, at least you don't have to worry for now. Looking at him, Ji Xiao's gaze was serene as she said, I had hoped to lead a peaceful life and pass away peacefully, but after what he said, I suddenly don't want to die. I want to cultivate to the level where I can meet that heavenly demon emperor. Taken aback, Guan replied, having a larger goal is certainly a good thing. Ji Xiao rose from her seat and turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, she turned her head back and said, why don't you give up either? I've dreamed of many people. Some started from nothing and ended up shining brilliantly. If you could be by my side to fight the heavenly demon emperor, wouldn't that be wonderful? With that, she turned her head and pushed the door to leave. Chapter 310 Chapter 310 Why don't you give your place to me? Heavenly demon great emperor? Guan looked at the moon outside the window, his lips curving into a smile. If Ji Xiao really could achieve it, according to stealing the 5 elements, she would need to cultivate for 30,000 years. 30,000 years. I wouldn't even know how terrifying I would become by then. The mere heavenly demon great emperor, easily squashed. By then, I'll pretend to be weaker than Ji Xiao, let her fight strenuously, and step in when she almost can't hold on. The thought is quite exhilarating. Guan even laughed at the thought, choosing not to get up and close the door but instead pulling out a book to read. The Millennium Peak Conference had begun with cultivators of various ranks competing near the debating peak, making it a lively place. During these days, with Su Xi's company, Liu Lingjun explored Mortal World Peak, greatly broadening his horizons, and their relationship had also grown closer, though Liu Lingjun still addressed Su Xi as his senior. The competitions between peaks continued for half a month, with Guan's Dingtian Peak ranking third from last among the Divine Peaks, which he didn't feel too strongly about since the disciples of Dingtian Peak were used to it. That day, the grand banquet of the Millennium Peak Conference began, with tables set up all around the debating peak. Guan then attended the banquet under the starlit sky, the banquet located above a sea of clouds equipped with a powerful formation, only accessible to those at least in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Shen Xinzi of the wandering immortal realm couldn't participate, which actually relieved Guan. If Shen Xinzi had come, he wouldn't have attended. There were hundreds of heaven and earth flying immortals and over 10 carefree primordial immortals at the cloud banquet, with Guan standing beside Baizia listening to him introduce the guests. The participating forces numbered over 20, including even cultivators from the Holy Court. The atmosphere was harmonious, and Guan was enjoying the feast. The exquisite delicacies here were truly exceptional, with just one bite enough to save mortals decades of hard cultivation. With Baizia's help, Guan got acquainted with quite a few heaven and earth flying immortals. An ancient hour later, a carefree primordial immortal suddenly walked to the middle of the cloud banquet, laughing as he spoke, "Deist Lord, I wish to join Mortal World Peak, may I ask if that's permissible?" Upon these words, everyone turned to look at him. The Peak Master of Mortal World Peak's main peak, Everlasting Deist Lord, looked towards him and laughed, "Mohen, although you've left the great cold demon sect for tens of thousands of years, can you really sever all ties given your sect's current crisis?" Other carefree primordial immortals followed with light jabs at Mohen. Mentioning the great cold demon sect invariably brought up Sword Venerable Feudeo, but Mohen wasn't upset. He looked at Everlasting Deist Lord and cheerfully said, "I've long severed those ties, it's normal for that group of useless people to be annihilated. Don't provoke me, Sword Venerable Feudeo isn't someone I can afford to antagonize. I advise you all to speak well and avoid substantial karmic retribution." Hearing this, other carefree primordial immortals stopped making fun of him. Even they did so, not to mention the heaven and earth flying immortals. Though all were present at the banquet, the division of hierarchy was clear, and heaven and earth flying immortals were definitely not the protagonists. Everlasting Deist Lord pondered and said, "The position of the Peak Master of Chengtian Peak is still vacant, would you accept that?" Mohen shook his head and said, "I set my sights on Dingtian Peak." He then turned and looked towards Guan in the crowd, smiling, "Dingtian Peak's Peak Master, how about you cede your position to me?" All eyes were now on Guan. Before Guan could speak, Baizia angrily said, "What do you mean by this? Bullying the weak?" Guan looked at Baizia, not expecting him to be so aggressive. He's got quite the backing. Mohen wasn't upset, and chuckled, "There was internal strife on Dingtian Peak back then, and a good friend of mine died there, I'm just being nostalgic." Yet his tone obviously left no room for negotiation. Suddenly, the banquet fell silent. Baizia looked towards Everlasting Deist Lord. Carefree primordial immortals seemed amused by the situation, while the heaven and earth flying immortals looked at Guan sympathetically. They all knew Guan had just become the Peak Master of Dingtian Peak, and now, just days later, he was being asked to vacate his position, which must be hard to accept. Guan remained silent, while everyone thought he was weighing his options. In reality, he was feeling sentimental. "My ties with the great cold demon sect are truly cursed. Is this to continue the karma? To make me completely annihilate the great cold demon sect?" Guan felt no pressure, being the strongest person present with a cultivation level 2 major realms higher than anyone else. What was there to fear? He wanted to see the attitude of Everlasting Deist Lord. If Everlasting Deist Lord didn't defend him, then there was no reason to stay in mortal world peak. As for Mohen, a bad ending was inevitable. Everlasting Deist Lord slowly said, "That won't do, choose another one." His tone was unquestionable and very firm, giving the great cultivators of mortal world peak a sense of backbone. Regardless, Mohen was an outsider, and although the combat power of a carefree primordial immortal was important, it didn't give him the right to do whatever he pleased. If Meng Lang were kicked out today, tomorrow it could be any of them. Mohen shook his head. "Don't be hasty, what if this young friend agrees?" The term young friend was filled with disdain. His gaze turned to Guan. "Young friend, if you cede your position to me, I won't let you suffer losses. You can ask for anything." Guan replied, "Thanks for your kind offer, senior, but no need. I'm not the type who likes to change nests." Everyone's expression changed slightly, none expecting Guan to defy Mohen, Everlasting Deist Lord included. At this level of cultivation, recklessness was impossible unless facing a lower-level cultivator. Mohen's smile disappeared instantly, his face darkening as he said, "I can give Deist Lord face, but have you considered the consequences of offending me?" Everlasting Deist Lord frowned, appearing suddenly in front of Guan, looked at Mohen, and said coldly, "Deist friend, you are going too far." Mohen stared at Guan with a cruel smile, blatantly threatening him. "Mohen harbors hostility towards you, despising you deeply. Would you like to conduct a lifespan detection on him? This constitutes deep hatred? Typical of a demon cultivator, heartless and ruthless." Sigh. Guan sighed deeply, attracting everyone's attention. He walked past Everlasting Deist Lord towards Mohen. "What are you doing?" Baizia hastily grabbed Guan. Since Baizia had brought Guan into mortal world peak, he felt dishonored and angry over Guan being bullied. Everlasting Deist Lord spoke, "Meng Lang, in mortal world peak, no one can harm you, and should anyone cause you harm outside, mortal world peak will not simply let it go." Guan smiled at Baizia, then broke free from his grip, turning towards Everlasting Deist Lord to bow respectfully, before continuing towards Mohen. Mohen laughed, not expecting this young man to actually walk towards him. "You called me Mohen, right? Why must you force me, n/o/vel/b/in. .c//om." Guan shrugged and spread his hands, his expression one of helplessness. His steps didn't stop, suddenly erupting with a terrifying aura, causing everyone's complexion to change drastically, including Mohen's. With each step Guan took, his aura surged, quickly surpassing the heaven and earth flying immortal realm and continuing to rise. How is this possible? A carefree primordial immortal widened his eyes in disbelief. Others were similarly shocked, and Baizia was dumbfounded. When Guan reached Mohen, his aura had reached the 9th layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm, with the strongest present only at the 6th layer, and Mohen himself only at the 4th layer. Guan lifted his chin, looking down at Mohen, asking, "How did you address me just now?" Mohen's face looked extremely unpleasant as Guan's aura completely overwhelmed him. The banquet fell into silence, you could hear a pin drop. The most alarming incident then occurred. Guan actually reached out and patted Mohen's wrinkled face. Though the gesture was gentle, to everyone watching, this was the making of a deadly feud. Chapter 311. A million years is far from enough. After Guan slapped him, Mohen's face showed disbelief. He had not expected Guan to be so audacious. Despite the gap in their cultivation levels, they both existed as carefree primordial immortals. Mohen clenched his teeth and asked, "Who exactly are you, and from which sect do you come?" Everyone else stared at Guan, waiting for his response. A heaven and earth flying immortal who had just joined mortal world peak was a carefree primordial immortal? Everyone felt it was absurd and even suspected Guan had ulterior motives. At this moment, Baizia could not help but entertain doubts, but upon rethinking, he recalled that it was he who had persuaded the individual to join mortal world peak, and it did not seem like a setup at that time. Guan fixed his gaze on Mo Hen and said, "Does that really matter? If I were merely an ordinary peak master of mortal world peak, how would you seek revenge on me?" Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. As soon as Mo Hen exhibited hostility toward him, Guan had already marked him as a dead man in his heart. Guan's statement made Deist Lord Yongnian narrow his eyes. After hearing this, Mo Hen's expression grew uglier, and for a moment, he did not know how to respond. Could he also be aiming for Dingtian Peak? Mo Hen thought angrily in his heart, not considering it a coincidence. How could it be that a randomly chosen person turned out to be a great cultivator concealing his power? Now, he found himself in a dilemma. Bowing his head in submission would not erase the karma, but refusing to do so would only worsen his situation. Suddenly, Mo Hen revealed a smile and said with a clasped fist, "If that's the case, I am even more convinced to join Mortal World Peak. As for Dingtian Peak, I no longer want it, Chengtian Peak is also fine." Upon hearing these words, most of the people present heaved a sigh of relief. Deist Lord Yongnian spoke, "Forget it, Deist friend, please go to another section." Everyone was taken aback by his rapid change in attitude, and Mo Hen's face turned even uglier. Guan turned around to look at Deist Lord Yongnian, saw him slightly nodding, and he couldn't help but smile. "Very sensible, hey. Humph, n/o/vel/b/in. .c//om. Mo Hen let out a cold snort and left with a flick of his sleeves. Everyone urged him to stop, fearing he would stay and escalate the conflict. Guan raised his right hand, causing everyone to look at him, not understanding what he intended to do. 3 breaths later, Guan suddenly clenched his hand, then quickly put whatever it was into his sleeve, the movement so swift that no one saw what he had in his hand. "You have successfully seized 8,709 years of lifespan from Mo Hen, carefree primordial immortal realm, 4th layer." Looking at the prompt before him, Guan remained indifferent, feeling no sense of accomplishment. The surrounding carefree primordial immortals suddenly changed their demeanor. They looked at Guan with fear, realizing that Mo Hen's aura had suddenly vanished. The heaven and earth flying immortals were curious about what Guan had just grabbed. Guan moved next to Baizia, and Deist Lord Yongnian looked deeply at Guan and then signaled for the cloud banquet to continue. Baizia looked at Guan, wanting to say something but hesitated. Guan smiled and said, "By Deist friend, shall things remain as they were before?" Baizia subconsciously nodded, his demeanor becoming reserved. How could things be the same? Damn, that was frightening. Baizia felt somewhat apprehensive in his heart, wondering if he would have been killed had he acted arrogantly in the beginning. He couldn't voice this question, but the answer was quite clear. At the subsequent banquet, Guan became the focus, with everyone enthusiastically interacting with him, a stark contrast to the earlier scene, even the carefree primordial immortals addressing him as a senior. At Debating Peak, a yard filled with tables where Lu Lingjun, the Holy Mother of the Western Spirit, and Su Xi sat together, Shen Xinzi was at another table, engaging in a discussion on the principles of Buddhism. The Holy Mother of the Western Spirit looked at Su Xi, curiously asking, "Ms. Su, I wonder if we might have the honor of visiting your master? I would like to thank him in person for taking care of Spirit Lord Lu." Lu Lingjun also looked toward Su Xi. In the past few days, Su Xi had shown her around, enriching her understanding of many immortal cultivation concepts. Whenever she wanted something, Su Xi had purchased it before she even asked, and despite some reservations about the motives of the Dingtian Peak Master, she still held a good impression of Su Xi. Su Xi shook her head and said, my master hasn't mentioned wanting to meet you, nor has he said he is keeping Ms. Lu. After the peak conference, you may return without any burden. This statement caused the Holy Mother of the Western Spirit and Lu Lingjun to exchange puzzled glances. Just then, a cultivator landed in the yard. The elder from the Great Cold Demon Sect offended the Dingtian Peak Master and perished just after leaving Mortal World Peak. The person spoke excitedly, capturing everyone's attention. Upon hearing it concerned the Dingtian Peak Master, the trio showed curious expressions. The person began to recount the events at the Cloud Banquet, a scenario that was spreading quickly among all peaks of the Mortal World Peak. Mo Hen had once been an elder of the Great Cold Demon Sect, which was nearly dissolved, so Mortal World Peak had no hesitation in making his demise known to demonstrate its strength. From Mo Hen forcing the Dingtian Peak Master to relinquish his position to the Dingtian Peak Master showing stronger cultivation than Mo Hen and publicly slapping him, forcing Mo Hen to leave disgracefully, the whole process fired up everyone who heard it. Mo Hen had just flown out of Mortal World Peak when he fell, making the Dingtian Peak Master seem even more formidable in the eyes of the listeners. The news spread within Dingtian Peak, motivating all disciples and clearing the gloom of their low ranking. After understanding this, Lu Lingjun felt even more uneasy. Explore more at Empire. Such a strong-willed Dingtian Peak Master. To have such a person assisting her was a mixed blessing. Due to the conflict between the Dingtian Peak Master and Mo Hen, this Wanli Peak Conference became much more discussive. As Mo Hen's identity and deeds were unearthed, all guests could feel the strength of Mortal World Peak. After the Cloud Banquet ended, Guan returned to the Supreme Sect. He had also heard the noise from Mortal World Peak. How could news spread so fast? In reality, it was Mortal World Peak deliberately promoting it, thankfully without mentioning Meng Lang's name, showing him respect. Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley and happened to meet an Xin, and they chatted for a bit. Master-disciple discussed ordinary matters in the valley, and Guan found talking about life's minor details more interesting than discussing major worldly affairs. Those carefree primordial immortals always talked of grand principles in the world's populace, floating aloft. In the divine exotic realm under the blood-red firmament, Zhang Buku stood by the seashore practicing his divine skills. Behind him, the divine exotic realm master sat before the divine exotic life tablet, looking up at the heavens, lost in thought with a vacant gaze. Zhang Buku finished his maneuver and turned to face his master, asking, "Master, the great calamity has ended, and you have reached agreements with various sects across the sea, why do you still look so troubled?" Thinking about how sword_exempt_title_ converted the Great Cold Demon Sect stirred his blood. Since he began walking the path of immortal cultivation, he had often heard of the deeds of Sword Venerable Feudeo. He never imagined that wherever he went, Sword Venerable Feudeo would still be revered by all as a supreme great power. Divine Exotic Realm Master slowly retracted his gaze and said, "Just like Master, the Great Cold Demon Sect is but a pawn. This matter cannot end so quickly. The commotion is too large, and the Holy Court will surely investigate. When the storm settles, more trouble will come." Zhang Buku disagreed and said, "If there were an existence behind the Great Cold Demon Sect capable of contending with Sword Venerable Feudeo, wouldn't they have acted long ago? Perhaps they are investigating Sword Venerable Feudeo's identity and cultivation level." "Master, don't worry. Wouldn't it be better for you to focus on cultivating and strive to break free from destiny on your own?" Zhang Buku advised. Since his father's death, he had faced continuous tribulations and developed a firm heart. He knew worrying about the future was futile, and seizing the moment to cultivate diligently was key. The Divine Exotic Realm Master shook his head, smiling, "Master is not like you, I cannot strengthen through cultivation. The more divine exotic resentful ghosts there are, the stronger Master becomes." Zhang Buku frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Now that the world is at peace, won't you be unable to expand the number of divine exotic resentful ghosts?" The Divine Exotic Realm Master nodded, then looked up again and said, "It just means I can't grow stronger in this realm, My disciple, would you like to venture to other great heaven and earths? Where? A very dark realm. The words of the divine exotic realm master puzzled Zhang Buku. What did very dark mean? Was there a place darker than the divine exotic realm? Time flew by, and 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Lingjun returned. She saw Guan playing Go with someone and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Was Go really that engaging? Her gaze fell on Shen Xinzi. Why had this prominent figure from the Bitter Sea Buddha sect stayed here all this time? She couldn't figure out what charm the Third Medicine Valley held to attract such a great cultivator. She communicated with Guan telepathically. Upon hearing her, he immediately asked Yang Jian, who was standing beside him, to help with the game. Seeing Yang Jian prepare to play, Lu Xianyi from the Holy Court approached. Over the years, he always tried to flatter Yang Jian, a demeanor that led Guan to speculate, but Guan had kept his thoughts to himself, pretending not to know. Guan squeezed through the crowd to greet Lu Lingjun. Let's talk in your room, Lu Lingjun nodded. Guan had no objections, and the two made small talk as they walked toward the building. Once inside, Lu Lingjun casually sat down, scanning the surroundings. When her eyes landed on certain books on the shelf, she couldn't help but grimace. Some things never change. Guan brewed tea for her as she began recounting her experiences over the years. I attended the Wanli Peak meeting at Mortal World Peak. It was an eye-opener. Are you aware of Mortal World Peak? Lu Lingjun asked. Guan nodded and replied, I've heard of it. Shen Xinzi was there too, but I don't understand much about it. Those great cultivators said I'm not qualified to know. Lu Lingjun smiled and said, Indeed, you're not qualified. But I was fortunate to attend, and I can tell you about it. Want to hear? Guan, carrying the hot tea, placed the cup in front of her and said, Of course, I want to hear. Go on. Let's see if you will try to impress me. Lu Lingjun began from where she first learned about the Wanli Peak meeting, and Guan sat down to listen attentively. She didn't hide the Dingtian Peak master's protectiveness toward her, even her language seemed to steer, seemingly eager to see Guan's reaction. Guan kept a normal expression, silently criticizing in his mind. Are all women like this? Previously, Zhang Qiang also used sword Venerable Fudeo to pressure him. After some time, Lu Lingjun remarked reflectively, the strength of the Dingtian Peak master is unimaginable. The elder from the Great Cold Demon Sect was killed just like that. I wonder when I could reach such a realm. Guan joked, practice cultivation for 180,000 years. Lu Lingjun glared at him and retorted, easy for you to say? A million years might not be enough. You have no idea about the vastness of the immortal path realm. Chapter 312 The Shock of Hu Xiaojian. Appreciation flickered in Guan's eyes. He hadn't expected Lu Lingjun to have such a keen self-awareness. Lu Lingjun, seeing Guan's expression, felt rather helpless. Was this guy always so calm? She glared at Guan and said unenthusiastically, Don't you long for it after hearing all that? Guan replied, Of course I yearn for it, but over the years I've heard too many tales of immortals. At best, I take them as entertainment. Could a great man like myself even dream of such things? Lu Lingjun felt his words were somewhat odd, but she was too lazy to argue and continued to talk about her observations from Mortal World Peak. Although Guan had been there at the time, hearing it from Lu Lingjun's perspective offered a different view of the scene. The two chatted for over an ancient hour, and Lu Lingjun expressed her desire to stay temporarily in the Third Medicine Valley, to which Guan agreed. Guan stretched in a languid manner as he looked out the window. Tomorrow he could go to Dingtian Peak to pick medicinal herbs. He had ordered Zhu Xinglan to establish a medicine garden, and the first batch of medicinal herbs was already ripe. Regarding the medicine garden on Dingtian Peak, Guan had no intention of prohibiting other disciples from picking the herbs so as not to arouse suspicion. After all, Mortal World Peak was now a first-class sect with close ties to the Holy Court, and he had to be careful. And after all, Dingtian Peak was vast, even with disciples helping, he could collect many herbs himself. Thinking of this, a look of anticipation appeared in Gu An's eyes. The following afternoon, on Dingtian Peak, Gu An walked up the mountain path to the summit, followed by Zhu Xinglan, who displayed great respect as the peak's foremost disciple. He now knew that Gu An was a great power who surpassed the carefree primordial immortal. Such a major figure was critical to cling to, and so he was eager to assist in any way possible. "I need a wandering immortal disciple to take charge of an island for me," Gu An said casually. "Ask around for me. I won't treat him unfairly." Today had brought him over 300,000 years of lifespan, a decent haul. Zhu Xinglan immediately responded, "Master, if you wish to leave today, I will arrange it now." "Go ahead." With Gu An's consent, Zhu Xinglan vanished on the spot. Gu An walked to the courtyard and sat on a bench, looking up. Ever since his last breakthrough, cosmic wars had erupted from time to time outside, with increasing numbers of heaven and earth flying immortals coming and going. Gu An also caught sight of the visage of a heavenly demon. The heavenly demons appeared no different from living beings, and included many of the human race. The most distinct feature of the heavenly demons was their demonic qi, which was different from that of the demon cultivators and demons within the great heavenly spirit land. It was more sinister and instinctively repelling. At the periphery of the silent destruction domain, 2 heaven and earth flying immortals were engaged in combat, fighting over a treasure. Carefree primordial immortals were observing in the shadows. Half an incense stick of time later, Zhu Xinglan returned, bringing someone with him. Sun Hanfan, Wandering Immortal Realm, 4th Layer 89034/14000/280000. Gu An sized up Sun Hanfan, who wore a black robe with a slightly sinister face, unkempt hair, and an aura that gave off an impression of great scheming. Feeling Gu An's gaze, Sun Hanfan lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact. He was nervous because he'd heard how powerful and domineering this new master was, but he didn't want to miss such an opportunity. "Disciple Sun Hanfan, greets master," Sun Hanfan said respectfully with a bow. Zhu Xinglan followed with an introduction of his background. Sun Hanfan had been born on Mortal World Peak and had a very good relationship with Zhu Xinglan. "Let's be off then." Gu An stood up and, with a sweep of his sleeve, whisked Sun Hanfan away. Zhu Xinglan was momentarily stunned, admiring how impressive the master's divine skills were. Many privately discussed just how powerful the master of Dingtian Peak really was. Zhu Xinglan received an important piece of information. Sect leader Yang Niandaijun believed that the master of Dingtian Peak possessed a higher cultivation level than he did. Such an assessment left him with boundless imagination. Elsewhere, Gu An arrived at Immortal Seeking Island with Sun Hanfan in tow. As they alighted, Sun Hanfan stumbled, nearly falling, but Gu An caught his arm in time. "Are you all right?" Gu An asked. Sun Hanfan, his face flushed with embarrassment, quickly replied, "I'm fine, master. Sorry for the laugh." Gu An nodded and began walking towards the buildings ahead, with Sun Hanfan hastily following. Gu An started to brief him on Immortal Seeking Island. After understanding the strength of the island, Sun Hanfan breathed a sigh of relief. A place where a wandering immortal alone could be a deterrent? What pressure could there possibly be? "You and the island both share the Sun surname, that's quite a coincidence," Gu An joked, with Sun Hanfan offering only an embarrassed smile and not the least bit of dissatisfaction. Soon, Hu Xiaojian and several elders of the Sea Protection Mansion were introduced, and Gu An had Sun Hanfan introduce himself. "From Mortal World Peak, I am Sun Hanfan. I look forward to working with all of you and hope for your fullest support," Sun Hanfan said, and then exhibited the aura of a wandering immortal, which caused everyone in the hall to breathe rapidly. Having spent years doubting whether Gu An's claims were true, they were all shocked to finally witness a wandering immortal. Hu Xiaojian was especially excited, looking at Guan with eyes full of admiration. That's settled then. From now on, Sun Hanfan is in charge of Immortal Seeking Island. You all talk. With those words, Guan left. Everyone turned their attention to Sun Hanfan, all quite nervous since he didn't seem easy to approach. After Guan left, Sun Hanfan sat down with an assertive posture, no longer as restrained as before. May I ask, Elder, does the island master also hail from Mortal World Peak? One of the loose immortals asked cautiously. The reputation of Mortal World Peak was significant, and even if they were unfamiliar with it, they had heard of it. Naturally, Sun Hanfan said. Everyone smiled, now believing Sun Hanfan had a favorable relationship with the island master, or at least that he was not an outsider. The island master is my master. You can rest assured. What's most important is that we all work together to run Immortal Seeking Island well. We cannot disappoint him. Moreover, I can tell you, his cultivation level is exceedingly high, stronger than anything you have heard of. Serving him is the greatest fortune of your lives. Sun Hanfan's words widened everyone's eyes. Hu Xiaojian was bewildered. The elder was of such a grand origin? Was he not a loose immortal? Wait, loose immortal was what he had claimed himself. Hu Xiaojian felt overwhelmed by immense joy, his mind buzzing, failing to pay attention to the ensuing discussions from the elders. Sun Hanfan also noticed his distraction but did not mind, as Guan had instructed to take good care of the lad. Seasons changed, and another year passed. After the new spring, Guan visited the branch of the Supreme Sect. It was his first time at the branch, which he reached through the teleportation array in the main city of Sect. The Supreme Sect grew stronger every year, and its ties with the branch became tighter. Guan observed the branch's city, feeling the spiritual energy there, which was almost on par with the main city of Sect. No wonder so many disciples wished to come here. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant here, but disciples could also go out to train at any time, hunting demons and searching for heavenly and earthly treasures. The Taixuan dynasty had yet to claim the whole continent, and the same was true for the immortal cultivation sects, as they had not yet traversed every mountain and river on the continent. Guan didn't rush to find Yelan and began to wander around. As he wandered, he came across an acquaintance, a friend he had made in the outer gate city, with whom he exchanged pleasantries for quite some time. Moving on to the next street, he encountered a disciple from the Third Medicine Valley who had achieved foundation establishment. This was the sediment of a 227-year life. Guan enjoyed chatting with old friends, feeling no distance had grown between them. In the next ancient hour, he encountered two more old acquaintances, indicating that the branch had become the preferred destination for many average disciples, all in search of opportunities in the demon land. Guan was briefly contemplative but did not interfere with others' lives, unless he cared deeply for them. Like his junior sister, Yelan. By the time Guan arrived at Yelan's residence, she appeared out of nowhere with a joyful cry, "Big brother, what brings you here?" As she spoke, she rushed over to hug Guan. "In public, you must behave yourself." Guan quickly raised his hand and protested. Yelan reluctantly stopped, then pulled him toward the residence, all the while giving him a rundown of the current state of the branch. Inside the residence were numerous female disciples looking after the estate, and as they saw Yelan with Guan, curious eyes followed. After they walked away, Guan could hear the maids start to gossip about them. Eventually, Yelan led Guan into her room, then closed the door. As the two sat down to chat, Yelan finished sharing her experiences and began to inquire about how Guan had spent his years. Guan recounted his life, and although it was mundane, Yelan's face remained lit with a smile. Who would have thought, they thought back then, that 200 years later, they would be able to sit together once more. Gradually, Yelan's mind wandered as she fell into a strange state. She experienced this because Guan was guiding her toward enlightenment. Guan's divine thought covered the room, helping Yelan perceive the heaven and earth rules, a method beyond the imagination of mortal spirits. Even facing Guan herself, Yelan didn't notice anything amiss. It was as though Yelan had entered a dream state, her eyes distant and unfocused. Guan stood up, carried her to the bed, and guided her into meditation. Then he retreated to the table, sitting down to watch her practice. And so he watched Yelan meditate, his heart full of expectation. If he could help Yelan extend her maximum lifespan, he would arrange for her to train at Mortal World Peak. If not, sending Yelan with her few centuries of life to Mortal World Peak would only add to her troubles. Once one's horizons expand, it's easy to develop more expectations, leading to anxiety and pressure. Even divine skills from a true immortal cannot grant eternal life. There seems to be a force in the shadows resisting life's expansion. What that could be, Guan was also curious to know. Time flew swiftly by. Guan suddenly felt a bit bored and whimsically considered another option. Why not open another round of reincarnation evolution? This time, he would not select the dark great heaven and earth. He was curious to see how long he could survive. Perhaps if he lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years and mastered formidable divine skills, it might increase his chances of surviving the next tribulation crossing. Moreover, the memories passed down from reincarnation evolution could benefit his deist heart cultivation. Guan felt reaching a certain level might require reincarnation cultivation, otherwise, he wouldn't have unlocked this feature. Let's give it a shot then. Discover hidden content at Empire. Just one shot, no greediness. After all, it would cost 10 million years of lifespan, and even if he wanted to play more, it was not possible. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Guan looked at Yelan, thinking to himself, "Little sister, please bless me with a good birth." Chapter 313, Battle Court Emperor of Heavenly Dragon. You spent 10 million years of lifespan to initiate a reincarnation evolution. Beginning to connect with the Tao rules. Searching for a reincarnation destination. You have the following destinations to choose from, select one. 1. Dahong Realm. 2. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. 3. Divine Origin Great Heaven and Earth. There's a dark Great Heaven and Earth again? Guan looked at the prompt before his eyes, immediately feeling aggravated. Black Profound Emperor, you wait for me, our blood feud from 2 lifetimes cannot be resolved. Guan hummed in his heart and then chose Divine Origin Great Heaven and Earth. He always felt that Great Heaven and Earth seemed more advanced, something like a realm, similar to where Lu Lingjun and Blood Prison Great Saint came from, the lower realm. As Guan was thinking, prompts began to appear in front of him. You've chosen to reincarnate into the Divine Origin Great Heaven and Earth. Due to the strength of the Tao rules in this realm, you temporarily can't initiate the life-stealing ability, nor can you activate phased features. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you were born into the dragon family of the Divine Continent, and your parents bestowed upon you the name Longzhan. At the age of 3, you awakened the true bloodline of the dragon family and, with the help of your clan, you tempered the dragon blood true body. At the age of 8, your family arranged for an immortal master for you, and you officially stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation. At the age of 9, your father took you to court to meet the Emperor of Divine Dynasty, who wished to betroth the 7th princess to you. Your father thought to let you decide, do you accept? The prompt stopped there. Guan had just been wondering how he had turned into a dragon. He preferred being a human. The appearance of Divine Dynasty signified that dragon was only a surname. Guan hesitated for a moment and decided to accept, wanting to tread carefully in this life. You accepted the arrangement of the Emperor of Divine Dynasty, and you shall marry the 7th princess, Han Jiaoer, when you turn 16. The Emperor of Divine Dynasty was overjoyed, generously rewarding you and making a decree to announce this to the world. At the age of 13, while accompanied by your clan for training outside, you tore apart a 4th-order demon king with your bare hands, shocking your clan. At the age of 16, you and Han Jiaoer got married in a ceremony, officially becoming the prince consort of the Divine Dynasty. The Emperor of Divine Dynasty conferred upon you the title of Mighty Holy Duke, granting you the Divine Dynasty's chief fortune. You became famous throughout the world, entering the ranks of the top-tier talents. At the age of 18, you decided to venture into the world to grow stronger. You left with Han Jiaoer's reluctant farewell, and in the same year, she gave birth to your son, named Long Xin. At the age of 20, you reached the edge of the Divine Continent and saw an evil dragon ravaging the city. You stepped in, subdued it, and unexpectedly discovered you could absorb dragon blood, making your chi blood even stronger. At the age of 21, you encountered an old deist who wanted to read your fate. Do you accept? It stopped again, suggesting the old deist was no ordinary person. Guan hesitated for a moment and chose to accept. You agreed to let the old deist read your fate. He pinched your muscles and bones and began to calculate. He was soon shocked, proclaiming you possess an innate divine emperor fate, destined to dominate all creatures of heaven and earth, becoming the lord of great heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, the old deist exploded into a burst of blood, covering you. At 25, you accidentally entered the grotto heaven of an ancient great cultivator and learned the ancient strange skill divine desolation technique. Guan's lips twitched when he saw the part about the old deist's explosive demise. After that, he picked the more cautious options whenever possible. Year after year passed. Guan was on tenterhooks, fearing an early death. When he made it past 200 years, he smiled, finally setting a new record. However, without the life-stealing ability, Long Zhan's growth was surely not as fast as Chu Lu, Xiao Shengtian, and without a displayed realm in the prompts. Take it slow. Guan then became even more earnest, determined to strive to survive this life. As time ticked by, Yelan was meditating on the bed while Guan sat at the desk, the room engulfed in silence. Birdsong occasionally rang out from outside the window, adding a serene atmosphere of passing years. After an ancient hour, Guan let out a sigh, his expression grave, mired in struggle. At the age of 187,632, you met with the dragon family ancestor, who said he could fully awaken your bloodline, allowing it to fuse with your chi fortune and create an unprecedented physique. Do you accept his help? n/o/vel/b//in.c//om Guan had achieved the status of war god of the divine continent and was now venturing through the cosmos when he encountered the ancestor. He always felt the ancestor was up to no good. Discover hidden content at Empire. He did not want to die after coming this far. If the ancestor was benevolent, he wouldn't make things difficult for a descendant who refused him. If malevolent, not trusting him might lead to disaster, but trusting him could lead to plummeting into the abyss. Do not accept. You refused the help of the dragon family ancestor. The ancestor was enraged and attacked you, intending to suppress you. After a great battle, you escaped with severe injuries. At the age of 187,633, you met with Fairy Ziyuan, who fortunately saved you. Your injuries were healed thanks to her. Next came adventure. Fairy Ziyuan began to follow him on adventures, making him less lonely. As for his wife, Han Jiaoer, he had gone to bid her farewell when he was 100,000 years old. They had been parted by yin and yang. It was because of this that he left his descendants behind and ventured alone into the cosmos. Guan became more relaxed in his subsequent choices, as Long Zhan grew stronger and always managed to escape from death. Half an ancient hour later. At the age of 350,896, you unified a small universe, established the battle court, and married Fairy Ziyuan. You self-proclaimed as the Emperor of Heavenly Dragon and crowned Fairy Ziyuan as the Heavenly Empress. Quite impressive. Guan suddenly felt a sense of achievement, as if unlocking an epic achievement in a game. He could persevere further. Guan rubbed his hands together and continued to read on. One 10,000-year span followed another. After tens of thousands of years, at the age of 360,000, you broke through your own shackles, achieving the Deovoid mysterious immortal realm, shocking the cosmos. You regained your life grid. Do you activate the life-stealing ability? Here it comes. It's here. Guan chose to seize without hesitation. You activated the life-stealing ability. You sacrificed a universe of living beings, resulting in a massive surge in lifespan. Sacrificed? Guan's face turned pale. How could he be so reckless? At the age of 360,001, just as you transcended the 9 heavens of immortal path and became one with the immortals and gods, a terrifying hand reached across the river of time and snuffed you out. You were executed by the Annihilation God Emperor. Reincarnation ends. What the hell? It ended so abruptly? After he activated the life-stealing ability, Guan hadn't even made a choice. Guan immediately vanished from the room and appeared on an island overseas, initiating the lifespan barrier. He then sat down and looked at the last few prompts, grinding his teeth. Good. Very good. Annihilation God Emperor. Another name was added to Guan's list of grievances. Following that, a huge influx of memories flooded into his mind. It was the entire life of the Emperor of Heavenly Dragon, Long Zhan. It was only after truly receiving the memories that Guan realized how extraordinary Long Zhan's talent was, being unique from birth, inspiring great expectations from his family. The love between him and Han Jiao also left Guan deeply moved. Once Long Zhan ventured into the cosmos, his life became even more extraordinary, his story deeply touching. Within the memories, Guan also saw Fairy Zai Yuan, incomparably beautiful and with a grace none in the world could match. Chapter 314 Heavenly Dragon and the Ji Family. As Guan continued to assimilate Long Zhan's memories, his hostility towards the Annihilation God Emperor also began to weaken. This Long Zhan is too arrogant. Before his wife Han Jiao's death, he still exercised some restraint in his actions, but since he went to outer heaven, he completely unleashed himself and acted recklessly. The battle court he established was also tyrannical, rewarding those who followed him and annihilating those who opposed. The peace of heaven and earth sacrificed by Long Zhan was completely innocent and involved, and the creatures of that realm didn't even have time to react before they died. The whole world turned to dust in an instant. Before, Guan felt that Xiao Shengtian was already arrogant enough, but compared to Long Zhan, he was nothing. If Guan had been in the great heavenly spirit land and also possessed the ability to slay Long Zhan, he would definitely have made a move. Your journey continues at Empire. After Guan finished integrating the memories, it was as if he had lived through Long Zhan's life himself, becoming the Emperor of Heavenly Dragon. Yet when he looked back, he was filled with regret and remorse. Before Long Zhan transcended the 9 heavens of immortal path, Fairy Zai Yuan had advised him not to pursue enlightenment at the expense of harming other beings. Long Zhan didn't listen, and the two even broke ties over this. After the inheritance of memories ended, Guan was still immersed in them. He was Guan, but also Long Zhan. This feeling left Guan with an indescribable sense. Perhaps this is what it felt like to remember a past life in one's current life. Clearly the same person, but with different personalities. After inheriting the memories of Long Zhan's life, Guan also gained a lot, including insights into the Deist heart and the ability to inherit Long Zhan's most powerful divine skills. Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Dharma Aspect. This divine skill could condense the ultimate Dharma aspect of one's Deist sorcery, and could even condense the Dharma aspect of a past life to fight alongside oneself. After creating this divine skill, Long Zhan had intended to cultivate through reincarnation evolution to create Dharma aspects for tens of thousands of generations, but an accident unlocked the life-stealing ability, and he no longer researched this divine skill, instead continually using lifespan evolution to enhance his divine skill. Guan slowly opened his eyes and then disappeared inside the island retreat, returning to Yelan's estate. At this moment, Yelan was still in a state of path enlightenment. Guan sat down and continued to reflect on Long Zhan's life. The Long Zhan who had transcended the 9 heavens of immortal path was truly powerful. The feeling of controlling life and casually manipulating rules fascinated Guan even now. At the same time, he was also filled with dread at the power of the Annihilation God Emperor. He had truly been crushed to death by the Annihilation God Emperor with a single hand. He hadn't even seen the true form of the Annihilation God Emperor. It was a means that transcended time and space and was superior to the cosmic rules. After understanding Long Zhan's life, Guan no longer harbored intense hostility towards the Annihilation God Emperor. Unlike Chu Lu and Xiao Shengtian, Long Zhan had brought death upon himself. Guan felt somewhat confused. If reincarnation evolution could be realized, he might also create a peerless evil being. Fundamentally, he did not want to, but he couldn't control the personality in the cycle of reincarnation. Yet reincarnation evolution had many benefits, allowing him to remember countless spells and divine skills, adding to his combat experience, and even enhancing his understanding of reincarnation, making it very difficult for him to give up. After much thought, Guan felt he was trapping himself in his own web of thoughts. Why overthink so much? The path to becoming stronger couldn't possibly be achieved without harming the innocent. Many moral judgments are based on perspective. Just like in war, are not the civilians of the enemy's country innocent? At most, the next time he encounters a situation like Long Zhan's, he could choose not to activate the life-stealing ability and rely on his own efforts to cultivate. In fact, even without the life-stealing ability, Long Zhan's talent was very strong. Guan began to review the cultivation technique of the heavenly dragon reincarnation Dharma aspect. He felt this Dharma aspect seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He soon remembered. The Ji family's heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form had some similarities. He planned to ask Ji Xiao about it later. Ji Xiao had already inherited divine skills when she returned to the Ji family and might be able to perform the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form. The sun set, and the moon rose. A night passed. Yelan gradually woke up and felt as if she had had a dream, one she couldn't remember clearly after waking up. When she opened her eyes, she felt the entire world had changed. Her gaze fell on the table, and she saw Guan reading a book. Guan turned his head to look at her and smiled, asking, "Awake?" Yelan, Divinity Transformation Realm Level 5222/600/800. Her lifespan limit had increased by 200 years. Guan let out a sigh of relief, his face showing a smile. As long as there were results. But the effect was somewhat weak. He was, after all, a divine thought true immortal. Guan carefully examined Yelan and noticed a subtle breath dissipating from her body, like the heaven and earth rules, but even more difficult to detect. "How did I fall asleep?" Yelan asked, puzzled. Guan rolled his eyes and said, "You're asking me? It's not like I drugged you, is it? I'm not even blaming you. I came all this way, and while we were talking, you fell asleep, leaving me hanging." Yelan showed an embarrassed expression and couldn't help asking, "Then why didn't you wake me up? You were cultivating even in your sleep. It was clearly not ordinary sleep, so how could I dare to interrupt you?" Guan replied, standing up. "I'm leaving, I'll come to see you again next time." "Sister, why not stay a couple more days?" "No can do, Medicine Valley can't do without me." "Really? How come I heard you're always hands off as a manager? How could that be?" The two bickered for a while, but in the end, Guan firmly decided to leave. Yelan walked him to the estate's front door. Guan suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned to look at her, and asked, "In your heart, which is more important, good and evil or affection?" He asked this because he was reminded of the scene where Long Zhan and Fairy Ziyuan broke ties. Although Long Zhan brought it upon himself, the end result of his loneliness still left him sighing. Long Zhan might have been overbearing, but towards the people by his side, he was quite good. he just didn't tolerate any dissent from them. Yelan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gracefully and said, "If you were evil, I myself would not be evil, but I would always follow you, as long as you don't abandon me." Guan showed a smile and said, "Don't overthink it, I was just thinking about the plot in a book. I don't have the courage to do evil." With that, he waved his hand and walked away. Yelan watched his retreating figure, thoughtful. As summer approached, the weather cooled. In the woods, Guan watched Ji Xiaohu step onto the clearing with anticipation in his eyes. Ji Xiaohu's forehead was etched with a red Dao pattern that burst into light. Her whole aura suddenly changed, she raised her right hand, and the spiritual power inside her activated in a sophisticated manner, quickly coalescing behind her into a golden wheel that resembled a round glowing door with intricate and profound patterns. As the golden wheel opened, golden dragons surged out from the intense light. Her heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form differed from her past life, but Guan saw through it at a glance. The essence of the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form shared the same origin as the heavenly dragon reincarnation dharma aspect but was weaker and far less sophisticated than the latter. This discovery made Guan's heart tremble. The heavenly dragon reincarnation dharma aspect was created by Long Zhan himself. Could the Ji family be related to Long Zhan? In Long Zhan's memories, he only passed the heavenly dragon reincarnation dharma aspect onto his son Long Xin, which implies that Long Xin passed it down. From the life experiences of Chu Lu and Xiao Shengtian, their timelines might differ from Guan's. Could it be that reincarnation evolution might project into the past? Ji Xiaohu dismissed the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form, then approached Guan and asked, "How was it?" Although she wasn't sure why Guan wanted to see the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form, it was renowned throughout the world, and showing it to outsiders did not violate clan rules. Truly formidable, it fills me with awe. The person who created this divine skill must truly be a godly being. Does the Ji family have a record of who created it? Guan exclaimed. Ji Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "This divine skill has an ancient origin, created by an ancestor. Who exactly created it, I am unsure, but if you care, I can look into it when I return." Guan nodded, "I'm indeed curious, I want to write a book, inspired by the Ji family's history." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaohu smiled and said, "The vice sect leader is looking forward to you writing about the Ji family." The two continued their conversation, with Ji Xiaohu planning to introduce other divine skills, but Guan showed no interest, so she gave up. Both of them headed towards Medicine Valley. The heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form was created by the Reincarnation Path Emperor, or perhaps, I have seen her perform it. A voice came from the forest ahead, and stealing the 5 elements appeared. Ji Xiaohu frowned, her expression full of displeasure. Guan had already noticed stealing the 5 elements eavesdropping, and he too was speculating whether it was related to the Reincarnation Path Emperor, so he didn't mind stealing the 5 elements' presence. Currently, only the Reincarnation Path Emperor in the Ji family could travel to outer heaven. Stealing the 5 elements, seeing the look in Ji Xiaohu's eyes, laughed and said, "She once said that at the other end of the universe, there exists a more vast expanse of heaven and earth that I can't even fathom." After hearing this, Guan suddenly suspected that the dragon race or the battle court might still exist. Of course, it was just a guess. Although he integrated Long Zhan's memories and became Long Zhan, he had no intention of seeking out the dragon race or the battle court. Staying honestly in the great heavenly spirit land was the righteous path. Even the strong could be crushed by others. "Why do you always eavesdrop on our conversation?" Ji Xiaohu said discontentedly, the Dao patterns on her forehead emitting strange radiance once again. Stealing the 5 elements raised his hand, "I mean no harm. Am I not helping you clear up your doubts? If you could transform into the Reincarnation Path Emperor, I would only be pleased." With that, he vanished on the spot. Guan consoled, "Don't worry about him, watch how I'll crush him on the chessboard in the future." Ji Xiao retracted her Dao patterns and nodded slightly. For Guan, this was just a minor interlude, understanding was enough, he didn't need to investigate thoroughly. Long Zhan's karma was too significant, he didn't want to get involved. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. But this incident stirred his imagination. If reincarnation evolution projected into the past, how strong would the Black Profound Emperor be now? What about that Annihilation God Emperor and Great Heavenly Spirit Land, would they also be in his field of view? Guan felt he needed to be even more cautious in the future and must not let others know he could steal lifespan. A flock of birds flew out from the forest, heading toward the distance, their figures obscured by the sunlight. 5 years quickly passed. This year, news spread throughout the world, causing a sensation. The establishment of the Broken Sea Domain. Created by the Holy Court, covering the region that the Great Cold Demon Sect previously sought to slaughter in the mortal world, with the sea-breaking rift at the center. The news spread rapidly, penetrating the continent, with the Emperor Li Suandao following with an edict to the world, declaring the continent be renamed Taixuan Continent. Chapter 315 Destined Fate. Broken Sea Domain. Inside an Xin's house, Guan sat at the table, lost in thought. Why hadn't they set up the domain before? If it was for the sake of guarding against the Great Cold Demon Sect, it was hardly necessary after all. The Great Cold Demon Sect was no different from being disbanded. Guan felt that the other party had come specifically for him, especially since the Great Cold Demon Sect had a holy king standing behind them. He could see a large number of cultivators building a floating island in the sky at the edge of the sea-breaking rift. He watched for a while before withdrawing his gaze and looking back at an Xin. At the moment, an Xin was immersed in path enlightenment, and with Guan's help, she had also entered that state and had been there for several ancient hours. Guan kept checking an Xin's lifespan limit. Finally, an Xin's lifespan limit began to grow, albeit weakly, but it was indeed increasing. Guan stared intently at an Xin, probing everything within her body. Soon, he caught a glimpse of that mysterious force more complicated than causality, just like the situation with Yelan before. As the lifespan limit increased, this mysterious force began to separate from her body. It seemed likely that all beings were bound by this force, and increasing the lifespan limit would weaken it. Could this be fate? Guan fell into contemplation. Even divine monarchs with powerful divine thoughts could not see through the force that manipulated the lives of all beings. Regardless, having started to be able to catch it was a good beginning. Afterward, Guan got up and left. After all, this was the Third Medicine Valley, and it wasn't appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room, especially with their mentor-disciple relationship. Moreover, in Medicine Valley, with him around, no one could disturb an Xin's path enlightenment. The night passed. The next morning, an Xin walked out of her house and followed the disciples in their exercises. She felt somewhat dazed, looking around her, she could feel that the world had changed. From afar, Guan saw her lifespan limit had grown to 300 years, she hadn't yet released her cultivation level suppression, and the primordial reincarnation skill could still increase her lifespan limit. Guan didn't greet an Xin, pretending to know nothing about it. In the following days, the establishment of the Broken Sea Domain and the renaming of the continent became hot topics among all. As summer approached, Guan was teaching Yang Jian cultivation in the woods, aware of Lu Xianyi watching in secret, but unconcerned. As long as Lu Xianyi didn't become hostile to him. Lu Xianyi, sitting above the clouds, looked down thoughtfully. This person's cultivation isn't very impressive, but he's very talented at teaching disciples. Could it be that he really encountered an immortal in a dream? Lu Xianyi wondered curiously. He had joined the Supreme Sect and even entered the Hall of Elders, aware of Guan's identity as an author. Beyond that, he could only confirm Guan was indeed only over 200 years old, as many could attest, so he didn't feel wary of Guan. Even if Guan was the reincarnation of a great power, he posed no threat to a divinity of the 9 layers of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Because of this, Liu Xianyi's curiosity about Guan was even greater than his expectations for Yang Jian. "That's enough for today," Guan said. Hearing this, Yang Jian stopped his movements and saluted Guan with a fist. Today, Guan imparted a great deal of combat experience. With memories of Long Zhan's battles, Guan's combat experience had surpassed most in the world. A single afternoon had benefited Yang Jian immensely. On the way back to the valley, Yang Jian was very excited. He had not expected his master's close combat abilities to be so extraordinary. "A genius has returned today. I'll take you to see him later," Guan mentioned casually, noting Liu Xianyi, seeing their training conclude, left not to leave the Supreme Sect, but to play chess. "A genius? Who?" "That Wu Ju, Uncle Master," Yang Jian asked curiously. Wu Ju had visited Guan years before, and Yang Jian had only seen him from afar, learning afterward of Wu Ju's famed reputation. "Not him, you'll know later," Guan said mysteriously, piquing Yang Jian's curiosity further. When the master and disciple returned to Medicine Valley, they heard other disciples discussing. "And how is here?" "Really?" "True, an Xin, our sister apprentice, is actually an house sister. They both have the same last name, could they be blood siblings?" Continue reading on Empire. "No, they're just from the same village and once had the same master, who later renamed them." "My goodness! And how is so handsome, almost like an immortal?" "Haha, always the romantic, aren't you?" The Supreme Sect has seen so many geniuses over the years, yet those great figures still think and how is the greatest genius the Supreme Sect has ever had. Yang Jian's expression changed slightly, his fists clenched unconsciously. It was an how. He glanced at Guan covertly, noticing no reaction, and so he suppressed the excitement in his heart. His current cultivation had already reached the 9th layer of the divinity transformation realm, a result of focusing on his physical cultivation. He wanted to be acknowledged as the number 1 genius too. He had also suspected that and how was that mysterious senior disciple. Today, he hoped to unravel the mystery. Guan led him to an Xin's courtyard. Guan noticed stealing the 5 elements and Liu Xianyi observing and how with their divine senses. And how, with the vast gulf in their realms, was unaware. The 9-finger Divine Lord didn't come today, and Shen Zhenzi was immersed in studying the journey to the west under a tree, much like Zhou Yujian in his absorption. Guan looked at the imposing Anhao and was very pleased. The current Anhao had already reached the 8th layer of the unification realm, still cultivating at an impressive speed. Yang Jian was a major realm behind him, not yet comparable, but once they entered the immortal path realm, the gap would be trivial. When master and disciple arrived outside an Xin's courtyard, she turned around, smiling, and then pulled Anhao out of the house. Anhao stood tall, head crowned with an imposing golden dragon crown, dressed in a waist-bound white robe with sleeves long like flowing clouds. His handsome face bore sharp, proud brows, and just standing there, he possessed a lofty spirit that commanded the world, without losing the transcendent demeanor of a cultivator. Compared to him, Yang Jian seemed ordinary. Usually, Yang Jian stood out among his fellow disciples, but next to Anhao, he was easily overlooked. "Sister, over the years, Master has been extremely kind to me. I haven't suffered at all," an Xin said happily. Anhao stood in front of Guan and suddenly didn't know how to address him. "Brother Anhao, have you forgotten me?" Guan asked with a smile, his demeanor warm as the spring breeze, instantly easing Anhao's awkwardness. "How could I forget? We've been through life and death together. Thank you for taking care of my sister over the years, which has eased many of my worries." Anhao smiled, then took out a brocade box to present to Guan. Guan quickly declined, but under the joint persuasion of an Xin and Anhao, he could only reluctantly accept it. The box contained 8th-rank medicinal herbs. The young man was thoughtful. An Hao's gaze inevitably landed on Yang Jian, who had been unabashedly staring at him since earlier. How could he not have noticed? Intuition told him Yang Jian was not simple. He felt like he was facing impermanence Tian, of course, while Yang Jian was far from as strong, and Hao suspected he might also possess an ancient treasure body. Who is this? And Hao asked proactively. My disciple, Yang Jian, Guan replied with a smile, finding the rivalry between the two disciples interesting. Yang Jian? True Lord Erlang. And Hao laughed. Yang Jian, serious, said, I want to spar with you. He could see now that An Hao was definitely not the mysterious senior disciple, which diminished his offer An Hao somewhat. In his mind, only that senior brother could surpass him, as the master said his talent was stronger at the moment. An Hao's smile vanished as he began to size up Yang Jian. An Xin wanted to interject but hesitated, looking at Guan to find him smiling without interruption. An Hao spoke, You're not strong enough, but I acknowledge your talent and courage. How about we agree to settle it at the Heaven List tournament in the future? What do you think? Hearing this, Yang Jian felt it was reasonable. A duel like this should be witnessed by the world, so he nodded in agreement. Don't forget to thank him, he's been cultivating for many more years than you. He could easily pick on you, but instead, he's willing to give you time to grow, Guan said. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. At those words, Yang Jian immediately bowed to express his gratitude. And Hao looked at Guan in astonishment. That such a talent was so obedient. Intuition told him that not even among the Star Sea congregations could one find such a genius. You two keep talking, I won't disturb you any longer. Guan dropped these words and left with Yang Jian. And Hao didn't ponder any further and took an Xin back into the house. Not far away, the blood prison great saint watched An Hao and inwardly marveled. This youth shouldn't be underestimated, he seemed even stronger than Yang Jian. Guan returned alone to his loft and opened the brocade box, examining the medicinal herbs gifted by An Hao. Not long after, Ji Xiao came to find him. That An Hao is rather remarkable, I've seen such a presence in my dreams, always dominating an entire realm, Ji Xiao remarked. You're not bad yourself. Guan replied with a smile. Among those he had encountered, below the state of nirvana, those with a lifespan reaching 9,999 years were few. Currently, only An Hao, Yang Jian, Blood Prison Great Saint, and Ji Xiao. Li Lingtian was short by 1,000 years. Ji Xiao had not only great talent but also a significant background. For now, Guan felt that An Hao's foundation fell short of hers. Of course, when it came to cultivation speed, An Hao was unrivaled. Ji Xiao sat down and asked, Why is it that your Medicine Valley always attracts so many peerless geniuses and powerful cultivators? Guan helplessly replied, You're asking me? But who am I to ask? Besides, they're not coming for me. Ji Xiao shook her head, Even if not for you, you've established good karma with each one. You're not simple, like the great fortune of energy movement I've seen in my dreams, not necessarily the strongest in talent, but always breaking through and stirring the winds of change in the world. Guan blinked and asked, What are you trying to say? Ji Xiao took a deep breath, I'm planning to go somewhere, a place with a great opportunity. Come with me. Hearing this, Guan felt a headache. Many had said similar things to him. You go ahead, the Supreme Sect can't be without me, Guan declined, to Ji Xiao's astonishment at his resolute refusal. Chapter 316 Mysterious Heavenly Demon. You think your sword venerable Feudeo? The sect can't go on without you. Ji Xiao couldn't help but say, her angry glare was actually quite charming. Guan thought as much, but said, making contributions, does it really have to be divided by cultivation levels? Guarding the sect outside is merit, as is guarding Medicine Valley. I cultivate medicinal herbs for the Supreme Sect with all my might, isn't that also a laborious and meritorious deed? Ji Xiaohu tried to calm her emotions and began to speak of the great advantage of that opportunity. Despite Ji Xiaohu's persuasion, Guan just wouldn't agree, which infuriated her. Another person was just as infuriated, and that was An Hao. No matter how he persuaded, an Xin simply refused to follow him to the Star Sea congregations. That day, Ji Xiaohu left the Third Medicine Valley. Less than an hour after her departure, An Hao also stormed off. Though he was not leaving the Supreme Sect, he still needed to return to the main city of Sect to have a talk with the higher UPS. Dusk descended. Guan and an Xin stood in front of the wooden railings, their shadows elongating with the setting sun. Guan, admiring the desolate beauty of the sunset, softly asked, "Don't you regret it?" An Xin turned her head, looked at Guan's profile, and asked, "Master, do you have any regrets?" "Haha, we're different. Ji Xiaohu has the Ji family behind her, but An Hao only has you." Guan shook his head with a bitter smile. An Xin looked to the horizon and said, "He has more than just me, and his heart holds the entire mortal world. He's long since not the senior brother I knew. I can't be the stumbling block in his path." For some reason, Guan suddenly felt the impulse to focus on cultivating an Xin. It would be interesting to have an Xin surpass An Hao. Unfortunately, for now he could only contemplate it, as reversing the gap between the two was not so easy. The master and disciple began to discuss matters overseas, imagining how powerful the Star Sea congregations were and how awe-inspiring the sea-breaking rift would be. In life, one always wishes to see the whole world, to measure mountains and rivers. Above the sea of clouds, Blood Prison Great Saint carried Guan as they flew, feeling the vibrant spiritual energy of the region, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Master, where exactly is this place?" Blood Prison Great Saint couldn't resist asking. Guan replied, "Another sect I've joined, you must not reveal this to anyone, including Jian'er." Upon hearing this, Blood Prison Great Saint's body shivered, feeling a surge of excitement rush to the top of his skull, unable to contain his exhilaration. A secret only he knew? Perfect! Didn't this mean he had surpassed Yang Jian in the heart of his master? Serves that kid right for wanting to go out and make a name for himself. Blood Prison Great Saint thought gleefully. Since meeting An Hao, Yang Jian had been practicing even harder, saying that in the future he wanted to go out and make a name even more renowned than An Hao's. That kid really didn't understand the heart of the master. The master with his unfathomable Dao level was a hermit in the bustling world, clearly disliking the high-profile life. Yang Jian was truly drifting away. Guan could feel Blood Prison Great Saint's excitement, his bovine body trembling as if this fellow was simply overwhelmed by the rare opportunity to travel far. This place was none other than Mortal World Peak. Guan disliked the slow pace of Blood Prison Great Saint and used his divine thought to help speed him up. After they entered the peaks of the Mortal World Peak, Blood Prison Great Saint looked around curiously, his bovine eyes wide open, as if a countryman had entered the city for the first time. And so, they arrived at Dingtian Peak. Ever since Guan extinguished Mo Hen the Old Man, Dingtian Peak had seen a surge in popularity, with an increase in the number of disciples, and students coming and going from all directions. Blood Prison Great Saint could feel the aura of those along the way and was secretly shocked. How did it feel like any random person was stronger than he was before the seal? Guan, leading him, went all the way to the mountain top. Your journey continues at Empire. As soon as they landed, Zhu Xinglan appeared, bowing respectfully towards Guan. Blood Prison Great Saint sized up Zhu Xinglan with curious eyes. Master, a mysterious cave was discovered within Dingtian Peak, containing powerful restrictions. Would you like to take a look? Zhu Xinglan asked. Nov. L. B/JNN. Upon hearing this, Guan nodded and asked him to lead the way. Along the way, Zhu Xinglan briefed him on the cave at the foot of the mountain, nearly submerged under the sea surface, discovered by two disciples during a combat practice. Zhu Xinglan suspected it was related to the previous insurrection, which had been a while ago, but according to him, terrible demons had emerged at that time, nearly destroying Dingtian Peak to the ground, to the extent that the peak master had fallen. Guan couldn't help but think of Mo Hen the old man. Considering Chengtian Peak was a better choice, but Mo Hen the old man chose Dingtian Peak. Could it be because of that cave? Blood Prison Great Saint was even more excited, not expecting to encounter something so thrilling upon arrival. They flew downward and quickly reached the entrance of the cave, where two wandering immortals stood guard. Upon seeing Guan, they quickly stood up and saluted. Guan nodded, then asked Blood Prison Great Saint to follow Zhu Xinglan into the cave. With Zhu Xinglan leading the way, he could not help but wonder why his master was riding a mere mortal ox. Such a fortunate ox head! Guan had just entered the cave and felt a subtle aura. The aura of a heavenly demon? He asked, has this been reported to the main peak? Zhu Xinglan shook his head, no, the main peak's master has been in seclusion, and Mortal World Peak has always managed its own affairs. He paused, then added, you are the peak master. As long as you do not abdicate, everything about Dingtian Peak is yours. These words made Guan feel comfortable in his heart, and he became increasingly satisfied with Zhu Xinglan. The guy was simply the perfect Hu Xiaojian, so easy to use. Bypassing the long cave tunnel, they arrived at a spacious chamber. Guan could sense the thick space restriction here, almost like an exotic world's dimension, making the place look extremely vast. The chamber wasn't too dark, floating with countless bright lights, like fireflies, which were actually spiritual energy condensed into form. They stood on an array platform, where a stone pillar stood erect, pitch black, with a rough surface, reflecting a cold light. Guan got off Blood Prison Great Saint's back and approached the stone pillar. With his hand on the stone pillar, a powerful force erupted, startling Zhu Xinglan into immediately deploying his mana to defend, not forgetting to protect Blood Prison Great Saint. Zhu Xinglan's eyes widened as he saw Guan's hand actually penetrate the stone pillar, the point of contact glowing eerily as if it were the mouth of an exotic world. A gale followed from that mysterious mouth, the wind black as midnight, like countless sinister Dao patterns, sending shivers down the spine of both Zhu Xinglan and Blood Prison Great Saint. Guan withdrew his hand, holding a soul in his grasp, a soul body of an old man, about as large as a baby. He was held by Guan, unable to break free, his face full of fear. Dark Soul Ancestor, Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma Realm Level 31209894/1300000/1900000. Guan looked at the other's age and raised an eyebrow. Zhu Xinglan couldn't help but caution, Master, be careful. Guan's right hand clenched, and the Dark Soul Ancestor disintegrated. Zhu Xinglan, seeing this, sighed in relief and asked, Master, what realm was he at? He could feel that the Dark Soul Ancestor was very sinister, but what realm he was from, he couldn't tell. Chapter 317 Demon Fetus. You have successfully acquired 9,670 years of lifespan from the Dark Soul Ancestor, Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma Realm, 3rd level. Looking at the prompt before him, Guan remained indifferent. If it were not for the other party charging at him directly, he would not have bothered to kill him. The reason he did not perform the soul search was because the space within the stone pillar still concealed other heavenly demons. Guan casually responded, it's just a demon soul. Its realm, high or low, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter? Zhu Xinglan opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Guan's divine thought locked onto the space inside the stone pillar, where, within that pitch-black space, there existed yet another aura of a heavenly demon that was even more terrifying. His divine thought captured the location of that heavenly demon. It turned out to be a demon egg. The demon egg, formed from demonic qi and about a zhang tall, emitted a faint glow, like the weak starlight in the dark universe. Guan's divine thought penetrated the demon egg and saw a demon infant. He saw the demon infant entwined with heavy and complex karma, even making him feel uneasy, his intuition telling him that eradicating the demon infant would bring greater trouble. He withdrew his divine thought and also stopped his actions, restoring the restriction on the stone pillar. He turned and said to Zhu Xinglan, "From now on, no one must enter this place, and you must not disturb this stone pillar. There is a fearsome heavenly demon inside, difficult to handle, and it has yet to awaken." Hearing this, Zhu Xinglan immediately became nervous and muttered, "Heavenly demon." Sure enough, the previous problem has not been completely resolved. Guan couldn't help but ask, did the previous internal upheaval on Dingtian Peak have to do with the heavenly demon? That's right, that terrible evil demon was a heavenly demon. It's said that the former peak master was transformed by the heavenly demon. The sect feared that spreading the word would stir up greater turmoil, so they concealed the fact. Zhu Xinglan nodded, his face full of worry. The greater turmoil he referred to was the Holy Court, which has the deepest apprehension for heavenly demons. Guan suddenly thought of Yu Yingying and Shen Zhenzi. Could there be other heavenly demon reincarnations in the world? He felt it was very likely. He sensed he had triggered an extraordinary side plot. He did not want to get involved, so he prepared to seal this place, especially since the demon fetus was still in slumber. As such, it's even more crucial not to speak of this, understood? Guan cautioned. As for informing the Holy Court, he had considered it, but the matter of him casually killing a divine immortal of wondrous dharma could likely be exposed due to that, and Mortal World Peak does not trust the Holy Court either, otherwise they would not have concealed the matter of the heavenly demon. After all, he came here to plant herbs, the well-being of Mortal World Peak has nothing to do with him. Of course, when he becomes strong enough to ignore the karma of the demon fetus, he could then erase the being, giving himself greater peace of mind. Zhu Xinglan nodded, but the deep furrows in his brow did not smooth out. The blood prison great saint looked thoughtfully at the stone pillar. Afterward, they left the cave. Zhu Xinglan began to seal the entrance and Guan rode the blood prison great saint back to the mountaintop. The blood prison great saint had many questions he wanted to ask, but he was afraid of being overheard by the great cultivator, so he had to swallow his words. In the following time, Guan began picking medicinal herbs at Mortal World Peak. Zhu Xinglan had already set up a large medicine garden, which was guarded by disciples on regular days. When Guan personally came to pick herbs, the disciples were initially taken aback by the honor but later got used to it. Of course, no matter how approachable Guan seemed to be, they always remained reserved. After half a day's stay on Dingtian Peak, Guan left with several hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan. He came to pick herbs once a month, and the lifespan income from Dingtian Peak last year had already broken 1,000,000 years, surpassing his foundation on the Taixuan continent. After returning to the Supreme Sect, just as the blood prison great saint was about to speak, Guan stopped him. "Remember what I said when we left, don't ask, you will see through everything eventually." Guan's words made the blood prison great saint grow respectful. He felt that his master was instructing him. His nature was too impulsive, which is why he ended up like this, indeed needing to cultivate his deist heart. In Mortal World Peak, Guan was the revered peak master, and in the Supreme Sect, he was just an ordinary valley master. Watching Guan chatting and laughing with the servant disciples, the blood prison great saint was incredibly impressed. He felt the master wasn't pretending. In the master's heart, all sentient beings truly are equal. The distinction of strength lies in one's cultivation level, but the life of every creature is equal. The blood prison great saint increasingly felt there was much to learn from his master, such as this way of interacting with others, which surely would lead to many good connections. If someone could defy the heavens and change their fate, these tales might spread far and wide in the future. However, his realization was quickly shattered. Because that detestable fat mouse came to harass him again. What made him most exasperated was that the fat mouse became even faster. How could he feel that this mouse also possessed peerless talent? This was too absurd. Guan then started to inspect the different sectors within Medicine Valley. Although the third Medicine Valley seldom had trouble, he still had to perform his duties on the surface, to prevent the disciples from slacking. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Summer passed, and autumn arrived. In the early autumn season, within the outer world cave, Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, and Tian Bai were attacking Guan together. The three demons constantly changed their movement techniques, their demon energy rolling like a dragon, surrounding Guan. Facing their offensive, Guan seemed quite at ease. With just a wave of his hand, he could resolve their spells. Tian Yaoer stepped on the 9 extremes freedom steps and appeared behind Guan. She struck with her palm, from which fire surged, rapidly expanding into the shape of a phoenix and swallowing him whole. The next second, the fire phoenix immediately scattered, causing Tian Yaoer to be shaken and fly backward. Guan then raised his leg, and countless shadows burst forth, causing Tianqing and Tian Bai to lose their composure, unable to defend in time. They were hit by the leg shadows one after another and were knocked flying, landing clumsily far away. The three demons struggled to get up, looking at Guan with aggrieved expressions on their faces. If this were a real fight to the death, you would be dead by now. There aren't many people out there who will indulge you like I do, Guan commented nonchalantly while withdrawing his leg. Tian Yaoer widened her eyes and asked, "Is every creature out there as powerful as you?" "There are always people beyond you, heavens beyond heavens," Guan casually answered. He had already restrained himself enough not to injure them. "Is that so?" Tian Yaoer was skeptical. She always felt that whenever Guan mentioned fearing this and that, it was all to scare them, while he himself seemed forever calm and composed. Guan snorted, "Anyway, you still need more practice." Tianqing and Tian Bai immediately approached, clinging to Guan's arms and sweetly agreeing with Master. This made Tian Yaoer grit her teeth with irritation. Why did it seem as though the other two had been spoiled rotten? After Guan gave a few more pieces of advice, he took his leave. Tian Yaoer immediately pounced on Tianqing and Tian Bai, and the second battle commenced. Explore new worlds at Empire. The autumn wind swept through, blowing a leaf into the courtyard where an elderly man in rich attire was sweeping the floor. It was none other than the aged Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan held the broom with both hands and swept slowly, as if his sweeping was not just cleaning the ground, but also a gesture of refinement. A young boy ran into the yard, spotting Xiao Chuan, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Grandfather, why are you sweeping again? Is sweeping that fun? It's not like we have no servants in the house." The young man wore blue clothes, had a fair face, and appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with his hair tied up high, exuding youthful vigor. Xiao Chuan didn't stop his sweeping but replied with a kindly smile, "It's not about fun, it's a habit. Sweeping helps me reminisce about the past. When you get old like me, you too will love to look back. You're young and don't understand." The boy stepped forward, hands on his hips, discontentedly saying, "Grandpa, I heard you once practiced in the Immortal Sect. Why don't you recommend us to enter the Supreme Sect and cultivate? Cultivation is not forbidden to ordinary people." Over the years, cultivators have appeared in the city from time to time, and the magistrate's grandson has even gone for cultivation. "Grandpa, although our family has money, it's not enough. We must think long-term." He rambled continuously, while Xiao Chuan watched him complain without getting angry. Once he finished, Xiao Chuan suddenly asked, "What if you go to the Immortal Sect and discover your cultivation talent to be very ordinary, inferior to anyone around you, being left behind by them continuously, what would you do?" The boy glanced with disbelief. "How could I be that bad? Your grandfather, I was just that bad. But people are different, right? If someone with exceptional talent emerged from our family, wouldn't that be a blessing for generations, and even you would benefit? Your uncle once went to an immortal cultivation sect. His talent was mediocre, and he nearly died in a conflict with cultivators. Whether someone is extraordinarily talented or not, these eyes of mine can see. Xiao Chuan shook his head and said, as each descendant grew up, they would come and ask him these questions. He had also sent children to practice, but the results were always unsatisfying. Of course, he didn't send them to the Supreme Sect, he didn't want to cause more trouble for his senior brother. If they couldn't succeed in other sects, how could they go to the Supreme Sect? But can you really see that clearly? The boy asked with wide eyes, his face turning red with urgency. Just as Xiao Chuan was about to respond, his eyes suddenly widened. Guan walked into the courtyard, looking around as if searching for something. When Guan spotted Xiao Chuan, he too broke into a smile. Noticing his grandfather's expression, the boy turned his head to look and then frowned, sizing up Guan and asking, "Who are you? I haven't seen you before." Thwack! Xiao Chuan smacked the back of his head, not too harshly, and scolded with a smile, "Do you remember everyone in the house, apart from the maids? Beat it!" The boy pouted but had to leave, sizing up Guan as he went. Chuanyu, Qi Cultivation Realm, First Level 15/80/180. Guan gestured playfully at Chuanyu, causing Chuanyu to glare at him. Once the boy left, Xiao Chuan stepped forward and hugged Guan excitedly. "Senior brother, how come you're here?" Xiao Chuan was ecstatic. Guan was slightly annoyed. "When your grandson was here, why didn't you call me senior brother?" Xiao Chuan grinned, "That was to prevent him from clinging to you once he realized your identity. You are a high cultivator of the Supreme Sect, at least in his eyes." Looking at the signs of aging on Xiaoquan's face, Guan felt a sense of nostalgia. Why stop the children from seeking the immortal path? I'm not stopping them, they just want to use my connections to get in. If they truly possess the talent, they will rise even without my intervention. Xiao Chuan shook his head. His words seemed to make sense to Guan. Decades had passed, and Xiao Chuan had become more mature, with the sediment of years evident on him, no longer the silent youth who once followed Guan. Chapter 318 Peering into Life, the so-called Will of Heaven. Guan and Xiao Chuan sat in the courtyard chatting with great enthusiasm about the past. When they spoke of those olden times, they both harbored many sighs, and when it came to those long-departed friends, they would fall into brief silences. "I sent you out of the valley, these many decades, have you been satisfied with your life?" Guan asked. Xiao Chuan smiled and said, "Of course, I'm satisfied. At least I have no regrets in life. I've even glimpsed the immortal path. How can a mortal who achieves my level not be content? Those who aren't satisfied are probably oppressed their whole life. With that state of mind, no matter how high their cultivation level is, they'll never be content." Guan couldn't help but raise his teacup to toast him, such openness was truly rare. Guan had harbored resentments towards Xiao Chuan before for not cultivating diligently. Now he thought about it, even if Xiao Chuan didn't achieve much in immortal cultivation, he has at least lived a life more joyous than worrisome. However, the thought that Xiao Chuan wouldn't live for many more years made Guan somewhat reluctant to part. He had experienced this feeling many times during the reincarnation evolution, especially in the life of Long Zhan. Long Zhan's drastic change in temperament was because he had lived through too many such events, particularly the death of his beloved wife, which deeply traumatized him. The powerful Long Zhan realized that even with his strength, he would have regrets, which was why he ventured alone into the universe. Xiao Chuan seemed to understand Guan's mood and said to comfort him, "Senior brother, although you haven't started a family, there are many who care about you. You won't be alone." Guan suddenly asked, "What if they were all like you, what should I do then?" Xiao Chuan was stunned, he looked deep into Guan's eyes and said, "Senior brother, anyone else might worry about this question, but you needn't. You treat people kindly, always making friends. Besides, solitude isn't necessarily torture, isn't the choice of what life you want to lead based on your heart. I can be so open-minded because I learned it from you. Ever since I was little, I've admired you the most. No matter how powerful Li's senior brother is, in my eyes, he doesn't compare to you, because you live freely and can protect the people you want to care for. Upon saying this, Xiao Chuan smiled again. Guan suddenly felt an impulse. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. This time he wouldn't just go along with Xiaoquan's wishes. Guan took out a secret book and threw it on the table. Xiao Chuan instinctively looked at it. Surprised, he asked, "What is this?" "This records a kind of spell." Guan began to introduce, and with just a sentence, Xiao Chuan became entranced. Guan took this chance to enlighten Xiao Chuan, immersing his thoughts in the heaven and earth rules, allowing him to momentarily forget about outside matters. Autumn winds swept up the fallen leaves in the courtyard, as if fate refused to let them settle on the ground. Above the sea, dressed in black, Li stood on a black eagle's back, his gaze fixed on the distance. Above the sea-breaking rift, hung a majestic and mighty floating island, on which stood a city emanating an awe-inspiring aura that commanded respect from all living beings. Broken Sea Domain Master City. Li muttered to himself, frowning. A divine exotic immortal spirit appeared on his shoulder and said softly, "There are terrifying things hidden there, that will eat me, don't go near." Hearing this, Li's frown deepened, as it was the first time he heard the divine exotic immortal spirit say such a thing. He took a deep breath, then stamped his foot, and the black eagle flapped its wings harder, speeding up like an arrow, quickly diving into the sea-breaking rift. Once inside the dark rift, Li breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze looking down with determination. "Zhang Buku, wait for me, I haven't given up on you." Li's hands tightened into fists within his sleeves, and he drew his heavy sword, ready for battle. Meanwhile, far away in Mystic Valley, Guan was picking medicinal herbs. He couldn't help but stand up and look into the distance. It had been 10 years since he had lectured Xiao Chuan. Over those years, he hadn't seen Xiao Chuan again and had immersed himself back into his life. In those 10 years, he had extended his lifespan by more than 18 million years, and so he'd been happy every year. It was not until today that the divine exotic immortal spirit told him, it sensed a dangerous presence. The divine exotic immortal spirit claimed to feel the presence of a natural enemy within the Broken Sea Domain Master City, an extremely sinister presence. Guan probed with divine thought and discovered a heavenly demon within the Broken Sea Domain Master City. Another heavenly demon. This heavenly demon also possessed the cultivation level of a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Unlike the dark soul ancestor before, this one was a living spirit. There he was, hidden in a dark palace, separated by many restrictions. No matter how Guan saw it, he didn't look like a prisoner. Could it be that the holy king behind the great cold demon sect had a connection with the heavenly demon? Guan didn't alarm them. Exterminating demons was easy, but severing causality was difficult. It was better for both sides to wait, even though he did not know what the other side was waiting for, but he knew he was growing stronger every year. Nirvana, loose immortal, wandering immortal, heaven and earth flying immortal, carefree primordial immortal, divine immortal of wondrous dharma, Dao void mysterious immortal, and divine thought true immortal. In this world where even carefree primordial immortals were rare, Guan, in the realm of divine thought true immortal, had the confidence to face all trials. Guan watched for a while longer, then withdrew his divine thought. He wasn't panicked by the calculations of that holy king, he felt that the holy king might be a pawn of the heavenly demon. Inviting the hostility of the heavenly demon for personal grievances, though not afraid, was unnecessary. Guan continued picking medicinal herbs, humming a little tune. Once he finished picking the medicinal herbs, he left Mystic Valley. He arrived on the eaves of a building at the Chuan residence, his gaze on Xiao Chuan, who was cultivating in the courtyard. After that enlightenment, Xiao Chuan devoted more time to cultivation, a subject he had mentioned to no one. Guan saw that Xiaoquan's ultimate lifespan had increased to 415 years. Not too bad. He then peeked into Xiaoquan's causality. On a typical day, Guan wouldn't only be playing around, he cultivated too. What he studied the most was the causality of life. He could now probe the entire lives of mortals. Even if a 3-year-old child stood before him, he could see the end of their life in an instant. As expected, Xiaoquan's life had changed. Previously, Guan saw Xiaochuan passing away with a peaceful and regret-free departure. This time he saw Xiaochuan surviving past his original lifespan's end, with the Chuan house also producing a generation with stronger talent for cultivation. But as he watched, Guan's brows furrowed. Xiaochuan died at age 413, not living out his full ultimate lifespan because his descendants offended a powerful cultivation family. Worn out from too much exertion, he died of depression in the end. Guan suddenly felt that his enlightenment of Xiaochuan might not have been such a good thing. But on second thought, he'd simply take action when the time came. He was the biggest variable in Xiaoquan's life causality. Explore stories at Empire. With that in mind, Guan looked towards the other members of the Chuan family, peering into their lives. A mortal's life seems long to them but is short in his eyes. Their decades of experience would just flash by him, causing no burden and not affecting him in the slightest. That was the strength of a divine thought true immortal. Not to say divine thought true immortal, even a devoid mysterious immortal could reach this degree. It wasn't long before Guan's gaze landed on a boy called Chuan Qi. Chuan Qi, untrained in Qi cultivation 3/120/1050. Such talent was definitely the strongest among Xiaoquan's descendants. Guan began to probe into Chuan Qi life. It wasn't Chuan Qi who offended the cultivation family, but another member of the Chuan house. After Xiaoquan's death, Chuan Qi left the family and ventured alone into the immortal cultivation world. This youngster actually lived past the years of his ultimate lifespan, meaning he would encounter great fortunes in the future, the specifics of which, Guan could not determine from causality. Until Chuan Qi met a girl. After that, the causality broke, and his future became unfathomable. When Guan saw the girl, he could instantly tell she harbored a heavenly demon's soul. Another heavenly demon. Exactly how many heavenly demons had infiltrated the great heavenly spirit land? Guan frowned and continued to scan the others. He stood proudly on the eaves, unseen by those passing through the courtyard below. After 30 minutes, Guan finally returned to the third medicine valley. He stepped down from the transmission array platform, pondering over causality and fate. Guan, come over for a game of Go. A voice called out, and as Guan turned his head, the caller was none other than the Nine-Finger Divine Lord. In recent years, Lu Xianyi and stealing the 5 elements had left. There were only 2 great cultivators left in the valley, Shenzhenzi and the Nine-Finger Divine Lord. Shenzhenzi was not very interested in Go, preferring to study Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods. Guan didn't understand why Shenzhenzi could keep on reading those 2 books over and over, but he chose to respect his choices. Guan walked towards the Nine-Finger Divine Lord while simultaneously probing his causality and fate. The higher the opponent's cultivation level, the shorter the lifespan Guan could see. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord's lifespan and causality were extremely complex, staying consistent for decades, but Guan could no longer see beyond 50 years into the future. Guan settled down before the Go board. As he opened the Go box, he asked, "Predecessor, you have lived for a long time. Tell me, should cultivators intervene in the lives of mortals, even with good intentions?" The Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked at him in surprise upon hearing this question, never expecting him to ask such a thing. "You've asked the right person. I think one shouldn't. Cultivation itself is a path against nature. Intervening in a mortal's life will only bring them calamity. There is a will of heaven inherent within the universe. Once, I faced a trial, that ordeal left me gravely injured, losing a finger, but it also confirmed for me the existence of the will of heaven. There is certainly a force beyond the reach and touch of cultivators that may lack consciousness, but it controls the fate of all beings. The higher my cultivation, the more I feel its vastness." As he spoke, a hint of fear even appeared in the eyes of the nine-finger Divine Lord. Guan curiously asked, "Is it from Holy Court?" Ever since the establishment of the Broken Sea domain, Holy Court had entered the collective consciousness of the beings on the continent, becoming an institution representing the divine forces amidst mortal beings. The nine-finger Divine Lord shook his head and said, "No, Holy Court is also at the mercy of this force. From what I know, between this world and the universe lies a barrier of power that prevents mortal spirits from flying out. It is like a set of rules, and even the Holy Court must obey." Guan looked up, indeed aware of such rules. It was a layer of light enveloping the great heavenly spirit land that forced living beings to reach the heaven and earth flying immortal realm before they could fly to the universe. Even as a divine thought true immortal, Guan could not see through these rules. The divine origin realm where Long Zhan was not restricted by such rules. Guan looked up at the sky and placed a stone onto the center of the go board, making the nine-finger Divine Lord's mouth twitch as if he felt humiliated. Chapter 319 Fighting Against the Heavens. After a fierce and exhilarating battle, the nine-finger Divine Lord looked extremely displeased. He lifted his eyes to look at Guan and asked through gritted teeth, "Where exactly is the problem?" Guan shrugged and said, "I don't know. Why can you always guess my next move? Intuition tells me where you'll play next, and as long as I guess right, you seem to get flustered and keep changing your strategy, eventually exposing your weaknesses." Guan's response infuriated the nine-finger Divine Lord so much that he nearly coughed up blood. Guan's smile faded as he said, "However, this game of chess has indeed made me understand that change can indeed bring disaster. Thank you for your teachings, Senior." With that, he stood up, gave a formal bow, and took his leave. The nine-finger Divine Lord watched Guan's retreating figure and opened his mouth, but ultimately, his gaze fell back on the chessboard. Guan walked towards his loft with a smile on his face. In fact, there was one more thing he didn't say. Change can indeed lead to disaster, but whether it's for better or worse depends on the player himself. Life is like a game of chess, and Guan intends to be a player who always wins. Even if his opponent is what they call fate. To struggle against destiny is a joy, isn't it? Having come to this realization, Guan no longer felt burdened. He didn't intend to casually change others' lives, only the lives of those he cared about. Xiao Chuan was indeed open-minded, but his wish to be reborn into a good life in the next life also showed his longing for immortal cultivation, just lacking in innate talent. Guan also realized that as long as he kept getting stronger, he could keep pushing the limits of those around him. What cannot be achieved now does not mean it cannot be done in the future. Reincarnation might exist, but he only wished to strive for the present. This Ji Xiao was not the same person from his past life, and Guan was not Long Zhan, Xiao Shengtian, or Chu Lu. In the divine exotic realm, beneath the blood-red sky and above the sea of clouds, Zhang Buku stood shoulder to shoulder with the master of divine exotic realm, overlooking the battle below. Endless waves of divine exotic resentful ghosts besieged Li, coming at him like relentless waves, never ceasing. Without the divine exotic city, Li was embroiled in a difficult fight. The divine exotic resentful ghosts are undying. With his capabilities, at most he can hold on for one ancient hour, said the master of divine exotic realm, expressionless. Zhang Buku turned to him and asked, "Why won't you let me meet him? I can make things clear." "What things clear?" "Say that someone is backing you, forcing me to not restrict you? And even taking you as a disciple." The master of divine exotic realm glanced at him coldly and asked. Zhang Buku frowned, not understanding his meaning. The master of divine exotic realm scoffed, "Do you think the city in the sky was built to suppress us? If so, why don't they invade? If not for you, then for whom was it established?" Asked Zhang Buku in confusion, his eyes widening with surprise. Could it be for Sword Venerable Feudeo? Wait, could the person who saved me be Sword Venerable Feudeo? Zhang Buku was utterly shocked. So the sparrow had Sword Venerable Feudeo backing it. The master of divine exotic realm gazed down at Liya and said, after all these years, he's the only one to have broken in. Might this person have some karmic connection with Sword Venerable Feudeo? Zhang Buku hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, he received the legacy of Sword Venerable Feudeo and learned his swordsmanship. He left unsaid the claim that Liya had made, that Sword Venerable Feudeo was his primordial ancestor. He now understood that it must have been arranged by Sword Venerable Feudeo for them to meet. But he still couldn't figure out why Sword Venerable Feudeo had taken an interest in him. So that's how it is. It seems they have reached far and wide, the master of divine exotic realm said somberly. Zhang Buku couldn't help but ask, Master, isn't Holy Court supposed to be good? You've said before that the Holy King doesn't represent Holy Court. The master of divine exotic realm took a deep breath and said, he didn't represent it before, but now it's not certain. The Holy Court tried to recruit Sword Venerable Feudeo, but he didn't accept the Chi Fortune outcome. That's enough for the Holy Court to be wary. In fact, there is a certain power in this world that the Holy Court fears. We are the evolution of that power. It's precisely because of this that the Holy King has kept me, wanting to use me to identify that power. Zhang Buku quickly asked about the nature of that power. The master of divine exotic realm uttered two words, heavenly demon. Zhang Buku frowned, this was the first time he had heard of the heavenly demon. Can you spare him? Zhang Buku asked through gritted teeth. He didn't understand what a heavenly demon was, all he wanted was for his brother to live. The master of divine exotic realm said somberly, I've already delayed the time, but if Sword Venerable Feudeo doesn't appear and I let him go, then it's you and me who will die. Upon hearing this, Zhang Buku looked around. He increasingly felt as if there were eyes watching him from the shadows. He noticed the master of divine exotic realm's hand on his waist casting a spell. He looked back down and his eyes hardened, he was about to rush to help, but as he leaned forward, a hand pressed down on him. He turned to look, and the person holding his shoulder was the master of divine exotic realm. The master of divine exotic realm's expression was indifferent. At this moment, his look made Zhang Buku feel alienated and cold. The thought of Liya possibly dying was the thing Zhang Buku couldn't accept the most. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't utter a sound. In the vast sea of ghosts, Liya wielded his heavy sword, sweeping powerfully in all directions, but no matter how many divine exotic resentful ghosts he vanquished, more swarmed in. Damn it! Do you really acknowledge me as your master? Why won't you listen to me? Liya cursed in his heart. He was unable to harness the power of the divine exotic city, which frustrated him greatly. No! It will devour me! The voice of the divine exotic immortal spirit rang out, filled with fear. Liya was infuriated by this. How had this creature become so gutless? Damn it! Was he to die here before even seeing Zhang Buku? If junior brother Gu knew of his death, would he grieve? n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. No, that's wrong. Having been gone for so long and so far away, would junior brother Gu reach the end of his life still thinking I'm out conquering the world? Perhaps that's for the best. Liya's sword swings began to slow, flashes of memories from his youth passed before his eyes. When he and Meng Lang and Liya had all entered the Mystic Valley, with Meng Lang gone missing, and now him about to die here, who would have thought the least talented Guan would be the last one alive? What a twist of fate! A divine exotic resentful ghost suddenly lunged at Liya, holding a soul sword whose cold light shattered all the visions before his eyes and filled his pupils. Am I going to die? Liya's pupils dilated. Just then, his body burst into golden light, like unstoppable waves wiping out all the surrounding divine exotic resentful ghosts. Liya was taken aback by the sudden change in the scenery as a golden city's phantom emerged from within him, rapidly enlarging to envelope him. The divine exotic city. Liya was overjoyed, ready to ask why the divine exotic immortal spirit had suddenly chosen to defy, when a terrifying and unmatched pressure descended, enveloping the whole world. Have you finally decided to come forth, sword venerable Feudeo? To entrust such an immortal path supreme treasure to a mere mortal child for amusement, what a grand gesture! An ancient and majestic voice sounded, causing Liya to become stunned. The primordial ancestor? Was the divine exotic city belonging to the primordial ancestor? Chapter 320 Great Nether Saint King. Divine exotic city appeared, and the entire dim world was illuminated by dazzling golden light. Among it, Liya stared dumbfoundedly at his surroundings. He could feel that the power of divine exotic city was stronger than when he had used it, and it was incomparable. This meant that the voice from earlier was telling the truth. Thinking about it, he had never truly mastered the power of divine exotic city, it was always commanded by divine exotic immortal spirit. Above the clouds, the master of divine exotic realm looked at the ever-expanding divine exotic city, his eyes flickering, unsure of his thoughts. Zhang Buku, however, felt a surge of relief should sword venerable Feudeo truly arrive, then Liya would be saved. In his heart, sword venerable Feudeo was an invincible existence, a belief shared by all creatures from the Taixuan continent. A figure materialized next to Liya. He glanced over, his pupils suddenly dilating. It was that familiar demonic shadow. The dark purple demonic chi did not seem evil in his eyes but rather appeared endearing. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Guan tilted his head, glancing towards Liya. Liya quickly raised his hand in salute and said, "Primordial ancestor." Words jammed in his throat, unable to be spoken. Boom! Rolling thunderclouds quickly covered the blood-red heavens, countless thunderbolts twirling like dragons and snakes, immensely spectacular, plunging the land into oppression. The sea of clouds formed a giant face, occupying most of the sky, making everything between heaven and earth seem insignificant. Zhang Buku looked up at this giant face, speechless with shock, feeling an extremely terrifying pressure that he had never experienced before. Even the master of divine exotic realm looked solemn. The strength of the master of divine exotic realm was comparable to that of a carefree primordial immortal, yet he did not possess the comfort of a carefree primordial immortal. This giant face was truly the divine immortal of wondrous dharma. An existence surpassing the carefree primordial immortal. The master of divine exotic realm couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Guan inside divine exotic city, thinking expectantly, "Sword venerable Feudeo, how will you face this?" Even the powerful great cold demon sect that besieged the continent in the past couldn't achieve such a presence. "Sword venerable Feudeo, why have you not accepted the rewards from the holy court?" An aged voice sounded again, stern in tone. Guan slightly lifted his head, his voice reverberating across the heaven and earth, "Why must I accept? Am I considered a demon if I do not join the holy court?" If the holy court truly thought this way, Guan couldn't help but be more wary of the Qi fortune. Is Qi fortune not a form of bondage? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. None of such, but refusing to join the holy court surely has some dubious reason. Sword venerable Feudeo, why do you refuse to show yourself? What exactly are you apprehensive about? The aged voice boomed like thunder, echoing unceasingly. Guan, hearing this, lost all interest in conversing. 3 breaths time, if you don't leave, don't blame me for lacking respect for the holy court. Guan's voice was chilling, putting the entire heaven and earth on edge for a killing spree. The giant face above clearly changed, but it did not respond. 3 breaths time seemed so prolonged at this moment. Zhang Buku and Liya dared not even breathe, and the master of divine exotic realm likewise awaited the decision of that mysterious existence. Such a formidable being, and even sword venerable Feudeo could disregard it. The master of divine exotic realm was profoundly moved, believing his choice was right. He could easily kill Liya, but the reason he hadn't was purely out of respect for Sword Venerable Feudeo. After 3 breaths, Guan raised his right hand, his palm facing the giant face in the sky. Sword Venerable. As he began to speak, the giant face in the sky suddenly vanished, and Guan withdrew his hand. The world instantly fell into silence. Li Yu's eyes widened, he saw the rolling thunderclouds silently torn open, creating a giant hole exactly where the mysterious giant face had been. He instinctively looked towards Guan, seeing an old man enveloped in mist in Guan's palm, the elder full of panic, unable to struggle or escape. Even though the old man was speaking, Li Yu couldn't hear a word. Guan then disappeared from the spot. Divine exotic immortal spirit appeared on Li Yu's shoulder, tiny hands patting her small chest, looking extremely relieved. Zhang Buku and the master of divine exotic realm were also stunned. What they had thought would be an unprecedented great war, the master of divine exotic realm had even prepared for the world to shatter, yet the mysterious great power from the holy court was just taken away like this. How high could Sword Venerable Feudeo's realm be? The master of divine exotic realm was filled with fear, a terrifying thought suddenly occurring to him. Could it be that Sword Venerable Feudeo was truly a heavenly demon, and from the beginning, he stood in opposition to the holy court? The waves crashed against the shore. Guan sat on the rock, having already activated the lifespan barrier, his right hand opened, containing the old man sitting cross-legged inside, who was indeed the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma stationed at the domain master city of the Broken Sea domain. Guan was performing the great imprisoned soul immortal technique, searching the other's memories. This person, named Luo Suzi, was a reincarnation of the heavenly demon, holding a third-grade heavenly position in the holy court, one of the confidants of the great Nether Saint King. Luo Suzi's many memories were protected by a mystery spell, which would shatter and dissipate automatically if invaded, all related to the great Nether Saint King. Unfortunately, such methods were akin to child's play before Guan's divine sense. He easily deciphered them and glimpsed into Luo Suzi's dealings with the great Nether Saint King. The creation of the Broken Sea domain was indeed set by the great Nether Saint King, within it was his arch-nemesis, the Candle World Saint King. Initially, the great Nether Saint King merely wanted to exterminate the Candle World Saint King, keeping him eternally in reincarnation. Many under his command took this opportunity for their gain, leading to the calamity in the Broken Sea domain. After Guan made his move, the great Nether Saint King regarded him as an enemy. Now, the great Nether Saint King suspected Guan might also be a reincarnation of the heavenly demon, hence he sent Luo Suzi over. According to Luo Suzi's memories, the great Nether Saint King was not a heavenly demon, but he was fervently searching for the reincarnation of the heavenly demon, his intentions unknown to anyone. It appears it wasn't the holy court aiming for Sword Venerable Feudeo but the great Nether Saint King's intent. The holy court had profound depth and numerous factions. Viewing the Broken Sea domain, it seemed vast, but in the eyes of the greater heavenly spirit land, it was but trivial, not even reaching the eyes of the standard first-rank heavenly position. The third-grade heavenly position, also known as the Holy King, was not short of position holders in the holy court. Ascending further were the second-grade heavenly position's holy minister and the first-grade heavenly position's holy god. After searching Luo Suzi's soul, Guan extinguished his soul. He wasn't concerned about further tricks from the great Nether Saint King. In fact, he was looking forward to seeing what the great Nether Saint King would do next. Facing an unknown adversary, regardless of how powerful his minions were, they would fall discreetly. Wouldn't the great Nether Saint King feel pressured? Although the Holy Court didn't care about the Broken Sea domain, the epic battle between Guan and the Great Cold Demon Sect from years ago did reach the Holy Court. The Holy Court's ability to recruit Sword Venerable Feudeo also showed that most of the upper echelons in the Holy Court were favorable towards Sword Venerable Feudeo's actions, which is why the Great Nether Saint King only dared to operate from the shadows. A prompt appeared before Guan. He had seized over 20,000 years of Luo Suzi's lifespan. Tisk tisk. These great powers really are brash, acting so recklessly. Of course, facing an existence like Guan, even if they hide their true forms, Guan would find a way to locate them. Back in the Seven Stars spirit realm, the thousand-faced divine lord who escaped from Guan's clutches could also be located by him now, but seeing him behave, Guan didn't pursue him. Immortal cultivation was never easy. If one could recognize the situation and act accordingly, Guan would still admire that. To date, regarding the thousand-faced divine lord escaping from his hands, frankly, he was somewhat looking forward to seeing how far the thousand-faced divine lord could go. Guan stood up and vanished from the rock. In the main city of the Broken Sea Domain, inside a dim grand hall, Domain Master Qing Songzi stood on the steps, hands clasped behind his back, his eyebrows deeply furrowed. How come it suddenly went quiet? Could it be that even Elder Luo Suzi is not a match for Sword Venerable Fuedao? Even if he is not, there shouldn't be silence. Qing Songzi thought, frowning. Dressed in a green robe, he exuded a calm demeanor, appearing in his 40s, with the oppressive aura of someone in power. He possessed the cultivation level of the 7th layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm and was recognized by the Holy Court as the Domain Master of Broken Sea Domain. He had never felt as anxious as he did today. The sea-breaking rift was just below. If there were any battles, he would definitely detect them immediately. He now dared not extend his divine sense into the rift for fear of provoking trouble. Even if Luo Suzi failed, Sword Venerable Fuedao likely wouldn't dare confront the Holy Court directly, he just needed to pretend ignorance. Just then, a series of footsteps approached. Lu Xianyi came walking briskly, leaving a trail of afterimages. He stopped before the steps, raising his hand in salute to Qing Songzi and smiling, I wonder why the elder has summoned me, what is the matter? Qing Songzi turned to look at him, revealing a smile as he said, I and your father are fellow disciples, what elder are you speaking to? That's too formal, call me your teacher uncle from now on. Teacher uncle. Lu Xianyi responded, his mind already calculating the other clearly needed him, which was why he showed such an attitude. As for the great Nether Saint King behind Qing Songzi, he was also aware. Could it be that the main city of the Broken Sea Domain was thwarted by Sword Venerable Fuedao? Lu Xianyi inwardly chuckled, knowing that over the years, many of the Holy Court's pieces infiltrated the Taixuan continent and even the Supreme Sect to investigate Sword Venerable Fuedao. He could guess that the great Nether Saint King was somewhat unrelenting. The Great Cold Demon Sect was a powerful weapon in the hands of the great Nether Saint King, gaining considerable power and authority by performing numerous dirty tasks for the Holy Court, hence, his power continued to grow, and the errors he made weren't likely to shake his position. Indeed, the calamity in the Broken Sea Domain was seen as a mistake by the great Nether Saint King by the Holy Court, but such a mistake wasn't considered significant. Even several could deduce the great Nether Saint King's plans against the Candle World Saint King, many choosing to turn a blind eye. Weighing the ruling Holy King against the reincarnated Holy King was an easy choice. Qing Songzi looked at Lu Xianyi and asked with a smile, Sword Venerable Fuedao refuses to accept the Qi fortune from the Holy Court, having stayed in the Supreme Sect for so many years, what do you think should be done? Should he be left to his own devices, or should his background be investigated? Lu Xianyi thought to himself, as expected, and after pondering, he said, Teacher uncle, do you think Sword Venerable Fuedao is formidable? Of course, he's formidable, beyond my comparison, Qing Songzi answered without hesitation. Lu Xianyi continued, since that is the case, why bother to offend him? Wouldn't it be sufficient to just manage the Broken Sea Domain well? Qing Songzi frowned. Lu Xianyi meaningfully said, Sword Venerable Fuedao appeared in the land of the reincarnation of the Candle World Saint King, these two very likely have a connection. Why Sword Venerable Fuedao hides his identity is worth considering. Teacher uncle, my father once said, surviving in the Holy Court is like walking on thin ice, no matter how high one's cultivation level is, staying alive is the most important. Chapter 321 Evil Tree. The events that took place within the sea-breaking rift did not spread, and just like that, a divine immortal of wondrous dharma, disappeared without a trace. Since then, Guan distinctly felt that the number of people on the continent probing for the sword Venerable Fudeo had sharply decreased. It seemed that the master of the Broken Sea domain had already made a choice. If the Holy Court truly stopped scheming against Guan, he naturally didn't bother to hold a grudge. Living in peace was what he hoped for. A period of peace came to the Broken Sea domain, and despite great talents and powers continuously emerging in the world, Guan hid within the Supreme Sect and observed the world's vicissitudes with a smile. In the blink of an eye, 50 years swiftly passed. Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, and looking at his attribute panel, a smile spread across his face. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 293/470,569,402. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Today's harvest from the outer world cave had allowed him to gain nearly 40 million years of lifespan in one go. It was so exhilarating. This was still the first large-scale herbal harvest from the outer world cave. Every year, he would plant high-rank medicinal herbs in the outer world cave, and the income from lifespan would only increase more and more. 50 years had gone by, and the Supreme Sect was flourishing. Nowadays, in terms of paper strength, it was one of the top great sects on the continent, with only the 7 stars spirit realm comparable. The servant disciples within the Third Medicine Valley had also been largely replaced, some left, and others came. The scene in the Medicine Valley was much the same as it was 50 years ago. Along the way, Guan greeted his disciples non-stop. This scene left Ji Xiaohu standing before the pavilion feeling somewhat dazed. After being away for so many years, the fact that the valley remained unchanged made her feel incredibly moved. Guan made his way to the pavilion, sizing up Ji Xiaohu, and smiled, "Many years have passed, yet your aura is even more impressive." Ji Xiaohu, dressed in green garments, still had an elegant charm. Her flowing clothes resembled a skirt, creating illusions of drifting clouds as they billowed in the wind. She fixed Guan with her gaze and said, "So many years have passed, and you are still at the core formation realm, while I have become a divinity transformation cultivator. Do you regret it?" "Regret? How could that be possible? Following you out, always encountering danger?" Guan mentally complained. Over the years, he had often used his divine thought to keep watch over Ji Xiaohu, and he even acted a few times to ensure she always escaped danger by a hair's breadth. He knew all too well what she had been through. "I don't regret it at all. I've had a good time these years. As for cultivation level, slow and steady wins the race. I will condense the nascent soul sooner or later," Guan replied casually. Ji Xiaohu scrutinized him closely, and upon confirming that he wasn't lying, a smile appeared on her face. What she admired most was Guan's temperament. She had never seen him angry or envious, as he always seemed to be smiling. "Shall we talk upstairs?" Guan asked with a smile, knowing Ji Xiaohu had a lot to say. For Guan, the journeys Ji Xiaohu had embarked upon these past years couldn't compare to the distance of a single step for him, but for her, these decades were lengthy, and he would occasionally hear her murmuring to a campfire when alone. The stealing the 5 elements, who had been tailing Ji Xiaohu, had never shown up, merely escorting her in secret for a part of her journey. Once they were upstairs in the house, Ji Xiaohu began recounting her experiences throughout the years. Her stories were rich, with demon slaying, thrilling adventures, and even encounters with old grudges. Find your next read on Empire. Guan listened intently, chiming in from time to time, keeping Ji Xiaohu's desire to share stories high. After more than an ancient hour, Ji Xiaohu finally finished telling her tales. Guan exclaimed, "How exciting, just like the stories narrated by storytellers." Ji Xiaohu laughed, "I obtained the inheritance left by someone from a previous life. The journey was worthwhile, but it's unknown how far I can go. It should be the second layer of the immortal path." Guan had seen that secret realm, created by a loose immortal, which meant that Ji Xiaohu's predecessor's highest cultivation realm reached the loose immortal realm. For the current Ji Xiaohu, how formidable a loose immortal was, practically out of reach. Guan asked with a smile, "What are your plans going forward?" Ji Xiaohu replied, "Settle for a few decades before considering another journey. The ranking competition is about to begin, which is a good opportunity to enjoy the excitement. The Supreme Sect is not what it used to be, and this ranking competition will surely be lively. It's said that a loose immortal joined the Supreme Sect in the last couple of years. Have you heard about the loose immortal?" As Guan spoke of the competition, he became more talkative. Ji Xiaohu watched him with a slight smile on her lips. This guy still loved to see the world bustling. Listening to Guan talk about the highlights of the ranking competition, along with the sounds of insects and voices from outside the window, Ji Xiaohu's heart fell into tranquility. Having witnessed the world's turmoil, she now felt a sense of peace inside, free of any pressure or concern. After spending the afternoon with Ji Xiaohu, Guan finally left the Third Medicine Valley and headed to the Mystic Valley's 8 scenic caves underground. He arrived in front of the green vine tree, where a large cauldron was set up, surrounded by various instruments. Over the past 30 years, he had been studying the art of artifact refining. He wasn't after creating any phenomenal Dharma treasures, but rather, sought realizations through the process of forging. The Dharma treasures he had forged by now were coveted by the Supreme Sect, but he didn't hand them over to the sect, instead tossing them to the immortal-seeking island for sale, exchanging the spirit stones received for seeds and refining materials. With the cultivation of divine thought immortal status, it wasn't difficult for Guan to forge immortal treasures, but creating supreme immortal path treasures was still out of reach. Supreme immortal path treasures could only be created by immensely powerful beings standing at the peak of the 9 heavens of the immortal path, the crystallization of a lifetime's Dao from a major immortal path power. In the entire great heavenly spirit land, forces that owned supreme immortal path treasures were territorial overlords, and those who could fully wield the power of such treasures were few and far between. At least Guan had yet to see such individuals. Long Zhan had one such treasure. When he reached the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of the immortal path, he could suppress an entire universe with just one treasure, incredibly formidable. Guan had just approached the cauldron when it, along with the surrounding instruments, began to blaze with fire. 2 vines stretched from behind, beginning to massage Guan's shoulders. "Master, that guy, are you really not going to intervene?" The voice of the green vine tree sounded, still similar to Zhang Qiang, but weaker. Guan replied, "It's fine, it's impossible for the other party to step foot here." Because of the influence of Sword Venerable Fudao, the reputation of the Supreme Sect had far outshone its actual strength, thus, the upcoming ranking competition also attracted a multitude of overseas cultivators and demons. Among them was a presence that made the green vine tree afraid, and Guan had already located that presence. It was a shape-shifting tree demon, its cultivation having reached the wandering immortal stage, who was currently hiding its cultivation level and joining the ranking competition as a Mahayana cultivator. A wandering immortal posed no threat to Guan, and therefore, he didn't care. What he did care about was another individual. Someone from the immortal spirit dynasty had arrived at the Supreme Sect, whose cultivation level was that of a carefree primordial immortal, but had hidden it, presenting themselves merely as an ordinary loose immortal. Of course, even a loose immortal was enough to be treated as an honored guest by the Supreme Sect. Guan was curious about the purpose of the immortal spirit dynasty's visit. There would be quite a show at this ranking competition. "Master, can you subdue him?" the green vine tree cautiously asked. Guan, thinking it was worried, grunted in affirmation. He felt the vines on his shoulders tremble, followed by the voice of green vine tree, "Then can you capture him and let me eat him?" Guan was taken aback and turned to look at the green vine tree in surprise. It had been so afraid moments ago, and now it wanted to eat someone? He had almost forgotten that the green vine tree came from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, a demon path sect, so naturally, it could be an evil tree. Don't get any funny ideas, or watch out, I might eat you instead. Guan said, in no good mood. The green vine tree used to love eating lamb. If its murderous nature wasn't restrained, Guan feared for his disciples' safety. He kept the green vine tree mainly for the production of the green vine fruit. To him now, the green vine tree was not indispensable. Seemingly sensing Guan's displeasure, the green vine tree fell silent, and the two vines massaging his shoulders became even more careful. The next day at noon, Guan arrived at the outer gate city riding the blood prison great saint. The city was overcrowded, and even the air was bustling with a multitude of cultivators and demons. 50 years had passed, and Guan had even more acquaintances in the city. Wherever he went, people greeted him. He also encountered the son of Zhou Yujian, Zhou Lin, who was also Li Yu's childhood friend. Not practicing the sword Dao, he was a genuine prodigy. Now, Zhou Lin had completely abandoned the sword Dao and become a modestly famous talent. The two would meet every year, and their relationship remained strong. Zhou Lin began to complain about his father straight away. It was once again because of sword venerable Feudao that he'd offended a great cultivator. Day and night, he guarded the heaven-cutting axe. Despite this, Zhou Yujian had offended quite a few, resulting in frequent intrusions and investigations into the Zhou family. Luckily, with sword venerable Feudao around, no one dared make a move. Still, the Zhou family lived in constant fear of a catastrophe befalling them. Suddenly, Guan thought he should probably give Zhou Yujian some advice. To be honest, he clearly saw the devotion in Zhou Yujian's attitude and felt it deserved recognition. He should take the opportunity to guide him, not letting Zhou Yujian's efforts go to waste. After chatting for a while, they parted ways. Guan, using his mind, communicated with the blood prison great saint, who changed direction. The crowd surged, vendors on both sides shouted continuously, and Guan rode on the back of the blood prison great saint, looking curiously at everything along the way. This feeling was much like attending a fair. Unlike other meetings, the ranking competition was held every 100 years, making it the most important event for the Supreme Sect and even the entire Taixuan continent, with a liveliness that couldn't be compared to any other time. The arrival of many sects also brought many new items. After 30 minutes, the blood prison great saint stopped in front of a pavilion, and Guan dismounted, entering a store named the Pavilion of Wonders. Once inside the hall, his vision was filled with numerous treasures, and his gaze fell upon an individual. Zhangxian Wang, Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm, Level 7359098/70000/250000. 2.5 million years of ultimate lifespan. Guan estimated he had the potential to reach the Dao Void mysterious immortal level. This person was the Carefree Primordial Immortal from the Immortal Spirit Dynasty, standing in front of a shelf, toying with a broken flute. Guan stepped forward, passing by his side. Zhangxian Wang didn't pay him any mind, and both stood in front of the same shelf, admiring treasures. After a while, Zhangxian Wang glanced at Guan, and at that glance, his eyebrows suddenly raised. "Young man, where do those gold patterns on your forehead come from?" Zhangxian Wang asked, his tone gentle and devoid of any great cultivator's assertiveness. Guan touched his forehead and smiled. "One night, when I woke up, this gold pattern had appeared. Does Daoist friend know its origin?" Chapter 322 The Guidance of the Dao. This is a Dao pattern, representing the initial manifestation of the Dao. Some are born with it, while others acquire it later in life through cultivation. Sudden gains like yours are not unheard of. Regardless, possessing a Dao pattern means that you will eventually transcend the mortal realm and become an immortal. I offer you my early congratulations. Zhangxian Wang said with a smile, admiration apparent in his eyes. Guan immediately clasped his fists, saying, "My name is Guan. May I ask for your esteemed name, Daoist friend?" He could feel Zhangxian Wang deducing his karma. He was unconcerned, for he had already altered the appearance of his karma. Unless someone was of a higher realm than his, looking at his true self would only reveal a life typical of a servant-disciple, mundane and unremarkable. I am Zhongxian Wang, from a distant place. Meeting you is fate. Why not show me around? I would like to learn about the Supreme Sect and the Heavenly Ranking Conference. Faced with Zhongxian Wang's proposal, Guan naturally wouldn't refuse, as he had specifically come for him. The two walked out of the treasure pavilion. Upon seeing Guan's mount, Zhongxian Wang did not think much of it as he could not see through the path of returning primordial spirit. Along the way, Guan introduced the details of the Supreme Sect. When he mentioned Sword Venerable Fuedao, Zhongxian Wang immediately inquired about the specifics regarding him. Talking about Sword Venerable Fuedao, Guan showed a fervent look, praising him extravagantly. The Blood Prison Great Saint kept his composure but inwardly felt moved. He admired this demeanor of his master. If he had been Zhongxian Wang, he couldn't have associated Guan with Sword Venerable Fuedao. Not only did Zhongxian Wang find the Blood Prison Great Saint plain, the Great Saint thought little of Zhongxian Wang as well. Both were great cultivators concealing their cultivation levels, naturally carrying some arrogance in their hearts. Unknowingly, the two arrived near the heavenly repair platform. Guan, with a smile, asked, "The heaven-cutting axe is up there. Do you want to try challenging it?" Zhongxian Wang looked towards the distance, shook his head slightly, and said, "I surely can't pull it out, no need." He turned back to Guan and said, "I will be staying at the Supreme Sect for a long time. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a drink. If someone tries to persuade you to leave the Supreme Sect, you had better refuse. Possessing a Dao pattern is innate fortune, but it can also attract calamities. Within the Supreme Sect, at least you have the protection of Sword Venerable Fuedao, and others will not dare to meddle." With these words, he turned and left. Guan watched his figure receding, thinking to himself that this man was quite pleasant. He had thought the people of the Immortal Spirit Dynasty were all arrogantly detached since they rarely interacted with the outside world, but meeting him today changed Guan's opinion about the Immortal Spirit Dynasty. From afar, Guan looked towards the heaven-cutting axe, where Zhou Yujian stood beside it, vigilantly guarding it day in, day out. Now when discussing the heaven-cutting axe, it was hard to avoid mentioning Zhou Yujian. Guan's mind stirred, and his divine thought, mixed with powerful sword intent, aggressively entered Zhou Yujian's eyes, causing him to become dazed. Immediately thereafter, Guan rode off on the Blood Prison Great Saint in another direction, not ascending the platform. Zhongxian Wang, not yet far away, stopped walking, turned around, and stared in astonishment. At the same time, a soaring sword intent erupted from Zhou Yujian, prompting the nearby cultivators to retreat as figures suddenly appeared around the heaven-cutting axe, isolating Zhou Yujian. Zhou Yujian's eyes became void of spirit, his whole person in a daze, the sword intent moving from below upwards, fluttering his long hair and robes. Feeling the sword intent belonging to Sword Venerable Fuedao, the great cultivators of the Supreme Sect breathed a sigh of relief. What happened to him? It's Sword Venerable Fuedao's sword intent. Feel it carefully, Zhou Yujian's sword chi is growing stronger. Is Sword Venerable Fuedao guiding him? If it's him, I can understand, since he has guarded here for so many years. So he wasn't lying. Did Sword Venerable Fuedao really pat his shoulder back then? The cultivators discussed animatedly, while Zhou Yujian was engrossed in the sword intent, unable to extricate himself. Far below the heavenly repair platform, Zhongxian Wang felt the sword intent emanating from Zhou Yujian, and his mind was shocked. He was, after all, a carefree primordial immortal, yet he hadn't noticed Sword Venerable Fuedao's intervention. He couldn't even comprehend how Sword Venerable Fuedao's sword intent could induce Zhou Yujian into a state of enlightenment.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. At that moment, he realized his own insignificance. The carefree primordial immortal was only carefree, not yet at the stage of comprehending the great Dao. In the corner of his vision remained the retreating figure of Guan, yet he did not attract his attention. He could not fathom that Guan, who had walked in the opposite direction, was the sword venerable Fuedao who had just shocked him. Guan did not look back, deeply concealing both his abilities and fame. The blood prison great saint heard the hustle in the distance and also did not turn back, for he knew the legendary sword venerable Fuedao was right on his back. When immortals act, mortals always react with alarm. How dull! After meeting Zhongxian Wang, Guan continued wandering around the city, buying many things and then headed back to the Third Medicine Valley. Upon returning to the Third Medicine Valley, Guan found an Xin and handed over his purchases to him. The valley also stored a variety of medicinal herbs, elixirs, secret books, and magic artifacts that the servant disciples could buy directly at prices even lower than in the city, a benefit provided by Guan. After comparing it, the disciples felt even more gratitude towards him. Because of such actions, even after the servant disciples reached foundation establishment and later met Guan, they would still call him master. After arranging all this, Guan prepared to go upstairs to read. Coincidentally, Shen Zhen flew in. Guan had no choice but to wait for her. Over the years, Shen Zhen had not been idle, sharing her insights with the Supreme Sect and helping to create many transmission jade slips. These allowed the disciples to cultivate not only by understanding the words but by seeing the cultivation scenarios, earning her real respect from the Supreme Sect. "Hurry upstairs, there's something good," Shen Zhen eagerly said before taking the lead upstairs, leaving Guan to follow. After entering the room and closing the door, Guan sensed a weak presence downstairs, clearly Ji Xiaohu trying to eavesdrop again. Shen Zhen went to the table and pulled out a set of scrolls, swiftly spreading one out. Guan walked over and saw that it depicted an ancient scene where many unclothed people knelt on the ground, waving at the sky where a group of cloud-riding figures, dressed magnificently like immortals, hovered. "I acquired an incomplete ancient tome previously, and I've been studying it daily, then visualizing its complete scene. Perhaps, the Dao is guiding me," Shen Zhen boasted proudly. Was it really visualized? With Guan's keen vision, he noticed the environmental contours of the drawing held the subtleties of the heaven and earth rules. Your next chapter awaits on Empire. Could the Dao really be guiding Shen Zhen? Something wasn't right. Why Shen Zhen? Guan suddenly doubted whether Shen Zhen could truly attain the Dao through music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He had previously shocked Zhongxian Wang, and now it was Shen Zhen's turn to shock him. Could one comprehend the heaven and earth rules without reaching the immortal path realm? That was too absurd. Could she be an immortal reincarnated? That shouldn't be, either. If she were the reincarnation of a great power, Guan could have noticed some hints, just like with Ji Xiaohu, Yang Jian. However Shen Zhen appeared, she lacked any significant background. Chapter 323 The Path of Destiny. Guan couldn't help but use lifespan detection on Shen Zhen. Shen Zhen, Divinity Transformation Realm, Second Layer 329/1200/5800. Her maximum lifespan had increased by more than 1,000 years. Could it be that she also possessed an innate enlightenment saint body? Filled with curiosity, Guan decided to observe Shen Zhen more in the future. As Shen Zhen began to narrate the process of her painting, Guan carefully looked at the scroll before him. It seemed to depict a mortal pleading for the compassion of an immortal, but the execution was quite strange. The person kneeling on the ground was smiling, while the high and mighty immortal had a frown. The outline of the clouds, the lines of the mountains, the currents in the rivers, etc. all were manifestations of the rules of heaven and earth. Once this scroll was unfurled, the actual rules of heaven and earth subtly drew closer to it. In the eyes of a divine thought true immortal, the world became both bizarre and splendid. Shen Zhen, immersed in it, couldn't feel the changes in the rules of heaven and earth and continued to excitedly share her creative process. Guan began to probe into the causality surrounding Shen Zhen and saw all of the experiences of her life. He suddenly realized that, without being aware of it, he had become the person most closely tied to the causality of Shen Zhen's life. The relationship between Shen Zhen and the Taixuan Sect grew increasingly distant. Although she was the daughter of the sect hierarch, her father had many children. Without regular contact, the bond between father and daughter became ever more distant, with her mother having passed away long ago. Guan suddenly had a bold thought. Could it be that Shen Zhen was influenced by him? After all, he was a divine thought true immortal. Even though he concealed his cultivation level, his essence of life was still different from the surrounding disciples. Over the years, the time it took for disciples to enter Medicine Valley and complete their apprenticeship had become increasingly short, which could also be due to his influence. The degree to which Shen Zhen had reached was not to be underestimated, her innate comprehension was remarkable. But without Guan, it might have been very difficult for her to achieve this step. Gradually, Guan's understanding of the way of cause and effect deepened. On reflection, Guan had influenced the entire Supreme Sect. Regardless of the reason, the Supreme Sect indeed had entered an unprecedented phase of rapid development. After a while, Shen Zhen's voice brought Guan's thoughts back to the present. Hey, are you listening? Guan turned to look at Shen Zhen, who had a gritted teeth expression that didn't look fierce, but rather made Guan want to reach out and pinch her. I'm listening, you are really incredible. I can't understand how you did it. If what you say is true, you might really have the talent for enlightenment, Guan praised. Upon hearing this, a broad smile broke across Shen Zhen's face. She chuckled proudly and said, "This painting is for you then. I'll continue to meditate." With that, she turned and left. Guan didn't see her off, but instead turned his gaze back to the scroll on the table. He felt the energy from below returning to normal. Ji Xiao was once again immersed in her cultivation, but he didn't care. He sat on the chair, looking at the scroll, lost in thought. The influence he had on his surroundings wasn't just active from his side but also aided by the momentum of heaven and earth, which gave him a deeper understanding of the ways of heaven and earth. He had this inexplicable feeling that he wanted to hide, but the way of heaven and earth did not want him to hide, hence it influenced the environment around him. The great momentum of heaven and earth was like a surging tide, the nets of cause and effect were like heaven-trapping webs, all beings could neither resist them nor escape. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. While helping the environment around him, he would also be drawn into more webs of causality. In that moment, Guan suddenly understood why many great powers retreated into seclusion indefinitely. It might not be merely because enlightenment took so much time. Just like the great cold demon sect, there must be many great cultivators hidden away in seclusion, who had evaded disaster precisely because they withdrew from the world. Is this not a way of surviving? Guan was not fearful because of this revelation, rather, he was contemplating how heaven and earth operated the laws of causality and destiny, creating a set of rules that most beings fear. Destiny. Guan never believed in an irresistible destiny. That which is irresistible is only so because it still lies within the rules. If one's strength surpasses the rules, how can one be manipulated? As for how to transcend destiny and surpass the ways of heaven and earth, that was the real direction Guan needed to think about. He sat in his room without moving all night, and early the next day, he rode the blood prison great saint to the outer gate city to watch the excitement. A night had passed, and Zhou Yujian was still in deep enlightenment, with over 100 great cultivators from the Supreme Sect protecting him and temporarily suspending the inheritance assessment of the heaven-cutting axe, not allowing anyone to approach Zhou Yujian. Zhou Yujian's cultivation level was not worth mentioning in the current Supreme Sect, but as he received the sword intent inheritance of the sword Venerable Feudao, it had a completely different significance. The Supreme Sect placed great importance on it, as a way to show respect to the sword Venerable Feudao. As Guan arrived at the outer gate city not long after, he encountered a middle-aged man accompanied by several young men and women. They were walking among the crowd, looking around curiously, finding everything new and amazing. "Chuan Yu, long time no see. A voice reached Chuanyu's ears, prompting him to turn his head instinctively, only to see the Blood Prison Great Saint standing next to Guan. The Blood Prison Great Saint was as tall as an adult and had a domineering presence, but Chuanyu had seen larger demon pets and mounts, so he was not flustered. Chuanyu looked at Guan with doubt and asked, "You are?" The fact that the other person was riding a mount meant he must be a cultivator, and Chuanyu had to approach him cautiously. The descendants of the Chuanyu family following behind were just as curious, sizing up Guan, surprised to find that someone in the Supreme Sect knew their grandfather. Guan smiled and said, "Have you forgotten? I met you in your home, when you were only 15 years old. You kept nagging your grandfather to take you on the path of immortal cultivation." Chuanyu was stunned, then his eyes widened in astonishment and he asked, "You're the person who visited my grandfather back then, how come you so young?" Guan asked, "How is your grandfather?" Chuanyu hurriedly replied, "He's quite well, spends his days cultivating and drinking tea, with no need to worry about anything." The descendants of the Chuanyu family looked at one another in confusion. Their grandfather's grandfather was the primordial ancestor of their family, wasn't he? They had only seen Xiao Chuan once or twice, and in their minds, Xiao Chuan was amiable, but with a status far beyond theirs, they could only feel reverence. After a conversation, Guan learned that Chuanyu had come to bring his descendants to broaden their horizons, while also seeking opportunities. Guan took out a token from his sleeve and tossed it to Chuanyu. If their aptitude is not exceptionally outstanding and there are no other connections, they can seek to become servant disciples at the Chores Hall. With this token of mine, you can enter the Third Medicine Valley. Chuanyu instinctively caught the token and was about to inquire further when the Blood Prison Great Saint took a step forward and brushed past him. Chuanyu turned to look at Guan's retreating figure and asked, "Senior, how should I address you?" Guan simply raised his hand and made no sound. Chuanyu couldn't help but stare at the token in his hand, deeply puzzled. At that moment, another male cultivator came over and laughed, "Brother, you're in luck to be connected to the Third Medicine Valley. With such good fortune, foundation establishment is as good as certain, making a solid foundation for your path of immortal cultivation." Foundation establishment. The descendants of the Chuanyu family immediately brightened up, their breathing quickening. Chuanyu quickly saluted the male cultivator and inquired about the situation in the Third Medicine Valley. The male cultivator gave a rough introduction, mentioning thousands of servant disciples, countless medicinal herbs, and the high-ranking members of the Supreme Sect that could be seen in the valley every day, among others. The information left Chuanyu dumbstruck. Just who was the person they had just met to have such influence? Unable to contain himself, Chuanyu asked, "Do you know the person we just met?" The male cultivator shook his head with a smile, clapped Chuanyu on the shoulder, and walked away, leaving Chuanyu even more curious and in awe of Guan. The now distant Guan couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. That kid has always loved playing these little tricks back in Medicine Valley. The cultivator who had introduced Chuanyu to the Third Medicine Valley was precisely a disciple who had graduated from there. By now, the number of disciples who had graduated from the Third Medicine Valley and Mystic Valley had reached tens of thousands, which is why Guan often encountered familiar faces. Guan's reputation had also spread far and wide, and considering the number of foundation establishment pills needed by these disciples, who else within the inner and outer sects could supply them? Moreover, over the years, Guan had indeed made no additional demands of the servant disciples, which is what made him admirable. Guan soon arrived at the book collection hall, ready to chat with the book enthusiasts there for a while. 7 days later, the Golden List Grand Tournament officially commenced. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord also represented the Supreme Sect in the battle. With Liya unable to return, the Supreme Sect needed the combat strength of a wandering immortal. How the Supreme Sect persuaded the Nine-Finger Divine Lord, Guan did not know, he had not watched at that time and wasn't interested in finding out now. That day, LV Badian came to find Guan, pulling him who was watching the Golden List combat into the attic. Aside from the new disciples who were curious, many people ignored it as commonplace. Once seated inside the house, Lv Badian, unusually, did not discuss official matters but instead talked about his son, Lv Xian. That kid really is blindly loyal to Li Suandao. I have no idea what he's thinking. No matter how the Taixuan dynasty develops, it remains the world of the Li family. What could he possibly gain? Lv Badian complained indignantly. Guan was reluctant to comment on their father-son matters. It must be said that Lv Badian and Li Suandao were similar, both in their actions and their relationships with their sons. Originally, Li Ya also despised Li Suandao, while Lv Xian still seeks the life of Lv Badian to this day. Guan had no interest in untangling their causality, an outsider's clarity was useless on family matters. Recently, Li Suandao arranged for him to go to the domain master city of Broken Sea Domain. I'm not sure if it's a blessing or a curse. The establishment of the Broken Sea Domain Master City makes me feel like it's targeted against the sword Venerable Feudao, Lv Badian said with concern. Guan inquired, why do you think so? The Great Cold Demon Sect appeared long before this domain was established, which means that even though the Holy Court sets the order, it does not manage specific locales. When I put myself in the place of the Holy Court, no matter how I speculate, establishing the Broken Sea domain seems to be a means of defense, while also investigating the sword Venerable Feudao. In that case, why don't you go to the Heaven-Cutting Axe and ask the sword Venerable Feudao to leave? Nonsense! Don't spout such things in the future. Lv Badian glared and spoke sternly. Guan smiled helplessly, this man was prone to irritation. Lv Badian, following that, brought up Li Lingtian. Over the years, Li Lingtian had gained a great reputation, having previously participated in and topped the Golden List Grand Tournament and the 100 Clans Grand Meeting, creating a bigger sensation than in Hao and Lv Xian of years past. To this, Guan had no particular stance. With Li Lingtian's return to the Taixuan continent, it was obvious he was targeting Yangjian. Guan found it hard to take an interest in the squabbles of the younger generations. What he cared more about was the identity of the mysterious great cultivator who had arrived at the Supreme Sect that day.n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Chapter 324 Heaven Sect, Immortal King Legend. After Lv Badian left, Guan followed down the staircase, continuing to watch the excitement. Now, the Mystic Heart Realm combat was underway, its spectacle reflected upon the sky, inciting copious discussions among the disciples in the valley. How formidable! Is this what the Mystic Heart Realm is like? What's this? Just wait until you see the Mahayana Realm combat. That is truly thrilling, not to mention the Immortal combat. Even here within the valley, you can feel a sense of oppression. It's an eye-opener. I wonder if we'll ever reach this stage. How could we not? Cultivate diligently, enter the Third Medicine Valley, and your starting point will already be higher than 90% of the disciples. That's right. Even if one is a scion of a noble family, without sufficient aptitude, they start as servant disciples too. Do you know about Liya from Divine Exotic City? He's my master's junior brother, and they entered the Medicine Valley on the same day. I know. My master once said that Liya often used to cry, feeling hopeless about his future. It was my master who inspired him. As the disciples conversed, their topics began to digress. The Third Medicine Valley's replacement of old and new was rapid, with many new disciples joining each year. The number of disciples registered in the valley had already surpassed 1,800. Guan naturally mingled among the groups of disciples without causing a disturbance. They didn't need to stand to greet each other or harbor suspicions, a mood that arose from Guan's amiable manner, which also shaped the disciples' approach to interaction and life. Guan sat beside an Xin and inquired about the previous battles. Before an Xin could reply, Yu Yingying came and sat down on Guan's other side, eagerly jumping into the conversation and briefing him on the situation. Her excitement stemmed from the great cultivators of the Star Sea congregations who also came to participate, including a senior she admired. She believed that this senior could capture first place on the immortal list. To this, Guan merely smiled. This immortal list tournament was a gathering of sleeping dragons and crouching tigers, with many who concealed their true cultivation level and identities. Aspiring to the first place was very difficult. The arrival of a divine immortal of wondrous dharma to participate baffled Guan. What was their reasoning? No matter how you looked at it, the divine immortal of wondrous dharma's participation in the immortal list tournament seemed to devalue their status, and they might even provoke the sword venerable Feudeo, leading to a deadly disaster. Guan couldn't understand. The immortal spirit dynasty sent people, the holy court also sent delegates, and now, the mysterious divine immortal of wondrous dharma appeared as well. But what comes is to be accepted. Currently, the divine immortal of wondrous dharma still remained a mysterious presence, seen but never met. The carefree primordial immortal stood as the highest entity the immortal cultivation sects could reach. As for the Dao Void mysterious immortal, who existed one realm higher, Guan had not yet encountered any. An Xin thought that the Nine-Finger Divine Lord could win first place, sparking a debate with Yu Yingying. Given an Xin's temperament, she naturally could not out-argue Yu Yingying. Guan couldn't just watch his precious disciple get pushed around, so he joined the debate, quickly causing Yu Yingying's face to flush red. 2 days swiftly passed by. On this day, in the early morning hours, although dawn had just broken, many figures were already bustling about in the city. Within a narrow alley, Zhang Xianwang from the immortal spirit dynasty stopped in his tracks. Tilting his head slightly, he glanced askew at the person behind him. "Why do you follow me?" Zhang Xianwang asked calmly. Standing behind him was a white-haired old man, exuding an air of immortality. His mere presence compelled the passing cultivators at the alleyway entrance to take another look. The white-haired elder stared at Zhang Xianwang and inquired, "Why has one from the immortal dynasty come to this place?" Zhang Xianwang turned to face the elder, his expression indifferent, as he countered, "If you do not answer, how shall I?" The elder replied, "You may call me Heaven Sect." Heaven Sect? Zhang Xianwang's face paled, a look of incredulity spreading across it as he exclaimed, "Heaven Sect? How is that possible? 50,000 years ago, had you not already?" Heaven Sect interrupted, "It's your turn to answer now." Zhang Xianwang's gaze flickered, he remained silent for a moment. "You probably don't want to cause a conflict here, surely there are holy court cultivators within the supreme sect." The emotionless tone of Heaven Sect sent chills down one's spine. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xianwang said, "I'm here to recruit Sword Venerable Feudeo." "And you?" Heaven Sect replied, "I come for an old acquaintance." "An old acquaintance? Who? Since our purposes do not conflict, let's not disturb each other any further." Having said that, Heaven Sect turned to leave. Just then, a voice called out, "Deist friend Zhang, what brings you here?" The speaker was none other than Guan, approaching Heaven Sect head-on, the two passing each other. Heaven Sect, Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma Realm 7th Layer 789023/1700000/1750000. A formidable old monster who has lived for 788,000 years. On the 7th layer of the Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma Realm, that's frightening, almost catching up to me. Guan thought to himself as he looked at Zhang Xianwang, his face breaking into a surprised smile. Seeing Guan, Zhang Xianwang couldn't help but smile. After Heaven Sect left the alley, Guan then asked, "Who was that person just now? Were they troubling you? Do you need me to contact the Deacon Hall?" Hearing this made Zhang Xianwang smile even more. He laughingly said, "No trouble at all. But do you know what his cultivation level is?" "What cultivation level? Divinity Transformation Realm? Void Crossing Realm? Or Unification?" As he continued, Gu An's voice rose several notches in apprehension. Zhang Xianwang, bemused, changed the subject. What brings you here? Gu An responded, I came to purchase seeds for medicinal herbs. And you? The two began to chat, and Zhang Xianwang, favorably impressed by Gu An, did not fuss about their disparity in cultivation level and conversed as equals. After a while, Gu An asked, You seem quite impressive. Did you sign up for the Immortal List tournament? No, I'm here for a different matter. May I help you with it? There's no need for that. All right then, I won't disturb you any further. Gu An bowed in farewell, then departed. Zhang Xianwang watched him go, a hint of hesitation in his heart. Gu An pondered why Zhang Xianwang sought to recruit him. He had previously thought the Immortal Spirit Dynasty was rather xenophobic and unlikely to be recruiting him into their ranks, meaning it must be some other scheming. After leaving the alley, Gu An continued wandering about the city, planning to buy some interesting trinkets for Tian Yao to lift her spirits. Managing the outer world cave was quite taxing. Gu An had to show favor to keep her from feeling disheartened. Just after passing 2 streets, Gu An spotted Heaven Sect. As they were about to pass by each other, Heaven Sect suddenly raised a hand and held onto Gu An's shoulder. Gu An quirked an eyebrow, feeling uneasy about being touched on the shoulder. He turned his head toward Heaven Sect, asking in surprise, You, hey? Are you the same person from before? Heaven Sect's eyes were fixed on the Immortal King crown on Gu An's forehead, his gaze piercing. Gu An felt his heart drop. Could it be that this person saw through the disguise of the Immortal King crown? Leave the Supreme Sect tonight, and I will find you, offering you a chance for rebirth anew. With these words, Heaven Sect turned and walked away. Gu An was confused. From Heaven Sect's statement, it seemed that he hadn't guessed that Gu An was Sword Venerable Feudeo. But what was the reason then? As Gu An watched him leave, continuing on his way, he pondered the matter. Not far away, within the crowd, Zhang Xianwang frowned and ultimately sighed, heading in the opposite direction from Heaven Sect. The afternoon's combat had reached its pinnacle with 2 Nirvana Realm great cultivators clashing, one of whom was from the Supreme Sect. Naturally, both hailed from the Ocean Cultivators. The 2 Nirvana Realm great cultivators employed spells, divine skills, demon pets, formations, and various other arts, comprehensively displaying to the spectators what it meant to be an immortal cultivator. Within the same realm, the higher one's level, the harder it was to slay the opponent, easily leading to a prolonged fierce battle. Gu An found it highly entertaining. These individuals' cultivation levels were average, but their variety in battle was impressive. Gu An, who could only defeat enemies instantly, couldn't experience this kind of thrill and could only feel envious. Until the night descended. Gu An left Mystic Valley alone, flying towards the distance. His furrowed brow and tense demeanor were acted out deliberately. To demonstrate resolve, he sped up his flight. An hour later, Gu An felt a surge of mana approaching and immediately prepared himself, yielding to the other's intention. At first glance, he seemed to plummet suddenly, landing in a forest. Once on the ground, he quickly stood up, pretending to be panicked. When he saw Heaven Sect's figure, he finally calmed down. Heaven Sect emerged from the darkness, speaking admiringly, "You are courageous indeed. It's no wonder you dared to accept the Immortal King crown. Though I do not know why it has not devoured you, regardless, you have received the recognition of an immortal path supreme treasure. Do you have a master?" Gu An shook his head, "I don't. Is the Immortal King crown the diadem on my head? I just stumbled upon it somewhere." He had already altered his own causality, so even Heaven Sect would be misled.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Certainly, Heaven Sect had deduced through causality that Gu An bought the Immortal King crown at a bargain price from a treasure pavilion. At that time, the crown seemed freshly unearthed and antiquated. How could a divine immortal of wondrous dharma see through the trickeries of a Dao void mysterious immortal? Do you wish to learn about the origins of the immortal king crown? Once you know, you will not be able to maintain a life of tranquility, Heaven Sect said to Guan, his voice soft. Guan replied with a wry smile, can I go back now? No, once you have come, there is no turning back. Then why do you ask? The way of Heaven Sect is the heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao must comply with the will of the people. Does this count? You came, so it counts. Guan felt that this person was being unreasonable, but since he sensed no hostility from Heaven Sect, he decided to listen to what was to be said. Tending to plants and occasionally craving some excitement wasn't too bad. He dared to face thrills also because Heaven Sect posed no threat to him. The Immortal King crown was forged by the first Immortal King of the great heavenly spirit land, who existed during the distant primordial times, when the heavens and earth first parted. Back then, there was no holy court, no heavenly Dao rules in the outer heaven. Heaven Sect's voice filled with a mysterious aura, causing Guan to glimpse ancient scenes. The vast earth stretched out, and colossal beasts roamed freely. There were no systems, no sects, no dynasties. He saw the silhouette of the Immortal King, blurred yet emanating a terrifying presence that reminded him of Long Zhan. This indicated that the Immortal King stood on the same level as Long Zhan. The 9th level of Immortal Path. When the Immortal King declared, I am the Immortal King, thunder roared, and the land was stricken by various natural disasters. Thinking too highly of himself, the Immortal King sought to challenge the heavenly Dao, striving to unify all creation, to venture into the outer heaven, and in doing so, offended the will of the heavens. He was ultimately afflicted by the curse of the heavenly Dao and, upon his impending death, sealed his own Dao within the Immortal King crown. The Immortal King crown is also the first ever Immortal Path supreme treasure in recorded history. At the very least, it is the first within the great heavenly spirit land. Heaven Sect's tone remained emotionless. Chapter 325 Heavenly Dao Inheritance. The first Immortal King, the first Immortal Path supreme treasure. Guan had felt a power from the Immortal King that transcended the epochs, a mighty will that challenged the heavenly Dao. Heaven Sect continued to watch over Guan, and spoke further, ever since the fall of the Immortal King, the world was submerged by the oceans, ushering in an era of decline, but from destruction comes creation, and even in the most perilous environments, new beings are nurtured. Over the long epochs, many have emulated the Immortal King. The title he bestowed upon himself also became a glory pursued by later generations of cultivators, continually producing new immortal kings who challenged the authority of heavens and gradually increased the heavenly restraints imposed on this world. Epochs change, and seas turn into mulberry fields. It wasn't until the birth of the Holy Court that beings finally had the chance to set foot in outer heaven. I inherited the legacy of Heaven Sect and took on its name. Heaven Sect can only be transmitted singularly, and I want to take you as my disciple, to make you the next Heaven Sect. By the end of this statement, the sound of the wind in the forest abruptly stopped, and the flora ceased their swaying. Guan widened his eyes and asked incredulously, Me? Can I really do it? I'm just a mediocre talent. What does talent matter? Heaven Sect has its own legacy that can help you break free from your shackles. You have been recognized by the Immortal King crown. There must be something extraordinary about you, either an ancient treasure body or your soul harboring greater power. The Dao patterns on your forehead are the best proof, Heaven Sect stated, his eyes blazing as he gazed at Guan. Guan hesitated, but I don't understand what being Heaven Sect entails. What are your ideals? Heaven Sect is about complying with the heavenly Dao. What you need to do is to follow the heavenly Dao. As long as you adhere to this, you will constantly surpass your limits and might even achieve immortality. If immortality is attainable, why do you want to pass it on to me? Because I have regrets and no longer wish to comply with the heavenly Dao. These words from Heaven Sect only added to Guan's confusion. Are you trying to trap me, or just deceive me? Seeing through Guan's doubts, Heaven Sect looked up at the bright moon and explained, I have lived for 780,000 years. In my life, every choice made was in compliance with the heavenly Dao. For the heavenly Dao, I have forsaken my family and dear friends. I have attained immortality and earned a revered holy name, but over time, I also grew regretful. I no longer yearn for immortality, but you probably still desire it. After hearing this, Guan's first thought was to pass on the legacy to those close to him. Heaven Sect continued, my time is limited. After this heavenly list conference concludes, I will relinquish the position of Heaven Sect. You have no choice, but you need to spend the remaining time adjusting your Daoist heart. With that, he vanished into the forest. Guan frowned, staying in his spot. Don't tell anyone else, lest you reveal the fate and bring misfortune upon them. Muttering to himself. Guan scoffed internally, but he indeed felt a mysterious and familiar aura from Heaven Sect, similar to the light layer enveloping the great heavenly spirit land. Could the heavenly Dao really exist? Guan pondered a while in his place before finally leaving. In the following days, several great cultivators made their names known at the Heavenly List Conference, with the most dominant being Heaven Sect, who self-proclaimed the title. Besides that, nobody knew much about his origins. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord also performed strongly, but he lacked the aura of being the foremost. Read exclusive content at Empire. Time flew swiftly. 2 months passed rapidly, and the Heavenly List Conference continued. During this time, Supreme Sect was as lively as a festival every day. On this day, sensing something while reading under a tree, Shenzhenzi looked up and saw an old man with white hair approaching from the valley entrance. That presence. Shenzhenzi frowned thoughtfully. Heaven Sect felt his gaze and glanced at him. Their eyes met and in an instant, Shenzhenzi felt an immense terror, instinctively bowing his head. Heaven Sect withdrew his gaze and proceeded forward. His eyes swept Medicine Valley and soon locked onto Yang Jian, who was interacting with a disciple.n/o/b/jn.c/om. Yang Jian, sensing something, turned his head and instinctively frowned when he saw Heaven Sect. This newcomer was no ordinary figure. Yang Jian, already at the void-crossing realm, had sharper senses than others at his level. From the first glance at Heaven Sect, he knew he was no match for the other. He wasn't panicked, for his master was still within Medicine Valley. Heaven Sect approached Yang Jian, with Shenzhenzi watching him closely, debating whether to intervene. Mystic Gang Dominator Body, have you felt the thickness of your soul? Heaven Sect's first question startled Yang Jian. Yang Jian instinctively looked around. The others can't hear our conversation, nor can they see me, except for that heavenly demon from Bitter Sea Buddha Sect, whom I intentionally allowed to see, Heaven Sect stated emotionlessly. The term heavenly demon alarmed Shenzhenzi, who immediately bowed his head. Yang Jian, however, was not distracted by the mention of the heavenly demon. Suppressing his nervousness, he asked, "What exactly do you want?" Heaven Sect raised his right hand, revealing a golden jade stone in his palm, and said, "This object is for you. Just crush it, and you will recall past life memories, regaining your true identity. You have reincarnated 100 times. It's rare for someone to help you awaken the Mystic Gang Dominator Body. You might not get such a chance in future reincarnations." Yang Jian instinctively caught the golden jade stone, pressing further, "Who are you really? What do you want? We fought side by side before, I was severely injured, and you perished along with your path. I would never harm you. Once you awaken your past memories, I will appear," said Heaven Sect before turning to leave. Yang Jian looked at the golden jade stone in his hand, his mind in turmoil. Past life? Having read Investiture of the Gods and Journey to the West, he naturally believed in reincarnation, but now that it directly affected him, he couldn't help but feel unsettled. He took a deep breath, looked up, and saw Heaven Sect heading towards his master's attic. He wondered if his master had noticed this person's approach, Previously, he believed his master was invincible, but Heaven Sect's methods were beyond his comprehension. Except for him and Shenzhenzi, no one in the valley could see his movements. What kind of divine skill was this? Yang Jian couldn't understand, and his wariness of Heaven Sect piqued. He hesitated whether to warn his master, fearing he might ruin his master's plans if he had already noticed. After considering, he used his divine sense to follow. When his divine sense reached the attic, Guan showed no reaction, which reassured him, and he withdrew his divine sense. Heaven Sect reached the attic. Stepping into the first floor room, he muttered to himself, "Reincarnation Path Emperor? Great karmic bonds, untouchable. I didn't expect this place to have so many significant karmic bonds. Could Sword Venerable Feudao be nearby?" He then ascended the stairs. Walking through the door, Heaven Sect appeared before Guan, who was at his desk, and then revealed his true form. His gaze fell on the supreme secret records in Guan's hand. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He suddenly regretted choosing Guan. But by now, he had no other options. Ahem, Heaven Sect feigned a cough, causing Guan to instinctively look up, and then he stood up abruptly as though he had seen a ghost. "You, how did you appear?" Guan asked fearfully. Heaven Sect replied irritably, "You are soon to be the next Heaven Sect, destined to wield the heavenly will. Stop reading books that corrupt the mind." Guan closed the supreme secret records, explaining, "This book is different." "Enough," Heaven Sect cut him off, his gaze returning to the Immortal King Crown. "You roam around wearing the Immortal King Crown all day, aren't you afraid of trouble? Not everyone is like me, without greed for Immortal Path supreme treasures, especially since the Immortal King Crown is special, being one of the rare treasures not bound by the chi fortune of the Holy Court." "The Holy Court manipulates? What do you mean?" Guan asked, puzzled. Considering that nearly all Immortal Path supreme treasures were presented by the Holy Court to help various congregations better manage the populace, Guan had obtained the 7 Stars Mirror from the 7 Stars Spirit Realm, and the Star Sea congregations also had their own supreme treasure. Yet almost no one attempted to steal their supreme treasures, indicating that some powerful force was balancing the greed of the great powers. Heaven Sect explained, "The vast majority of supreme treasures in the world are dispatched by the Holy Court, aiding the various sects in governing the populace. Of course, some treasures aren't under their control, and your Immortal King Crown is one such example. The Holy Court can trace all supreme treasures linked to chi fortune, which is why they are more wary of those they can't control. If someone discovers your Immortal King Crown, you're in major trouble, and even the chi fortune of Heaven Sect can't protect you." Guan thought, "I have another supreme treasure in my possession, and you haven't recognized it either." Chapter 326 Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court. Heaven Sect lectured Guan at length, telling him how to act in the future and what pitfalls to avoid, as if imparting his last words. Despite thinking to himself, "I, a divine thought true immortal, will not acknowledge you as my master," Guan considered retaining Heaven Sect's legacy since Heaven Sect was determined to abdicate his position and had decided to search for a successor on his behalf. Before leaving, Heaven Sect said, "Though there are many secrets about you that puzzle me, I have no desire to understand them anymore. Your disciple named Yang Jian, let him leave when he wishes to, do not stop him, for he will bring you great trouble." Guan nodded, planning to dismiss him first. Heaven Sect raised his right hand, a chi sphere formed in his palm and he threw it at Guan. With no time to dodge, Guan could only watch as the chi sphere entered his body, causing him to stiffen. Heaven Sect looked at Guan, a smile appearing as he said, "It's a pity I didn't formally accept you as my disciple. It's better this way, to avoid my karma affecting you." With that, he turned and left, his figure passing directly through the door. Feeling his presence disappear, the color of panic finally vanished from Guan's face. "Accept me as a disciple? Sorry, I am more afraid of getting involved in your karma." Guan touched his chest, extracting the chi sphere, he could feel the powerful force inside, no weaker than Heaven Sect's, and its chi fortune was something he currently couldn't fathom. Precisely because of this, he couldn't merge with the chi sphere. Let's call it Heaven Sect's chi fortune. Guan took out the 7 stars mirror and channeled the Heaven Sect's chi fortune into it. When he first obtained the 7 stars mirror, Guan had erased all the chi fortune, karma, and related restriction inside it. He treated not only Immortal Path Supreme treasures with such thoroughness but also any magic artifact. To avoid any accidents, he checked it again. Once sure there were no issues, he tucked the 7 stars mirror into his pocket and then sat down to continue reading. The grand ranking competition was still ongoing. As of today, the combatants were all immortal beings, unlike Leia who relied on Immortal Path Supreme treasures from lower realms, thus each combat was a testament to cultivation levels. When Heaven Sect broke into the top 10, he announced his withdrawal from the competition and then left. His departure destined to leave a lingering question in the grand ranking competition. No matter who won first place, they could not be considered the true victor of the competition in the minds of the people below. Heaven Sect was the most dominant presence in this grand ranking competition unequivocally. Guan and Yang Jian tacitly did not mention Heaven Sect and continued their cultivation as usual. Your next chapter is on Empire. Guan trained Yang Jian, not hoping he would serve him for life. When he saw through the karma of Yang Jian's past life, he was already prepared to let Yang Jian go. He even looked forward to seeing what impact Yang Jian would make on the world after he emerged magnificently. By the end of summer, the grand ranking competition concluded, and 9-Finger Divine Lord representing the Supreme Sect won the first place seat. Carefree primordial immortal Zhang Xianwang from the Immortal Spirit Dynasty did not participate. He lingered in the Supreme Sect, searching for Sword Venerable Feudeo. Clearly wary of Holy Court, he acted very cautiously and dared not reveal his identity. After the grand ranking competition ended, Zhang Xianwang still did not leave. Until one night in early autumn. Zhang Xianwang was reading in his inn room, with more than a dozen books about Sword Venerable Feudeo spread out on the table. A cold breeze stirred the oil lamp on the table. Zhang Xianwang's eyes flickered, instinctively looking to the side. Immediately after, his pupils contracted sharply as he abruptly stood up. He saw a figure shrouded in purple demonic chi, his face's shock quickly turning to joy. The newcomer was Guan. His 9 extremes yin-yang body had advanced to the extreme path transforming form, allowing him to change into various forms, and even without transformation, he could avoid karma calculation by using the extreme path transforming form. However, the image of Sword Venerable Feudeo was too deeply ingrained, and he had to meet people in this guise. "Why are you looking for me?" Guan spoke, his voice hoarse, prompting Zhang Xianwang to imagine a face weathered by the vicissitudes of life. Zhang Xianwang promptly bowed, then introduced himself. He came from the Immortal Dynasty, sent by the Master of the Immortal Dynasty, Yang Xian Emperor, to request Sword Venerable Feudeo to take action on a matter. He did not immediately mention what it was but instead asked Guan's impression of the Holy Court. It upholds the great righteousness of protecting the mortals, yet shows disdain for mortal spirits. With its pride it has its good and bad sides. Are the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court at odds? Guan asked nonchalantly. Zhang Xianwang took a deep breath and said, "It's not that we are at odds with the Holy Court, but rather that the Holy Court has always wanted to eliminate us, to make the great heavenly spirit land entirely theirs. The Master of Holy Court, Sheng Tian, comes from outer heaven and established the Holy Court in this land. The top hierarchy of the Holy Court mostly shares a similar origin with him, while the Immortal Dynasty is a gathering of native immortal beings from the great heavenly spirit land, evolving over generations to form the Immortal Dynasty." This was the first Guan had heard of such matters. "If that's the case, wouldn't I who don't belong to the Immortal Dynasty be deemed an enemy?" Guan asked. It was important to consider right and wrong based on one's stance. If the stances were different, he didn't understand why the Immortal Dynasty would still seek him out. Zhang Xianwang hurriedly explained, it's not just the immortal dynasty that belongs to native beings of the great heavenly spirit land. All beings below heaven are so, it's just that the current beings only recognize the holy court. So, what then? You guys wouldn't want me to go against holy court, right? Guan countered. Senior, you refuse to accept chi fortune and status, and you conceal your real identity. The only thing you could fear is the holy court. If you cooperate with the immortal dynasty, we will fulfill any needs you have. However, before that, we hope you can infiltrate holy court to rescue someone for us, someone who is not from the immortal dynasty but has been beneficial to us, Zhang Xianwang earnestly said. He was about to introduce this person when Guan suddenly interrupted, no need to continue, I refuse. It does not matter who rules the world, nor do I wish to get involved in your grievances. If that's the matter, then please leave. He'd have to be full to do the immortal dynasty's bidding. Not to mention whether Zhang Xianwang's words were true, even if they were, he wouldn't agree. Currently, only the great Nether Saint King from Holy Court bore a grudge against him. He had no reason to position himself against Holy Court.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Moreover, the immortal dynasty clearly felt inferior and thought they couldn't overcome Holy Court. He had no desire to be their pawn. Senior. Zhang Xianwang still wanted to persuade, but a terrifying force enveloped him, making him fall silent and tremble. This carefree primordial immortal appeared quite embarrassed now. Leave the supreme sect, do not disturb my secluded cultivation. I do not wish to be an enemy of any force, but if someone forces me, I won't hesitate to visit their Daoist tradition. Before his words fully faded, Guan disappeared from the spot, leaving Zhang Xianwang in the room, his face changing expressions. He originally thought Sword Venerable Feudao was concealing his name because he feared Holy Court. He didn't expect that what Sword Venerable Feudao feared was the entire world. Are there really such ascetic cultivators in the world with such a temperament? Meanwhile, Guan returned to the 8 scenic caves. Had he not been favorably impressed by Zhang Xianwang, Guan wouldn't have met him at all. Had Zhang persisted unreasoningly and kept pushing, Guan wouldn't hesitate to annihilate him. He continued his artifact refining, which had been delayed for several months due to the grand ranking competition. Now, he needed to pick it back up. His goal was to create his own immortal path supreme treasure when he reached the 9th level of immortal. What kind of immortal path supreme treasure would be worthy of him? He constantly pondered this question. As dawn broke, Guan felt Zhang Xianwang's presence departing, bringing a smile to his face. He hoped Zhang Xianwang could convey the signal that Guan had released to the immortal dynasty. He didn't want further conflicts with the immortal dynasty. Standing up, he tidied up before leaving the 8 scenic caves. After the grand ranking competition ended, new disciple numbers in the Supreme Sect surged, even attracting high cultivation level cultivators to join. The Supreme Sect once again began expanding the sect. It recruited many servant disciples to labor, offering generous compensation. Guan's third Medicine Valley remained unaffected because he offered even higher treatment to the servant disciples. 10 years passed, and the number of disciples in Third Medicine Valley broke 2,000. This year, the Supreme Sect agreed to expand Third Medicine Valley. Guan stood on a mountaintop, watching his busy disciples, his face filled with a smile. The expansion of Medicine Valley helped increase his lifespan income. Naturally, his mood was excellent. A figure approached from behind him. It was Yang Jian. Yang Jian had grown more composed and his brow bore a vigorous look. Master, Yang Jian approached Guan and respectfully bowed. Guan did not turn around but gazed into the distance, asking, "Have you decided?" Taking a deep breath, Yang Jian replied, "I have decided. I carry too much karma. First it was Impermanence Tian, and now Heaven Sect. As my cultivation level continues to rise, the problems will only increase in the future. I don't want to cause trouble for you in Medicine Valley. Also, I wish to venture out alone to cultivate my heart and seek Dao. Guan turned around, looked at him, and softly laughed, "You truly have grown up, go then, it's time for you to be on your own." Hearing Guan consenting, Yang Jian sighed with relief, his face showing happiness as he solemnly nodded. "Leave today, and don't say goodbye to anyone else," Guan waved his hand. Stunned, Yang Jian could only nod. As he turned to leave, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, who exactly is my senior brother? You've already chosen another path, don't ask further. After leaving Third Medicine Valley, do not mention my name or reveal my existence, or else." Guan's back faced Yang Jian as he spoke in a calm tone. He didn't complete his sentence, but he believed Yang Jian understood. Yang Jian took a deep breath, knelt again, and bowed deeply to Guan. Then, Yang Jian left. Guan watched the sky, his gaze profound. He was not afraid of Yang Jian exposing him. Currently, as Sword Venerable, he displayed the cultivation level of Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma. Who could guess his cultivation had reached Divine Thought True Immortal? Moreover, Yang Jian himself had a significant background, it was better that he left to follow his own path. The child has grown up and ultimately wants to soar high, Guan sighed, then shook his head with a wry smile, turning to walk down the mountain. When he reached the base, he saw an Xin chasing the white spirit rat. The corners of his mouth curved upwards. At least this disciple was still here. Now that Yang Jian had left, it was time to focus on training an Xin. Although an Xin's talents were ordinary, if he diligently cultivated, he might surpass An Hao and Yang Jian, for Guan himself was growing at a much faster rate. Chapter 327 An Xin's Surprise. Late at night, an Xin knocked on Guan's room door, and with a wave of his sleeve, the door opened directly. An Xin stepped inside and closed the door behind her. She approached Guan's desk, curiously looking at her master. Guan seldom called for her at this time alone, and she couldn't help but be curious. Guan caught the disrupted cultivation aura from downstairs and spoke, "Yang Jian has left to gain experience. How about I teach you cultivation techniques myself from now on?" An Xin was taken aback and asked, "Haven't you always been teaching me?" Guan chuckled, "Previously, I only assisted you in energy absorption, but now I will truly help you become stronger." After hearing this, an Xin smiled brightly, "If Master is willing to teach, naturally I have no objections, as long as you don't despise me for my lack of insight." "Don't worry." Guan offered reassurance, then began to talk about affairs within Medicine Valley. The cultivation aura downstairs returned to normal and remained undisturbed throughout. After chit-chatting for a while, Guan let an Xin leave. Then, he left the Third Medicine Valley, heading towards Mystic Valley. Arriving in Mystic Valley, he stepped into the Niancho cave, preparing to spend the night with Tian Yao and her three demons. In a bright and magnificent hall, rows of figures stood, forming four long lines, neat and orderly, with the two middle rows spaced wide apart to create a broad aisle. A rainbow light flew into the hall, swiftly condensing into the form of Zhang Xianwang. Zhang Xianwang quickly strode forward, reaching the steps, where he bowed in greeting and looked up to see a towering figure seated on a golden throne, the back of which was made of overlapping golden weapons, like an unfurled fan. The towering figure donned a red dragon robe and a dragon crown with hanging beads, surrounded by whirling blood-colored dragon chi, as if encircled by dragons. His visage was majestic, eyes seemingly containing a sea of stars, piercing and profound. This person was none other than the ruler of the Immortal dynasty, the Yangxian Emperor. After Zhang Xianwang recounted his mission's details, the hall erupted with discussion among the immortal spirits. "This sword venerable Feudeo dares to show no respect to us, arrogant. He indeed has that right, after all, he dared to refuse the divine position offered by the Holy Court. Enjoy more content from Empire. It seems he is one of those ascetics who wishes to stay away from conflicts. The world is complex, and one can't simply hide whenever they wish. The Holy Court will certainly be suspicious of him. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Now that the Holy Minister dominates the court, we need not lift a finger, he alone can provoke Sword Venerable Feudeo into action, considering that the great Nether Saint King is his lackey. Once Zhang Xianwang concluded his report, the discussions in the hall turned raucous. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Zhang Xianwang's gaze was fixed on the Yangxian Emperor, awaiting his judgment. The Yangxian Emperor slowly asked, "From what you've seen, is what he spoke the truth?" Silence fell over the hall upon his words. Hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xianwang replied, "Based on what I know of the Supreme Sect, his actions are indeed consistent with his character. He only strikes to defend against external threats to the Supreme Sect, never due to personal vendettas. At least, no one knows of any, and even the Hall of Elders seems unaware of Sword Venerable Feudeo's true identity." The Yangxian Emperor listened and narrowed his eyes. No one dared interrupt his contemplation. After a while, the Yangxian Emperor spoke, "In that case, let's not disturb him any further." "Yes," Zhang Xianwang replied, relieved. Although the actual realm of Sword Venerable Feudeo was unclear, the mere fact that he could effortlessly crush the great cold demon sect meant he was at least at the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. If his realm exceeded that, he would be even more dangerous to provoke. Unable to ally, it was also needless to make an enemy. Zhang Xianwang then added, "During this mission, I also encountered someone from Heaven Sect, who went to the Supreme Sect looking for someone. It's likely that the reincarnation of the great Nether Saint King is hidden within the Supreme Sect." "Heaven Sect? Seems like the Holy Court is in for more trouble," commented the Yangxian Emperor, his tone playful. Zhang Xianwang shared this sentiment. He asked, "If trouble does break out, do we need to intervene?" The Yangxian Emperor snorted, "Intervene in what?" With the arrogant nature of Heaven Sect and the great Nether Saint King, they didn't need our help in the past, naturally, we should not offer it now. They underestimated Shengtian's benevolence. Without Shengtian, the Holy Court would only become the greatest terror in the world. Zhang Xianwang fell silent, reflecting on the majesty of Heaven Sect and sighed. The other immortal spirits in the hall began reminiscing about the past, and regarding the fortunes of Heaven Sect and the great Nether Saint King, they were mostly schadenfreude. The autumn wind blew through the woods as the blood prison great saint lay on the ground, pondering deeply as he watched an Xin practice. Guan sat nearby, reading a book, occasionally shifting his position. The blood prison great saint turned to Guan and asked, "Master, she has been meditating for 5 ancient hours, does she have a talent that I am unable to see through?" Back then, he could not see through Yang Jian, and now, faced with an Xin's transformation, he began to doubt himself. As Guan turned the page, he responded, "There aren't so many extraordinary geniuses in the world, I merely wanted her to achieve path enlightenment." The blood prison great saint's eyes widened, shocked. He had not given it much thought when Guan asked Zhou Yujian to seek path enlightenment, as Zhou Yujian already had remarkable achievement in the Sword Dao. But an Xin was different. She was just an inexperienced girl, lacking the demeanor and potential of a powerful being. Could someone so ordinary really be transformed? The blood prison great saint suddenly felt that Yang Jian's current fate was perhaps truly shaped by his master's defiance of the heavens. His heart ignited with excitement. How could one not achieve greatness following such an entity? If Yang Jian comes back and sees an Xin surpassing him, that would be interesting. The blood prison great saint entertained this thought, suddenly feeling that Guan might actually have nurtured an Xin intensively for this very reason. Poor Yang Jian! Nevertheless, it proved that the blood prison great saint's choice was correct, and his mood became even more joyful. Unbeknownst to Guan, the blood prison great saint had conjured up so much in his mind. While he appeared to be reading, he was actually watching over Yang Jian as he ventured to the sea. He saw Heaven Sect tracking Yang Jian, and apart from them, no one else was watching him, which meant that the great Nether Saint King had not yet realized Yang Jian's identity. This indicated that no trouble would come his way for the time being. After a while, Guan's divine sense traveled to outer heaven, where a carefree primordial immortal was engaged in combat, quite a rare sight. The adversaries were clearly mortal enemies, striking fiercely, shaking the void. Guan sensed many great cultivators secretly watching the battle, with various divine senses weaving through each other, making him muse that great heaven and earth was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. As evening approached, Guan finally withdrew the divine sense that had been focused on an Xin, bringing her back to awareness. An Xin slowly opened her eyes to find two new cultivation techniques in her mind. Heaven and Earth primordial skill and all things form and energy art. Though these techniques were already enhanced by Guan, they were enough for an Xin to ponder for a lifetime. Heaven and Earth primordial skill was the foundation of her cultivation, while all things form and energy art could conceal her cultivation level, both complementing the primordial reincarnation skill. Once she regained her composure, a look of shock flashed across her face. So profound. Instinctively, an Xin looked towards Guan, her eyes filled with surprise, confusion, unease, and joy. She cautiously asked, "Master, was it because of you last time too?" Guan, with the book in hand, nodded lightly. "How does it feel?" "Good, but..." An Xin stopped mid-sentence, hesitant to ask a lingering question, afraid of offending Guan. How could Master be so powerful? Could Master be an immortal? Guan calmly said, "From now on, I will teach you cultivation in private, and you mustn't tell anyone." For some reason, upon hearing these words, an Xion's heart quivered. It sounded so familiar, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. A figure from deep within her memory emerged, coincidentally overlapping with Guan at this moment. Could it be? Impossible. Wasn't Master just a little over 300 years old? How could he be so formidable? Guan put away his book, looking at an Xin. "The identity of Supreme Sex Guan is indeed my disguise. You guessed it right, I am him. From the very beginning, you've only had me as your master." With these words, an Xin immediately stood up, her eyes welling up and her body trembling uncontrollably. "Master!" Overwhelmed by emotions, an Xin burst into Guan's arms and began to sob uncontrollably. Guan, helpless, said, "Why are you crying? You're making it seem like we haven't seen each other in ages, and I haven't mistreated you these years, have I?" An Xin buried her head in his chest, sobbing, "I haven't been mistreated. It's just... I never expected that, after all these years, what I've wanted most is actually happening. I'm so foolish, how could there be two people in this world who are so good to me? Master, I've missed you so much." The blood prison great saint was utterly confused. Weren't these two just master and disciple? Why the emotional reunion? Guan patted an Xion's back, "Let go of your master, you're grown up now. Don't let others see this." An Xin released Guan and then knelt on the ground to wipe her tears, her face radiating with a smile. "So, Master, you tricked us. If my senior brother knew you were our master, he would probably be devastated." "Wait, does that mean you knew him because you were looking out for him back then?" An Xin asked wide-eyed, her shift from formality to familiarity not out of disrespect, but because the master who saved her and led her on the immortal cultivation path was like a father to her. In front of her father, she had no apprehensions. Guan said, "You could say that. However, our relationship should stay as it appears on the surface, and don't tell your senior brother." An Xin immediately nodded, her eyes still red, but now she was excited. Suddenly, she glanced at the blood prison great saint, hesitated, and said, "Master, but he heard us." The blood prison great saint bristled, "What do you mean, behind my back? I am the master's most trusted mount, even closer than you disciples." Guan smiled, "Don't underestimate him. Bull Demon King, feel free to share your story with her." With that, the blood prison great saint stood tall, filled with pride, and began to reveal his true identity. Ascender. Mahayana realm. Just those two aspects were enough to shock an Xin, her mouth agape, and as for the long list of titles that followed, she had already tuned out. She turned back to Guan and asked, "Master, does that mean Yang Jian is really my junior brother? What is his cultivation level now?" Chapter 328 Master, what realm are you exactly? He has already reached the void-crossing realm in terms of cultivation level. Guan replied offhandedly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter of no importance. An Xin was shocked once again, her mouth agape and hands involuntarily covering her face, seemingly unable to accept this reality. She and Hao had started cultivating on the same day and knew all too well how extraordinary Hao's pace of cultivation was. Precisely because of this, she was very clear that Yang Jian's progress was no less sensational than Hao's. She had watched Yang Jian enter the valley, watched him grow up. In the beginning, how mediocre Yang Jian had been, yet he had grown so rapidly right under her nose. It was simply outrageous. Suddenly, an Xin didn't know what to say. Guan looked at her and smiled, "Keep cultivating well, strive to surpass those who came before you." An Xin hesitated, "But my talent?" After all, she had trained under Guan and, seeing the vast gap between her and Hao, her confidence had long since been worn away. What was in the past was in the past. Had I not let you settle in, how could you have today's temperament? Do you think your senior brother could have had it all smooth sailing? I've intervened for him countless times over the years, he always loves to cause me trouble, Guan huffed. An Xin was astonished. The master had helped the senior brother before? Why hadn't the senior brother mentioned it? Damn it, he actually kept it hidden from me. An Xin gritted her teeth. She looked at Guan and asked, "Then, do I have a chance to surpass my senior brother?" Guan spoke earnestly, "That depends on how much determination you are willing to put forth. No one is predestined to be stronger than another." These words completely ignited an Xin's aspirations, as if flames were blazing in her eyes. Blood Prison Great Saint was somewhat displeased. "I haven't finished bragging yet." After returning to Third Medicine Valley, an Xin was in an exceptionally good mood, wandering around and greeting everyone she saw. For this senior disciple of the Medicine Valley, all the disciples held great respect. Passing by, Chuanyu asked with a cheerful smile, "Senior sister, why are you so happy?" An Xin replied with a smile, "Because the moonlight is beautiful tonight." Chuanyu looked puzzled, but an Xin did not explain, instead brushing past him. On the other side, in a loft. Enjoy exclusive chapters from Empire. Guan picked up Green Hero Travelogue and had only been reading for a short while when Ji Xiao came up the stairs and entered the room. "Where did you two go during the day?" Ji Xiao stared at Guan and asked. Guan answered, "We went out for cultivation." "Really? What can you teach her?" "Well, I managed to teach Yang Jian, didn't I? Just wait, maybe he'll make a name for himself and shake the world someday." Ji Xiao raised an eyebrow. After a moment of silence, she asked, "You wouldn't happen to know Sword Venerable Feudeo, would you?" Guan's face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed with shock, "How did you know?" "Really? Truth be told, I am actually a disciple of Sword Venerable Feudeo." "Had? What, you don't believe me? Okay then, I am Sword Venerable Feudeo." Ji Xiao rolled her eyes at Guan and said, "You're always talking nonsense. Every time I ask about your secrets, you always dodge the question, yet I've shared everything with you." At this point, her tone carried a hint of melancholy. Guan replied helplessly, "My dear sister, I do want to know. Every time you just tell me outright, I listen with trepidation, fearing that your enemy from a former life will come knocking at our door. It's not death I fear, but if the enemy tortures me severely, even if I confess, they might not believe me." As he spoke, Guan rambled on, causing Ji Xiao to show a look of remorse. From Guan's perspective, it indeed seemed like a lot of pressure. After Guan finished speaking, Ji Xiao asked, "Should I stop telling you from now on?" "Really?" "False. I'm still going to tell you. You only live once. I speak to you not because I want to talk about these things." Having said that, Ji Xiao turned and left, leaving behind her solitary silhouette. Guan laughed to himself, this girl's nature was indeed amusing. Then, he picked up the Green Hero Travelogue from the table and continued reading. Xian Tianyi hadn't published a new book recently, which had allowed some laziness to set in, causing Guan some dissatisfaction. "Find a moment to tap him on the shoulder?" "Forget it, that's beneath my dignity. Having Shen Zhen come back to the Jianghe wouldn't be bad either, she has the talent to surpass Xian Tianyi." High up under the blue sky, above the white clouds, Guan rode the blood prison great saint with an Xin standing beside him. An Xin, dressed all in white and wearing a white jade mask, was at that moment caressing her mask. "Master, where are we going?" An Xin turned her head and asked, feeling a powerful force whisking her away, immense and vast. "To another branch of your master's sect," Guan replied. Upon hearing this, an Xin immediately became excited and asked, "Master, what realm are you really in? Even Senior Nine Fingers and the others can't see through your disguise." "I am slightly higher in cultivation level than the Nine-Finger Divine Lord, Wu Xing and Shen Zhenzi," Guan answered ambiguously. Seeing that he was unwilling to reveal more, an Xin didn't press the matter and started to get curious about their destination. A gust of sea breeze blew from the front, prompting an Xin to turn her head. Immediately, her complexion changed drastically. One by one, towering and majestic peaks entered her vision, shocking her very eyes. Guan glanced at her, feeling a sense of emotion. Since they had recognized each other, an Xin seemed to have become a different person, lively as if returning to her youthful days. This indicated that she truly saw Guan as family. With parents present, a child can afford to be willful; without parents to accompany, one must learn to behave properly. An Xin was like this, which made Guan quite happy. After all, he had watched an Xin grow up, and she had been with him for so many years. In his heart, wasn't an Xin like a daughter? "Look at you, acting like you've never seen anything. This is Mortal World Peak, and the master here is the Peak Master of Dingtian Peak." Blood Prison Great Saint said proudly, as if he himself were the Peak Master of Dingtian Peak. An Xin exclaimed in astonishment, "Dingtian Peak? I've heard of it, Senior Lu came to attend the Millennial Peak Conference before. So that's how it is, no wonder." "Master, if Senior Lu knew it was you taking care of her in secret, with her affection for you, she would probably wish to pledge herself to you right there and then." Guan's handsome face turned red, and he fake coughed, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could a girl speak such words? Your master would never become deist friends with her." "Just so, she isn't worthy." Blood Prison Great Saint chimed in, feeling annoyed with Lu Lingjun, also an ascender, ever since she had called him a stupid cow. An Xin giggled behind her hand and said, "I finally understand why the master refuses to accept those female companions. Indeed, there's no need. They would only drag you down." She admired Guan greatly. The master truly gave without expecting anything in return. What woman could resist his charisma? And who would have thought that Sword Venerable Feudeo would be a valley master at the Supreme Sect? Such a waste of talent. The master really has patience. An Xin silently vowed to herself to become a great cultivator like her master, hidden amidst the mortal coil, watching over the swirling winds of the world with a smile. If she could truly surpass her senior brother and junior brothers, she would also conceal her cultivation level, watching the two of them vie against each other with a smile. Just by thinking about it, an Xin felt a surge of excitement. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. At that moment, a vast aura descended, dispersing the sea of clouds and fluttering in Xion's long hair and gown. She looked up, and her eyes instinctively widened. There before her was a green mountain reflection stretching across the sky, larger than all the massive peaks in front of them. Guan remained expressionless. His reason for coming today was for this very item. It was an immortal path supreme treasure belonging to Mortal World Peak. Chapter 329 Fu Shengziu, Qingtian Peak. When the azure mountain shadows hung suspended in the sky, disciples from various peaks flew out, looking up at this magnificent scene. Guan did not stop, taking Blood Prison Great Saint and an Xin toward Dingtian Peak. An Xin, feeling the aura of the mountains and cultivators along the way, was secretly astonished, realizing that Mortal World Peak truly was unfathomable, seeing that Senior Lu hadn't spoken falsely. The oppressive force of the azure mountain shadows lingered for a long time, enveloping the entire domain of Mortal World Peak, prompting discussions among the disciples from all peaks. Upon reaching Dingtian Peak, Guan flew toward the mountaintop. Only then did an Xin truly feel the immense size and height of these mountains. Thinking that such a vast mountain belonged to her master, an Xion's gaze toward Guan was filled with admiration. Soon, they arrived at the top of the mountain, and as soon as they landed, Zhu Xinglan, the leading disciple of Dingtian Peak, appeared and came forward to greet Guan with a salute. "What's the situation?" Guan asked. Zhu Xinglan replied, "Its main peak's Fu Shengzihu subduing an immortal path supreme treasure. He is the future master of the main peak and the disciple with the strongest talent in 1,000,000 years in Mortal World Peak." There was a complex tone in his voice when he mentioned Fu Shengzihu. Guan looked up at the azure mountain shadow in the sky and laughed. "That's quite a commotion. For such a carefree primordial immortal to subdue an immortal path supreme treasure, it seemed to be quite strenuous." It seemed that this immortal path supreme treasure was somewhat special. N/O/vel/b/jn.c/om. Zhu Xinglan answered, "This immortal path supreme treasure was found beyond outer heaven by the peak master, without the suppression of chi fortune from the holy court. Truly subduing its immortal spirit would raise quite a ruckus, and there have been those who failed before." Guan nodded and then asked about Dingtian Peak's recent situation, learning that there was nothing requiring his intervention. Only then did Guan start walking toward the medicine garden. An Xin and Blood Prison Great Saint followed behind him, with Zhu Xinglan accompanying them, yet his gaze occasionally shifted toward the sky, admiring the vast azure mountain shadow. Who wouldn't want to possess an immortal path supreme treasure? It's just that their numbers were limited, and it wasn't something one could have just by wishing for it. While picking medicinal herbs, Guan introduced them to an Xin. The majority of the medicinal herbs here were unheard of by an Xin, so she listened intently and wasn't distracted by the phenomenon in the sky. Zhu Xinglan was inwardly curious about the origins of this girl, feeling that their master treated her differently compared to others. An Xion's mask, crafted by Guan, was inscrutable for Zhu Xinglan, who was at the 9th layer of Wandering Immortal Realm, and he didn't dare probe with his divine sense. An hour later, the vast oppressive force enveloping Mortal World Peak began to dissolve, and the azure mountain shadow in the sky remained, even becoming more detailed, revealing trees that swayed with the wind, as if they were truly real. "You can go on with your duties, there's no need to follow us." Guan, just stepping out from a section of the medicine garden, turned his head and spoke to Zhu Xinglan, who immediately saluted and then disappeared into thin air. Attracted by the sudden disappearance, an Xin looked at Guan and asked, "Master, what's his cultivation level?" Guan casually replied, "Wandering Immortal Realm, 9 layers." An Xion's pupils, hidden beneath the mask, involuntarily widened. She had heard of Wandering Immortals, the 9-finger Divine Lord, who took first place in the heavenly ranking tournament, was a Wandering Immortal. To reach the 9th layer of Wandering Immortal Realm, didn't that mean the person just now might be even stronger than the 9-finger Divine Lord? Feeling the pressure, an Xin thought of the multitude of disciples at Dingtian Peak, each seemingly an immortal, commanding such formidable power. How could she not feel the pressure, when her master was training her with such focus? At the very least, she couldn't disappoint her master. Master and disciple walked and chatted along the mountain path, with Blood Prison Great Saint trailing behind. As the sea breeze blew and they looked out over the entire world, they seemed so insignificant. The azure mountain shadow in the sky began to scatter, and not long after, the sky returned to its original state, resplendently blue. Master, if you compared that immortal path supreme treasure to Marshal Uncle Li Ye's divine exotic city, which would be stronger? An Xin couldn't help but ask. The strength of divine exotic city left a deep impression on her when Li Ye participated in the heavenly ranking tournament. The strength of an immortal path supreme treasure is related to the user's cultivation level. Li Ye is not yet able to fully unleash divine exotic city's power, Guan answered. The mightiest feature of an immortal path supreme treasure is its eternal indestructibility. Currently, there are many immortal path supreme treasures in the world, all passed down from generation to generation, each symbolizing the lifetime of a 9 heavens of immortal path being. After hearing this, an Xin became even more curious about immortal path supreme treasure. Guan brought her here today to broaden her horizons, to understand the world structure, and to comprehend what an immortal path supreme treasure is. What's that? Blood Prison Great Saint suddenly spoke up, and an Xin turned her head to look, seeing a streak of azure light racing from the distant horizon of the sea, stirring up huge waves. A smile appeared on Guan's face, he thought to himself, as expected. The immortal spirit of that immortal path supreme treasure was not simple, which was also the reason Guan came to watch the excitement today. An immortal path supreme treasure from beyond outer heaven implied there was a scheme behind it. That treasure heading straight for Dingtian Peak was probably related to the demon fetus within. As the azure light drew closer, an Xin and Blood Prison Great Saint's expressions drastically changed, a feeling of indescribable panic born in their hearts. Discover exclusive content at Empire. This panic emerged but vanished in an instant because Guan stepped forward. An Xin and Blood Prison Great Saint subconsciously looked toward Guan. Guan raised his hand to grasp, then clenched his fist, and the distant azure light immediately disappeared. An Xin and Blood Prison Great Saint turned to look but could no longer see the azure light, it was as if the previous sight was just an illusion. Both looked toward Guan's outstretched hand. Unfortunately, Guan's fist remained closed, shielding from their view whatever lay within his palm. A figure descended from the sky and landed at the edge of a cliff, maintaining a distance of 10 steps from Guan. He frowned as he looked at Guan. Fu Shengziu, Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm, 5 layers 168487/75000/250000. Seeing the other's lifespan, Guan felt he indeed deserved the reputation of the #1 talent of mortal world peak. In the future, he might even surpass the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. Fu Shengziu asked, could it be Senior Meng Lang? Meng Lang? An Xion's gaze turned curious. Guan, on the other hand, laughed and said, this treasure headed straight for my Dingtian Peak, could it be considered fated for me? Fu Shengziu's face drastically changed. After all his troubles, was the treasure taken by someone else? Although he did not attend the Millennium Summit, how could Fu Shengziu not know that a great cultivator had been added to Mortal World Peak? One capable of eradicating the Elder of Mohen, such a great power was definitely beyond his contend. Moreover, the fact that the other party could easily seize the treasure demonstrated a vast gap between them. For a moment, Fu Shengziu was unsure what to do. His master, Deist Lord Yongnian, had instructed him to try his best to recruit Meng Lang. That was an immortal path supreme treasure. Furthermore, one with intact restrictions, uncontrolled by the Holy Court, an immortal path supreme treasure. Senior. Fu Shengziu gritted his teeth, wanting to test Guan's attitude. Guan suddenly opened his hand, revealing a tiny azure mountain that glistened faintly with light within his palm. Upon seeing the mountain, Fu Shengzihu's gaze was fixed and could not be moved. An Xin and blood prison great saint, although unclear about the newcomer's realm, could tell that his nature and temperament were extraordinary. Could the little azure mountain in their master's hand be the immortal path supreme treasure? He could seize an immortal path supreme treasure with a mere wave of his hand? An Xin's heart filled with admiration. If I let go, are you sure you can catch it? Guan asked with a chuckle. Fu Shengzihu hurriedly replied, I will do my utmost. Immediately, Guan threw the tiny azure mountain into the distance, casually launching it 1,000,000 miles away. Fu Shengzihu appeared out of thin air beside the little mountain, his mana swirling around his hand as he reached out to grasp it. Boom! A terrifying momentum suddenly exploded, tossing Fu Shengzihu away, and his face grew extremely unsightly. The little mountain turned into an azure beam, once again streaking toward Dingtian Peak. As Fu Shengzihu turned around, he saw that the light had vanished. He flew swiftly toward Dingtian Peak, landing again on the edge of the cliff with a complex expression as he looked at Guan. The little mountain once again floated above Guan's palm. That moment, several figures appeared out of nowhere in the air behind Fu Shengzihu, all of whom were the authorities of Mortal World Peak. Even the master of the main peak, deist Lord Yongnian, had come. Bai Zia's gaze fell on the little mountain in Guan's hand and then shifted to Fu Shengzihu, revealing a mocking expression. Guan turned to deist Lord Yongnian and laughed, Peak Master, this treasure kept smashing into my Dingtian Peak. I had no choice but to claim it. Deist Lord Yongnian seemed to realize something, a hint of understanding crossing his eyes, and then he laughed. This is Qingtian Peak, sought by one of my juniors in outer heaven. If deist friend likes it, I am willing to bestow it upon deist friend. Upon hearing this, Fu Shengzihu immediately became anxious and looked at deist Lord Yongnian, saying, Master. Well then, I will find you another immortal path supreme treasure in the future. You have no fate with this one, it's not reasonable to blame others, deist Lord Yongnian said with finality. Although he was only one minor realm higher than Fu Shengzihu was raised by him, so facing his decision, Fu Shengzihu had no choice but to give up. He took a deep breath, gave Guan a salute, and then turned and left. The other peak masters looked at each other in dismay, each harboring their own thoughts. Deist Lord Yongnian, looking back at Guan, said, the treasure indeed has a destiny with Dingtian Peak, I hope deist friend can protect Dingtian Peak well. Guan nodded and said, if Mortal World Peak needs me, I will also take action. Deist Lord Yongnian's face revealed a smile, and then he took his leave. The other peak masters successively saluted and dispersed. Guan felt a hint of regret, Bai Zia didn't seek him out for a chat, their relationship seemed to have grown distant. After everyone left, an Xin couldn't help but ask, just like that, you obtained an immortal path supreme treasure. It was her first time seeing her master so assertive. And of course, Sword Venerable Feudeo had always been domineering in his actions, Guan was just gentle toward cultivators of lower realms. Blood Prison Great Saint stared intently at Qingtian Peak in Guan's hand, suddenly feeling that he too might one day possess such a treasure. As long as he performed well. Guan proceeded to walk toward the top of the mountain, while he used his divine thought to probe Qingtian Peak in his hand. Qingtian Peak had already fostered an immortal spirit, apparently alive for many years, far more powerful than divine exotic immortal spirit. After all, it was able to break free from the suppression of a carefree primordial immortal. Soon, his divine thought captured a heavenly demon, hidden within the walls of a dilapidated temple within Qingtian Peak, extremely concealed and probably difficult to detect even for the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. Practice diligently. Once you are strong enough, I will give this treasure for you to use, Guan said to an Xin beside him, who was full of curiosity, smiling gently. Chapter 330 Awakening. Really? When an Xin heard Guan's words, she was instantly excited, and the eyes of the blood prison great saint also turned fiery. Indeed, the master would not be stingy with the treasures of the immortal path. After returning to the mountain top, Guan had an Xin start cultivating while he went back to the house alone. Sitting on his bed, Guan's gaze fell on Qingtian Peak. He first used his divine thought to erase any marks and restrictions within Qingtian Peak that made him wary. The immortal spirit of Qingtian Peak was very submissive and did not resist Guan, instead, it was quite jubilant. After taking safety precautions, Guan began to make Qingtian Peak recognize him as its master. With the compliance of the Qingtian immortal spirit, it took Guan less than an hour to refine the restrictions of Qingtian Peak and take control of the soul of the Qingtian immortal spirit, making it completely serve him. With the Qingtian immortal spirit in hand, this would be the combat power of a carefree primordial immortal. Moreover, Guan felt that the power contained in Qingtian Peak was greater than the 7 stars mirror, the immortal king crown, and the divine exotic city. The immortal king crown and divine exotic city had been damaged and needed a long time to recover. The 7 stars mirror hadn't suffered much damage but was slightly weaker than Qingtian Peak, however, the difference was limited. After all this, the corners of Guan's mouth curved upward. Next, it was like capturing a turtle in a jar. Forget it, let me leave him hanging for a while. After all, he can't escape or pass any messages outside. He pretended not to know that a heavenly demon was hidden inside Qingtian Peak, and the Qingtian immortal spirit was completely unaware. During the process of making Qingtian Peak his own, Guan peeked into the memory of the Qingtian immortal spirit. It spent most of its time either asleep or sealed by a strong force, unaware of the filth inside it. Although unaware of the filth inside, the Qingtian immortal spirit was influenced by it. It inexplicably felt something attracting it at Dingtian Peak, thus it crashed towards Dingtian Peak. If Guan had not intervened, it planned to directly smash Dingtian Peak to force the alluring thing to reveal itself. From this perspective, the identity of the demon fetus below is not simple. Guan thought silently. He pondered whether or not to move the demon fetus elsewhere, but where could he move it to? Moving it, if awakened prematurely, wouldn't that accelerate the catastrophe? No matter, let it stay here. As for whether another heavenly demon will come later, he didn't care. He would destroy any heavenly demon with lesser cultivation than his. As for those with higher cultivation than his, if they could infiltrate the great heavenly spirit land, wouldn't the holy court have been penetrated long ago? Guan shrank Qingtian Peak into an accessory and hung it on his belt. His ultimate elusive body was evolved from the practice of the demon shadow divine skill. Its main use now was to block all causality deduction, which also protected Qingtian Peak when it was attached to his body, making it indubitable. It wasn't necessary to activate the ultimate elusive body to block causality deduction. After mastering it, he could block it permanently. In such a case, releasing some causality on the surface could easily misguide others' deductions. The ultimate elusive body also had combat capabilities, allowing his physical soul to become elusive, dodging spells and divine skills, providing infinite uses in battle. Guan stood up, stretched lazily, and loosened his body. Heavenly demons, the holy court. It's really hard to achieve true peace in this world. Guan reflected internally, yet he faced no pressure. There's still much time ahead, take it slow. The conflicts of the moment mean little, who laughs last is what truly matters. As the seasons changed, a new year arrived. Just after the new year, Guan was in the forest instructing an Xin on qi absorption cultivation. The stepping path of Age's step was too profound and enigmatic, even with Guan's personal guidance, an Xin still found it difficult to master. The current goal for an Xin was to discover the patterns of the stepping path of Age's step. An Xin moved swiftly, appearing 5 steps away in an instant before stumbling and falling to the ground. She sat on the ground, feeling dizzy and shaky, her eyes closed and mouth slightly open, which made Guan want to laugh. He didn't help an Xin regain her composure, this was a necessary path for her. She stayed in that spot for nearly half an hour before fully regaining her senses. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Turning to Guan, she gave a bitter smile and said, "Master, this technique is incredibly profound. Do I really need to learn it?" Guan, holding the 7 stars mirror like a fan, chuckled and said, "You must learn it. Just absorbing qi is not enough, and besides, cultivating divine skills will enhance your understanding too." An Xin made a mournful face but didn't give up. Instead, she stood up again, ready to continue practicing the stepping path of age's step. The thought of the previous dizzy sensation made an Xin want to vomit. She raised her hands, patted her face, and tried not to think about the discomfort. At that moment, she turned her head and saw a golden glow in the sky outside the forest, rapidly stretching out and magnificent like the sunset. Guan also looked up, his expression calm. "Is it finally coming?" Meanwhile, overseas, on an island, Yang Jian and Heaven Sect stood side by side. Yang Jian gazed at his right hand, having just crushed a golden jade stone given by Heaven Sect, with his palm covered by a golden sphere and tiny golden stars scattering into the air. He appeared expressionless, yet he was extremely nervous inside. Merging with his past memories, was he still himself? Heaven Sect looked at him and comfortingly said, "Don't worry, this process won't be painful. I've already set up formations, and no one will disturb you." Yang Jian looked up at the sky where the golden glow covered the sky, so beautiful. But this phenomenon... Yang Jian hesitated. Heaven Sect stroked his beard and said, "Don't worry, this phenomenon covers a vast area, and you don't have to worry." Yang Jian took a deep breath and refocused on his palm. Then, the golden stars rising from his palm began to fly toward his face, eventually entering his eyes. The wind picked up on the island as the world's spiritual energy surged towards Yang Jian. The golden light in his palm brightened, illuminating his face while his eyes flickered with different scenes. Seeing this, Heaven Sect smiled, slowly backing away to give Yang Jian space. Elsewhere, inside Supreme Sect, Guan could see the heaven and earth rules enveloping Yang Jian, with yin-yang rules being the most intense. He couldn't understand the process, but he felt that Yang Jian wouldn't encounter any mishap. There was no other soul in that golden jade stone, so there was no risk of soul snatching. "Master, why has the sky changed color?" An Xin curiously asked. "Your fellow disciple is awakening his past memories," Guan said nonchalantly as he gazed at the sky. "Past memories?" An Xin immediately became interested, and Guan did not hide the truth, revealing Yang Jian's causality. Hearing that Yang Jian was the reincarnation of a holy king from the holy court, an Xin was even more shocked. "Stay connected through empire. No wonder he's so powerful, master. Could my fellow senior brother also be the reincarnation of a great power?" An Xin asked, staring intently at Guan, her eyes apprehensive. "Probably not." Guan's answer left an Xin feeling disappointed. If An Hao was a reincarnation of a great figure, that would mean she was not too bad. The problem was her comparison to An Hao. However, everyone might have a past life. "Once you reach a certain realm, you will understand," Guan said and then looked away. He stood up and said, "Let's stop here for today." Upon hearing this, an Xin's face revealed a relieved smile. She followed Guan's steps. "Master, if Yang Jian awakens his past memories, does that mean he will become the Holy King again? Is the Holy King powerful? What he becomes is up to him to decide. As for the power of a Holy King, let me tell you something. The Great Cold Demon Sect previously served a Holy King." "Ah? A Holy King could command a sect like the Great Cold Demon Sect? Don't be overly dramatic. Thinking about it now, having such a powerful Holy King as my junior brother feels like a dream. I'm telling you this, not for you to marvel, but for you to clearly know your own goals." "Master, I will practice diligently. With your teachings, what is a holy king? The master and disciple continued chatting as they returned to the valley. Guan used the power of causality to alter their conversation, so he wasn't worried about exposure. After reaching the divine thought true immortal realm, Guan studied causality and destiny the most and controlled his own power of causality more and more skillfully. Meanwhile, every being in the broken sea domain looked up at the heavenly phenomenon. Guan even saw some powerful figures flying out from the Holy Land where the Holy Court was located, rushing towards the broken sea domain. Fortunately, Yang Jian was not awakening in the Taixuan continent, otherwise the continent would face trouble again. The golden phenomenon lasted a day and a night, and by noon the next day, Shen Zhen came to visit Guan. After closing the door, she started setting up a formation and busied herself for a while before coming to sit at the table. Yo, still reading Green Hero Travel? Why not read my Supreme Secret Records? Shen Zhen teased. Guan replied, Supreme Secret Records is too short. The implication was, when will you write something new? Shen Zhen seemed not to understand. She took out a scroll from her storage bag and spread it out on the table. She had actually drawn the golden phenomenon from yesterday. The golden sky enveloped the land and mountains, showcasing the majestic atmosphere of the immense landscape. Guan noticed that as the scroll was unrolled, the heaven and earth rules gradually drew near. Once again, she used her painting to move the heaven and earth rules. Yesterday's phenomenon was no simple matter, it gave me an indescribable feeling. Shen Zhen began to share her thoughts on her painting process. However, Guan caught a special power emerging from the depths of the heaven and earth rules. This power somewhat resembled the inheritance left by Taixuan Sect. Could it be that Yang Jian's past life was also related to the heavenly Dao represented by Taixuan Sect? Besides this power, Guan was interested in the reincarnation rules. This painting also attracted the reincarnation rules. Heaven and earth rules are omnipresent, only elusive to mortal spirits. In the eyes of a divine thought true immortal, heaven and earth comprise many layers. Beneath the heaven and earth rules lies even deeper forces of order. After Shen Zhen introduced her painting process, she proudly asked, "What do you think? It seems you've sensed my painting intent, won't you comment?" Guan focused on the scroll and replied, "It indeed makes one easily lose their mind. You are very impressive." "That's right." Shen Zhen raised her jaw, extremely proud. Just as Guan was about to speak, the scroll suddenly burst into flames, startling Shen Zhen as she tried to extinguish it. "Don't approach. This fire is not right," Guan said sternly, stopping Shen Zhen from acting rashly. Chapter 331 The Great Emperor from the Silent Destruction Domain. Guan's gaze remained fixed on the burning scroll on the table while his divine sense locked onto outer heaven. Above the great heavenly spirit land hung 7 suns. From within one of those suns, the eyes of a mysterious colossal creature opened and stared directly at Guan's attic. It was this creature that caused the scroll to burn. Guan was not perturbed. The beings in those 7 days all possessed the cultivation level of the carefree primordial immortal, posing no threat to him, but he could feel that they bore great karmic debts and were backed by a mighty presence. Thinking about it, it was normal after all, if the Holy Court could contain them, either their patron was the Holy Court or their patron was feared by the Holy Court. Regardless of the situation, Guan did not want to stir trouble unnecessarily. Soon, the scroll on the table turned to ash, yet it miraculously did not affect the table's surface. Shen Zhen asked, somewhat shaken, "What was that just now?" Even with her divinity transformation realm cultivation level, she could not understand how the flames appeared and vanished. At this moment, she felt as if she had incurred the wrath of the heavens. Guan took a deep breath and said, "I'm not sure, it seems like you shouldn't have painted yesterday's vision." Shen Zhen frowned and asked, "Only yesterday?" "It seems so, since you've painted other pictures before without such events occurring," Guan replied. Thinking about it, the karmic debt hidden by Yang Jian seemed to be related to those 7 days. Shen Zhen took a deep breath and said, "Forget it, my cultivation is too weak, and I certainly cannot provoke them." With her words, Guan saw the mysterious creature within the sun close its eyes. Shen Zhen had managed to escape this ordeal. It was merely a warning, indicating that the mysterious beings of the 7 days were not so murderous or domineering. Guan sat back down and teased, "You're quite something, managing to draw a picture that provokes the wrath of the heavens." Shen Zhen did not take pride in that but earnestly said, "Indeed, I felt I was capturing an obscure and mysterious state while painting, and each time after I finished painting, it became easier for me to cultivate. Many confusions in cultivation would also become clearer." "It seems you're also about to undergo a profound transformation," Guan said enviously. Only then did Shen Zhen smile, snorting, "Be nicer to me from now on, perhaps I'll become an immortal someday." "All right, Immortal Shen. Good boy. How shameless." Daring to offend a future immortal. The two began to bicker, and the fear in Shen Zhen's heart was swept away. She felt that she needed to be more cautious about her future paintings. She had to discern clearly, what should be painted and what should not. An hour later, Shen Zhen left. Guan then lay back in his chair and watched Yang Jian and Heaven Sect. After awakening his past life memories, Yang Jian's cultivation had not experienced substantial transformation, but his whole demeanor indeed had changed. Guan watched for a while and, confirming that Yang Jian was unharmed, withdrew his gaze. In the days that followed, Yang Jian and Heaven Sect stayed on that island, protected by Heaven Sect's formation. Many great cultivators passed by, unable to detect their existence. Until the summer came. Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint down from the transmission array platform, feeling cheerful. Just as he was about to leave, Nine-Finger Divine Lord approached him curiously and asked, "Guan, your disciple and Xin has changed significantly lately, what did you teach her?" Because Guan had previously mentored Yang Jian, he believed an Xin's changes were related to Guan, which made him more curious about the being behind Guan. The most mysterious and powerful entity in the Supreme Sect was Sword Venerable Fuedao. Nine-Finger Divine Lord had always felt that Guan was connected to Sword Venerable Fuedao, perhaps Guan's achievement in Go was related to Sword Venerable Fuedao. As for the possibility that Guan was Sword Venerable Fuedao, after learning Guan's age, he ceased to think in that direction. Unique Daoist sorcery, indescribable and unutterable, unless you become my disciple, Guan looked down at Nine-Finger Divine Lord and said with a proud smile, causing Nine-Finger Divine Lord to roll his eyes. "You know my cultivation level is quite high, and yet you dare take me as a disciple." Nine-Finger Divine Lord said with irritation. Guan shrugged and replied, "The accomplished can be teachers, you surely have aspects where you lag behind me. Could it be that in your life you only pursue cultivation levels? Could it be that in this world, only energy absorption can lead to the Dao?" Upon hearing this, Nine-Finger Divine Lord did not counter but fell into thought. Guan patted the head of the Blood Prison Great Saint, urging him to move forward. The Blood Prison Great Saint had been cultivating the primordial reincarnation skill for years. Though his cultivation level was still sealed, he was hopeful about the future. 1,000 years from now, he would surely become an immortal. Nine-Finger Divine Lord turned his head and asked, "Can one also achieve the Dao through playing Go?" "Who can say for sure? No matter what you do, as long as you put your heart into it, everything is possible," Guan replied casually. Nine-Finger Divine Lord had clearly been seriously injured. His cultivation level was certainly not just that of a wandering immortal, but Guan was not interested in his past. Watching Guan's retreating figure, Nine-Finger Divine Lord sensed a transcendental aura from this young man. He seemed to have seen through the mundane secular world, appearing more like an immortal than actual immortals. Thus, it seemed that Sword Venerable Fuedao remained in the Supreme Sect perhaps for this young man? This speculation made Nine-Finger Divine Lord increasingly convinced. It appeared staying in the Supreme Sect was the right choice. Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked toward Divine Heart Sun, who was reading under a tree. Previously, he thought Divine Heart Sun was possessed, but now upon seeing him again, he suddenly felt that Divine Heart Sun might also achieve the Dao. Then looking at the third Medicine Valley, he had a strong feeling. In the years to come, this Medicine Valley would spawn many beings who would stir the winds and clouds of the world. This intrigued him, and anticipation bubbled up in his heart. He would wait and see what kind of person Sword Venerable Fuedao's chosen land could nurture. Elsewhere, Guan went upstairs. He closed the door of his room, sat down in the chair, and took the miniature Qingtian peak that had become a piece of ornament at his waist, placing it on the table. Today, he felt a slight anomaly within Qingtian peak, related to that mysterious heavenly demon. That fellow couldn't restrain himself anymore. Guan's divine sense probed into Qingtian peak, which also concealed a realm within it. Although not as extensive as the realms within Divine Exotic City, this realm was broader than the Taixuan continent. At that moment, inside a dilapidated temple, Guan's divine sense avatar walked in. Sunlight pierced through the worn temple walls, elongating Guan's shadow. Guan approached a wall crowded with ancient paintings, pitted and aged, their history unknown. "Come out, let's talk, give me a reason, and I won't erase you," Guan stated emotionlessly, his gaze fixed on the wall. As the words fell, wisps of demonic chi seeped from the surface of the dilapidated wall. Even in broad daylight, they appeared haunting and horrifying. Shortly after, a gaunt, black-clad old man crawled out from the demonic chi as if transcending time. His eyes brimming with bloodshot veins, he locked his gaze on Guan the moment he emerged. Upon standing up, he asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you, and what do you want?" Guan answered, "You impact Qingtian peak toward my mountain, you ask me what I want." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression grew even grimmer, and he fell silent, his eyes flickering. "Are you here because of the demon fetus?" Guan asked. Upon hearing this, the old man's face changed drastically, and his body began to tremble. He stared intently at Guan and asked, "What have you done to him?" "I haven't touched him yet, but the trouble he has caused me seems to be growing." Guan's tone remained indifferent, making it hard for the old man to gauge his thoughts. The old man hesitated before speaking, "You and us bear no enmity." Guan remained silent. Emboldened, the old man continued, "If you do not wish to be entangled in this great karma, it would be wise to leave this place. The demon fetus is a reincarnation of the great emperor from the silent destruction domain, gestated for tens of thousands of years and immovable, with more heavenly demons yet to descend." Guan pondered internally but asked aloud, "So, you have already established contacts with some of the upper echelons of the Holy Court?" The old man answered, "If you truly don't wish to involve yourself in this karma, it's best not to inquire further. Inquiring more will inevitably alert certain beings." When Guan put forward this question, it indicated to the old man that Guan was not connected to the Holy Court, so he did not wish to make an enemy of Guan. Given Guan's methods in suppressing Qingtian peak, he knew he was no match. "What is the purpose of your infiltration into the great heavenly spirit land? It wouldn't be to target the beings of this realm, would it? If so, where could I possibly flee to?" Guan asked slowly. "Experience more on Empire." He was also making a decision. Whether to leave mortal world peak. Logically, if he wanted to avoid trouble, he should leave. The universe is vast, there are always places to hide. Besides, our plans cannot commence in the short term, the old man replied. Sensing Guan's intention to withdraw, he felt more confident. What was the cultivation level of the demon fetus in his previous life? Guan inquired. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The great emperor, in his previous life, was an entity of the immortal 8th layer heaven. It won't be difficult for him to reach the immortal 7th layer heaven in this life, the old man replied. Even though the old man was a carefree primordial immortal, To him, reaching the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm was challenging, not to mention higher realms. The immortal 7th layer heaven was already an existence that could traverse the universe in his mind, unless those eternal beings took action. Immortal 8th layer heaven. Gu An's expression turned ugly, but he was slightly relieved internally. The 7th layer was the Dao Void mysterious immortal, and the 8th layer was the divine thought true immortal realm where he belonged. He was at the 9th level of divine thought true immortal realm. The old man, thinking Guan had been frightened, continued, "As long as you leave this place, even if I find the demon fetus, it will take thousands of years to fully form him, you have plenty of time to find a new place for cultivation." Thousands of years? The pressure in Guan's heart sharply decreased. If it took the old man thousands of years with his help, wouldn't it take tens of thousands of years without him? Guan spoke, "Allow me a few more years to think, I should have that much time, right?" The old man did not develop hostility toward him, so he wanted to give the old man a chance. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression relaxed considerably, and he raised his hand in salute, saying, "Of course, I hope you can see reason and not delay your future prospects." He could not escape Qingtian Peak, nor could he send out a message. He could only try to maintain good relations with Guan by blending softness with firmness. Chapter 332 Earth Element Spirit. Guan set down the Qingtian Peak and, after his conversation with the man in black came to an end, his heart grew calm. In situations where the threat was not that great, he naturally wouldn't run away, he would only preserve himself when utterly powerless. Moreover, there was a time difference between higher and lower realms. 10 or 100 years might be lengthy for beings of lower realms, but for immortal path life, it was but a fleeting moment. Anyway, the man in black couldn't run away. Guan decided to keep him for the time being to see what sort of realization he would come to. Guan raised his hand and beckoned, attracting a piece of paper from across the space. He was ready to write another secret book. The sun set, and the moon rose. Nov. L. B/JNN. Time turned its pages day by day. Winter snow inevitably arrived. Before the world fell into a blanket of white, Guan went to the wooden fence to enjoy the snowscape. He hadn't stood there long before Ji Xiaohu walked over, standing side by side with him. Ji Xiaohu didn't look up at the sky but fixed her gaze on a distant Xin. An Xin was carrying a plump white spirit rat, constantly moving her little mouth, clearly saying something to the white spirit rat. "She's progressing so fast," Ji Xiaohu whispered. Could she not? Whenever Guan had time, he would assist an Xin in entering the way. Although her lifespan didn't increase rapidly, it made her cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. He genuinely intended to cultivate an Xin to surpass an Hao and Yangjian. "It's all right. Her cultivation level is growing very slowly," Guan spoke. Due to the primordial reincarnation skill, an Xin's cultivation level was always suppressed. Even if she were to release her cultivation level in the future, it would be concealed, with her apparent cultivation level controlled at the Foundation establishment realm. It seemed that Guan would have to tell an Xin to restrain herself a bit more, since more and more people had started to notice the changes in her. "The Ji family recently discovered an undersea secret realm and invited me to go. I could take your disciple along, what do you think?" Ji Xiaohu asked. Upon hearing this, Guan hurriedly shook his head. "An Xin is timid, there's no need to take her. I'll be there, she won't encounter any mishaps. It's unnecessary. It's not something I wish to see, to burden you. Is that so?" "Yes. I just feel that her aptitude is improving. Staying in Medicine Valley might bury her talent." "I don't like to hear that. Would I delay her?" Guan glared at Ji Xiaohu. He had intentionally said this to make Ji Xiaohu believe that the high-level cultivator guiding an Xin was someone else. Ji Xiaohu's mouth lifted into a smile. "All right then, I won't invite her. I want to see what you can make of her." Guan smiled, then when are you leaving? And for how long? This was not the first time Ji Xiao had set out, but Guan felt that the undersea secret realm would again cause trouble. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a great fortune of energy movement, continuous trials and tribulations, always narrowly escaping disaster and turning peril into safety. I leave tomorrow morning. The competition for sea resources among the noble families is quite fierce. Ji Xiao started talking about the situation at sea. Despite the vastness of the ocean and the richness of its resources, the coveted areas had long been divided by the major powers, making it difficult to gain a foothold at sea. The Ji family, wanting to occupy a region of their own and lay down roots for development, eyed the secret realm. That oceanic secret realm was the source of abundant spiritual energy nearby. Immortal path beings didn't care about such a realm, but those in the mystic heart realm would fight tooth and nail over it. She shifted the conversation from the Ji family to other significant happenings at sea as Guan listened with keen interest. During their conversation, a powerful divine sense swept across the Taixuan continent. Guan was used to this. The other party was probably searching for Yang Jian. Yang Jian, having awakened memories from past lives, shocked many cultivators of the Holy Court, who were still searching for him. Yang Jian didn't run around but focused on cultivating on that island. At sea, only those in the immortal path realm have the power to protect themselves. Even if one achieves nirvana, walking the seas still requires great caution, Ji Xiao remarked, her cultivation having grown higher and allowing her to perceive more. The experiences from her past life streams only deepened her reverence. Guan smiled, with your talent, you'll achieve nirvana sooner or later. Let alone at sea, right now there was a divine sense of a heaven and earth flying immortal sweeping the continent. Most beings were completely unaware of this. What about you? Ji Xiao turned to look at Guan, asking with a calm tone. Nirvana? I'm afraid I won't have the chance. Guan shook his head and chuckled freely, devoid of any constraints. Ji Xiao offered no consolation, knowing that nirvana was a threshold for mortal spirits to break through fate, a challenge that no one else could assist with. She followed Guan as they both looked up at the snow falling from the sky. The snowflakes began to fall more heavily. On the sprawling seas, Liya sat on the back of a black eagle that sped along, flapping its wings. The sea breeze tousled Liya's long hair, but his eyes remained fixed on the horizon, unblinking. The divine exotic immortal spirit perched on Liya's shoulder, head tilted, asked, "Have you really thought this through? Without using my power, it will be difficult for you to cross the waters ahead. I can sense a dense demon energy there, hiding a great demon of the immortal path." Liya's expression was stoic as he answered softly, "Save me when I'm close to death." Ever since his last visit to the divine exotic realm and learning about the origins of divine exotic city, Liya's pride had shattered. He didn't blame the primordial ancestor but was rather more grateful. However, he was filled with resentment towards himself. "Liya, oh Liya, what have you been raging about all these years?" All this time, he had always needed the primordial ancestor, needed others' help without divine exotic city. What was he? Upon returning to the Star Sea congregations, Liya secluded himself for cultivation and pondered over this question. This seclusion lasted for many years. He had now made up his mind, what he needed to do was improve his physical constitution and insight. If and how could cultivate the ancient treasure body, why couldn't he? So, he embarked on the journey to pursue the treasure body. He learned from an elder that a treasure body had once fallen in a certain sea region, possibly leaving behind an opportunity related to the treasure body. "Liye, actually, you're still young, and you're already quite formidable," the divine exotic immortal spirit consoled, scratching its head. Having spent many years with Liye, it had grown fond of him and didn't want him to take extreme measures. "Don't worry, I will measure my abilities and refrain from making the primordial ancestor take action again," Liya said calmly, his eyes resolute. Following his gaze, dark clouds appeared at the far end of the sea horizon, small but clearly an ominous sign. Meanwhile, on the path of Dingtian Peak on Mortal World Peak, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint while an Xin walked in front of the Blood Prison Great Saint, occasionally looking back and sharing a laugh. The sea breeze blew, stirring Guan's hair by the temples. He withdrew his gaze from spying on Leia and looked towards an Xin. How many of the medicinal herbs did you memorize today? It had been 8 years since Ji Xiaoyu left for the undersea secret realm. She had not returned for 8 years, but as Guan saw she wasn't in mortal peril, he allowed her to face the ordeal alone. During these 8 years, Guan taught an Xin no other spells or divine skills. Aside from qi absorption cultivation, she only practiced the stepping path of ages step daily. Wearing a mask, an Xin turned back and said, "Master, rest assured, I remember them all." "Good, go back and write them into a book, so other disciples can increase their knowledge in the future." Guan nodded. An Xin was about to reply when 2 figures descended from the sky and landed on the stone steps ahead. Upon seeing these 2 people, an Xin immediately tensed up. They were Deist Lord Yongnian and Fu Shengzia from the main peak. An Xin thought they were there to demand the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. Deist Lord Yongnian raised his hand in salute, saying, "May I inquire if Deist friend has time? My disciple and I have a matter to request." Upon hearing this, Guan responded, "Speak directly, what's the matter?" Deist Lord Yongnian glanced at Fu Shengziu and said, "Since Qingtian Peak has no affinity with my disciple, I have found another great opportunity for him, located within the Sea Demon Thunder Domain. It is a treasure left by an ancient great power named Earth Element Spirit. Every 100,000 years it congeals one spirit, and its appearance is not fixed, but it can be confirmed to only appear within the Sea Demon Thunder Domain. Earth Element Spirit." It was the first time Guan had heard of this, and he also became interested. According to Deist Lord Yongnian, that ancient great power was unfathomable in his cultivation. Before passing away, he used some great divine power to refine his Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, submerging it into the Sea Demon Thunder Domain, merging it with the ocean, rendering it unfindable. It was only when someone accidentally acquired the Earth Element Spirit that the veil of this opportunity was lifted. The Earth Element Spirit could strengthen the soul of a cultivator, and even demons were eager to obtain it. Later on, the Holy Court took charge of the Sea Demon Thunder Domain and a holy god decreed that the Thunder Domain was land without an owner. No sect was allowed to occupy it, and regarding the Earth Element Spirit, it all relied on one's power. Mortal World Peak had also sought the Earth Element Spirit, either fate was there but the affinity was not, or they found the Earth Element Spirit but lacked the power to fight for it. Hearing about the anomaly in the Sea Demon Thunder Domain, which might signal the birth of an Earth Element Spirit, Deist Lord Yongnian thought of Guan. "Deist friend Meng, if you could take action, I would be deeply grateful," Deist Lord Yongnian sincerely said, convinced that Guan had surpassed the carefree immortal realm. Such a great cultivator aiding them would surely clinch the Earth Element Spirit without difficulty. Guan feigned hesitation, "Will this offend other sects?" Deist Lord Yongnian replied, "The worthy receive treasures, don't they? I've heard that Deist friend enjoys cultivating medicinal herbs, so I'm willing to transplant a batch of Immortal Path medicinal herbs to Dingtian Peak from the main peak. How about that? Deist friend is too kind. I've already said that if Mortal World Peak encounters an issue, I'll take action. When do we set out?" Guan spoke earnestly, bringing a smile to Deist Lord Yongnian's face. Fu Shengziu's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. Having had Qingtian Peak taken by Guan, it was impossible for him not to feel resentment, yet now he could only maintain courtesy. "How about in 3 days?" Deist Lord Yongnian asked. "Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire." "No problem, we'll set out after 3 days then," Guan nodded. Deist Lord Yongnian thanked him again then left with Fu Shengziu. An Xin turned back and looked at Guan, wanting but hesitating to speak. Guan glanced at her, asking casually, "Want to go and see?" An Xin instinctively wanted to nod, but after thinking it through, she shook her head. Better not, I might cause you trouble. I won't go. I could take you there. Really? Surprise sparkled in an Xin's eyes. Guan replied, if you go, you must diligently practice the step technique I taught you. No slacking off. Upon hearing this, an Xin hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. The stepping path of Age's step was indeed exquisite, and even after so many years of practice, she still found it very uncomfortable each time she performed it. So, whenever Guan wasn't prompting her, she preferred qi absorption. Chapter 333 Predecessor. 3 days passed by quickly. On that clear morning, Guan took an Xin to Mortal World Peak early without bringing the Blood Prison Great Saint, which was, to say the least, rather disappointing for him. The reason he didn't bring the Blood Prison Great Saint was because Guan had acquaintances in the Sea Demon domain, and he feared it would be inconvenient. As for an Xin, wearing his specially made mask, it was very difficult for anyone to recognize him. An Xin, who cultivated the all things form and energy art, could also conceal his aura. High-level cultivators did not guess one's identity by appearance. After arriving at Dingtian Peak, Guan read books inside the house, and so did an Xin, though her gaze drifted outside the window from time to time, waiting for the two from Deist Lord Yongnian to arrive. Close to noon, Deist Lord Yongnian finally arrived, bringing not only Fu Shengzihu but also a female cultivator. This female cultivator was at the second level of the carefree immortal realm, not as advanced as Fu Shengzihu, but she was older and probably sent by Deist Lord Yongnian to lead the way. And indeed, all they heard was Deist Lord Yongnian introduce, "This is my younger martial sister, Dao name Yongzin, known as Fairy Yongzin. She will lead the way to the Sea Demon domain this time, as I need to stay at Mortal World Peak to avoid any mishaps." Fairy Yongzin followed with a salute to Guan, who returned the gesture. "Let's get going, then," said Guan directly. If they could resolve the issue today, it would be great. A portion of the medicinal herbs in the outer world cave had ripened, waiting for him to harvest. Fairy Yongzin had no objections. The group went to the courtyard, where she summoned a small red mansion. The mansion rapidly expanded, taking Guan, Fu Shengzihu, and an Xin inside before turning into a red light disappearing into the sky. Deist Lord Yongnian stood in the courtyard, looking in the direction where the mansion disappeared, concern in his eyes. Meanwhile, inside the grand hall of the red mansion, Fairy Yongzin invited Guan to sit and talk, while an Xin looked around curiously. "You're free to wander around, there's nothing dangerous here," Fairy Yongzin said to an Xin with a gentle smile. She might not have been stunningly beautiful, but her smile was generous and tender, easily engendering goodwill. An Xin glanced at Guan, and only after seeing him nod did she dare to leave. Fu Shengzihu sat opposite Guan, his expression calm. The Sea Demon domain has already seen the appearance of a carefree primordial immortal. It's said that in these 100,000 years, a great demon has been born there, cultivating for 100,000 years, entering the realm of the carefree primordial immortal, commanding countless demon soldiers, a force not to be underestimated, said Fairy Yongzin. Guan had long ago used his divine sense to probe the Sea Demon domain. Indeed, it was dangerous and the existence of immortal path entities within was incalculable. But for him, it counted for little. While Fairy Yongzin updated him about the current powers within the Sea Demon domain, she observed Guan's expressions. Noticing that Guan remained composed, she felt somewhat relieved. He must indeed be a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Throughout the history of Mortal World Peak, divine immortals of wondrous dharma had arisen. After reaching this level, most would head to outer heaven or seek qi fortune in the holy court, few remained on Mortal World Peak. They had extensively discussed Meng Lang's purpose for coming to Mortal World Peak and eventually decided to try to win him over. If this venture went smoothly, Meng Lang would then stand completely together with them at Mortal World Peak. Fairy Yongzhen mentioned several names of carefree primordial immortals. In the great heavenly spirit land, those who cultivated to this realm usually had a reputation and had dealt with each other a lot. Fairy Yongzhen had only encountered this great cultivator, Meng Lang, appearing out of nowhere. She suspected Meng Lang was a pseudonym but did not point it out. After she finished speaking, Guan looked at the silent Fu Shengziu and said, "Don't worry, as long as the earth element spirit is still there, it will surely belong to you." Upon hearing this, Fu Shengziu hastened to thank him. He felt a mix of emotions. He had been sullen ever since Guan took Qingtian Peak away from him, but hearing Guan's words, he inexplicably admired Guan. Those of us in immortal cultivation should indeed have such a spirit. Thinking of Guan seizing Qingtian Peak with a wave of his hand, Fu Shengziu's eyes flashed with ardent desire. In fact, he anticipated the earth element spirit even more than Qingtian Peak. All immortal path supreme treasures are external. It's said that the strongest among the immortal path will eventually create their own treasures, and he had always believed he could reach the summit of the 9 heavens of immortal path. More than external wealth, he valued the improvement of his own strength. In the subsequent conversation, Fu Shengziu also started speaking, providing specific information about some carefree primordial immortals. Fairy Yongzhen felt somewhat relieved. She was aware of the conflict between the two, and she hadn't expected Guan to give Fu Shengziu a way out so readily. It seemed he was not that difficult to get along with after all. When an Xin returned to Guan's side, she felt the atmosphere was very harmonious, which was not surprising to her. In her eyes, her master always managed to get along well with others and have enjoyable interactions. "Let me help the fairy to speed up a bit," Guan said with a smile. Immediately after, Fairy Yongzhen's face changed, as she sensed Guan's vast, ocean-like mana. The flight speed of the Red Mansion surged. Fairy Yongzhen suppressed the shock in her heart and asked, "Deist friend, have you been to the Sea Demon domain?" "No, but I have captured it with divine sense before. This Sea Demon domain is not simple. You only know the surface, but inside lies a divine immortal of wondrous dharma who will be our greatest obstruction," Guan replied with a shake of his head, smiling. As he spoke, he picked up the teacup next to him and began to sip tea. Divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Fairy Yongzhen couldn't maintain her composure, and her eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. Fu Shengziu was inwardly shocked. How profound must this person's Dao level be to mention the divine immortal of wondrous dharmas so casually? Read exclusive adventures at Empire. An Xin was filled with curiosity. What realm was the divine immortal of wondrous dharma? A realm above the wandering immortal? Without mentioning the heaven and earth flying immortal, Fairy Yongzhen and Fu Shengziu led her to mistakenly think the divine immortal of wondrous dharma realm lay immediately after the wandering immortal. Nov. L.B//Jane. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. He fears those above the 5th level of the divine immortal of wondrous dharma realm. Fairy Yongzhen thought to herself and gazed at Guan with a mix of reverence and anticipation. In the following conversation, Fairy Yongzhen dared not address Guan merely as a deist friend but referred to him as a senior. Guan did not shy away from this title, graciously accepting it. This made an Xin proud, and she sat up straighter. Boom! The deafening thunder echoed above the ocean, with torrents of waves rising and crashing down. A black hawk schemed through the tempest. Li Ye stood on the back of the hawk, his brows furrowed, murmuring, "I run into such a fierce demon aura just after entering, that old guy wouldn't have tricked me, would he?" On his shoulder, the divine exotic immortal spirit nodded frantically, saying, "I've had a bad feeling about him for a while now. He also calls himself the immortal seeking Taoist, which sounds like a bluff to me." Li Ye's brows relaxed, and he whispered, "Since I'm already here, I can't leave empty-handed. If I don't find the cultivation technique for the treasure body, looking for a demon treasure to enhance chi blood isn't a bad idea either." He drew the treasure sword from his waist, a slender blade that reflected a cold light amidst the downpour. Boom! Suddenly, Far out at sea, an explosion erupted, and a terrifying black shadow leapt from the water, immense and imposing as if Mount Tai itself had risen from the ocean floor and swiftly entered the clouds. The hawk beneath Leia immediately slowed down, not daring to approach rashly. Chapter 334 Is this it? Discover hidden stories at Empire. A flash of red light zipped across the sea covered by storm clouds, fast as lightning. Guan, an Xin, Fairy Yongzin, and Fu Shengzihu stood on the edge of the terrace, gazing over the spectacular vista of the Sea Demon Thunder Domain. Demon energy permeated the area, but it could not obscure the fearsome waves and countless lightning bolts weaving through heaven and sea like monstrous dragons and serpents, fearsomely twisting. Every so often, a giant demon beast as large as mountains would burst from the sea surface and roar unrestrained, reminiscent of the primeval chaos. The earth element spirit appears in a place engulfed by a unique radiance, making it quite easy to locate. However, the earth element spirit may attempt to escape. If it is not captured quickly, it will dive into the sea and vanish without a trace, only reappearing the next time, Fairy Yongzin spoke. Guan nodded slightly. He could feel a strong divine thought pervading this ocean, dissipating within the waters, unable to condense. It seemed that the ancient great cultivator Fairy Yongzin mentioned had at least the cultivation level of a divine soul true immortal. Divine soul true immortals could also perish, who knew what calamity he had faced. While pondering, Guan's divine thought enveloped the Sea Demon Thunder Domain. The domain was immense, larger even than the entirety of the Broken Sea Domain, teeming with countless demon creatures from every possible realm, ranging from the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma down to those in the energy cultivation realm. There were many areas within the domain that his divine thought could not penetrate directly, they were guarded by powerful restrictions. Though Guan could forcefully break through with focused divine thought and succeed, it would inevitably destroy the restrictions and cause the internal minor heaven and earth to shatter. Guan's divine thought locked onto that divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. This person was hidden within an island, surrounded by seas infested with demons each as large as the island itself, comparable to heaven and earth flying immortals. He just caught sight of a wandering immortal passing nearby, then watched as the immortal was swallowed whole by a black giant whale, so fast that its primordial spirit couldn't even escape. It was a female cultivator, almost like a fairy. Such a pity. Guan thought to himself while he responded to Fairy Yongzin. His divine thought quickly caught sight of a place glowing with an unusual light, and he directed Fairy Yongzin to fly in that direction. Standing beside Guan, an Xin observed everything around with intense curiosity. Such dense demon energy, all condensed into black mist. If she fell into the Sea Demon Thunder Domain alone, she felt it would be better just to end her life rather than try to navigate and survive in such a place. Boom! In the distance, the sea surface exploded as a 10-mile-long giant deep red fish leaped out. Looking closely, its body was entangled by two terrifying tentacles. An Xion's gaze had just reached the scene when she saw the deep red fish being crushed, its flesh and blood scattering, which made her shudder all over. Guan, Fairy Yongzin, and Fu Shengzihu seemed quite accustomed to this. Guan noticed that along the fringes of the Sea Demon Thunder Domain stood city forts similar to those in the main city of the Broken Sea Domain, indicating that the Holy Court had taken control of this sea area. Not allowing other sects to occupy it implied they made the rules. No wonder there were many cultivators fighting in groups, led by heaven and earth flying immortals, staying far from where the earth element spirit was located. Clearly, they were not here for the earth element spirit. Upon closer inspection, Guan felt an aura similar to Lu Xianyi's chi fortune on them. After a while, they reached a sea area enveloped in blue light, stretching 10,000 miles, making even the clouded sky appear transparent. Within the blue light sea, two carefree primordial immortals were engaged in fierce combat. Their divine skills were immensely powerful, yet the force of their battle did not exceed the range of the blue light. Guan's gaze locked onto a man named Zhao Qichen who was dressed in battle armor, wielding a divine weapon, surrounded by a fire phoenix, casting spells with a majestic and domineering aura. He was holding a blue crystal stone in his other hand. Surely, that was the earth element spirit. Guan could feel a wisp of divine thought within the blue crystal stone, similar to the divine thought in the sea. Zhao family's Zhao Qichen, Fu Shengzihu declared coldly as he stared at Zhao Qichen. Fairy Yongzhen smiled and said, Zhao Qichen and Shengzihu are fated rivals, clashing at every major cultivation level. An Xin looked toward Fu Shengzihu, curious about who had won but afraid to ask. Fu Shengzihu huffed, I lost the last combat, but next time, I will win. Guan was curious, was there a family powerful enough to rival mortal world peak? The fact that Fairy Yongzhen highlighted Zhao Qichen's family, instead of his sect, was enough to demonstrate the Zhao family's strength. An Xin was eager to ask, why next time, not now? Fairy Yongzhen continued to introduce Zhao Qichen's opponent, a supreme elder of a sect. A supreme elder losing to a family genius already reflected the disparity in their strengths. Their presence also put pressure on the two carefree primordial immortals, particularly on Zhao Qichen, who felt Fu Shengzihu's aura. For a moment, the two combatants tacitly slowed the rhythm of their battle, keeping an eye out for the arrival of a third-party force. Fairy Yongzhen and Fu Shengzihu also turned to Guan, curious to see how he would make his move. An Xin watched nervously ahead. After arriving in the blue light area, she could truly sense the power of the carefree primordial immortals. It was terrifying, such overwhelming battle pressure had never appeared even at the Heaven Tier tournament. Guan raised his right hand and made a grabbing gesture at the engaged Zhao Qichen, who vanished into thin air. The carefree primordial immortal he was fighting immediately retreated, his gaze swiftly turning toward the distant building. Fairy Yongzhen and Fu Shengzihu did the same, their eyes falling on Guan's hand, and the two carefree primordial immortals suddenly looked alarmed. Coming to her senses, an Xin instinctively turned her head and stared wide-eyed. The previously dominant Zhao Qichen was now in Guan's hand, tiny as an insect. Zhao Qichen looked up, shock and dread filling his face, most terrified by his inability to escape, bound by an invisible, intangible force. Guan raised his left hand, extending his forefinger and middle finger. Zhao Qichen felt something slip from his hand, and looking down, saw the earth element spirit gone, now between Guan's fingers. Guan casually tossed it, and the earth element spirit fell into Fu Shengzihu's hands. Fu Shengzihu stood dumbfounded, and Fairy Yongzhen's eyes also widened. It was successful just like that? Guan threw Zhao Qichen from the palm of his right hand. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. Zhao Qichen regained his freedom, returning to his original size. Stabilizing himself, he looked at Guan, his eyes filled with dread. Guan, expressionless, couldn't be bothered to say anything and instead turned to Fairy Yongzhen, let's go. Fairy Yongzhen, coming to her senses, instinctively cast a spell, propelling the building. Guan simply revealed himself and did not earn the hostility of Zhao and his companion, so he spared their lives. Watching the building recede, Zhao Qichen's handsome face flushed with embarrassment. He tried to calm his emotions, just from the other's display of power, he knew he was no match. If it were him, he probably would not have spared a life. Now all he had was confusion. Since when did mortal world peak have such a powerful figure? His capabilities must certainly be that of a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face the carefree primordial immortal he had been fighting, raised a hand in salute, leaving the latter quite stunned. Before the immortal could return the gesture, Zhao had already turned and left. On the building, Fu Shengzihu held the earth element spirit, a complex look on his face. Fairy Yongzhen was the first to thank Guan, and Fu Shengzihu hurriedly followed suit. Is that it? An Xin couldn't help asking. That made the expressions of Fairy Yongzhen and Fu Shengzihu even more complex. Guan just smiled, isn't it good when things go smoothly? An Xin quickly said, of course it's good, I mean. Seeing her struggle to explain, Guan merely chuckled, "Let's head back first." Fairy Yongzhen, smiling, felt this smooth operation was absolutely a surprise for her. Even if a carefree primordial immortal were to come to the Sea Demon Thunder domain, they would face life and death risks. As they reached outside the Sea Demon Thunder domain, Guan suddenly grabbed an Xin's shoulder, causing her heart to skip a beat, and she soon found herself flying out of the building. Guan, holding her shoulder with one hand and waving the other, sent the building into the distance. Fairy Yongzhen and Fu Shengziu were taken aback. Before they could react, Guan's voice reached their ears, "You two go ahead." The building sped away, the two feeling the rules of heaven and earth retreating along the way, allowing unimpeded passage and intricate technique beyond their comprehension. "It seems he has another purpose," Fairy Yongzhen remarked. Fu Shengziu added, "I think it's because his disciple still wants to see more." Fairy Yongzhen looked at him in surprise, asking, "Is he so capricious? With his cultivation level, how can that be considered capricious?" Fu Shengziu responded, his gaze on the earth element spirit in his hand, his perception of Guan completely transformed. Meanwhile, Guan in an Xin soared on clouds, his divine thought covering an Xin, entering a special state where only those who reached the state of Dao Void Mysterious Immortal could see them. "Master, you don't have to do this for me, it's so dangerous here," an Xin cautiously spoke, deeply touched. Guan smiled, "Don't overthink it, it's not for you." "For whom then?" "You'll know soon." Hearing Guan say this, an Xin grew even more curious about what lay ahead. The storm clouds churned quickly along the way, and an Xin felt no discomfort despite their swift pace. Before long, Guan stopped. Lightning flashed through the clouds ahead, with demon mist swirling below. Suddenly, numerous evil ghosts burst out from the sea of clouds, startling an Xin, who instinctively moved closer to Guan. Booming sounds continuously came from below, drawing an Xin's attention. Moved by Guan's intent, they descended below the cloud sea, where an Xin was captivated by the massive battle occurring over the sea. A vast city phantom stood above the sea surface, from which endless divine souls and strange ghosts flew out, attacking the demons around Divine Exotic City. This was a chaotic war. "Divine Exotic City? Is Martial Uncle Leia here?" an Xin asked excitedly. Leia had participated in the Heaven Tier tournament, displaying Divine Exotic City's power, leaving a deep impression on an Xin. When she thought of the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, Leia came to mind. "That's an incredible Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, Master. Is your Qingtian peak this strong?" an Xin curiously asked. Guan snorted, "Divine Exotic City is a broken Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, merely a pseudo-Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. In terms of true power, it cannot compare to Qingtian Peak. Let me show you later." Chapter 335 Master's Wife. Leia stood atop the tower, long sword in hand, his expression grave. Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit stood on Leia's shoulder, full of vigor, continuously waving its arms. Ever since Leia had learned the truth, it had ceased its act. At first, Leia felt somewhat awkward, but now, his feelings were overtaken by worry. The battle had progressed to a point where Divine Exotic City could barely advance, the demons were too strong and even understood formation techniques, effectively halting the advance of Divine Exotic City, with more demons continually joining the battlefield. If things continued this way, Divine Exotic City might well be breached. What Leia worried about most was attracting even more terrifying demon creatures. He felt a desire to retreat, fearing that the troubles would only grow and force the primordial ancestor to intervene. Leia gritted his teeth, ready to call for a retreat, when suddenly, the Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit on his shoulder started yowling loudly. "I am going to unleash my divine might." The Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit raised its right arm, its youthful voice filled with excitement. Leia was stunned. He immediately looked up, scanning the surroundings. The distant thunderclouds were heavily interconnected, with no end in sight. The more he saw, the faster his gaze moved, as if searching for something. Guan noticed Li Ye's actions and a smile appeared on his face. He was already aware of Li Ye's burden because the divine exotic immortal spirit had told him, but he hadn't said anything. Some things had to be overcome by oneself. Like Long Zhan, a powerful figure, who never hesitated and was always decisive. Guan immediately took Qingtian Peak from his waist. The peak, smaller than a palm, refracted the thunder light, emitting an ancient aura, unsettling an xin profoundly. N/O/V/B/Jn.C//om. Under an xin's watch, Guan raised his hand and tossed Qingtian Peak upward into the sea of clouds. The next second, a vast momentum descended, enveloping the entire ocean. Li Ye and divine exotic immortal spirit both felt something and looked up simultaneously. The previously excited divine exotic immortal spirit widened its eyes, a stunned expression on its face. Li Ye was similarly dumbstruck. The rolling sea of clouds dispersed, and a tremendously large mountain suddenly emerged. In comparison, everything else seemed minuscule. It was tens of thousands of feet from the sea surface, even the trees on the mountain appeared gigantic, resembling divine soldiers exerting a daunting presence. In this moment, divine exotic city seemed like a mere pebble, demonstrating the grandeur of Qingtian Peak. Guan led an xin to the summit. An xin looked up to see a brilliant starry sky and also witnessed 7 dazzling suns, all reflecting in her eyes. As soon as Qingtian Peak appeared, it grabbed the attention of all the demons. The demons, upon seeing Qingtian Peak, were equally scared. What is that? It's a huge mountain. No, an immortal treasure. Damn it, why is there another supreme treasure appearing? This aura, no good, it's dangerous. Retreat! Hurry, retreat! Panicked cries came from the demons as they scattered like monkeys when a tree falls, fleeing at tremendous speed. Qingtian Peak remained suspended in the air without touching down. Guan turned to an xin and chuckled, it seems we can't show the full might of Qingtian Peak. An xin wasn't foolish and shook her head, that's because master, you are merciful, otherwise, they wouldn't think of escaping. Guan just laughed and shook his head. In that moment, he thought of Long Zhan and Xiao Shengtian, and thus decided to adhere to his principles. His target for elimination should at least be beings with whom he had grievances. This would prevent others from speculating other reasons. Moreover, his annual gain in lifespan had already reached 1.5 million years, and he had no reason to needlessly kill innocents and accumulate karma. After all, he could play it safe and slowly become stronger. Guan's greatest cruelty was against plants and trees, as all beings must eat, which cultivator doesn't use medicinal herbs for alchemy. What he could do was choose the path that best suited his own growth. Find your next adventure on Empire. That's why, to an xin's comment about mercy, Guan only smiled. He didn't consider himself merciful, his choices were also governed by a mindset of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. As the demons dispersed, the divine exotic immortal spirit heaved a sigh of relief. Li Ye, meanwhile, looked up at the majestic Qingtian Peak, feeling a sense of relief at that moment. So that's how it is. Li Ye had always felt unworthy of owning divine exotic city, but now, seeing the grandeur of Qingtian Peak, he realized the primordial ancestor possessed even stronger treasures. What was there to worry about? He didn't even know how high the primordial ancestor's Dao level was. Rather than being burdened, he would rather strive to become stronger and repay the primordial ancestor later. No matter how much he tried to think for the primordial ancestor's sake now, he couldn't possibly help the primordial ancestor, who was gambling on his future, not the present. As Qingtian Peak rose higher and rapidly shrank, it gave Li Ye a sensation of flying beyond the heavens. After Qingtian Peak disappeared, Li Ye didn't see the figure he hoped to see. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." The divine exotic immortal spirit turned its head and asked with surprise, "Where to?" "To a place where we can compete." Clearly, this is not suitable for us, otherwise the primordial ancestor wouldn't have used another supreme treasure to save us, Leia said calmly. The divine exotic immortal spirit scratched its head, found the reasoning sound, and nodded in agreement. Divine exotic city transformed into a rainbow of light and streaked back the way they had come. This scene caught an Xin's eye, and she asked with surprise, "Why are they leaving?" Guan didn't expect his intervention to actually persuade Leia to leave, which left him with mixed feelings. "Let them go. We'll make another round for an ancient hour before heading back," Guan said. An Xin had no objections and began to inquire about Divine Exotic City and Leia. Guan told her everything he knew. After the voyage through the Thunder Sea Demon Domain, an Xin pursued her cultivation more diligently, becoming more reserved, just like before. Having seen a stronger world, a fighting spirit was ignited within her, and thereafter, she needed no urging from Guan. Whenever she had time, she would actively practice the stepping path of Age's step. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord and Shenzhenzi had also covertly observed her step technique. Unfamiliar and slightly embarrassed to keep spying, after watching 2 or 3 times, they completely lost interest in paying attention to an Xin. But in their hearts, both Guan and an Xin had become different. Years passed by. 5 years went by in the blink of an eye. This year, Ji Xiao returned. "How come you have another woman's aura on you?" Ji Xiao stood at the table, frowning as she asked. Guan put down the book in his hands and replied, "I went to see my junior sister 2 days ago." Ji Xiao pressed on, "Why has her aura changed?" Guan looked at her, surprised. She actually remembered Yalan's aura? She has made a breakthrough in her cultivation recently, so her aura has changed, Guan casually responded. In fact, that was indeed the case. In his heart, an Xin's status could not surpass Yalan's, so whenever he visited Yalan, he would preach to her, and the elixirs he invested in her were more than those for an Xin. Watching the junior sister's maximum lifespan increase little by little gave Guan a sense of achievement. He relished the feeling of contending with the heavens. "Is that so?" Ji Xiao asked skeptically. Guan rolled his eyes at her, saying, "I am upstanding and straightforward. Why would I deceive you? Don't I often meet other women in front of you? Besides, why do you care about these matters? Don't harbor any improper thoughts about me. The karma associated with you is too great. I'm afraid reincarnation path emperor's enemies might capture me to threaten you." Ji Xiao couldn't help but glare at Guan. Guan crossed his arms and said, "Honestly, other than Yalan, Shenzhen and Liu Lingjun, whom you have seen, there is another woman who likes me. I'm still considering it, mainly because I'm raising 3 adorable female demons, so I don't have much need for romance." Ji Xiao laughed, saying, "It wouldn't be those 3 monkey demons, would it?" More and more great cultivators from the Supreme Sect were appearing, and Tianya Valley could no longer be hidden, but LV Badian and Li Suandeo had reached an agreement, so Tianya Valley remained unscathed. Ji Xiao had learned about the situation inside Tianya Valley through the Ji family. "How could it be?" Guan retorted with a glare. Ji Xiao pulled out a chair to sit down and began to recount her experiences over the years. Guan listened intently. After talking for 2 ancient hours, Ji Xiao finally left. After Ji Xiao went downstairs, she saw an Xin speaking with 5 female disciples. Thus, she waited on the spot. Once the 5 female disciples had left, she approached an Xin. At this moment, the sun began to set. An Xin turned around, saw Ji Xiao approaching, and quickly stepped forward to greet her. In her heart, Ji Xiao was one of the potential sect mothers, a very strong contender, capable of living under the sect leader's floor. She had to be treated with respect. "Your talent is commendable. If you need help, just let me know. My Ji family has some resources, and we can assist you," Ji Xiao said, staring at an Xin. Upon hearing this, An Xin hurriedly thanked her, then added, "Thank you for the kind offer from the Ji family, but it's not necessary, after all, I have my master." Ji Xiao interrupted her, "Don't mind his attitude. I'm helping you for his sake. The stronger you are, the better you can protect him." With that, she turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, an Xin felt moved. Ji Xiao truly had a domineering aura. An Xin silently compared herself. Despite her rapid progress, she was not yet a match for Ji Xiao. She decided to set Ji Xiao as her target. Surpassing Ji Xiao would enable her to chase after An Hao and Yang Jian. She refused to believe that Ji Xiao's talent could surpass An Hao and Yang Jian. Inside the house, Guan was reading a book, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. The evening sunlight burst through the window, bathing him in a layer of rosy light, as if he were clad in a robe of twilight. The sun set, and the moon rose. The following morning, Guan left the Supreme Sect alone, controlling his sword as he flew into the distance. Once he was no longer locked onto by divine sense, his figure vanished instantly. An hour later, Guan arrived in front of the gate of Taixuan Sect, surrounded by undulating mountains. From the cliff, each mountain boasted a sea of flowers, a magnificent sight. When he took out the sect leader level token from the Supreme Sect, the disciples of Taixuan Sect halted their hostility and even warmly escorted him inside. Hearing that Guan was seeking the sect leader, the disciples dared not delay and immediately guided him, as the token Guan showed was of sect leader level from the Supreme Sect. An hour later, Guan was situated in a separate courtyard. He sensed that Zhang Qiang was in closed-door cultivation, with disciples guarding outside. Sure enough, not much later, the guiding disciple hurried back, asking him to wait a few days since the sect leader was in seclusion. Guan wasn't in a hurry. With Zhang Qiang in seclusion, he'd discreetly help her with her path enlightenment and leave. Once she found out Guan had been looking for her but hadn't waited, she'd definitely feel embarrassed. Just thinking about it, Guan was a little excited. Chapter 336 Reincarnation to Earth. After the disciples of Taixuan Sect left, Guan sat inside the house and suddenly found himself feeling a bit bored. Do I need a round of reincarnation evolution? If he changed locations for the evolution this time, maybe he would have different luck. Read latest chapters at Empire. His lifespan had already surpassed 500 million years. In a few years, the outer world cave would experience another surge in lifespan. It might be fun to try. Mainly because lifespan samsara could enhance Guan's comprehension of the Tao rules, especially the way of cause and effect. He wasn't doing it for fun but for cultivation. Let's start one round. After convincing himself, Guan sat down and drank a cup of tea. While pouring another, he initiated lifespan samsara. The tense and thrilling reincarnation evolution began. You have expended 10 million years of your lifespan to initiate reincarnation evolution. Beginning connection with Tao rules. Searching for reincarnation realm. You have the following realm choices, choose any one of them. 1. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. 2. Divine Origin Great Heaven and Earth. 3. Primordial Great Heaven and Earth. Seeing these three options, Guan was immediately attracted to the primordial Great Heaven and Earth. His physique was the primordial ultimate body, and he had always suspected that primordial pointed to a certain realm or world. How could he not be curious upon seeing the word primordial? He chose it. After all, he had already experienced the first two Great Heaven and Earth. Guan immediately made his choice. You have chosen to reincarnate into primordial Great Heaven and Earth. Given that the Tao rules of this realm are too powerful, you temporarily cannot activate the ability to seize lifespan, nor can you activate phase-based functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. Good, it's yet another world comparable to divine origin Great Heaven and Earth, which means there exist beings here who transcend the 9 heavens of immortal path. Guan felt even more anticipatory in his heart. In your first year, you were born on planet Earth in Zhong City, Huaxia, and your parents named you Lu Han. Earth. Gu An's gaze underwent a subtle change. At 6 years old, you started first grade in elementary school. Because you were too naughty and injured a classmate, you were severely punished by your father. At 12, you entered the first year of junior high school, where you displayed extraordinary intelligence and ranked at the top of your class. At 15, you were admitted to Zhong City's top high school. There, through a classmate's introduction, you began reading online novels. Due to excessive indulgence, your academic performance began to decline. At 18, just after the Spring Festival, you turned over a new leaf, put down your phone, and vowed to reclaim your dignity as a top student. However, on the eve of the college entrance examination, the world changed drastically. There were earthquakes, tsunamis, and humanity faced apocalyptic challenges. 7 days of chaos later, nations stabilized their order, but mysterious and enormous black gates appeared in cities. Seeing the black gate from a distance, you hesitated, unsure whether to approach it. Seeing the previous prompts, Guan thought he would live a lackluster life. Fortunately, the apocalypse arrived. It wasn't that he found an ordinary life unsatisfactory, but he had spent 10 million years of lifespan for a few decades of human life. How could he accept that? Guan took a deep breath and made his choice. You choose to approach the black gate. As you reached it, the gate suddenly shook, causing all nearby people to flee instinctively. Before you could escape, you were sucked into the gate, and your consciousness plunged into darkness. When you awoke, you found yourself in a wild mountainous area with only a dozen other people, some of whom were already awake. You started exploring and fighting for survival. At 19, after half a year, you finally made your way out of the wilderness and saw the silhouette of a city. Of your original group, only 4 remained. You entered the city and discovered it was an ancient township with everyone dressed in traditional attire. To survive, you began working in the city and ultimately realized you had traveled back in time. At 20, an immortal in the city started accepting disciples. Many people gathered to watch, and you too went and were discovered to have a spirit root. Thus, you followed the immortal to the outer sect of the Tao court for training. Your 3 companions, discovered to have spirit roots as well, joined you, and together you wept, believing a wonderful life was about to start. But upon reaching the outer sect, you learned you would start as servant disciples. At 21, you found out your girlfriend, Cheng Qian, had attached herself to an outer disciple. After a quarrel, the 2 of you had a falling out, and your 2 companions chose to side with Cheng Qian, leaving you isolated and alone. At 24, hearing of Cheng Qian's horrible death, you inquired from a former companion and learned she had died during an outer disciple mission, pushed into the jaws of a demon beast by an outer disciple named Zhou Suankan. It was the very man Cheng Qian had clung to. You erected a gravestone for her and swore in your heart to become an immortal. At 25, while gathering herbs on a mountain, you fell into a ravine and landed by the riverside, your bones broken. In agony, you waited for death to come. Then you heard a voice saying it could save you, but you would have to serve as its servant thereafter. Do you accept its terms? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What's there to hesitate about? Accept. Guan immediately made his choice. This life seemed rather tough. You chose to accept and soon fell into a coma. When you woke up, you found yourself in a cave. The person who saved you claimed to be the Mad Demon Lord, and from then on, you began to follow him in cultivation. At 27, your cultivation level reached the 5th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. One day, the Mad Demon Lord forced you to ingest an elixir he had concocted, and your cultivation surged to the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. At 28, the Mad Demon Lord found you again for a drug test. Your body ulcerated and bled uncontrollably, and you fell into a coma. When you awoke, you found your face scarred and your right leg incapacitated. At 29, with the Mad Demon Lord's assistance, you successfully achieved foundation establishment, but the scars on your face remained unchanged. The Mad Demon Lord sent you back to the outer sect, but you couldn't bear the mockery and ridicule you faced and ultimately returned to serve the Mad Demon Lord. At 30, the Mad Demon Lord's tests for you concluded, and he imparted to you the demon skill Swallowing Heaven technique. At 40, you mastered the Swallowing Heaven technique and also learned a set of hand techniques. At 42, the Mad Demon Lord left, leaving you to cultivate alone. At 44, enemies of the Mad Demon Lord came seeking the elixir of immortality he had created. You narrowly escaped death and fell into a river, fleeing downstream. At 45, wearing a mask, you saved a distressed young lady whose house servants had all been slaughtered by demons. Only she remained. Out of gratitude, she wanted to marry you and asked to see your true face. Do you remove the mask? Take it off. Women disrupt my cultivation. Better to scare her off quickly. Guan was impatient to see Lu Han's life take a turn for the better. You removed the mask, expecting to frighten Yuan Linger away, but to your surprise, after a brief moment of shock, she resolutely embraced you, and you lifted your arms to embrace her in return. At 46, you followed Yuan Linger back to the Yuan family estate. Her father hesitated about the marriage due to your appearance, but under Yuan Linger's insistence, you were eventually married. At 47, Yuan Linger bore you a son named Lu Kaiuxian. Because your son did not take the surname of the Yuan family, her father grew even more displeased with you. At 56, demons invaded the city, slaughtering the inhabitants. You barely managed to keep your wife and child safe but couldn't save others, forcing your family of 3 to begin a nomadic life. At 58, you returned to the outer sect with Yuan Linger and your 11-year-old son Lu Kaiuxian. Your son was discovered to have the rare heavenly spirit root and was taken as a disciple by a Mahayana realm elder. Your family stayed up all night, unable to sleep. Upon reaching this point, Guan's face broke into a smile. He was on the verge of feeling despondent. He hadn't even had the chance to make choices and felt like Lu Han could die at any moment. Too bitter. Chapter 337 River of Destiny. At the age of 59, your son Lu Kaiuxian succeeded in foundation establishment, making a name for himself in the outer sect of the Tao court. Consequently, you received widespread pursuit and admiration. Even the 2 companions who had traveled through time with you came to congratulate you, making you reflect on how life and fate are elusive. At 60, you successfully reached core formation. At 63, your son Lu Kaiuxian awakened the Supreme Treasure Body, shocking the Tao court. He was exceptionally accepted into the Tao court, and from then on, you and your son parted ways. Supreme Treasure Body? Isn't that the treasure body once possessed by the divine exotic Ghost King, Impermanence Tien? Guan was even more hopeful for this cycle of reincarnation evolution. This lifetime, will he rise against the heavens through his son? What followed in the cycle of reincarnation was all about cultivation, waiting until 100 years later. At 172, you successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm. You had just shared the news with your wife, Yuan Linger, when suddenly you received the terrible news that your son Lu Kaiuxian had fallen, his essence blood consumed by another. Upon hearing this, your wife Yuan Linger fainted on the spot. At 173, you finally uncovered the truth behind Lu Kaiuxian's death. He died at the hands of the crown prince of the strongest divine dynasty of the era, who was also a direct disciple of the Tao court and had already stepped into the immortal path realm. The gap between your statuses was vast. Lu Kaiuxian's master sighed and hoped you could let go of this matter. At 174, your wife Yuan Linger died of sorrow. After burying her, you left the outer sect of the Tao court. At 176, you couldn't abide the injustice you witnessed, saving a group of mortals. Before you left, an old man stopped you, declaring that your chi fortune was extraordinary and that there was a turn of fate in store for you. He offered to cast a divination for you, to help you find this turning point. Do you accept his divination for you? Yes. Let alone Liu Han, even just observing made Guan feel desperate. With such poor aptitude and cultivation techniques, when would Liu Han ever seek revenge? You accepted the old man's divination. During the process, his chi blood ran amok, and he spat out reverse flowing blood. Before collapsing, he told you that your turn of fate lay within Burial Immortal Ridge. After you confirmed that the old man was unharmed, you headed for Burial Immortal Ridge. At 185, you finally reached Burial Immortal Ridge. You learned it was a death zone for mortals, even creatures of the immortal path struggled to survive there. Yet you resolutely entered Burial Immortal Ridge. What followed were various perilous encounters. Guan was on edge, fearing that Liu Han might suddenly die young. At 192, you stumbled upon an abandoned cave and unexpectedly discovered a stele inscribed with bizarre and complex characters. As you wandered about, you accidentally triggered a mechanism. In a panic, your blood splashed onto the stele as you collided with it, and soon after, a mysterious force drew you inside the stele. You arrived within the miniature world of the Taixuan Saint Emperor and met the remnant soul of the Taixuan Saint Emperor. After some negotiation, you ultimately became a disciple of the Taixuan Saint Emperor. At 200, under the guidance of the Taixuan Saint Emperor, you cultivated the Supreme Treasure Body. Your physical body was reborn, and you regained the appearance of a 20-year-old with no scars on your face. Only your hair turned white. At 210, you broke through the divinity transformation realm. Things are looking up. Taixuan Saint Emperor? Just by the sound of it, he must be powerful. Guan was also excited, for he would feel Liu Han's experiences as the memories of the cycle of reincarnation flowed into his mind. Naturally, he hoped the memories would not be so filled with hardship. What came next were constant breakthroughs, practicing spells and divine skills. At 250, you broke through the void crossing realm. Find adventures at Empire. At 317, you broke through the unification realm. At 430, you broke through the mystic heart realm. At 431, the Taixuan Saint Emperor called you forth, saying his remnant soul had little time left. He wanted to help his Supreme Treasure Body step into the Supreme Deo Body before his soul dissipated, but it required enduring unimaginable pain. Do you accept? Accept. Guan made his choice without hesitation. You accepted the help of the Taixuan Saint Emperor. After several months of tempering, you successfully cultivated the Supreme Deo Body, causing a phenomenon that alarmed the Tao rules of great heaven and earth. You gained the divine aspect of the Supreme Immortal. At 440, you left the miniature world of the Taixuan Saint Emperor and returned to the mortal world. Upon reaching Burial Immortal Ridge, you were attacked by a Mahayana realm cultivator with an ancient treasure body. You slew the assailant, breaching the realm gap, and inadvertently consumed their essence blood, further strengthening your physique. Over the next 50 years, Liu Han left Burial Immortal Ridge, seeking out cultivators with ancient treasure bodies. Some were successful hunts, some were not, but in any case, he always managed to escape. Guan saw traces of impermanence Tian in him, perhaps this was the destiny of the Supreme Treasure Body. Until the age of 600, Liu Han, under attack from several Nirvana realm great cultivators, forcefully underwent tribulation crossing. He used the heavenly tribulation to obliterate his foes and stepped into the immortal path realm. After that, Liu Han entered the path of the unbeatable. At 720, he found the Divine Dynasty's crown prince, executed him, and consumed his essence blood. His cultivation level skyrocketed. Concurrently, the Emperor of the Divine Dynasty, enraged, issued a kill order against him. Liu Han fled while killing his enemies. Guan had few chances to choose, mostly deciding whether to save or kill. After numerous prompts, Liu Han finally reached the age of 10,000. His cultivation level reached the wandering immortal realm, making him the #1 prodigy of the era. However, he was attacked by the carefree primordial immortal and was in critical condition. Fortunately, a great power from the Tao court intervened, and he returned to the Tao court. The two companions who had accompanied him through time had long since turned to dust. Revisiting the old places, he entered a state of path enlightenment, perceiving the power of time. The master of the Tao court wished to take Liu Han as his disciple. Liu Han hesitated, and Guan helped him choose to accept. From then on, Liu Han became the top disciple of the Tao court, sweeping through his peers and standing out amongst his fellow heaven's prodigies. Guan helped him reject numerous proposals from daughters of heaven. Outside the Tao court, Liu Han vanquished demons and evildoers, rescued those in pain and suffering, and established a holy name. At the age of 20,000, Liu Han stepped into the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, becoming the youngest heaven and earth flying immortal in the history of the Tao court. At 50,000, Liu Han once again broke the records of the Tao court by becoming the youngest carefree primordial immortal. At 60,000, Liu Han ventured alone into the Divine Dynasty, executed the Emperor of the Divine Dynasty in front of all the powerhouses, and in the Emperor's treasure body's bone palace, he found the remains of his son, Liu Kaiuxian. Guan was immersed in Liu Han's legendary life, with Liu Han living more and more splendidly. Compared to the domineering ways of Long Zhan, he was reckless and unfettered, yet he didn't lose his sense of righteousness. At 100,000, Liu Han consumed the essence blood of thousands of treasure bodies and cultivated the awe-inspiring Supreme Saint body. At 200,000, Liu Han swept across the great heaven and earth, becoming a living myth. At 250,000, Liu Han encountered the Taoist tide in the cosmos. Amidst the waves of the Tao, he perceived the true meaning of Dao and shaped the primordial karmic body. At 300,000, Liu Han reached the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, traversed the cosmos, and returned to earth, only to find it already desolate. He cut ties with his past, and his Taoist heart underwent transformation. At 430,000, you broke through your own shackles and reached the Dao void mysterious immortal realm, astonishing the universe. You retrieved your life grid. Do you unlock the life-stealing ability? Considering Long Zhan's precedent, Guan hesitated for a moment and chose not to. Don't unlock. It seems Liu Han doesn't need the life-stealing ability. Since he didn't unlock the life-stealing ability, Liu Han didn't undergo a drastic change in personality. He was domineering against his enemies, but he also aided the suffering worlds, continually spreading his holy name throughout various lands. At 500,000, Liu Han met the saint ancestor of the 9th level of Immortal Path, who appreciated him. The saint ancestor imparted a Taoist title to him, naming him the Primordial Divine Emperor. Until Liu Han reached the 9th level of the Immortal Path, Guan faced another choice. At 830,000, you stepped into the 9th level of the Immortal Path. After the breakthrough, you immersed yourself in path enlightenment. You unexpectedly sensed the existence of the River of Destiny. You hesitated. Do you choose to step into the River of Destiny? Guan also hesitated. The River of Destiny sounds extraordinary, and stepping into it could allow for the understanding of the Dao of Destiny. To Guan, Liu Han's divine skills and cultivation techniques weren't very important. Comprehending the Tao rules mattered more. But the unknown represented danger.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Even Long Zhan, surpassing the 9 heavens of Immortal Path, had not encountered the River of Destiny. After much hesitation, Guan chose yes. You chose to step into the River of Destiny. After entering the river, you entered a state of path enlightenment. You comprehended the Dao of Destiny. With your own creation, you revived your son Liu Kaiuxian, aiding him in cultivating the primordial karmic body. You wished to revive your wife, but Yuan Linger, with her low Dao level, had already reincarnated. You were attacked by the Black Profound Emperor. In the face of danger, you sent your son Lu Kaiuxian to the end of the River of Destiny. You died by the hands of the Black Profound Emperor. Reincarnation ends. Damn it! It's the Black Profound Emperor again. Angered, Guan took a step and arrived at an island overseas, then opened the lifespan barrier. He sat cross-legged on the ground, vast memories subsequently flooding his mind. Textual description and real feelings are two entirely different matters. After closing his eyes, it didn't take long for Guan to frown. A moment later, Guan's frown relaxed, and a smile spread across his face as he experienced the beautiful process of a family depending on one another. Time passed rapidly. An ancient hour later, Guan returned to the Taixuan Sect, sitting at a table with cold tea. He placed a hand on the table and closed his eyes again, carefully feeling Lu Han's life experience. Facing the Black Profound Emperor was like making the wrong bet, but stepping into the River of Destiny was not. He gained a profound understanding of the Dao of Destiny, and he also shared the feelings of Lu Han when he sent his son away. Lu Han lived for more than 800,000 years and experienced everything. Before his death, he was able to revive his son, dying without regrets. In the final battle, Lu Han still demonstrated his strength, leaving an indelible wound on the Black Profound Emperor, with the injury mark landing above the Emperor's left brow. Between the memories of two lives, Guan couldn't determine whether the Black Profound Emperor faced by Long Zhan was stronger or the one faced by Lu Han was. Both were far inferior to the Black Profound Emperor in strength. Lu Han managed to injure the Black Profound Emperor primarily because of his special divine skills. But right after injuring the Emperor, he was instantly killed. For now, Guan set aside his anger towards the Black Profound Emperor, immersing himself in the understanding of the Dao of Destiny. As day turned to night and the moon rose, he sat there, unmoving. 3 days later, a figure pushed open the door, bringing a wave of fragrance that altered Guan's gaze. "Why are you here?" Zhang Qiang asked with joy, swiftly taking a seat at the table. As she looked at Guan, the happiness on her face couldn't be concealed. Guan looked at her, his eyes regaining their clarity, yet that one glance made her heart involuntarily tremble. Somehow, Zhang Qiang felt he was in low spirits, and her smile vanished accordingly. Chapter 338 Destruction Dao Seal. "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Qiang asked with a furrowed brow, her expression growing colder as she continued, "Is someone giving you a hard time?" Hearing this, Guan revealed a smile and said, "It's nothing, I was just thinking about the story of a book." "Really?" asked Zhang Qiang, looking doubtful. "Truly," Guan laughed. "Actually, I was thinking of leaving before you finished your seclusion. That way, you might feel guilty for missing me. But you came so quickly, it caught me a little off guard." After all, he was a divine thought true immortal. Even though Lu Han's memories were heavy and vast, he could quickly detach from them. To him, Lu Han was just a past life. Lu Han was him, but he was Guan. With Guan's words, the worry in Zhang Qiang's heart dissipated. She rolled her eyes at him and said in an irritated tone, "You sure have quite the imagination. I wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty." "Is that so? It seems I've overestimated our relationship." "Humph, but I'm still quite happy that you came looking for me. It's rare to see you leave the Supreme Sect. It's just that I suddenly thought of you. Every time, it's you who comes to find me. It's about time I came to you, especially since the Supreme Sect and the Taixuan Sect have established a good relationship." The two chatted away. As Guan spoke, he observed Zhang Qiang's fate, peering into her destiny. Without undergoing nirvana, all mortals are just spirits. Guan could see the end of Zhang Qiang's life with one glance. Zhang Qiang's fate was remarkably intricate, with innumerable variations, essentially a multitude of possible trajectories. Within her destiny, Guan could not see himself, but he knew the reason there were so many branches in Zhang Qiang's future was because of him. His choices could change her destiny. However, all branches of destiny flowed toward the same conclusion: death. Some led to peaceful passing, others to death in battle, and some to deviation during cultivation, resembling a tree of fate spreading its branches. Fate seemed so cruel. Having fused with Liu Han's life experiences, Guan had a deeper insight into the workings of fate, understanding the mysterious forces that could, at any moment, disperse predestined paths. Guan conjectured that these were perhaps the slivers of opportunity left by the 3,000 Great Dao, the slim chance for sentient beings to transcend mortal limits. As long as Zhang Qiang could achieve nirvana, her destiny would be toppled and reshaped. Guan thought of his own fate. What was it like? Being part of it, he could not peer into his own destiny. Fate was the confluence of all causality in life. Although those who could peer into fate could not see their own destinies, they could deduce the causality related to themselves and make predictions. If Guan could observe Zhang Qiang's fate, then surely more powerful beings could perceive the destiny of a divine thought, true immortal. Fate was not set in stone. The masses lacked the power to change their choices, merely swept along by the grandeur of the mortal world. Beings above the 9 heavens of the immortal path could certainly see the great currents enveloping the divine thought, true immortal. How, then, could one transcend fate? Discover stories at Empire. During his conversation with Zhang Qiang, Guan continued to ponder this question. 2 ancient hours later, Guan stood up to take his leave. Can't you stay a couple more days? Zhang Qiang asked, trying to persuade him to stay. I've been out for 4 days already, it's time to go back. There are several medicine valleys waiting for my management, Guan replied. Zhang Qiang glared at him. What's the point of having so many disciples? By that reasoning, as the leader of a sect, shouldn't I be even busier? We're different, Guan said, shaking his head. Besides, now that I've come once, it will definitely be more convenient in the future. We are both cultivators, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet. Zhang Qiang huffed, unable to persuade him, and could only send him off. She escorted Guan all the way to the gate of the Taixuan Sect. After he flew away, she remained standing there, gazing in the direction he departed. The Taixuan Sect disciples guarding the gate curiously wondered about the relationship between that man and their sect leader, who had personally seen him off. On the way back, Guan was targeted by some people, which Zhang Qiang secretly took care of from the shadows. Because of Zhang Qiang's follow-up, Guan's speed back to the valley slowed down. Once Zhang Qiang was no longer following him, he was still 10,000 miles away from the Supreme Sect when he stepped into it. Next, he planned to spend time comprehending the way of fate. As time trickled by, 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. For Guan, those 20 years flew by quickly. Aside from gathering medicinal herbs, he spent most of his time confined in his room. Many new disciples completed their foundation establishment without ever having the chance to interact with him. An Xin became the leading disciple of the Third Medicine Valley, with the power to distribute foundation establishment pills. She had 20 deacons under her command, and the Medicine Valley was managed in an orderly fashion. This year, at the beginning of summer, Guan stepped out of his door and strolled downstairs. He looked up at the azure sky and felt an immense sense of freedom and joy, a contented smile spreading across his face. His meditation on the way of fate could be put on hold for now. He planned to relax for a few years. In these 20 years, he had mastered Liu Han's strongest divine skill, named the Destruction Dao Seal. The Destruction Dao Seal was gained from Liu Han's comprehension of the River of Fate. This divine skill could strip away an enemy's causality, causing them to be repelled by the rules of heaven and earth and leaving indelible scars. This damage would become an eternal flaw in his opponent. Liu Han had used this divine skill to injure the Black Profound Emperor. If Guan encountered the Black Profound Emperor in the future, he would be able to identify him through the scars left by the Destruction Dao Seal. No matter which divine skills the opponent used, they could not hide the wounds caused by the destruction Dao seal. Of course, without knowing the full strength of the Black Profound Emperor, Guan would try to avoid using the abilities of Lu Han, Xiao Shengtian, and Chu Lu. Being slain thrice by the Black Profound Emperor was no coincidence, surely the Emperor was seeking him. Nov. L. B //JNN. As Guan pondered the Black Profound Emperor, Ji Xiao approached him, examining him closely. You seem to have changed somehow, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Guan glanced at her, and said with a soft laugh, perhaps I've become more handsome. Ji Xiao appeared thoughtful. Guan could sense the aura of fate on her. Her cultivation technique had clearly delved into the way of fate. Perhaps it was for this reason that she was able to sense the change in Guan. Fortunately, the disparity in their cultivations was so great that Ji Xiao could never discern Guan's true cultivation level. After chatting for a while, Guan found an Xin and left the Supreme Sect with her. After confirming no one was tailing them, he took an Xin towards Mortal World Peak. An Xin closed her eyes, and when she opened them next, they had arrived at Mortal World Peak. So fast! An Xin now felt what Yang Jian had once experienced. The higher her cultivation, the more she marveled at her master's strength. Master, what divine skill is that? It's so fast, an Xin couldn't help but ask. As Guan led her across the clouds, looking ahead, he replied, you guessed right, it's the stepping path of ages step that you've been practicing. An Xion's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder that step technique was so difficult to master. When perfected, could it traverse the mortal world? An Xion developed an unprecedented expectation for the stepping path of ages step. Soon, the master and disciple arrived at Dingtian Peak. Guan first went to gather medicinal herbs, greeting disciples along the way. News of his return spread rapidly across Dingtian Peak. With Guan's joining, Mortal World Peak grew more tolerant towards Dingtian Peak. The direct disciples managed to secure greater benefits for Dingtian Peak, benefiting the entire peak. All the disciples privately mythologized Guan, knowing their peak master's exceptional strength. Strolling along, Guan nonchalantly picked herbs, appearing to deliberately enter the lives of his disciples. Everyone he spoke to along the way was more excited. Occasionally, Guan would even help the disciples gather medicinal herbs, picking but not taking, leaving those disciples feeling honored and shocked. Gradually, Guan heard some news. The Immortal dynasty was about to emerge. On Mortal World Peak, one could learn about various major events in the great heavenly spirit land. Guan also heard about the long-standing feud between the Immortal dynasty and the Holy Court. The two forces had been warring for many years until Shengtian ascended the throne, and the mortal world basked in peace at last. Shengtian was certainly the strongest in the great heavenly spirit land, but no one knew how powerful he truly was. The emergence of the Immortal dynasty would inevitably provoke oppression from the Holy Court. Once friction sparked between the two, the tranquil days in mortal world would end. Despite experiencing several calamities, the Broken Sea domain's influence was too small to affect the whole world. Broadly speaking, the great heavenly spirit land had maintained peace for hundreds of thousands of years. An Xin was also very interested in these events. It was her first time hearing about the Immortal dynasty, and she didn't realize that the mortal world harbored a force capable of contending with the Holy Court. After a while, Guan took an Xin to a courtyard on the mountain's peak. An Xin began cultivating, and Guan rode in the yard to relax. His main purpose for coming today was to take a breather. A moment later, he suddenly felt something and looked up. His gaze pierced through the sky and shot out into the depths of the universe. He sensed a strange aura coming from the silent destruction domain. This sensation was distinctly uncomfortable. Before long, he saw a redwood coffin flying out from the darkness. It was a deep red coffin that seemed to have blood plasma sticking to it, surrounded by wisps of black vapor visible to the naked eye. There was something inside the coffin. Could it be another entity targeting the heavenly demon fetus? Guan thought to himself, with no intention of intervening. The presence and absence of concealment of the deep red coffin must have alerted the holy court. Indeed, Guan saw many figures flying out from the Holy Land where the holy court was based, the weakest among them being carefree primordial immortals. What a powerful foundation! Guan was again shocked by the strength of the holy court. This was just the first response team they'd sent out, and it was hard to imagine the terrifying power the holy court could unleash if they went all out. However, Guan saw a divine immortal of wondrous dharma confront the deep red coffin, resisting with his immense mana. He displayed an expression of agony as his flesh rapidly dissolved into blood, spilling onto the coffin and quickly congealing. His immortal soul of wondrous dharma, however, managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Such frightening power! Guan couldn't see how the deep red coffin had devoured the divine immortal of wondrous dharma. It was a force he had never seen before. One could surmise that the entity within the deep red coffin was not a heavenly demon, or at least not one he had encountered before. The deep red coffin approached the great heavenly spirit land swiftly and irresistibly. It seemed as though the cultivators flying out from the holy court had received orders. They all stopped and even made way. What did this mean? Guan frowned slightly. Could it be that the deep red coffin was related to the holy court? While pondering, Guan lowered his head and continued to write. Let the tall ones handle it when the sky falls, as the saying goes. Since the holy court was also part of the great heavenly spirit land, he was curious to see what would happen next. Chapter 339 The Dark Emperor from the Battle Court. As evening approached, Guan stood up and stretched languidly, his gaze turning towards outer heaven. Explore more at Empire. The dark red coffin had already reached outer heaven and was about to crash into great heavenly spirit land. An Xin walked over and asked, Are we going back? Guan nodded slightly, and an Xin immediately went to pack their things. She had bought some trinkets on Dingtian Peak, planning to bring them back to Third Medicine Valley. As long as it didn't reveal her relationship with Guan on Mortal World Peak, he would not stop her. An Xin was quick with her tasks, and after she was done, she hurried back to where Guan was standing. Seeing her master looking up, she instinctively looked up as well. She saw a shooting star streak across the night sky, falling toward the distant land. What is that? An Xin muttered. Guan didn't answer her. He watched the meteor disappear into the distance and then, with a wave of his sleeve, disappeared into the air with her. After returning to Third Medicine Valley, the master and disciple each returned to their own rooms. Guan sat in his chair, seemingly admiring the night scene outside the window, but in reality, his divine thought was directed towards the dark red coffin far away. The coffin landed on a continent 10 times larger than the Taixuan continent, bringing an apocalyptic disaster to all the living beings there. In an extremely short amount of time, that continent turned into a sea of fire, 90% of the life wiped out, with the rest fleeing into the ocean. The impact force from the dark red coffin hitting the ground was still expanding, affecting even more oceans and land. It was far from the Taixuan continent, but even farther from Mortal World Peak, eliminating the possibility that it was targeting the demon fetus. After landing, the dark red coffin stuck at the bottom of a giant pit, motionless, with no sign of the lid opening. Night passed and day rose. Before descending the stairs, Guan saw that the dark red coffin still hadn't opened, so he stopped thinking about it and went downstairs to follow his disciples in their morning exercise. The morning exercise was a tradition of Third Medicine Valley, and occasionally great cultivators who came to play chess would join in. The discipline during the exercise wasn't strict, disciples could interact with each other, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After the morning exercise, Yu Yingying approached Shenzhenzi hesitantly. Shenzhenzi was sitting under a tree, with a copy of Journey to the West in his hands. Have you been feeling inexplicably anxious since last night, feeling very unsettled? Shenzhenzi asked calmly without looking up at her. Yu Yingying nodded hastily and said, I've never felt like this before, I won't have to. If I have to become that, you can kill me in advance. Shenzhenzi looked up at her in surprise. Yu Yingying thought he was questioning her and explained in a low voice, "The heavenly demon should not be so easy to perish, my suicide definitely wouldn't work, you are an enlightened monk, you know how to eliminate demons, I don't want to hurt others." Shenzhenzi looked deeply at her and said, "Don't worry, in this lifetime, it is very hard for you to turn into a heavenly demon. The reason you are feeling this is probably because the natural enemy of the heavenly demons has arrived." He had also sensed the commotion from the night before. His cultivation realm was high, and his unease far surpassed Yu Yingying's, which was why he picked up journey to the west, to try and distract himself. "Really? What is the natural enemy of the heavenly demons? What should I do?" Yu Yingying asked eagerly. Shenzhenzi lowered his head and said, "Do nothing, continue with your cultivation practice, and get used to it n/o/vel/b/in. .c//om." Yu Yingying was stunned and could only walk away full of thoughts. On the other hand, Guan, who was patrolling Medicine Valley on Blood Prison Great Saint, heard the conversation between Yu Yingying and Shenzhenzi. The natural enemy of heavenly demons? Guan took off Qingtian peak from his waist, then lifted it up, and sent his divine thought into it. Immediately after, he arrived inside an old temple. He was about to speak when a man in black appeared and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Guan shook his head, changing the subject to ask, "Do your heavenly demons have a natural enemy?" The man in black frowned upon hearing this and asked warily, "What do you mean? Since when do heavenly demons have a natural enemy?" Guan then waved his sleeve, and an illusion appeared between them. The man in black's expression dramatically changed when he saw the dark red coffin. Seeing his reaction, Guan was not in a hurry, he waited for him to speak. The man in black's hands clenched into fists inside his sleeves. Taking a deep breath, he said through gritted teeth, "He is coming for the great emperor, but his arrival will also bring disaster to great heaven and earth. The fact that he can enter indicates that Holy Court also plans to use him to eradicate the heavenly demons within the great heavenly spirit land." "Who is he?" Guan asked. "His name is the Dark War Emperor, no one knows his origins, he once wreaked havoc in the silent destruction domain, I only know he comes from the ancient battle court," the man in black answered. "Battle court? The forces established by Long Zhan?" Guan kept his composure and further inquired, "What is the origin of the battle court?" The man in black looked at him before saying, "The battle court is a legend of the silent destruction domain. Legend has it that there once was a force that ruled the great thousand world, standing at the peak of the immortal path. Whether it was destroyed or left is unknown, that's all I know." "What is the Dao level of the Dark War Emperor?" "I don't know, but definitely very high," the man in black responded, shaking his head at the thought of the Dark War Emperor, making his scalp tingle. All of a sudden, Guan said, "It seems now that I don't need to leave. I'll just wait for the Dark War Emperor to eliminate the heavenly demons, and the Holy Court will naturally ask him to leave, right?" Upon hearing this, the man in black became panicked and said, "The Dark War Emperor is unpredictable, extremely violent, and will surely bring calamity to mortal world peak. If he devours the great Emperor's demon fetus, he might even start a war with the Holy Court. You won't be able to avoid trouble either." Hearing this, Guan wasn't alarmed, just stared at him steadily. The man in black gritted his teeth, suddenly knelt down, and said solemnly, "Please, Elder, help the great Emperor. As long as you can help with the birthing of the great Emperor, our tribe will owe you a favor. Afterward, I will convey this matter back to my tribe, and you will gain our friendship. In the future, walking in the silent destruction domain will also mean having an ally." "You're joking, what if he decides to attack me?" Guan said coldly. The man in black looked up and explained, "Don't worry, he has forgotten his past life memories, he is undergoing his own reincarnation stage, which is when he is the weakest. Once he is born, he will be a new being. You can even take him as a disciple, and when he achieves the Dao in the future, he will definitely not forget your kindness. After listening, Guan fell into hesitation. If you don't do this, once the Dark War Emperor emerges, he will surely come after you. The moment the Great Emperor is born, he will undergo reincarnation baptism, hiding the causality of the heavenly demon, making it impossible for the Dark War Emperor to find him, the man in black urged urgently. As if the Dark War Emperor might come to kill at any second. Guan hesitated for a moment, then asked, "How can I assist him?" The man in black was elated and immediately imparted a miracle technique. Guan listened intently, memorizing it in one go. The man in black urged, "Act quickly, if the Dark War Emperor finds him, he can obstruct the Great Emperor's path to achieving the Dao. We must not let him succeed." Chapter 340 Projecting into the Past, the Birth of Longqing. Guan placed Qing Tian Peak down and hung it back on his belt. He didn't fully believe what the man in black had said, but he could judge that the miracle technique the man had imparted to him was free of hidden dangers. Taking advantage of the blood prison great saint carrying him on a patrol around Medicine Valley, he began to weigh the pros and cons/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Upon careful consideration, he felt it was worth a try. The Dark Battle Emperor had just arrived and slaughtered the beings of one area, his cruelty and ferocity had to be guarded against. Even if he was related to the Holy Land, he couldn't be trusted. He would first see how the demon fetus would react once born. If worse came to worst, he would simply destroy it even if it meant offending the heavenly demon. Guan made his decision. He did not set out right away, the Dark Battle Emperor had not yet emerged from his coffin, and Guan could sense that the presence within the coffin was growing stronger. He estimated that it wouldn't emerge for a little while. An hour later, Guan arrived at a cave at the foot of Dingtian Peak, undetected by gods or ghosts alike. He stood in front of the stone pillar, extending his divine thought into it, and saw that the demon fetus was still curled up, unchanged since decades ago. Guan immediately activated the lifespan barrier, enveloping the entire cave, and then applied the miracle technique taught by the man in black to the demon fetus. More and more black chi began to emerge from the surface of the stone pillar, and the heartbeat of the demon fetus within grew strong and powerful. Time passed, second by second. The birth of the demon fetus would not absorb nature's spiritual energy, which meant that the consumption of the lifespan barrier wasn't rapid, providing Guan with a bit of relief. Half an hour later, Guan moved the demon fetus out. It had shrunk to the size of an ordinary baby, still surrounded by demonic chi, but its form could not be completely concealed. Guan performed a lifespan detection on it. Longqing, Energy Cultivation Realm 9 Layers 0/1000/9999. Hey? Why does it have the surname Long? With the Dark Battle Emperor, who inherited the Battle Court's lineage, having just appeared, and now one with the surname Long, Guan couldn't help but wonder. He stared intently at the still unconscious Longqing, probing the cause and effect within him. The cause and effect of Longqing were complex, but Guan had inherited all memories of Longzhan, who had also delved into the way of cause and effect. After a long while, Guan felt that Longqing's soul had a deep connection with the soul of Long Xin, the son of Longzhan, which meant it was very likely that Longqing was a descendant of Long Xin. Longzhan was born into the Long family, but the name Battle Court was chosen by Longzhan himself. The ancestors of the Long family had not established the Battle Court. This confirmed that Longqing was definitely a descendant of Longzhan, who lived in the past, not the future. Reincarnation evolution could indeed project into the past. Was this predestined to happen, or did his decision change the past? Before his reincarnation evolution, the demon fetus was already hidden within Dingtian Peak. But it was only after his reincarnation evolution ended that he discovered the demon fetus, unclear if its identity had changed. Guan considered this a problem worth contemplating. Longqing continued to absorb the innate demonic qi, rapidly reaching the foundation establishment realm. This kid couldn't possibly have been born with a cultivation level of the immortal path like the immortal spirits of the immortal dynasty, could he? Guan guessed to himself, and in the time that followed, Longqing's cultivation level quickly intensified, relying solely on the surrounding innate demonic qi and not consuming any spiritual energy. Time sped away. 3 ancient hours later, Longqing's cultivation level surpassed the Mahayana realm, reaching the first layer of Nirvana realm, with his maximum lifespan metamorphosing to 999,999 years. Guan felt that if he were to come into the world, he would be sure to attract heavenly tribulation, and that would be troublesome. Once Longqing's increase in cultivation ceased, Guan used the divine skills of Path of Returning Primordial Spirit to suppress Longqing's cultivation, changing his aura to that of an ordinary person. For now, using the Path of Returning Primordial Spirit, he could also suppress the opposing party's cause and effect. Before the seal was lifted, not even the heavenly demon would be able to locate Longqing. The demonic qi surrounding Longqing completely dissipated, vanishing in an unfathomable manner. Longqing slowly opened his eyes. They were big and sparkling, and his small hands remained clenched into fists. Upon seeing Guan, he broke into a smile, his little mouth opened, and he let out a giggling sound. For some reason, seeing the newly born Longqing made Guan suddenly think of Long Xin's appearance when he was born. They were exactly alike. A smile appeared on Guan's face as he began to play with Longqing. During this process, Guan once again experienced the feeling Long Zhan had when he faced his son for the first time. But the descendants of the battle court and the Long family arriving in the great heavenly spirit land seemed a little too coincidental. Guan silently stayed on guard, vowing to never reveal his true cultivation level to anyone around him, not now nor in the future. He had to keep up the act. In life, one must always keep something in reserve. Guan performed the stepping path of ages step and stepped outside the supreme sect, then lifted the lifespan barrier. He took robes from his storage bag and wrapped the little Longqing in them. Sunlight poured down, causing little Longqing to become even more excited, laughing non-stop, his small hands reaching around in a futile attempt to grab at things, for his arms were too short to reach anything. Luckily, the little fellow was not an ordinary baby, or else Guan would have had to consider feeding him milk. Guan, cradling him, walked to a nearby tree and sat down, continuing to amuse him. Bringing a child back all of a sudden was bound to attract attention, so Guan decided to wait until evening to return, so he could fabricate a reason. The woods were filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and Guan listened to little Longqing's laughter as his thoughts drifted away. Visions from his reincarnation evolution surfaced before his eyes. It was in the great hall of the battle court, with Long Zhan standing with his back to Long Xin atop the hall. Long Xin questioned him about why he had become so ruthless, but Long Zhan did not answer. "Father Emperor, I preferred you back when you took me hunting in the mountains. Though you were not invincible, you were more like a father." Long Xin left after uttering those words, and from that point on, father and son never saw each other again, until Long Zhan's downfall. Deep in thought, Guan couldn't help but be moved. He would take it as a lesson not to obsessively seek power. His current state was just fine, constantly increasing his strength while maintaining good relationships with those around him. Guan looked up at the sky beyond the woods. From here, the sky seemed truly high. At dawn, the disciples of the Third Medicine Valley had just finished their morning exercises, and an Xin turned her head and saw Guan walking down from the transmission array platform, carrying something in his arms. An Xin immediately approached, and some disciples who were close to Guan followed suit. When they saw that Guan was holding a baby, they exclaimed in surprise. "Master, where did this child come from? Wow, so cute, can I hold him? A boy or a girl? Master, what's his name? He's smiling at me." Faced with the disciples' inquiries, Guan said that the male infant was one he had found in the forest and that he was unable to find its parents, so he had no choice but to bring him back to raise. The disciples didn't question it because their master indeed had such kindness. An Xin in particular thought of herself, her eyes reddening slightly, her gaze towards Longqing growing even closer. However, Guan did not let them hold him but carried Longqing back to his own attic. Arriving in front of the attic, Ji Xiaohu came out of her room to his side, curiously looking at the child in his arms. "He looks quite a bit like you," Ji Xiaohu blurted out inexplicably, her eyes full of insinuation. Guan replied, displeased, "You don't think this is a child someone secretly bore for me, do you?" Ji Xiaohu smiled and did not continue the conversation. Guan couldn't be bothered with her any longer and carried Longqing upstairs. In the distance, Shenzhenzi calculated Longqing's fate with his fingers and found that it was consistent with what Guan had said, so he did not take it to heart. Though the disciples were curious about Longqing, they did not pay too much attention, but they noticed that, in the following days, Guan carried Longqing wherever he went, prompting them to wonder. Months passed. Autumn arrived. The deep red coffin harboring the Dark Battle Emperor had still not opened, but many cultivators had gathered on the desolate continent, even setting up a large array near the coffin. One day, Yelan brought Zhenqin to visit Guan. Upon seeing a baby in Guan's arms, the two women were shocked, and Yelan breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that the baby was not Guan's child. "It's rare to see a child with such fate, so I brought him back. I'll accept him as a disciple from now on," Guan said cheerfully. Zhenqin held Longqing, finding the little one adorable, and asked, "Master, have you named him?" Guan replied, "Yes, his name is Longqing. There was a clear stream beside him when I found him, and his eyes are clear like it, hence the name Qing." "And the surname Long?" Zhenqin inquired further. Guan smiled and said, "Take a look at his back." Zhenqin instinctively opened the swaddling clothes around Longqing, seeing mysterious black patterns on his back that, at a glance, resembled a black dragon. "It seems this little fellow's background is not simple," Zhenqin remarked with amazement. Yelan also saw it and completely relaxed, smiling as she took Longqing in her arms. "This matter should not be spread. Since he has been abandoned, let him stay away from strife and live peacefully in Medicine Valley. The mark on his back can be considered my doing," Guan instructed. The two women nodded, agreeing and praising him for his thorough consideration. After staying in the Third Medicine Valley for 3 days, the women left. Their subsect was busy with tasks that required them to be away, and they would not meet again for several years. By the age of half a year, Longqing could walk. By 1 year, he began to babble. Dressed in fine clothes, he became the joy of Medicine Valley. A year had passed since the deep red coffin arrived in the great heavenly spirit land, and there was still no movement, but its presence had become widely known. The various sects labeled it an evil object from outer heaven, and even the mortal world peak was abuzz with discussions. This year, during the summer, Guan sat in the attic and picked up Qingtian Peak, extending his divine thought into it to enter the ruined temple. As soon as he entered the temple, the man in black appeared, anxiously asking, "Why did you only come now? Where's the emperor?" Guan took a deep breath and said, "It failed. I was just about to use the miracle technique you taught me when he escaped. I couldn't catch up, and now I have no idea where he's gone." The man in black's face changed dramatically, his body trembling uncontrollably. "The good news is that the Dark Battle Emperor hasn't emerged from his coffin. It's been a year, why no movement?" Guan asked with a frown. Hearing this, the man in black's face relaxed slightly. After pondering, he said, "He might be preparing for something. Ancestor, could you release me? I must go in search of the emperor." Guan shook his head. "Sorry, I can't fully trust you. I'll release you after 10,000 years, once we get through this calamity." 10,000 years? The man in black nearly burst into curses, but thinking of the profound and inscrutable Dao level of the other party, he could only suppress his emotions. What good was the whereabouts of the emperor if his own life was at stake? Chapter 341 Reincarnation Tribulation. The man in black ultimately chose to compromise, for he believed that Guan should be trustworthy. After all, he was completely powerless to resist, and there was no point in Guan deceiving him. After dealing with the man in black, Guan set down Qingtian Peak. He lifted his gaze and saw through the walls that 1-year-old Longqing was chasing after the white spirit rat, which slowed down for fear that the child couldn't keep up. It was rare to see the white spirit rat so gentle, which brought a smile to Guan's face. No longer contemplating what the reincarnation evolution truly entailed, Guan's focus was solely on becoming stronger. These reincarnated identities wouldn't help him survive better. In this world, there were holy courts and immortal dynasties. Outside the world, there were realms like the Silent Destruction Domain and beings like the Annihilation God Emperor and the Black Profound Emperor watching him, not to mention countless great heaven and earth. His journey was still long. Long Zhan had been too arrogant and was crushed to death by the Annihilation God Emperor. Guan planned to quietly surpass the 9 heavens of immortal path in the universe where the great heavenly spirit land was located. He deliberately overestimated the capabilities of the Black Profound Emperor and the Annihilation God Emperor to better confront and potentially defeat them if they became enemies in the future. Guan collected himself, even eliminating the animosity towards the Black Profound Emperor and keeping the past hidden deep within his heart. He was Guan. Guan was the true him. Guan picked up a brush, intending to write and express his emotions. Miles of clear skies stretched overhead, and a large gathering of cultivators crowded a barren plain. They surrounded a massive pit over 100 miles in diameter, atop whose edge they constructed towering stages, each brandishing an imposing iron tower. Baizia stood on the edge of the massive pit, gazing at a deep red coffin from afar, a worried expression filling his eyes. "Have you seen it in the Silent Destruction Domain?" A voice called out, and Fu Shengzihu stepped beside Baizia. After paying his respects, Baizia turned and said, "I haven't seen it, but its aura feels very dangerous." "I have seen it," Fu Shengzihu said calmly, his gaze fixed on the deep red coffin. Baizia looked at him in surprise, only to hear him continue, "Wherever this evil coffin appears, heavenly demons retreat, leaving nothing but remains. Even the heavenly demons fear whatever resides within it. I've heard that beings surpassing the carefree primordial immortal realm would turn to ash just by approaching it. Beyond the carefree primordial immortal?" This filled Baizia with even more fear. As a heaven and earth flying immortal, he already regarded the carefree primordial immortal as a symbol of freedom. How could beings even stronger than carefree primordials succumb to this evil coffin? He instinctively thought of Meng Lang and shuddered at the thought of him turning to dust upon nearing the evil coffin. As Fu Shengzihu continued his story, Baizia listened intently, and they were not the only ones. Other sects had people recounting their experiences in the Silent Destruction Domain. Atop a grand pavilion, a man in white robes stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze quietly fixed on the deep red coffin, his eyes deep with thought. Suddenly, a man clad in golden armor appeared beside him, bowing and whispering, "Holy King, the higher UPS have instructed you not to take action and to wait for the Dark War Emperor to awaken." Hearing this, the man in white robes narrowed his eyes, lost in thought and not replying. The man in golden armor spoke again in a low tone, "Holy King, something about this doesn't feel right. While the heavenly demons bring trouble to the mortal world from time to time, Shengtian never acted like this when he was here. Didn't Shengtian always say that anything from outer heaven is an enemy? Since when do we ask enemies for help?" He wasn't concerned about being overheard. The many restrictions within the pavilion would prevent high-level eavesdropping. Remaining expressionless, the man in white replied, "It is now the era of the Holy Minister, and it will be for a long time. If you wish to have a foothold in the Holy Court, you must learn to feign ignorance." The man in golden armor appeared angry as he clenched his teeth and asked, "Where has Shengtian gone to, and why does he trust the holy minister so much? The man in white robes spoke calmly, reincarnation tribulation is a path every mighty individual must tread. Shengtian has already delayed it for far too long. What might happen if we wait any longer, nobody knows. Reincarnation tribulation? Has Shengtian reincarnated? The man in golden armor furrowed his brows. Shaking his head, the man in white robes replied, "Your realm is not high enough to understand. Don't ask too much. All you need to know is this: if the Holy Court truly faces an existential crisis, Shengtian will surely return. Until then, let the holy minister make a fuss. The greater the uproar, the better it might be for us. Don't forget that the holy God is also unsatisfied with the holy minister." The man in golden armor's expression fluctuated before he bowed and took his leave. The long hair of the man in white robes fluttered gently in the breeze as he continued to watch the deep red coffin silently. The summer day was blisteringly hot. Guan, riding on the blood prison great saint, was heading towards the third medicine valley, looking into the distance. A devoid mysterious immortal had appeared near the deep red coffin. This was the first time Guan had sensed the aura of a devoid mysterious immortal. He guessed the individual was from the Holy Court. With so many forces converging but taking no action, Guan didn't know how to discern good from evil. Regardless, the appearance of the deep red coffin caused the deaths of all beings on a continent. In his previous life, it would have been equivalent to destroying all life on Earth. Even so, the Holy Court remained motionless. Perhaps to the Holy Court, the threat of the heavenly demon was greater, a consideration for the long term. But for the innocents involved, wasn't it also a tragedy? "Master, what do you think of that kid Longqing? He seems pretty clever to me," inquired the blood prison great saint, drawing Guan's thoughts back to reality. It wasn't foolish to think so. Why would the master casually take in an orphan unless the child was no ordinary one? Perhaps even more exceptional than Yang Jian. Guan replied, "Quite ordinary. He'll hardly achieve anything significant in his lifetime." The blood prison great saint paused, then laughed, "Master, you're kidding with me, right?" "You'll see in time," Guan said with a soft laugh. Unable to resist, the blood prison great saint asked further, "Then why did you take him in?" "Because I liked him." "Do you think I need Yang Jian to repay me for anything?" Guan said casually. It made sense to the blood prison great saint. After all, Guan wasn't only good to Yang Jian, all the disciples in the valley received favorable treatment from him. In Guan's own words, do good deeds without asking about the future. Nov. L. B //JNN. That too. Leading a plain life isn't necessarily bad, agreed the blood prison great saint. Though he secretly believed Longqing would certainly make something of himself, it was only a matter of time. As Guan walked into the valley, he saw a group of female disciples surrounding Longqing, passing him around happily until the atmosphere became even more cheerful. When someone spotted the blood prison great saint, they exchanged a few words and quickly dispersed, leaving Longqing in the arms of one of the girls, who hurried towards an Xin, looking lost. "Guan, come for a game of Go." The voice of the nine-finger Divine Lord suddenly rang out, and Guan sent the blood prison great saint over. After a while, when Guan sat at the Go board, the nine-finger Divine Lord, with a chuckle, asked, "Guan, what's the backstory of that little guy called Longqing?" He had tried to discern Longqing's fate but came up with nothing. Considering what had happened with Yang Jian, he couldn't help but feel that Longqing had some significant background. Guan picked up a Go stone and replied with a smile, "How should I know? I truly found him in the mountains." "Do you like him? Why don't you take him as a disciple?" After hearing this, the nine-finger Divine Lord laughed and said, "Let's not. I've already taken away one of your disciples, I can't be that greedy." Seeing him reluctant to make a move, Guan played first, causing the nine-finger Divine Lord to twitch at the corner of his mouth and quickly pick up the white stones from the table, saying, "Our rules here, black plays first. Don't you know the rules? With that, he made his move. Guan smiled and followed suit, then asked about Chu Jingfeng's situation. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord had settled Chu Jingfeng overseas while staying at the Supreme Sect himself, making Guan unsure of what to make of his actions. Half an hour later, Guan stood and departed. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord stared at the go board, frowning. Where exactly is the problem? He muttered to himself. No one offered him an answer. His loss didn't surprise the surrounding players, his winning would have been the real shock. Guan was in a good mood, looking forward to harvesting high-rank medicinal herbs in the outer world cave the next day, a move that could increase his lifespan by tens of millions of years. He decided not to initiate lifespan samsara before his next breakthrough. Forget that before filling up a lifespan of 1 billion years. Otherwise, descendants might appear before his eyes again, and he couldn't bear to ignore them. The sun set, and the moon rose. The next morning, Guan left Longqing with Yu Yingying and departed Medicine Valley alone. Yu Yingying adored Longqing, though she couldn't explain why, since she usually despised children. By evening, Guan returned. He hummed a tune along the way, clearly delighted. Today, he had harvested over 65 million years of lifespan. It was exhilarating. The outer world cave was his key investment project. Periodically, he would inject more high-rank medicinal herbs into the grotto. Along the path, Guan greeted every passing disciple, leaving them pleasantly surprised. He made his way to Yu Yingying's courtyard and took away Longqing. Hey, I want to ask you something. Yu Yingying stopped Guan. He gave her a look. I'm not Hey. Rolling her eyes, she said, lately, I've been feeling restless, like I might bring trouble to Medicine Valley. Should I leave? Guan looked at her, astonished. If you want to leave, leave. Why ask me? Yu Yingying was livid, ready to pinch him, but he deftly dodged. I'm leaving tomorrow. She turned and walked toward her house. Guan called out, Hey, if you're really worried about causing trouble, why fret? Don't forget who holds the fort at the Supreme Sect. Yu Yingying turned to look at Guan, the anger in her eyes gradually fading. Hesitantly, she said, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Guan spoke righteously, the entire Supreme Sect is under the protection of Sword Venerable Feudeo. There's nothing wrong with that. If you feel bad about it, later you can take care of Qing for me. He really likes you. Caught in hesitation, Yu Yingying lingered in thought, while Guan said no more and turned to leave. Taking advantage of Longqing's youth, he wanted to hold him more, as the child would be less cuddly when older. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. As for Yu Yingying's concerns, he paid them no mind. Many heavenly demons roamed the world. They would deal with the Dark War Emperor when he emerged from the coffin. From the current aura, the Dark War Emperor was still very distant from becoming a divine thought true immortal. Considering this rate of improvement, it would take him thousands of years to reach the level of a divine thought true immortal, right? Chapter 342 Shelter from the Wind and the Rain, Eradicate the Heavenly Demon. Time flew like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, Longqing was already 5 years old. Guan stood in front of the window, looking at Longqing riding the blood prison great saint in pursuit of a white spirit rat, his lips lifting slightly into a smile. Such days were truly wonderful. Regrettably, peace was about to be shattered soon. Guan could feel the deep red coffin trembling, alarming the nearby sects, which promptly arranged their defenses. The Dark War Emperor was about to emerge. The Dark War Emperor, inheritor of the Battle Court legacy, was set on hunting the descendants of the Battle Court's creator. This sparked many speculations in Guan. After all, he had no fondness for the Dark War Emperor, who, from the very start, slaughtered everything in his path. Should he dare come to the Taixuan continent, he would find no courtesy from Guan. As the reputation of Sword Venerable Feudeo grew ever more resounding, certainly the Holy Court would not dare to confront him directly. The great Nether Saint King had been rather restrained lately, as if putting aside past grievances, not daring to plot against Guan any longer. Guan watched the distance for a while before heading downstairs. Just as he descended the stairs, streaks of blood-like light manifested in the sky, a chilling sight. The disciples in the valley also noticed this scene, discussing among themselves. However, they were not panicked. In their hearts, the Supreme Sect was the safest place. Ji Xiao approached Guan and whispered, "I've seen such a sight in my dreams." Guan was not surprised, given that the reincarnation path emperor had ventured into the silent destruction domain. Following her lead, Guan asked, "For what reason? What is going to happen?" Ji Xiao looked up at the sky and said, "I'm not sure, but after such an omen appears, a massacre will follow." Guan shivered, anxiously asking, "There isn't going to be another catastrophe, is there? I've only lived for a little over 300 years, and I've already encountered so many once-in-a-millennium disasters. Is the Almighty picking on me?" Ji Xiao glanced at him and said, "What catastrophes have you experienced? I've never seen you fight. With Sword Venerable Feudeo and the Supreme Sect shielding you, what do you have to fear? You just need to sit back and enjoy the show." "Ha, who's really shielding whom? If I told you, it would scare you to death." That's what Guan thought, but he relaxed his expression and, patting his chest, said, "You have a point. Why should I worry? When immortals clash, what concern is it of mere mortals?" Ji Xiao was amused by his actions and asked with a smile, "I could teach you some spells, would you like to learn?" "Forget it, you know I don't like to engage in combat." "Really? Then why do you enjoy sparring with disciples?" "That's mentoring, okay? How could there be any danger when a higher realm battles a lower realm? Be careful, someday you might encounter an unparalleled genius who will make you lose face." "An unparalleled genius in Medicine Valley? What about Yang Jian? His cultivation level isn't increasing that fast." As they talked, their conversation turned into bickering. As Ji Xiao's worry dissipated during the chat, she spoke of the omen because she felt uneasy and needed to express her feelings. Talking with Guan always helped her to relax. While the two were laughing and talking, on the other side of the distant land, a terrifying demonic chi burst into the sky, originating from the deep red coffin beyond the outer heaven. The deep red coffin stood upright, the body shaking violently. The formations at the edge of the pit had been activated, forming a semi-transparent barrier enclosing the pit. Even with the formations in place, the cultivators outside were terrified. The weakest among them was a loose immortal, and facing the aura seeping from the red coffin, they felt like they were facing their doom, wishing they could flee immediately. Crack! Suddenly, the lid of the coffin flew open, and a pale, rotting hand reached out, grabbing onto the edge of the coffin. With a bang, the lid sprang open, black gas surged out, quickly spreading and forming a thick fog. Heavy breaths could be heard from within the black mist, sending chills down the spines of most cultivators. "Is this the great heavenly spirit land?" A hoarse voice emerged, each word fell heavy on the hearts of the cultivators. A white-robed man from Holy Court said, "Yes, we ask that you eradicate the heavenly demons of mortal world and not harm innocent beings." His voice was loud, clear for everyone to hear. Sects from all sides were shocked. A holy king from Holy Court knew the creature inside the coffin? Eradicate the heavenly demons of mortal world? Many cultivators' expressions changed, such as those from Mortal World Peak, whose sect had dealt with heavenly demons before. They worried about the Holy Court using this as an excuse to suppress them. The actions of Holy Court always needed the backing of the common people. Anyone or any power that became an enemy of the populace would find no mercy from Holy Court. Eradicate the heavenly demons? Hat! The hoarse voice laughed, sending shivers up everyone's spine. Boom! A terrifying force exploded from within the pit in an instant, forcefully dispersing the formations and sending cultivators flying in all directions. The white-robed man stood in mid-air, unmoved, while carefree primordial immortals used their mana to resist in every direction. Further away were heaven and earth flying immortals, with the weakest loose immortals blown clear off the continent. "I'll help you clear out the heavenly demons, but after that, I must feast to my heart's content." The hoarse voice was filled with a will to kill. The white-robed man remained impassive. The great cultivators from various sects were frightened and turned to look at him, wondering about Holy Court's stance. However, after a moment of silence, the white-robed man uttered just one word. "Good." That word caused all great cultivators' faces to drastically change, looking at him in disbelief. In Supreme Sect, the Third Medicine Valley. Truly terrifying. Stay updated with Empire. Guan, sensing the aura of the Dark War Emperor, thought this to himself. The Dark War Emperor had already reached the aura of a Deovoid mysterious immortal, and the entire great heavenly spirit land could feel his terrifying presence. The immortal dynasty and Holy Court remained unmoved, while sects throughout the world began to stir, with many directly activating their defenses in anticipation. Guan's gaze turned to Immortal Seeking Island. The movements on the island were swift, they had already started forming their defenses. This aura. Ji Xiaoyu, standing beside Guan, furrowed her brows, her face revealing concern. Guan kept silent and walked towards Longqing. Suddenly, the dreadful pressure that had descended caused Longqing to cry out in fear, with Yu Yingying unable to console him. Under a tree, Shen Zhenzi put down his book, his gaze towards the horizon where the sky was filled with blood-red light, causing his mind to race even more. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. He felt like disaster was imminent. "What in the world is it?" Shen Zhenzi murmured, frowning. As Guan approached Longqing, he felt the aura of the Dark War Emperor shift to another location, followed by the complete disappearance of the vibrant life force of that land. With the Dark War Emperor's aura enhanced, though the increase was not significant, his actions still caused Guan to frown. What infuriated him most was that Holy Court actually allowed such recklessness. He was very disappointed in Holy Court. "Master!" Upon seeing Guan, Longqing immediately threw himself into Guan's embrace. Guan patted his back and picked him up, whispering comfortingly, "Don't be afraid, your master is here." For some reason, as Guan drew near, Yu Yingying's panic unexpectedly lessened, prompting her to instinctively lean towards Guan. Guan looked at the pale-faced Yu Yingying and asked, "Are you okay?" Yu Yingying stood beside him, gripping his sleeves tightly and shaking her head slightly. At that moment, Guan sensed a great influx of forces entering the Taixuan continent, their cultivation levels uneven, with the strongest being merely of the mystic heart realm. Such cultivation was not worthy of his concern, yet it coincided with this critical juncture. Chapter 343 Darkness Strikes. The Moment of Despair. On the edge of the Taixuan continent, dozens of ragged people were heading toward the forest on a beach. A young girl was supporting her elderly grandfather, her eyes filled with terror as she looked up at the blood-light phenomenon in the sky. "Grandpa, they let us come here, could there be any scheme?" The girl asked cautiously, her face smeared with dirt, but it couldn't hide her bright eyes. Her grandfather shuffled forward weakly and said breathlessly, "Things will get better." Not only them, but other people nearby were also worried and hopeful. Across the edge of the continent, many such people were moving toward the interior of the continent. Those with higher cultivation levels disappeared quickly, while those with lower cultivation levels could only proceed on foot. Guan took in these scenes. With his divine sense he could tell these people were all reincarnated demons, their soul origins shared the same karma as Yu Yingying and Shen Zhenzi. These people all came through teleportation arrays, and as soon as they arrived, the arrays quickly disappeared. Guan probed their karma, gaining some information. Heavenly Prison. These people were from Heavenly Prison, they also didn't know why they were driven here by the authorities of Heavenly Prison. Although the karma and chi fortune of heavenly prison weren't connected to the holy court, Guan knew without thinking that it had something to do with the great Nether Saint King. After all, his enemies were few, and only the great Nether Saint King had the means to do such a thing. Sending so many reincarnated demons, wasn't it just to attract the Dark Emperor of War? Guan disdained such tactics, but it was good in a way. If it could lure the Dark Emperor of War to come earlier, it would reduce the loss of life, and Sword Venerable Feudeo would have a legitimate reason to act. Master, what exactly is that in the sky? Longqing looked up, his little face filled with fear. Anyone seeing him would have a hard time associating him with the great emperor of the silent destruction domain. Guan patted his head and comforted softly, "It's nothing, maybe it's going to rain. Didn't you say you'd be a man after turning 5, how can you still cry?" Hearing this, Longqing quickly wiped away his tears, clenched his little fists, and said, "I'm not crying. I just got sand in my eyes." Yu Yingying next to them was also amused by his words, lightening the tense atmosphere. Guan put Longqing down and then looked at Yu Yingying with a smile and asked, "You're not going to keep holding on to me, are you?" At this, Yu Yingying promptly let go of her hands and blushed, scoffing, "Pa, who wants to hold on to you? Really? Just now, someone almost ripped off my sleeve." "Humph, that was an accident." While the two were bantering, the protective formation of the Supreme Sect was activated, a majestic light rose in the distance, and figures of cultivators flew over the Third Medicine Valley. Stay connected with Empire. The Supreme Sect quickly entered a state of readiness for battle. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord stood up, looked into the distance and said, "Trouble again, it seems we can't finish this game of chess today." The old cultivator sitting opposite him took a deep breath, about to say something, when the Nine-Finger Divine Lord suddenly disappeared. Shenzhenzi under a distant tree also stood up and vanished in place. Below the rolling thunderclouds, the land was engulfed in blazing flames, akin to a mortal world hell. A figure strode through the fire, dressed in worn black battle armor, with curly black hair, his hands and feet festering and bubbling with blood, his slightly hunched back visible under his disheveled hair, and his terrifying face revealed beneath the tangled locks. His face was festering too, only his eyes intact, his lips were gone, revealing a frightening mouth full of teeth. He was the Dark Emperor of War. He advanced while exhaling turbid breath. His gaze turned to the distance, only to see a man in white robes suspended in the sky looking at him. He glanced and then withdrew his gaze. He stopped, straightened his body, as if sniffing at something. Then, he suddenly turned his head toward a direction and vanished from the spot. The next second, he appeared under the blue sky and dove down through layers of cloud sea, scattering clouds for thousands of miles with an unstoppable force, crashing toward the ground. Boom! Terrifying flashes of fire lit up the world, with the destructive force erupting from a point on the continent, sweeping in all directions. The green mountains and rivers turned charred black in its wake. Countless lives were extinguished in an instant. "That's enough." The voice of the man in white echoed, laden with an oppressive tone. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Following that, the evil laughter of the Dark Emperor of War rang out, adding a layer of horror to the shattered world. Simultaneously, inside the Third Medicine Valley, Guan felt a divine sense sweep over, surpassing the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. It must be the divine sense of the Dark Emperor of War. As expected, the Dark Emperor of War was still attracted by the karma of the demons on this land. Guan walked toward the transmission array platform. "Where are you going?" Ji Xiaohu's voice reached Guan's ears as he turned around to see her watching him from a distance. He replied using the sound transmission skill, "I'm going to Mystic Valley to take a look, there's no need to worry about me with so many people here." After hearing this, Ji Xiaohu could only nod, then watched him leave. Guan passed through the teleportation array to Mystic Valley, where Lu Jijia gathered his disciples, all discussing the sudden terrible phenomenon. "Master has arrived." A disciple exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned, showing faces of relief. The Dark Emperor of War's oppression was bone-chilling, and the disciples couldn't help worrying about what would come next. Seeing Guan gave them more peace of mind. Guan walked toward his disciples, and, at the same time, he felt Nine-Finger Divine Lord locking his divine sense on him. It seems the Nine-Finger Divine Lord suspected him to be related to Sword Venerable Fuedao. Interesting. Just then, living beings across the Taixuan continent suddenly felt suffocated. Regardless of their cultivation level, they all had this sensation. But this feeling was momentary, gone in a flash. What's going on? Zhou Yujian was standing by the heaven-cutting axe, looking at the sky with furrowed brows. Not only him, but everyone at the heavenly repair platform was taken aback, unsure what had happened, yet the sensation they felt was undoubtedly real. The entire Taixuan continent was enveloped in panic. Beneath the sky, the Dark Emperor of War appeared in the air, with the vast ocean below. He looked toward the distant continent, frowning. The continent before him was Taixuan continent. As he approached Taixuan continent, he felt a powerful force blocking his momentum, forcing him to stop. That land hid individuals with great power. With so many heavenly demon auras, the beings on this continent should have nothing to do with the Holy Court. The Dark Emperor of War's eyes flickered, he raised his right hand, and waves of demonic chi surged out, quickly covering the sky and rolling toward Taixuan continent. People of the continent saw dark clouds approaching from the horizon, and before they could ponder further, daylight turned to night. What's happening? Why has the day suddenly turned dark? Did you guys feel your hearts stop beating just now? What in the world is going on? Could the great cold demon sect be attacking again? Could it be that some terrifying demon has appeared? Disciples of Mystic Valley were abuzz with speculation. Guan's face was stern, unable to tell the disciples the reason. He could only ask them to have faith in the Supreme Sect. After the continent was covered by dark clouds, the pressure of the Dark Emperor of War intensified, leaving the living beings full of fear and unease. Standing in front of a wooden railing, Ji Xiao was somewhat dazed. She seemed to see a dark figure approaching her, each step filled with oppressive might, stepping on her heart. Not just her, but all beings on the continent were pulled into this eerie state. Inside the palace, Li Xuandao sat on the throne, also in a daze. The courtiers around him lost their color, and he saw a figure approaching from outside the hall, like the Grim Reaper drawing near. The courtiers all went pale, falling into an eerie silence. Whether in temples, buildings, grand halls, caves, forests, no matter the location, whether they could see the sky or not, all living beings were dragged into an indescribable eerie state. Those who were reincarnated demons felt it more deeply, like Yu Yingying. She saw the true face of the Dark Emperor of War, the grotesque and terrifying visage assaulting her eyes. She wanted to scream for help, but no sound emerged. She wasn't even able to move. She seemed to be waiting for death. Even Shen Zhenzi, a wandering immortal of the 9 layers, found himself in the same predicament. Facing the advancing Dark Emperor of War, Shen Zhenzi gritted his teeth, his heart filled with both panic and unease. He couldn't understand the opponent's divine skills, nor accept his fate. In reality, the Dark Emperor of War, with his right arm raised, showed a maniacal and cruel smile. Gushing demonic chi flowed from his palm, forming a cloud cover that blotted out the heavens. Then, he condensed a black spear in his palm, its surface swirled with mysterious Dao patterns which exuded a repressive and ominous aura. Let this emperor test your capabilities. The Dark Emperor of War licked his teeth, his hoarse voice permeated with boundless murderous intent. Suddenly, he looked up sharply, as bright light swelled among the rolling dark clouds, his face changed slightly, and gripping the spear tightly, he burst with momentum that shook heaven and earth. The sea below suddenly collapsed, a magnificent sight. He channeled all his mana into the spear in his hand, which burst forth with black flames, countless wronged souls emerging, desperately trying to climb out and break free, but utterly unable to do so. From outer heaven, the eyes of mysterious beings in each of the 7 suns opened, all looking toward the great heavenly spirit land. Viewed from outer heaven, a radiant and beautiful great heaven and earth showed a black dot that was swiftly growing. Inside the third medicine valley, Ji Xiaohu suddenly fell into the eerie state of a reincarnated demon as well, clearly seeing the true face of the Dark Emperor of War as he stepped over the medicine garden and approached her. This scene, she had seen it in her dreams numerous times, but facing it in person, the feelings were completely different. Irrepressible fear and despair enveloped her heart. She struggled to drive away these emotions but to no avail. Damn it! Ji Xiaohu gritted her teeth, a red Dao pattern between her brows quickly stretched, swirling flames. She was invoking the power of the primordial Daoist talisman. Just then, a brilliant light burst behind her, dispelling the darkness in her vision. She instinctively looked back, catching a glimpse of a figure in the corner of her eye, and her pupils dilated. It was a sword shadow. A sword shadow gleaming with silver light. Countless lightning bolts intertwined upon the sword, molding its form. Ji Xiaohu had never seen such a sword, as if it had traversed the river of time from ancient epochs. Wherever the sword edge passed, darkness shattered. At this moment, not only her but all the desperate beings on the continent saw such a sword. Chapter 344 Eternal Boundless Divine Sword. When the sentient beings of the continent trapped in terrible illusions saw a mysterious sword shadow, in reality, the Dark Emperor also spotted that sword shadow. The sword shadow faced by the Dark Emperor was even more majestic and overwhelming. The dark clouds that obscured the sun were filled with sword light, the thunder clouds parted, and a massive silver blade pierced through the clouds, as if an unimaginably colossal deity was swinging a sword from beyond the heavens. The part of the blade exceeding the clouds was larger than mountains. Faced with such a gigantic sword, the Dark Emperor, with a rifle in both hands, seemed so insignificant. Read exclusive adventures at Empire. After a brief moment of astonishment, a crazed expression appeared on his face. How domineering the sword intent is! I didn't expect someone in this world to achieve such a level in the sword Dao. The Dark Emperor said with a laugh, his voice as loud as thunder, his momentum skyrocketed, and his rifle burst out with terrifying black flames. As soon as his words ended, he gripped the rifle with both hands and thrust forward violently. With that thrust, the clouds in the sky instantly burst apart, and the gigantic and mysterious sword shadow was completely revealed. It was a sword shadow larger than any mountain range in the world, its hilt seeming to be housed in the outer universe, delivering a strong visual impact. Boom! The violent black flame, like a sea dragon, collided with the shocking sword shadow, and almost instantly, the sentient beings on the continent awoke. Before their eyes was a mysterious sword shadow tearing apart illusions, pulling them back to reality. They instinctively looked up, and then saw a scene they would never forget in their lifetimes. A silver sword shadow floated in the sky, of unimaginable vastness, indescribably colossal. In Mystic Valley, Guan and his disciples looked up at the sword shadow in the sky together. The eternal boundless divine sword. This was the enhancement from the boundless sword of suppressing the stars. This was also the first time Guan used this swordsmanship. Standing among his disciples, his face showed a shocked expression, making it difficult to associate him with the sword shadow in the sky. The divine sense of the nine-finger divine lord had disappeared, evidently also diverted by the scene above. With a focused gaze, Guan caused the eternal boundless divine sword to burst out with dazzling light, overshadowing all things under heaven and earth. Then, with an unstoppable force, it dispelled the black flames and attacked the Dark Emperor. Nov. L. B //JNN. The Dark Emperor's face drastically changed. He used his divine skills at that moment, his body transformed into black mist, the eternal boundless divine sword rolled over, the black mist dissipating, gone in an exceedingly short time. Outer heaven. Within the dim starry sky, the Dark Emperor appeared out of thin air. He turned to look toward the distant great heavenly spirit land, his face showing an expression of fright. This sword intent actually contains powerful causality forces. The Dark Emperor was secretly shocked. Thankfully he possessed profound divine skills, breaking free from the suppression of the sword intent in an instant, escaping to the universe. He suddenly realized something, and instinctively looked up, his eyes bulging. He saw the eternal boundless divine sword appearing right above him, rapidly descending toward him. In fear, he hurriedly used his divine skills again, but wherever he went, as long as he looked up, he could see the eternal boundless divine sword, each teleportation bringing it closer to him. The Dark Emperor felt the despair that the sentient beings of Taixuan continent had felt earlier, but even more intensely. It was like an inescapable destiny. Meanwhile, in the eyes of the continent's sentient beings, the eternal boundless divine sword mysteriously disappeared, but fierce winds kicked up, the forests swayed like waves, and the mortal spirits raised their hands to cover their faces. After the tumult subsided, the sentient beings looked up, only to see the phenomenon of blood light in the sky dispersing. At first glance, it appeared as if dusk was setting. After a brief silence in Mystic Valley, the disciples cheered in unison. The entire Supreme Sect was like a pot exploding, the roaring noise trembled the heavens. Was that sword just now? Wasn't I dreaming? How vast was that sword intent? The sword Dao can actually reach such levels. Did you see a black shadow? I seemed to have been dragged into the illusion realm just now, then I saw a sword save me. I saw that too, I felt the same way. It must be sword Venerable Fuedao. Only he could possess such sword intent, he has saved us once again. Disciples from various cities of the Supreme Sect were all greatly exhilarated. The divine skills of the Dark Emperor made everyone feel his terror, and because of this, they were amazed and surprised by the power of sword Venerable Fuedao. Just the spectacular sword shadow that appeared earlier was enough to overturn the sentient being's understanding of the sword Dao. Just how strong was sword Venerable Fuedao? How far does the end of the sword Dao reach? Guan also excitedly discussed with his disciples until a prompt appeared before him. You have successfully seized 207,632 years of lifespan from the Dark Emperor, Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Second Layer. Guan could seize 1 to 2% of an enemy's lifespan, signifying the Dark Emperor still had over 2 million years of lifespan. How long could a Void Mysterious Immortal live his maximum? Guan felt pleased. The first time he deployed the eternal boundless divine sword, the effect was satisfactory. This also proved the results of reincarnation evolution. He comprehended the rule forces, then condensed his own rule forces, injecting them into his divine skills, making them more mysterious. Once the eternal boundless divine sword was unleashed, it locked onto the Dark Emperor's causal aura. Wherever he fled, the eternal boundless divine sword would follow, unless the Dark Emperor could dissipate the causality. Unfortunately, in such a short period, even if the Dark Emperor had means to dissipate causality, it was too late to discern the reasons. Guan could sense that there was another Dao Void Mysterious Immortal watching from afar. He chose not to direct his gaze there. Soon, that mysterious immortal left. After instructing the disciples of Mystic Valley with a few words, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, where it was bustling with excitement as everyone excitedly discussed the recent spectacle. Guan stepped down from the transmission array platform and saw Shen Xinzi in the distance, gazing blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Yu Yingying, holding Long Qing, walked over quickly. She approached Guan, excitedly saying, "Did you see just now? Sword Venerable Fuedao's sword Dao is unbelievable, that sword felt like it flew in from beyond the heavens." She grew more excited as she spoke, becoming even incoherent toward the end. Long Qing spread his arms, gesturing how immense the heavenly sword was earlier. Guan also acted very excited, even describing the sensations he experienced while in the illusion realm. However, he was pondering another matter in his mind. That was about Heavenly Prison. The reason the Dark Emperor came here was because the people of Heavenly Prison released heavenly demons into Taixuan continent. This matter was unlikely to end here. I wonder what the origin of that dark shadow just now was. Will he come again? I hope Sword Venerable Fuedao has already annihilated him. Yu Yingying spoke anxiously, and Guan could only comfort her by trusting Sword Venerable Fuedao. He was also unclear about the origins of the Dark Emperor, but could be sure that the Dark Emperor had no blood relations with the Long family, no causal connections whatsoever, and importantly, the Dark Emperor's true form was not of the human race. After chatting for a while with Yu Yingying, Guan finally excused himself, then went on to talk briefly with an Xin, Ji Xiaoyu, and others. The impact of this battle was bound to last a long time. In unseen distant places, many great cultivators peaked at this battle. The power of Sword Venerable Fuedao shocked countless people. Wiping out the great cold demon sect had already spread the name of Sword Venerable Fuedao into the sight of the great sects, but for the great sects, Sword Venerable Fuedao was at most a formidable figure. Now it was different. The aura of the Dark Emperor shocked the entire great heavenly spirit land. His terrifying aura was incomparable even to the entire great cold demon sect combined. Every being that had reached the carefree primordial immortal realm witnessed the process of the Dark Emperor's demise. Being able to slay an existence of the seventh layer of the immortal path, Sword Venerable Fuedao's Dao level was immeasurably deep. Outer heaven, hidden within the sun, 7 mysterious beings also closed their eyes, as if nothing had happened. In a palace bathed in flickering firelight, 2 figures stood beside a small pool, silent. The pool reflected the universe scenes, with faint wisps of swirling black mist visible. One of them, a man in a black robe wearing a dragon bone crown, looked upset, gritting his teeth and said, "This is troublesome. Sword Venerable Fuedao is so formidable, it's impossible to hide heavenly prison's actions from him, he will trouble me sooner or later." He turned to look at the person beside him, his eyes filled with anger. Qing Songzi took a deep breath and said, "The Holy King is surely aware of this matter, let us choose to protect ourselves wisely." He was the domain master of the main city of Broken Sea Domain, and the Taixuan continent was also under his jurisdiction. At this moment, Qing Songzi, who controlled the lives of his entire domain, had a pale face, his hands clenched within his sleeves. He tried to appear composed. Seeing the Dark Emperor being exterminated, he felt like the sky was falling. He turned and left. The man in the black robe said sternly, "If Sword Venerable Fuedao comes looking, I can only reveal the existence of the Holy King. I couldn't possibly hide this matter with my Dao level. You'd better pray that Sword Venerable Fuedao does not come looking." Qing Songzi left those words and disappeared on the spot. The man in the black robe watched the direction he left, unable to contain his anger, causing the entire palace to tremble. Under the dazzling starry sea, an island quietly suspended, small in size, featuring a center area cleared of vegetation, paved with white jade. One after another, figures appeared on white jade square, all radiating strong light in various colors, barely able to discern their shapes, their faces blurry, only their eyes clearly visible. They gathered together, no one spoke, the atmosphere somber. "Holy Minister, was it your idea to let the dark beings in?" a large figure asked coldly. The others turned their gazes toward the Holy Minister, who radiated golden light, appearing like an immortal, his aura vast. Facing the questioning, Holy Minister calmly said, "There are too many heavenly demons within the realms, they use reincarnation to hide their identities. You should be aware of the looming calamities accumulating within the silent destruction domain. I was planning for the future which led to this regrettable decision." The others also spoke up. The intention was good, but the dark beings are too violent, indeed difficult to control. That guy must be the Dark Emperor, his escape technique is extremely refined, hard to capture, didn't expect him to still die. Broken Sea Domain, Sword Venerable Fuedao, the great heavenly spirit land is so large, yet he unexpectedly found the place where Sword Venerable Fuedao was, quite strange. Indeed, each time Sword Venerable Fuedao strikes, it seems as if he is protecting himself. If the Dark Emperor specifically came for him, why involve 2 continents? Holy Minister, it seems someone is using you to scheme against Sword Venerable Feudeo. The Holy Minister, glittering in golden light, had a glint in his eyes, radiating coldness. Chapter 345 The Holy Minister appears. Mortal World Peak, atop a mountain summit. Fu Shengzihu stood alongside Eternal Deist Lord at the cliff's edge, gazing silently up at the sky for a long time. Master, to which level of the immortal path has Sword Venerable Feudeo ascended? Fu Shengzihu couldn't help but ask. The Eternal Deist Lord gave a wry smile. I have merely lived a few more years than you. I only know about the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma, the names of the three higher realms are beyond my reach. Fu Shengzihu sighed. That heavenly demon from outer heaven felt even more formidable than Senior Meng before perishing in an instant. It is indeed true that beyond the skies there are higher skies, and beyond people there are higher people. The Eternal Deist Lord frowned slightly and sighed. I always have the feeling that something troublesome is coming to the Holy Court. To think they would even dare to let in such a demon, turmoil that hasn't been seen in a million years will soon come upon this world. Fu Shengzihu nodded. He felt the same way. Regardless, it's a good thing that Sword Venerable Feudeo destroyed that demon. But before he could cleanse the world of the heavenly demons, they began slaughtering innocents. The Holy Court is truly confused to cooperate with such beings, declared Fu Shengzihu with righteous indignation, finding the dialogue between the Holy King of the Holy Court and the Dark Emperor to be absurd. When did the Holy Court become like this? The Eternal Deist Lord said no more. There were things he couldn't speak aloud. At this moment, not only was Mortal World Peak discussing this matter, great cultivators from Qi fortune sects and dynasties across the land, and even within the Immortal dynasty, were engaging in debates about it. The influence of this event was fermenting swiftly. As summer turned to autumn. Inside Third Medicine Valley, Guan sat at a table while Shen Zhen sat across from him, excitedly discussing something. Months had passed, and the great battle between Sword Venerable Feudeo and the Dark Emperor had not been forgotten by time, rather, it had become increasingly significant. It's said that the heavenly demon from outer heaven was invited by the Holy Court. Tisk tisk, indeed, this world's a dark place where no fresh news can be found. Whether it's the Taixuan Sect, Supreme Sect, Seven Stars Spirit Realm, or the Holy Court, they all have their dark secrets, said Shen Zhen, dripping with sarcasm. Guan responded helplessly, my dear grandmother, can you please not say these things out loud? Those cultivators are as powerful as immortals, aren't you afraid of being overheard? What's the difference if they hear? Now everyone's spreading that the heavenly demon was invited by the Holy Court. They say 8 continents' creatures have been devoured by the Dark Emperor. What a sin! Exclaimed Shen Zhen indignantly. Guan reminded, criticize all you want but make sure you don't write this down or illustrate it. Shen Zhen rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, do you think I'm that foolish? Plus, I don't possess that strong a sense of righteousness. I just can't stand the Holy Court claiming to be just and using the holy name, only to do such things. At this moment, chess players in the valley below were also cursing the Holy Court. Guan sensed the whiff of conspiracy. How could the Holy Court, with all its capabilities, allow public opinion to swell to such an extent? As if the Holy Court wouldn't care about face, that was even less possible. From the attitude of the great Nether Saint King, one could see that what the Holy Court cared most about was their reputation. Reputation might seem ethereal, but when it reached a certain level, it could influence the chi fortune of a person or a faction, and one could even predict the public opinion of a power based on the rules of heaven and earth. Of course, whether the Holy Court was good or bad depended on what kind of existence Shengtian was. As Guan reflected, he decided to make a trip to Heavenly Prison. Regardless of whether the external rumors were a conspiracy or not, he had some vengeance to claim. An ancient hour later, after Shen Zhen had left, having vented her feelings, Guan saw her downstairs. After she departed, he headed towards the teleportation array. Atop the grand hall, flames flickered. A man in a black robe sat on a throne with a furrowed brow and an uneasy mind, as two small dragon souls emerged from the dragon bone crown on his head, entwining each other. Months had passed since the fall of the Dark Emperor, yet Sword Venerable Feudeo hadn't come to kill his way into heavenly prison, not bringing him any relief but instead increasing his anxiety, giving him an ominous feeling of impending disaster. Heavenly prison was a minor heaven and earth, well concealed, but for a great power like Sword Venerable Feudeo, no hiding place would suffice. Snap! Suddenly, the man in the black robe felt his shoulder being clutched, his heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively opened his eyes. In the corner of his eye, his pupils dilated, and he felt as if he had tumbled into an abyss, his limbs icy cold. Beside him stood a figure enshrouded in dark purple demonic chi, whose real form he could not discern despite his high cultivation level. Sword Venerable Feudeo. Guan looked down upon him and cast a lifespan detection. Demon Soul Master, 8th floor of Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm 590,328/800,000/1,500,000. Guan spoke slowly, having lived for more than 500,000 years, you've not had it easy. Will you confess willingly, or must I do it myself? His voice, altered, was harsh and carried a chill that terrified the Demon Soul Master. The Domain Master of Broken Sea Domain, Qing Songzi, came to me. He claimed it was arranged by the great Nether Saint King, to allow a batch of heavenly demons into Taixuan continent. It's the Holy King, I could not decline. I am merely a pawn, I bear no grudges against you, Senior. Please, spare me. The Demon Soul Master bit his teeth and spoke, filled with fear. Nov, L.B//JNN. Guan looked up, his gaze towards the top of the hall. His left hand still pressed on the Demon Soul Master's shoulder. Following Guan's vision, a streak of golden light appeared atop the grand hall, as if space had split open. The light quickly expanded, and a figure stepped out from it. The person was bathed in golden light, so even Guan couldn't see the true form. Guan threw another lifespan detection at the newcomer. Holy Minister, 9 layers of divine thought, true immortal 0/0/0. No lifespan? It's not the true form. The Demon Soul Master also saw the figure of the Holy Minister, his eyes filled with panic. He had never seen the Holy Minister before, but such an emergence was not favorable for him at this time. The Holy Minister spoke, I can depose the great Nether Saint King. His first statement caused the Demon Soul Master's complexion to shift drastically. Such audacity! Explore hidden tales at Empire. Within the Holy Court, only 2 entities had the power to depose a Saint King. No matter which it was, the Demon Soul Master dared not provoke. Guan asked, who might you be? The Holy Minister replied, I am the Holy Minister of the Holy Court, overseeing the entire court. The coming of the Dark Emperor was my idea, originally intended to eradicate the heavenly demons of the mortal world. However, I did not anticipate such a preposterous outcome. Guan didn't expect the Holy Minister to admit to this so readily. For a moment, he couldn't discern the Holy Minister's true intentions. Sword Venerable Feudeo, you have refused the destined chi fortune of the Holy Court, and I do not wish to delve into your reasons. I only seek to understand your stance towards the Holy Court to prevent any misunderstandings between us. From your actions, it's clear you are neither of the demon path nor the wicked, said the Holy Minister calmly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Guan fell silent for a moment and then said, I have no intention of making enemies with anyone. I seek only to cultivate in peace. My previous intervention was merely because I resided in that land, benefiting from nature's spiritual energy, and felt an obligation to act on behalf of that land. Upon hearing this, the Holy Minister immediately said, I see. I can understand. Through the ages, indeed, there have been ascetics like you who are solely dedicated to the immortal path. You have shielded those people, and they are fortunate for that. From this point on, the holy court shall not disturb your cultivation. This time, there was a hint of mirth in his tone. May I make a request? Guan suddenly asked. Please, speak. Bring the great Nether Saint King to me. I want to kill him myself. Chapter 346 Holy Sword, 3rd Grade Heavenly Position. I must kill him myself. The words of Guan echoed in the great hall, the flickering flames growing more intense, as if startled by his declaration. The Punisher of Demon Souls, held by the shoulder with one hand by Guan, listened with secret alarm. Despite the overtures of goodwill from the Holy Minister, Sword Venerable Feudeo was still so overbearing, a clear sign of a character that brooked no defiance. The Holy Minister fell silent upon hearing these words. Guan was not in a hurry, waiting for the response from the Holy Minister. He was not blinded by hatred, he wanted to use this opportunity to show the Holy Court his boundaries and to prove that his target was solely the great Nether Saint King. The Saint King of the Holy Court is held in high esteem. Even in death, it should come at the hands of the Holy Court personally, the Holy Minister said without a trace of mirth. The Punisher of Demon Souls grew tense at once. If these two were to fight, both he and the heavenly prison would suffer the consequences. Amassing his thoughts, the Holy Minister's tone shifted. If Deist friend is willing to join the Holy Court, I will personally offer up the great Nether Saint King. You need not accept the Chi Fortune Fruit position. Simply joining the Holy Court in name will suffice. Normally, the Holy Court will not assign you any tasks. When the great heavenly spirit land faces an existential threat, only then you would need to act. Simply join in name? Guan first thought of the Immortal dynasty, which had also reached out to recruit him. With the Immortal dynasty as a potential rival, the Holy Court indeed found it hard to trust an unidentified existence. Even if the Holy Court was unaware of Sword Venerable Feudeo's true identity, it was not important. What mattered was letting all beings know that the recently renowned Sword Venerable Feudeo had joined the Holy Court. Guan actually did not object to joining the Holy Court. Lacking a stance, one only gathers more enemies. What he opposed was merely the Chi Fortune Fruit position. Good, Guan uttered a single word. The Holy Minister immediately raised his hand, sending a golden token flying towards Guan, who lifted his right hand to catch it. Not heavy, lighter than a feather, nearly 20 centimeters in length, and about 4 fingers wide. Its edges were carved with dragon figures, and at the top were 2 fire phoenixes, their claws intertwined, symmetrical, and exquisitely done, possessing an aesthetically pleasing look. 3 words were inscribed on the token. Holy Sword 3. The Holy Sword is the title I bestow upon you, the Holy Minister explained. The 3 below signifies your heavenly position. The Saint King too holds a 3rd grade heavenly position. It is indeed beneath your talents to be at the 3rd grade heavenly position as a divine thought true immortal. However, since you are unwilling to accept the Chi Fortune Fruit position, the Holy Court cannot fully trust you. I hope you can understand. This token is made of the same material as other holy orders, but I have not imposed any other restrictions on it, lest it provokes your apprehension. Its only purpose is to display your identity to others. Its unique material ensures it cannot be replicated by other powers. After listening, Guan thought to himself, had this fellow decided upon this before even coming here? But he had to admit, with the deep foundation of the Holy Court, they indeed had such confidence. Above the Saint King was the Holy God, and it was not impossible for the Saint King to reach Deo Void Mysterious Immortal, or the Holy God to reach Divine Thought True Immortal. Add to that the exalted Shengtian, and the Holy Court's strength was formidable to even contemplate. Most crucially, the Holy Court not only possessed high-level combatants, but the number at each realm was beyond measure. As a Divine Thought True Immortal, Guan could now observe Chi Fortune, and the Chi Fortune of the Holy Court was more terrifying than all other powers in the great heavenly spirit land combined, including the Immortal dynasty. From today onwards, you are the Holy Sword of the Holy Dynasty. This is a title created especially for you. I will announce it to the world in the future. I will have someone send your treatment to the Taixuan continent. You need not visit the holy court for audience. Are you satisfied? The holy minister asked. Guan replied, of course, satisfied. Thank you, holy minister. The holy minister chuckled, from now on, we shall address each other as deist friends. Although the heavenly prison does not enjoy the holy court's chief fortune, it serves the holy court. If you are dissatisfied with this prison master, you may kill him. I will arrange someone else to take over. At these words, the despair was clear on the Punisher of Demon Souls' face. Begging for mercy, he implored, please spare me, Senior. Senior. Guan released his left hand, and the Punisher of Demon Souls regained his freedom. He promptly knelt down, incessantly kowtowing to Guan. The carefree primordial immortal was in such a wretched state, lacking any of the demeanor expected of him. Let him continue as he was, Guan stated. The holy minister smiled and transformed into a golden light that contracted and disappeared into thin air. The Punisher of Demon Souls, overjoyed, continued to bow and thank Guan. Do as you see fit. With that parting remark, Guan vanished. Lifting his head to find Guan gone, the Punisher of Demon Souls sighed in relief. Great Nether Saint King, even you have met your day. The Punisher of Demon Souls thought of the fate awaiting the great Nether Saint King and couldn't help but feel secretly thrilled. He was deeply grateful to Guan. The words of the holy minister had clearly been an abandonment, and under such circumstances, Sword Venerable Feudeo had still spared his life. How could he be anything but thankful? He vowed to please Sword Venerable Feudeo from now on. This might be an opportunity. Guan returned to Mystic Valley, settling beneath the green vine tree in the 8 scenic caves. He took out the Holy Order, musing thoughtfully. He had checked the Holy Order, it truly held no traps, not even qualifying as a magic artifact. He had to say, the holy minister was quite sincere. Even though Guan didn't fully agree with the holy minister's methods before, he had now been successfully recruited. That the holy minister had climbed to his position was no coincidence. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. But Guan didn't want to get too close to the holy minister. Agreeing to join the holy court was merely to reduce trouble. The holy minister's 9th level divine thought true immortal realm also pressured Guan. Guan didn't want to test his combative abilities at the same realm, he preferred to fight from a higher realm against a lower one. Next, he had to vigorously accumulate lifespan and break through to the 9th level of the immortal path. Being weaker than others made Guan insecure. With the actions of the holy court, they could become foes at any moment. Under this premise, Guan had to strive to strengthen himself even more. The green vine tree seemed to sense Guan's mood, extending 2 vines to gently massage his shoulders. Guan closed his eyes and began to relax. Now, he just needed to wait for when the holy minister would send the great Nether Saint King. If the holy minister truly intended to forsake the great Nether Saint King, he likely wouldn't go down without a fight. There was an interesting show to look forward to. It was only when night fell that Guan returned to the 3rd Medicine Valley. The autumn night sky was strewn with stars, dazzling like a painted scroll. Guan stood below the tower, appreciating the moonlight. Longqing ran to him, arms wide, asking to be held. Guan picked up Longqing, laughing, "How big you are now, still asking to be held, are you still a little man?" 5-year-old Longqing, wearing a refined blue robe and with a lovely face bright with playful eyes, heard Guan's words and pulled at his eyelids and stuck out his tongue, saying, "I don't care, I want master to hold me." Guan couldn't help but squeeze his little nose, feeling that an Xin was raising him with a hint of femininity. "Master, have you ever been to the stars?" Longqing suddenly pointed to the night sky and asked. Guan casually replied, "No, do you want to go?" "I do. Just a few nights ago, I dreamt that I was flying among the stars," Longqing said, his face full of longing. Guan patiently chatted with him, but his thoughts drifted to Long Xin and Lu Kaiuxian when they were young. Chu Lu had children too, but alas, just a year after the child was born, Chu Lu was crushed by the Black Profound Emperor. Guan possessed these memories and felt the emotions within them, but he didn't get caught up in those attachments. After all, those memories from 3 lifetimes ago were far removed from his current life. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Guan always believed that his present self was truly him, and reincarnation evolution was just a way to become stronger. He was the original, and the others were merely his projections. Maybe at a certain realm, he would need to go through reincarnation as a form of practice, like Ji Xiaoyu. As Guan was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed the presence of Dao Void Mysterious Immortal erupting from afar. Focusing his gaze, he saw a Dao Void Mysterious Immortal flying out from the Holy Court and swiftly headed into the universe. However, an immense void hand emerged from the darkness above the universe, capturing the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal at a lightning-fast speed. The Dao Void Mysterious Immortal had almost reached the edge of the silent destruction domain, just shy of escaping into it. Guan could tell that the void hand was transformed from divine thought. The Holy Minister. This void hand's aura was precisely that of the Holy Minister he had seen before, only stronger. After capturing the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal, the void hand vanished along with the trace of the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal. Guan noticed many powerful divine senses probing from within the great heavenly spirit land, including divine thought true immortals' divine senses, originating only from 2 locations, the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty. Indeed, the world still hid many great powers. Guan mused silently, fortunate that he had not offended too many, as every breakthrough was shielded by a lifespan barrier, otherwise, he would have been crushed long ago. A Dao Void Mysterious Immortal publicly captured, Guan seriously suspected it was an intentional display by the Holy Minister, wishing to showcase his own strength. Otherwise, that Dao Void Mysterious Immortal would have had no chance to escape the Holy Court. Guan felt apprehension and refrained from further thought, let alone powers without a Dao Void Mysterious Immortal realm old monster at the helm. Experience exclusive tales on Empire. Of course, those who were aware of this battle were at least divine immortals of wondrous Dharma. Carefree Primordial Immortal could sense the earlier aura, but definitely couldn't keep pace with the speed of Dao Void Mysterious Immortal, probably oblivious to what had occurred. Guan withdrew his divine sense and carried Longqing upstairs. Listening to the little guy recount his dreams, Guan found it abstract and amusing. Talk of an Xin rolling on the stars and Bull Demon King fighting with the stars seemed utterly absurd. 5 days later, Guan returned from Nianzhou Cave to the Third Medicine Valley. In high spirits, he started discussing Journey to the West with Shen Xinzi. Shen Xinzi already knew that Journey to the West was written by Guan, although Guan claimed that he heard it from others, combined with his own dreams, which made Shen Xinzi more reverent towards Journey to the West. Therefore, Shen Xinzi steadfastly held on to his interpretation, even attempting to persuade Guan. They debated for a long time. Do you understand Journey to the West better than Pannin? Guan couldn't help but say. Shen Xinzi said nonchalantly, what is Pannin in comparison? He's just a writer. What does he know about Journey to the West? Guan, amused and frustrated, gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, you're amazing. With that, Guan left. Shen Xinzi was undisturbed and continued reading. Guan flew towards the outer gate city, sensing 2 powerful auras emerging on the edge of the continent. Both were Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm cultivators. One of them was the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal captured by the Holy Minister 5 days ago. His aura was now weak, clearly having suffered serious injuries. Guan had not anticipated the Holy Minister to act so swiftly, having already sent the great Nether Saint King. Chapter 347 Are you higher than the Unification Realm? Atop a cliff stood 2 figures, one of whom was the white-robed man who had previously conversed with the Dark Emperor. The other person, disheveled and with torn red garments, had his hands bound with iron chains. His back was plastered with talisman papers that fluttered as the sea breeze blew, unsettling his long and messy hair. "Wandering Holy King, what thoughts cross your mind upon witnessing my plight?" asked the man in chains, his expression indifferent and his gaze as deep as a secluded well. The white-robed man acknowledged as the Wandering Holy King replied without a trace of emotion, "I am even more grateful. Void Mysterious Immortal is extremely powerful, and your position is high, Holy King. However, the higher you stand, the more careful you must be in your actions, because you have more enemies." Upon hearing this, the great Nether Holy King closed his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. The great Nether Holy King raised his arm slightly, causing the chains to shake with a crisp sound. "How do you know that your circumspect choices are correct? Watch, the Holy Minister surely harbors even bigger schemes," laughed the great Nether Holy King with a carefree demeanor, having come to terms with life and death. The Wandering Holy King sensed something and instinctively turned his head, his expression suddenly unnatural. They saw a figure shrouded in dark purple demonic chi appear behind them. Sword Venerable Feudeo. The Wandering Holy King felt an immense pressure rushing towards him, reminiscent of facing the Holy Minister or Holy God. At that moment, he understood why the Holy Minister held Sword Venerable Feudeo in such high esteem. He immediately clasped his hands in a formal salute and said, "I have seen the Holy Sword." Upon hearing these words, the great Nether Holy King's figure trembled slightly. He appeared composed, but how could he not be tense when facing life and death? Wandering Holy King, Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 41740982/600000/7500000. Great Nether Holy King, Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 215804422/400000/50000000. Guan looked at the lifespans of the two and was inwardly pleased. The lifespan of a Void Mysterious Immortal could reach several million years. Observing the difference in lifespans between Level 4 and Level 2, Guan speculated that lifespans of divine thought true immortals might very well exceed 10 million years. "Your journey continues on Empire." Guan nodded slightly to the Wandering Holy King. His gaze was fixed on the great Nether Holy King, sensing his tension. Boom! A brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from Guan's forehead, engulfing the great Nether Holy King in an instant, and then dashed towards the sea surface, dissipating before reaching 1,000 jong away. When the golden light faded, the great Nether Holy King was nowhere to be seen. Guan had no desire to interact with the great Nether Holy King, nor did he wish to hear any defenses. Even if there were misunderstandings between them, it was the fault of the great Nether Holy King. When so many pointed at the great Nether Holy King, it was unlikely to be false. The Wandering Holy King watched with alarm. This was a Void Mysterious Immortal, and even if his cultivation was sealed, he should not have been so easily eradicated. How high was Sword Venerable Feudeo's cultivation level? You have successfully seized 370,963 years of lifespan from the great Nether Holy King, Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 2. Upon seeing the prompt before him, Guan felt slightly pleased. Of course, what brought him the most relief was eliminating a thorn in his side. Guan then vanished from the spot, leaving the Wandering Holy King behind. The Wandering Holy King stood on the cliff, silent for a long time, before finally departing. A Holy King who had stood above all fell just like that, causing a significant psychological impact on the Wandering Holy King, who was also a Holy King. The great heavenly spirit land seemed even more complicated and dangerous in the eyes of the Wandering Holy King. At Mortal World Peak, Dingtian Peak. Inside the Peak Master's courtyard, Guan was savoring tea, an Xin stood behind him, and in front of him stood a line of wandering immortals, disciples of Dingtian Peak, including Zhu Xinglan. They were discussing the Holy Court's declaration of Sword Venerable Feudeo as the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword, the number one sword under the heavens, seems like the Holy Court highly values Sword Venerable Feudeo. The presence of that demon from outer heaven was terrifying, yet against sword venerable Feudeo, it was unable to withstand a single blow. With such power, how could the Holy Court not seek to ally with him? I heard that the reason the heavenly demon from outer heaven made a move against sword venerable Feudeo was that a holy king schemed against him, sending a great number of reincarnated heavenly demons to the Taixuan continent. Truly malevolent. I've heard that as well. It was the great Nether Holy King. He underestimated the strength of sword venerable Feudeo. To be honest, who could have anticipated that? Such a tiny place actually harbors such a terrifying great cultivator. The wandering immortal disciples of Dingtian Peak were excited, only so uninhibited in the presence of Guan. In front of their disciples, they all maintained a high and dignified posture, as if they were lofty and saintly figures. Zhu Xinglan looked at Guan. He had heard that his master also emerged suddenly and wondered if his master knew sword venerable Feudeo. As for the possibility that his master was sword venerable Feudeo himself, that had not crossed his mind. The world was full of ascetics who suffered in silence, and perhaps sword venerable Feudeo was simply concealing his identity. Maybe his real identity once shook the heavens, but who could be certain? An Xin quietly chuckled as she listened to their discussion. The one they admired was right before them. If they knew, what would their reaction be? She did not know how high the Dark Emperor's cultivation realm was, so she could not understand the excitement of the wandering immortals. In her eyes, there was no difference between wandering immortals and heaven and earth flying immortals, they were all terrifyingly powerful beings. After they had spoken for a while, Guan spoke up, "Then you must cultivate diligently. I always feel that the world is becoming increasingly unstable." His divine thought was focused on Yangjian. Heaven Sect had received news of the great Nether Holy King's fall and was preparing to bring Yangjian into the world. Over the years, Yangjian had grown stronger while Heaven Sect had become increasingly aged. Although his cultivation realm had not declined, his aura was not as strong as before. Heaven Sect's lifespan was quickly diminishing without the chi fortune of Heaven Sect, and it seemed he did not have many years left to live. Upon hearing Guan's words, the disciples echoed in agreement, all sharing a premonition that such a major event had not occurred in many years. Word of it would make anyone feel the tense world situation. After a long while, the disciples bid their farewell and left. An Xin sat down, unable to resist stretching herself. She did not remove her mask but looked at Guan and asked, "Master, what kind of entity is the Holy Court, really?" She knew sword venerable Feudeo was Guan, but being in mortal world peak, she had to measure her words carefully. Guan replied, "It is the governing power of the mortal world, the strongest of our times. As for good or bad, that depends on the circumstances. In this world, there was no absolute good in a person or power. Even the current supreme sect hid untoward secrets. Even though he had joined the Holy Court, Guan felt no fondness for it. Once he surpassed the 9 heavens of immortal path, he would no longer need to hold any fear towards the Holy Court. Right now, he was more curious about the silent destruction domain. Nov. L.B//JNN. The Annihilation God Emperor could easily annihilate Long Zhan, who surpassed the 9 heavens of the immortal path, but now it seemed Shengtian was capable of countering the silent destruction domain. Could it be a different silent destruction domain? Or perhaps, the Annihilation God Emperor had long since departed? An Xin was curious about the strength of the Holy Court, but unfortunately, Guan was also unclear, leaving his answer ambiguous. Today's conversation with the disciples from Dingtian Peak proved the Holy Minister's methods. Although Guan had not assimilated into the chi fortune of the Holy Court, within a few short years, every power throughout the world knew he had joined the Holy Court. No matter his personal feelings, from now on, he was openly aligned with the Holy Court. The enemies of the Holy Court might also target him. Did the Holy Court have enemies? Of course, there were. The immortal dynasty covetously eyed the realm from within, and infinite heavenly demons from beyond watched intently. He only hoped none would disturb his tranquil life. After chatting for a while, Guan stood up and said, "It's time to test the results of your cultivation. Don't let yourself be surpassed by Longqing later on." Upon hearing this, an Xin quickly rose to her feet. Longqing had been taken care of by her until he was 4, but after that, the boy constantly followed Yu Yingying, leaving her with a sour taste. She couldn't let that child surpass her. Today, after hearing of many significant events in the world, an Xion's fighting spirit was kindled. With such a master guiding her, why couldn't she carve her own place in the world? She did not realize her mindset was beginning to shift towards an house. Seasons changed, and 8 years passed. The 13-year-old Longqing was running through Medicine Valley, swift as a cheetah, chasing a corpulent white-furred rat that resembled a pig. His gaze was sharp, his features handsome, and his long hair tied like a girl's, eliciting laughter and teasing from the disciples along the way. After running for a long time, he stopped in a secluded spot, propping his hands on his knees, panting heavily. "Stupid rat, why are you so fast? Did I never push you to your limit before?" Longqing muttered, frustration evident on his sweat-drenched face. Just then, footsteps approached, and Longqing turned to look, quickly standing up in respect. He brought his hands together and bowed deeply to the newcomer. Seeing his gesture, Shenzhenzi couldn't help but chuckle. "You want to catch up with it? How about taking me as your master?" Shenzhenzi approached and asked with a smile. Longqing scratched his head, "Senior, I have a master already." Shenzhenzi continued with a smile, "Of course I know you have a master. Who said you could only have one master? Have you read Journey to the West?" Longqing nodded, but he didn't enjoy reading text as much as he liked listening to others. "You're like Sun Wukong, and I'm Master Puti. How about I secretly teach you cultivation?" Shenzhenzi asked, smiling knowingly. Like Yu Yingying, he had an inexplicable fondness for Longqing. He had observed the boy and confirmed that Longqing was not a reincarnated heavenly demon. To elicit a sense of closeness from an immortal venerable like himself, Longqing must have extraordinary innate chi fortune in a life grid beyond ordinary people. "Can you really be Master Puti?" Longqing asked doubtfully. Shenzhenzi laughed, "I'm well aware you have a master, but who says you can't have multiple masters? Do you know what realm I am in? Unification." "Haha, you even know about unification? Do you know what lies beyond the unification realm?" "What? You're higher than the unification realm?" Longqing was shocked. Having been raised in the Third Medicine Valley, he had some understanding of immortal cultivation realms. The unification realm was, in his perception, a godlike realm. Observing the disciples' attitudes toward Shenzhenzi in the valley, he had guessed Shenzhenzi was extraordinarily capable, but he had not expected him to be so powerful. Proudly lifting his chin, Shenzhenzi declared, "Above unification lies the mystic heart realm. Above that, there are Mahayana, Nirvana, loose immortal, wandering immortal, and heaven and earth flying immortal. I am but one step away from heaven and earth flying immortal." With each realm name Shenzhenzi uttered, Longqing's mouth opened wider, and by the end of the list, he was agape with amazement. The expression on Longqing's face greatly satisfied Shenzhenzi. In that moment, he suddenly understood Supreme Immortal Venerable. Because he liked Journey to the West, he had read all the books written by Panin. He didn't understand why Panin's works were so popular. The characters lacked common sense, often mocking the protagonist, and the protagonist would purposely reveal his holiness, all of which seemed unrealistic to him. Today, he had played the part, and at last, he understood the appeal. Chapter 348 Studying the Deification. As Shenzhenzi secretly admired Panin's understanding of the human heart, Longqing couldn't help but ask, "If you are so powerful, why do you stay in Medicine Valley?" Shenzhenzi smiled gently and said, "I am not from the Supreme Sect, I just like the atmosphere here and want to stay for a few centuries to clear up the confusion in my heart. A few centuries. Longqing's look at Shenzhenzi changed, and he began to believe Shenzhenzi's words. You say you are a wandering immortal, how can you prove it? I am not a child. The 13-year-old Longqing, claiming he was not a child, made Shenzhenzi smile even more broadly. Shenzhenzi grabbed Longqing's shoulders, and without waiting for Longqing to react, he leaped into the air. The world blurred before Longqing's eyes, he instinctively closed them, and when he opened them again, he was stunned by the sight before him. He had actually come to the heavens. Below was an endless sea of clouds, and above, the sky was filled with stars, as though nested in the night, except these stars shone brighter and were more numerous. Densely packed, more so than the flowers and plants in the valley. Longqing opened his mouth wide, his bright eyes sparkling with an unusual gleam. With the sky full of stars overhead, Longqing's view of the world seemed infinitely larger. He twirled around on the spot, not even realizing there was no ground beneath his feet. Shenzhenzi stood by, smiling. Suddenly, he understood Master Pudi's feelings. No wonder Guan said Master Pudi was very fond of Sun Wukong. Longqing turned several times, then suddenly realized he was suspended in midair, and quickly grabbed onto Shenzhenzi's robe sleeve in fright. Is this the heavens? He asked Shenzhenzi, full of anticipation. Seeing the boy's fearlessness, Shenzhenzi held him in even higher regard. Shenzhenzi replied, correct, we are extremely far from the ground. With the speed you chased the white spirit rat before, it would take at least 20 years to reach here. Upon hearing this, Longqing widened his eyes. He instinctively looked down, seeing only a thick sea of clouds, but when he looked into the distance, he saw a shade of blue, unclear what it precisely was. He looked up again and pointed at a shooting star, asking, what is that? Shenzhenzi looked up and answered, that is a heaven and earth flying immortal returning, very far from us. Heaven and earth flying immortal, can I go to the stars? You cannot, one must reach the heaven and earth flying immortal realm to cross the invisible sky wall. Heaven and earth flying immortal. I want to cultivate, I want you to be my master, teach me how to reach the heaven and earth flying immortal. Longqing clenched his fists, his voice filled with excitement. He hadn't even started qi absorption cultivation yet. Guan said he would teach him when he turned 16, and forbade other disciples from teaching him privately. That's why Longqing hadn't yet shown his talent. Shenzhenzi saw his extraordinary physique and felt that even if he wasn't supremely talented, he would not be mediocre. He also marveled, how did Guan always manage to find geniuses? Like the nine-finger Divine Lord, he suspected that Guan had a powerful backer. What sort of powerful figure that even he couldn't detect? It could be Sword Venerable Fudeo or possibly other great cultivators, as the current Supreme Sect was full of hidden great cultivators, even beyond his understanding. In any case, hearing Longqing's words, Shenzhenzi was very pleased. He smiled kindly and said, reaching the heaven and earth flying immortal realm is very difficult, are you willing to dedicate yourself to cultivation? Longqing immediately nodded, assuring, I will definitely not disappoint you, master. Then why don't you kneel and kowtow to accept me as your master? Shenzhenzi said with a smile. He wanted to emulate Master Pudi to see if taking a disciple could lead to divine enlightenment. Longqing immediately knelt and performed a ceremonial bow, then looking up at Shenzhenzi, he asked, Master, I heard that Medicine Valley once had a genius named Yang Jian. Can I surpass him? Shenzhenzi helped him to his feet and said, Yang Jian's talent is indeed exceptional, but your master is more formidable than his. In the future, you will surely surpass him. Upon hearing this, Longqing's face lit up with an enthusiastic smile. Meanwhile, in the loft, Guan, who had been reading, smirked. Surpass Yang Jian? It's certainly not impossible, but in the coming century. Guan thought to himself, looking forward to the expression on Shenzhen's face after he starts teaching Longqing cultivation. With Shenzhen's Dao level, how could he help Longqing unlock the path of returning primordial spirit? An hour later, the door opened, Longqing walked in, approaching the table and looking at Guan with a complex expression. Guan looked up at him and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Bullied by the Bull Demon King again?" Longqing shook his head, then said, "Master, you are the most important to me in my heart, do you believe that?" This statement amused Guan. Was the boy feeling guilty? "Really? We'll see how you honor me in the future," Guan said leisurely, his eyes returning to the book in his hands. Longqing earnestly responded, "I will definitely honor you in the future. Once I become an immortal, I will make the Supreme Sect respect you." Longqing's fighting spirit grew even stronger. Seeing that Guan did not continue the conversation, he curiously asked, "Master, what are you reading? May I take a look?" Guan closed the Green Hero Travelogue, glared at him, and said, "If you have nothing else to do, go chop some wood." Upon hearing this, Longqing immediately scooted away. Immortals don't have time to chop wood. He left with that spirited remark, and Guan, smiling, continued reading. 2 days later, in an uninhabited part of Medicine Valley, within a bamboo grove, Shenzhenzi and Longqing sat side by side in meditation. "Master, why haven't I cultivated any spiritual power yet?" Longqing couldn't help opening his eyes and asking. Shenzhenzi, with his eyes closed, replied, "It's rare for someone to develop spiritual power within 2 days, don't be impatient." He also wondered internally why it was taking so long. However, considering Yang Jian's early experiences with slow qi absorption, perhaps Longqing had a unique physique. He decided not to dwell on it. He was very patient and would not become agitated over this. A figure swept across the bamboo grove from above, causing Shenzhenzi to look up. "It's him!" Shenzhenzi murmured to himself. "Who?" Longqing asked curiously, having caught a glimpse of the figure as well. Shenzhenzi shook his head and didn't continue. Longqing quickly stood and ran towards the edge of the bamboo grove. Shenzhenzi got up as well, not angry at Longqing's actions. After all, the boy was only 13.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. In the loft, Guan replaced the book he had been reading with Investiture of the Gods and studied it carefully. Clang! The window was suddenly pushed open, startling Guan as he turned his head, his face then breaking into a delighted smile. "Li! How did you come back?" Guan asked excitedly. Li landed, adjusting his clothes while grumbling, "What? Aren't you happy to see me? How could that be? Please sit. Sit down." Guan put down Investiture of the Gods, then stood up to brew tea for Li. Li took a seat at the table, noticing the book he had been holding, and laughed, "After all these years, you're still reading Investiture of the Gods? You don't think to discover some Dao in it like others, do you?" Guan brewed the tea and replied, "Just browsing, the stories in this book surely can't compare to your experiences. Tell me, how have you been these years? Have you been injured?" Li Ye's expression turned serious as he said, "With my current skills, how could I be injured? Besides, I have divine exotic city. Since you want to hear, I'll tell you all about it, and later you can take notes." Guan brought over hot tea, placed the cup in front of him, sat down, and said with a laugh, "Indeed, owning divine exotic city, even my disciple Longqing couldn't possibly get injured." Chapter 349 Heading to the Primordial. Hearing Guan's words, Li didn't think too much and didn't ask who Longqing was. He began to recount his experiences over the years. Guan listened attentively. He occasionally looked at Li but didn't stare constantly. With divine exotic immortal spirit around, Guan could be at ease, confident that if there were any danger not even divine exotic city could stop. divine exotic immortal spirit would inform him right away. After leaving the sea demon domain, Liya wandered everywhere. Occasionally, he encountered great cultivators coveting divine exotic city, but he always managed to escape unscathed. Unless a heaven and earth flying immortal took action, it was very difficult to take divine exotic city from him. Those who had reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm and saw Liya brazenly deploying the pseudo-immortal path supreme treasure didn't dare to make a move easily. In every aspect, Liya seemed to have a significant backing. Who would dare to offend such a person? The higher one's cultivation level, the further one could see. Even if they couldn't deduce Guan's karma from divine exotic city, they could infer that Liya had an extraordinary background. To control such a supreme treasure before nirvana, one couldn't do so without a powerful backing, and perhaps Liya's backing was hidden within divine exotic city. Over the years, Liya had encountered many opportunities, and his cultivation level had grown rapidly. He had now reached the third floor of the unification realm. A unification realm cultivator over 300 years old was definitely a top-tier genius in the Broken Sea domain. Guan thus marveled at how amazing Xian Tianyi truly was. Comparing the pace of breakthroughs, Liya still fell short of Xian Tianyi, and moreover, Xian Tianyi didn't have the pseudo-immortal path supreme treasure by his side. Setting aside and how, Xian Tianyi was indeed the number one genius in the history of the Supreme Sect. What was most crucial was that Xian Tianyi also wrote books. Judging from the Green Hero Travelogue, Xian Tianyi often went on adventures and didn't spend all his time on qi absorption cultivation. Could it be that Xian Tianyi had also achieved enlightenment? Guan suddenly felt that perhaps qi absorption cultivation was the most common and low-level form of cultivation, and that there might be higher forms of cultivation. Of course, it was just a thought. In reincarnation evolution, he could only undergo qi absorption cultivation to consume his lifespan. Guan thus listened to Liya's experiences while contemplating cultivation. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Longqing tumbled in, startling himself. He quickly got up, but before he could turn around, Guan called out to him. "Come in, and take the opportunity to meet your martial uncle." At Guan's words, Longqing was overjoyed. He immediately approached Liya, saluted, and called him martial uncle. Liya sized him up, a smile forming on his face, then he turned back and asked, "Who is this kid?" Guan introduced, "I brought him back from outside, he had just been born at that time." Hearing this, Liya understood that this child was different from the disciples outside. Liya took out a dagger from his storage bag and handed it to Longqing, saying with a smile, "Take this dagger as a meeting gift. It's a magic artifact, so don't use it recklessly before you start cultivating." "Thank you, martial uncle," Longqing said excitedly, clearly very fond of the dagger as he played with it. Liya looked at Guan, laughed, and said, "Actually, this kid looks a bit like you." "Nonsense! Really, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought he was your son." Seeing that Liya was serious, Guan suddenly thought of something. Was his appearance in reincarnation evolution the same as now? He thought carefully. After Liu Han had restored his appearance, he did indeed resemble him a bit. As for the previous 3 lives, he rarely looked in the mirror and didn't pay attention. "It might be because I raised him that he looks a bit like me," Guan casually remarked. Longqing's expression dimmed. Deep down, he was also hoping that Guan was his biological father. Guan beckoned him over to join in and listen to Liya's experiences. After Longqing joined, the atmosphere became even livelier. It wasn't until evening that Liya said his goodbyes and left, leaving behind a large pile of medicinal herb seeds. Guan didn't see Liya off but instead asked Longqing about his activities over the past 2 days, wondering why he'd suddenly been so quiet. Longqing began to hem and haw in his explanations. Elsewhere. After descending the stairs, Liya made his way to where Shenzhenzi was standing. He bowed with cupped hands, curious, and asked, "Senior, why are you here?" On his return this time, he felt that the Supreme Sect had changed a lot. Wherever he went, he encountered cultivators whose cultivation levels he couldn't fathom. Even in Medicine Valley, there were many whose cultivation levels were a mystery to him. He felt that the Supreme Sect's growth was even faster than his own. Of course, he was just marveling, not shocked, because his primordial ancestor was still with the Supreme Sect. Compared to his primordial ancestor, his achievements over the years were trivial. Holding the Supreme Immortal Venerable Scripture, Shenzhenzi looked up at him and said, "I have a connection with this place, planning to stay here for hundreds of years to quietly contemplate the path." Back in the divine exotic realm, Shenzhenzi's strength had left a lasting impression on Li Yi. With such a powerful great cultivator taking residence, Guan was naturally safer. He smiled, exchanged a few pleasantries with Shenzhenzi, then he took his leave. Shenzhenzi watched his leaving figure and suddenly said, "Your chi fortune is off, and you will face a fated calamity later on." Li Yi turned back to Shenzhenzi and nodded with a smile. He didn't continue the conversation but instead leaped up and flew away on his sword. 30 minutes later, Guan followed Longqing downstairs, where Longqing ran off towards the distance, while Guan saw Ji Xiaohu stepping out of a room. "The person earlier, you'd better keep your distance from him. I can sense that he is approaching a fated calamity," said Ji Xiaohu. Guan frowned and asked, "What calamity?" He had actually noticed it earlier. There was chi fortune from the Holy Court on Li Yi, and it wasn't just a smattering but an integration. He guessed that Li Yi had already obtained the chi fortune of the Holy Court. He peered into Li Yi's past but could not see how Li Yi had obtained the chi fortune. The Holy Court's chi fortune was something even he, as a divine thought true immortal, couldn't fully understand. "I'm not sure either, but the cultivation technique I practice allows me to sense others' chi fortune and destiny," said Ji Xiaohu as she shook her head. She had had so many dreams, not only seeing experiences from past lives but also continuously inheriting past life's cultivation techniques, divine skills and spells. Now her cultivation level had reached the Divinity Transformation Realm 8th floor, and her progress was astonishing. "It'll be fine. He's sure to have a charmed life," Guan said earnestly, causing Ji Xiaohu's gaze to shift subtly as she looked at him. "The moonlight might be lovely tonight. How about keeping me company to enjoy the moon?" Guan suddenly suggested. Ji Xiaohu hesitated for a moment and then nodded slightly. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om Divine Exotic Realm. The master of the Divine Exotic Realm and a group of Divine Exotic Ghost Kings stood on the shore, looking at the terrifying waves crashing on the sea. Among the surging waves, a figure stood tall above the water, bare-chested with fists tightly clenched, his white hair disheveled and soaked, gasping deeply for air. "Zhang Buku! It's done, it's done!" Excitement flashed across Zhang Buku's face. He turned to look at the distance, locking eyes with the master of the Divine Exotic Realm from afar. The master of the Divine Exotic Realm showed a smile, nodding slightly toward him. Boom! The waves exploded, and in almost an instant, Zhang Buku appeared in front of the master of the Divine Exotic Realm, causing the surrounding Divine Exotic Ghost Kings to be taken aback. Such incredible speed! Stealing the 5 elements was secretly shocked. He had watched Zhang Buku grow over the years. The kid's talent was getting stronger. With time, he was sure to become a name that echoed across the heavens. The master of the Divine Exotic Realm looked at Zhang Buku and said, "You have now perfected the most powerful ancient treasure body. It's time to set off." Upon hearing this, Zhang Buku quickly asked, "Master, where exactly do you want me to go?" The master of the Divine Exotic Realm said profoundly, "Go to another great heaven and earth." Great heaven and earth. Zhang Buku was even more puzzled, while the Divine Exotic Ghost Kings had various expressions, each lost in recollection. The master of the Divine Exotic Realm said in a deep voice, "The heaven and earth you were in before is known as the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, and broken sea domain is just a small part of the vast heaven and earth. Beyond that, there are many great heaven and earth realms as vast as the great heavenly spirit land, existing in ways beyond your imagination. The divine exotic realm is a power that drifts among these various great heaven and earth realms, originating from the silent destruction domain beyond the heavens. As for the silent destruction domain, you will have to understand it for yourself in time. However, know this, the divine exotic realm can lead to different great heaven and earth realms, but those realms are dangerous, and we have limited choices of great heaven and earth to choose from. After listening, Zhang Buku's brow furrowed. He thought of martial Uncle Gu and Li Yi, he found it hard to let go. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "If I leave, can I still come back later?" The master of the divine exotic realm smiled and answered, "Of course you can return. The clouds pressing down upon us have dispersed. It's just that the great heaven and earth are controlled by the holy court, and it's not suitable for us to develop there. We can only send you to other, more chaotic places." Relieved, Zhang Buku pursued the question of which great heaven and earth he would go to. Go to Primordial. There is no absolute order there. It's a place more suited to beings like you to grow. Once you're there, you must be even more careful. That place has the immortal clan, countless opportunities, but also many dangers, said the master of the divine exotic realm profoundly. Zhang Buku nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. A divine exotic ghost king spoke up, "Do we have to go too?" The master of the divine exotic realm nodded, "Just leave one ghost king to maintain contact with the great heavenly spirit land. I wish to stay behind." Stealing the 5 elements immediately volunteered, drawing the gaze of the other divine exotic ghost kings. The master of the divine exotic realm looked deeply at Stealing the 5 elements, who lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. "Then you shall stay behind," decided the master of the divine exotic realm. Stealing the 5 elements grinned and thanked him profusely. The winter snow flurried. A figure headed towards the entrance of the third medicine valley. "Continue your saga on Empire." He was clad in armor, covered in snow, moving not swiftly through the heavy snowfall but with a steady pace. Underneath the helmet was an aged face, his eyes cloudy. As he looked at the entrance to the third medicine valley, his gaze softened slightly. "Who are you?" A female voice sounded as an Xin approached with a bamboo basket in hand. The armored man turned to look, struck by an Xin's grace. She wore a white dress, stepping on the snow-covered ground without leaving any footprints, her entire being emanating an ethereal quality, like a celestial maiden who could ascend at any moment. He bowed and said, "I'm Yayan. May I ask if the valley master of the third medicine valley is still Guan?" An Xin nodded slightly, replying, "You know my master? If so, I can take you to see him." Yayan smiled, his expression pensive, "I remember him, he is also my master, but I wonder if he still remembers me." Chapter 350 Reincarnation Order. An Xin brought Yayan to Guan's attic and then went upstairs to inquire. Guan had already sensed Yayan's presence, but he couldn't show it, only after an Xin knocked did he allow her to bring Yayan up. Looking at the aged Yayan, Guan smiled and said, "It's been a long time, please have a seat quickly." An Xin, curiously, didn't stay, but honestly closed the door and left. Sitting across the table from Guan, Yayan felt a surge of emotions. After many years, the master still looked so young, even more distinguished. Guan, wearing the immortal king crown, had a golden pattern emerging on his forehead, giving off the feeling of a heavenly divine monarch sitting there. Yayan could feel that, like him, his master was also at the core formation realm, both at the same realm, yet their essence energy could not have been more opposite. "Why are you?" Guan frowned, hesitatingly asked. 50 years ago, Yayan was in his prime, youthful and one of Li Suandeo's most capable generals. Now, Yayan looked so old. Guan could see that Yayan had reached the end of his lifespan, but he couldn't state this outright, he could only inquire. In reality, Yayan's maximal lifespan had grown a bit over the years, though only slightly. Yayan smiled and said, "Everyone has their time, mine is almost due, I wanted to come back to see this place before the end." Hearing this, Guan couldn't help but sigh and then stood up to pour tea for him. Yayan's gaze followed him and said, "Master, there's no need for you to sigh for me. I've accomplished everything in life without regrets." He had fought alongside Li Xuandao to unify the Taixuan dynasty, and Li Xuandao had granted him nobility. For decades, he enjoyed wealth and even marital bliss, and truly had no regrets. "It reassures me that you could come back to see your teacher," Guan said after serving the tea, turning around to speak. Even if he taught Yayan now, it would only extend his life by a few more years. Moreover, he wasn't keen on teaching just anyone, it risked revealing his cultivation level. Every year, dozens of disciples graduate from Third Medicine Valley and Mystic Valley, he couldn't possibly teach each one. "If not for the master's help, I couldn't have had such a splendid life. If I hadn't heard from His Majesty that you were well, I would have come back sooner to repay you," Yayan, taking the tea bowl, replied with a smile. He had shed his habitual martial fierceness, now as gentle as a small stream. Guan sat down and began inquiring about his experiences over the years. Yayan didn't hide anything and started from when he left the valley, with Guan listening intently. The night passed as they spoke. At dawn's approach, Yayan made a request. He wanted to be buried in the Third Medicine Valley. Guan remained silent for a while, then nodded in agreement. Thus, Yayan stayed. Guan sent an Xin to find Zhen Qin, and by evening, Zhen Qin had returned, her mood somber at the sight of Yayan's graying hair. They stood by the wooden railing, watching the snow while reminiscing about the past. When Third Medicine Valley was first established, it was just Zhen Qin, Su Han, and Yayan. Back then, Zhen Qin had the least talent and was less powerful than the other two. 300 years had passed, Su Han had long perished, and now Zhen Qin was about to bid farewell to Yayan. How could she not be sad? Mentioning Su Han, Zhen Qin didn't hide the truth, and, hearing that Su Han had died early, Yayan also fell silent. Su Han, known throughout the Taixuan dynasty for wielding the hateful Heaven Divine Sword, Yayan knew of his exploits but was unaware of his fate. The journey of life is indeed unpredictable, Yayan reflected. He was close to death already, naturally not excessively sorrowful. He turned to Zhen Qin and smiled, "Don't be sad, when I go down there, I'll greet him for you." His words left Zhen Qin's eyes red with emotion. Guan stood by the window, watching their silhouettes, lost in thought. Longqing came downstairs, grabbing a handful of snow, intending to throw it at Guan, but seeing his solemn expression, Longqing held it for a long while before ultimately lowering his hand and turned to throw it at Blood Prison Great Saint instead. Fast asleep, Blood Prison Great Saint was jolted awake, looking up to see Longqing disappearing. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. "You little rabbit!" Blood Prison Great Saint, furious, immediately got up to chase Longqing, his massive bovine body kicking up snow mist in pursuit. The winter snowfall grew heavier, as if to fill the Third Medicine Valley completely. Time moved to the end of the year. At the edge of Third Medicine Valley, on a mountain peak, Guan stood in front of Yayan's grave, the falling snow melting before it even touched him. Guan's eyes were not sad but tranquil. He wasn't too distressed, merely standing there pondering the past. Yayan wasn't the first disciple he had sent off, he was merely looking back on his earlier life, reliving past emotions anew. Guan thought about a question. In the great heavenly spirit land, what exactly happens after death? How does reincarnation actually operate, according to what rules? Why do so many high-level great cultivators choose reincarnation? Is its purpose just to experience karma, destiny? Gradually, he entered a state of mystical understanding. Path enlightenment. during the blazing summer days, at the Supreme Sect subsect. Stay updated through Empire. Ye Mansion. Guan and Yelan sat inside drinking wine, Yelan listening calmly to Guan's recount. Everyone dies someday, it's just a matter of how long one lives. I, too, will face it eventually, and when that time comes, dear brother, don't be too saddened, Yelan said softly, looking at Guan. Guan put down his wineglass and asked, if I gave you a chance for eternal youth, but it required many sacrifices and adherence to certain rules, would you take it? Having witnessed Yelan's death, Guan felt uneasy, fearing that his teachings couldn't keep up with the passing of time. He had taught Yelan and Xiaochuan among others, truly improving their maximal lifespan, but each time was less than before, only adding 200 years for Yelan through teaching, and the last 2 sessions combined added just a single year. The mysterious designs of fate were terrifying, merciless. Yelan asked, would those rules distance me from you? Guan replied, it's hard to say. He remembered Heaven Sect mentioning that becoming a part of it involved forsaking many, including a spouse and children. Then forget it. Such immortality might be more of a curse. I am not interested, Yelan shook her head. Guan remained silent. Yelan seemed to sense Guan's mood. She reached out to hold the back of Guan's hand and smiled, brother, don't forget our last century pact. If I could spend the rest of my days with you, that would be enough. 100 years is actually quite long. Is 100 years really enough? Guan asked with a smile. Maybe it is. Over the years, I've chased power, gotten bored with it over time, and recently I've been focusing on cultivation. I've been thinking about doing something else, like your writing. Yelan started to share her experiences from these years. Now over 300 years old, she had her own views and insights on life. She was now at the divinity transformation realm and held a high position within the Supreme Sect. Her pursuits were evolving. Listening to her, a smile unconsciously spread across Guan's face, feeling happy for her. Life shouldn't be about just one thing, that Yelan was considering enriching her life was an enlightenment in itself. Brother, if you really have that kind of opportunity, save it for someone who truly craves immortal cultivation. Right now, I don't think the level of cultivation is that important, Yelan laughed. Guan smiled and said, what if you leave this world, and I pursue immortality alone? Wouldn't that be lonely? Yelan blinked and laughed, I haven't given up, I'm just talking. Some things can't be fought for, if you can't have them, let it be. Don't let them become a burden to you, including me and even Zhenqin and your disciples. If we die before you, don't be foolish or let it weigh on your heart. Guan, unable to resist, reached out to pinch her cheek, and she didn't dodge. What about our last century, what would you want to do? Where would you go? Guan asked. Can I dream big? Yelan raised an eyebrow. Of course, daytime is the best for dreaming. Then I want to see how large this world really is. I've heard that beyond the sea there are other continents. I also want to go to the heavens, to see how high it really is, and what lies beyond outer heaven. Yelan spoke enthusiastically, Guan listening intently, his thoughts drifting far with her words. 2 days later, Guan first went to the North Sea Mountains to gather medicinal herbs, then spent an ancient hour in Mystic Valley. Upon returning to the Third Medicine Valley, he was in good spirits and played 2 games of chess with Nine-Finger Divine Lord. Near evening, Shenzhenzi and Longqing walked along the path between the medicine garden, Longqing dejected, occasionally casting timid glances at his master walking ahead. Although Shenzhenzi appeared composed, he was quite perplexed inside. Having taught Longqing for so long, yet Longqing had still not manifested any spiritual power. Even the most mediocre talents shouldn't be like this. Could it be his teaching methods were flawed? Master, do I still have hope? Longqing couldn't help but ask, having lost the fighting spirit he initially had, even developing a slight fear of cultivation, frightened by the disappointment he might see in his master. Without turning, Shenzhenzi said, "Maybe you have a special physique. From tomorrow, I'll teach you body refinement." Body refinement? Yes, the path of immortal cultivation isn't only about energy absorption, maybe your physique needs long-term honing, to accumulate slowly and release suddenly. As Shenzhenzi spoke, his tone grew increasingly determined. Whether Longqing believed it or not, he believed first. Exactly. That must be it. Yang Jian was also physically strong, perhaps Guan chose Longqing because they were similar. Hearing this, Longqing immediately cheered up and began to jump for joy. When they reached the attic area, an Xin came up to them, smiling and asked, "Senior, why have you been bringing this boy around every day?" Shenzhenzi pressed his palms together and said, "Amitabha, this child and I have a connection, so I'm taking him around to play." After all, since Longqing had no cultivation, no one could discover he was simplifying things secretly. "Hey, sister, why are you fussing so much?" Longqing grumbled. "Humph, once I succeed in body refinement, you won't be able to boss me around." An Xin grinned at Longqing, thinking to herself, "You cheeky boy, your feathers have grown firm, I'd like to see what you can learn from him." She verbally said, "All right, I'll leave you be." With that, she bowed to Shenzhenzi and then took her leave. Shenzhenzi watched her departing silhouette thoughtfully. Her cultivation hadn't improved, but she gave off a very subtle feeling, which he couldn't quite explain. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.